I clearly awakened the first 3 S-class talent in history, yet my whole family scolded it as the most rubbish talent. Not only did my 3 sisters call me useless, they even wanted to kick me out of the family. All because the demonic beast talent I awakened in my past life was growth-oriented. It also unexpectedly came with a deep blue system. The points obtained from killing fierce beasts can not only enhance my vitality realm but also max out my talent martial skills with a single sword. However, in the eyes of others, I am just an F-class trash. In the end, they even abandoned me in a nest full of demonic beasts. I turned around and chose to save Master Jia Zhang Yuanzhou. Now, Reborn, I have decided to confront them directly and cut ties. I swear to continuously evolve my talent until I control my own destiny, turning them all into my points, to achieve the path of martial arts supremacy. At this moment, I am quietly waiting in a room, past midnight. Suddenly, the system in my mind rang on time, activating to accompany and protect the host, rewarding a newbie gift package. At 10 points, evolution points, talent upgrade cards, talent enhancement stones, and auxiliary functions for the attribute panel were obtained. I was surprised and exclaimed, there were so many good things. In an instant, with a single thought, an attribute panel appeared in front of me. Host Zhang Feng, with a first level realm talent, F-grade green scale snake weeping bloodstone, spiritual second life 5 generation 9-fold fist entry evolution stepping stone. Afterward, upon checking my own panel, a golden card appeared in my palm, a talent upgrade card, capable of elevating talents below S grade to S grade. I promptly used the card, and in that instant, a dazzling golden light emitted, causing the surroundings to vanish, entering the spiritual world. The green scale snake roared to the sky, surging with endless green light, completely enveloping its body. Evolving its talent is in progress. I had a realization, a thought emerged in my mind. The light gradually condensed into dragon-like features as I gazed at the figure before me, various signs indicating the post-evolution S-grade talent is related to dragons. The green light suddenly contracted, transforming into a majestic green dragon with a grand body and posture, its existence resembling the heavens, seemingly emitting a divine light, nourishing hope. The green dragon appeared to be celebrating, roaring towards the sky, echoing through the spiritual world. Simultaneously triggering changes in the external world, dark clouds filled the sky, and suddenly a green dragon appeared. The lizard dragon soared freely, continuously weaving through the clouds. An ancient aura permeated the city by the sea. At this moment, countless people looked up at the sky. A skywatcher appeared in the city by the sea, blessing the dragon nation, adding another skywatcher to our dragon nation. They stared wide-eyed, gazing up at the green dragon, so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. With such an exaggerated and terrifying phenomenon in the world, it is obvious that a celestial being with an S-level talent has been born in Haicheng. When I opened my eyes again after a moment, I had already left the spiritual realm. The room was quiet, as if nothing had happened, yet it felt like a world-shaking change had occurred. Host Zhang Feng, with a level 1 S-level talent, the ancient green dragon, the spirit of the bloodstone at the second stage of the 5th level, and the entry-level 9-fold fist, at the point of evolution. After looking at the panel, my heart surged with excitement. The S-level talent has been upgraded to S-level, becoming the one and only celestial being. From now on, I possess the power to dominate in martial arts. With the capital to go further and faster, the ancient green dragon has significantly improved in 2 aspects, one in the physical transformation of the dragon, and the other in the elemental green dragon divine water. I raised my hand. A thought crossed my mind, and countless water vapor gathered on my forehead, forming 2 small water droplets resembling dragon horns. At the same time, a powerful force surged within me, making me feel invincible. The physical talent cannot directly turn a person into a beast. To fully develop the physical strength of the ancient green dragon, one must practice body forging techniques. Similarly, the elemental talent requires blood and energy as fuel to unleash its powerful force. Now, the talent upgrade is successful. Next, let's see what happens when I enhance the talent. I tested it out and had a good idea. I released the dragon transformation state, the water vapor dispersed, and I automatically returned to the world. Immediately after using talent enhancement, the talent enhancement was successful, enhancing the spiritual direction. If you use 1 talent enhancement, then 2 more, you can initiate talent purification. As the system prompt sounded, I closed and opened my eyes, my pupils constricted into a tree shape, emitting a golden light. An indescribable terror pressure descended out of nowhere. I named this ability the Golden Beetle Barrel. I looked at my reflection in the mirror but found no golden light, as this was an attack on the spiritual level. The mirror couldn't convey the heavy power of gold. Let's first see the effect of the evolution points, and plan for enhancing talents in the future. Feeling excited, I continued with the next test. Opening the panel, I increased the points in the health column. In an instant, I underwent a change, my blood surged inexplicably, and my thinking became clearer. I quickly opened the panel to check, health 11, spirit 21. No wonder I felt a huge change. It turned out that both health and spirit had increased by a point simultaneously. Health and spirit are the foundation of a dancer. Let's add attributes first, and then focus on weapons when needed. I took a deep breath, made a decision, and clicked the plus sign with my finger. With each click, both health and spirit increased by a point. This continuous feeling of getting stronger is truly intoxicating and addictive. Host Zhang Feng at the second level of the realm, with an S-level talent of the Ancient Blue Dragon, health at 2, spirit at 3, and 0 evolution points in the basic skill Ninefold Fist. After consuming all 10 evolution points, my body underwent a tremendous change, with the health value breaking through to 20, and I also successfully leveled up. Experiencing the enhancement after adding points, I immediately clenched my fist and said, Zhang Yuanzhou, that kid, has a first-class talent, and the Zhang family fully supports him. The goal is definitely to become the #1 martial arts master in the Dragon Country. As the top martial arts school in Dragon Country, St. Bible Martial Arts Academy attracts many strong individuals and gathers a large amount of top resources, which are extremely beneficial for martial arts. I deeply understand how much a good environment can help with personal growth. Silently setting a small goal for myself, with only 3 days left until the college entrance exam, to reach level 15 and enroll in the top-ranked St. Bible University in Dragon Country. For other students, such a thing would be like a fool's dream, but I am full of confidence. To achieve it, I need more evolution points. I am neither a child nor a hypocrite. It would be pure foolishness to not use the system. How can I obtain deep blue evolution points and talent enhancement times? After a second, I recalled the system's prompt. Killing fierce beasts grants evolution points and a chance to obtain talent enhancement times. My eyes lit up upon hearing some good news. So killing monsters can earn evolution points, which means I can grow stronger through battles. If you want to know where you can encounter a large number of fierce beasts in Haicheng without worrying about being stabbed, it must be the Haicheng training camp. Although Zhang Jia has severed ties with me, they even kicked me out of the house, but they definitely don't want to see me succeed. However, I have an idea that needs testing. If it works, perhaps even relying on sharks can lead to success. After that, I glanced at the window. Unconsciously, the sky outside had begun to brighten. I remembered that the registration deadline for the training camp is this afternoon. Time is limited. I immediately ran to the market and bought 3 fish. With a swift motion, I chopped 1 fish into 2 pieces, purifying it by 0.001. Seeing so little gain, I was stunned for a moment, then I killed another fish with pursed lips, but there was no prompt. There aren't major flaws after all, so my plan to become a god by drilling into a shark is ruined. It's fine. I calmly handled the fish, steamed it in the pot. Food bought with money should not be wasted. Cheng Ningzhen, surprised upon returning from shopping, exclaimed, Xiao Chen, you're back. Yes, sister. I plan to go to the training camp today, I replied after arranging the dishes. Really? That's great then. Cheng Ningzhen looked happy. He wanted to urge me to go a long time ago, but seeing that I had my own plans, he held back and didn't say anything. Because the training camp is an opportunity to become stronger, even if it's an F-grade talent, it shouldn't be missed. It won't waste too much time anyway. After sitting down, Cheng Ningzhen, with a hint of shock, said, Oh, Xiao Chen, did you see it too? That green giant dragon. A new heavenly scroll user has emerged in our city. I've been exposed. Upon second thought, I realized it wasn't him. I've also heard that when a heavenly scroll user awakens their talent, it triggers a resonance in the heavens and earth, causing a series of strange sounds. Taking a bite of rice, I laughed and said, Ling Jia, I am the heavenly guardian. He knew that this news is too shocking to be believed, even if I said it's true. Anyone hearing such words wouldn't believe it. A chef suddenly evolving from talent to heavenly guardian would only be called a daydreamer, having wild ideas. Alright, our heavenly guardian at home, eat the fish. Eat more, the training camp assessment is very energy consuming. Cheng Ningzhen laughed uncontrollably. After finishing my meal, I set off for school. Suddenly, my phone rang on the way. I glanced down and saw it was the monitor calling. I murmured to myself, wondering why the monitor was looking for me. After some thought, I decided to answer. How's Zhang Feng doing recently? Is he eating on time? The girl on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat cautious, as if afraid of hurting Zhang Feng's feelings. I replied in a calm and usual tone, I'm fine, thanks for your concern. It's good that you're okay. Don't give up. As you sow, so shall you reap. With hard work, you can definitely change your life. It seemed like the monitor was hesitant to talk more. After encouraging Zhang Feng with a few words, he hung up the phone. I didn't pay much attention to this little episode. My only goal from now on is to dance to the peak. However, just after hanging up the phone, another call came in. I saw the number displayed on the screen. Zhang Feng remembered someone, third sister Zhang Zian, a person with extraordinary talent who entered the prestigious Wuda of the Holy Bible, and also supported driving away my biological sister. It's time to get a new number. I took out the SIM card directly, threw it into the trash can, feeling powerless at the moment. I can't afford to offend the Zhang family. One day, all debts will be settled. A moment later, at the Shangjing Wuda Tianwan Club, a girl in a white Taoist robe stared at the phone screen in disbelief, completely unaware that she had been blocked. She lowered her head, her bangs covering her face. Unable to see her expression, I only heard a puzzled voice, a brother with an F-grade talent waste. Why endure like this? What right do you have to endure like this? Don't you know that in this cruel world, the weak can only survive by kneeling? If you kneel down and beg me, I will still help you arrange a worry-free job, but you refused. One day, you will wake up to reality, but by then it will be too late. Arriving at the school, I saw my students looking surprised, as if no one expected me to come to school. Look, isn't that Zhang Feng, who severed ties with the Zhang family? That Zhang Feng with an F-level talent, why would he still come to school? Does he think that with an F-level talent, he still has a chance to enter the martial arts university? Such a scum, he doesn't compare at all to his younger brother Zhang Yuanzhou, who is truly a talented individual with both morals and intellect. I pay no attention to the opinions of others, I walk to my own place. Zhang Feng, you're here at school. A girl walked over, she is the class monitor of Class 7, Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue couldn't help but smile upon seeing Zhang Feng. Facing Su Xiaoxue, I just nodded, didn't say much. I can see and remember her genuine kindness. Watching Su Xiaoxue take the initiative to greet Zhang Feng, the students of Class 7 in the third year of high school showed a hint of dissatisfaction. He's just a waste with an F-level talent, not like his genius younger brother Zhang Yuanzhong. Why does the class monitor still show kindness to him? Xiaoxue, don't talk to him anymore. Her classmate and close friend Huang Feifei hurriedly pulled Su Xiaoxue away, whispering to her while biting her ear. Feifei, I know Zhang Feng's character, I believe there must be a misunderstanding. Su Xiaoxue said firmly, his attitude is clear, I unconditionally believe in Zhang Feng. I know you are kind-hearted and beautiful, but he only has an F-level talent. After the college entrance exam, you two will be worlds apart. No matter how good you are to him, it's meaningless. Huang Feifei coldly snorted. In this world where talent reigns supreme and the strong are respected, no one believes that Zhang Feng, with an F-level talent, can achieve great success in the future. Even if he fights to the death, he will only be a second-order dancer. It's simply impossible to reach the third or higher levels. As for improving talent levels, the chances are even lower than winning the lottery. It's like a fool's dream, there's no hope at all. Su Xiaoxue didn't continue to argue with Huang Feifei. Being as smart as she is, she naturally understood the simplicity of the situation. I didn't care about what others thought, not even bothering to argue. I took out a form from the drawer, quickly filled it out, then paused as my pen hovered over the parent's signature line. Without hesitation, I drew a line across it. At this moment, a male teacher walked into Class 7, looked around, and noticed that Zhang Feng, who had been absent for many days, unexpectedly showed up at school before he could say anything. I approached the teacher with the completed form and said, Teacher G, the application form for the Haiqing training camp. The moment Teacher G saw the form, a sense of relief flashed in his eyes as he said, it seems like my student hasn't been defeated after all. Although awakening talent is a grand event, but for some people, it marks the beginning of a tragedy, considering they had hoped for over a decade to awaken a powerful talent. To awaken a powerful talent, only to end up with the lowest F-level talent. Such a gap is enough to crush one's will. Luckily Zhang Feng didn't die. The teacher said at the same time that according to the regulations, all senior 3 students are eligible to sign up for the Haiqing training camp, but whether they can pass the assessment and enter the training camp smoothly depends on their individual abilities. The registration for the training camp ends in the afternoon, so hurry up and don't miss the time. After signing, Teacher G patted Lin Chen's shoulder. I took back the form and left Class 7. In a moment, I arrived at the Haiqing training camp. The training camp is built like a factory, covering a large area, and behind the training camp is a vast forest. If I remember correctly, both Nalan Yanran and Zhang Yuanzhou are at the training camp. I wonder what expression they will have when they see me again. I looked ahead and remembered the memories from 3 years ago. Back then, students had not awakened their talents, and I, with my outstanding appearance, had maintained full marks in all 5 subjects, earning the name of a genius. So many people surrounded me, as if I were the center of attention. But then, a green spirit snake with an F-level talent shocked countless people, causing those who used to surround me to walk away. I experienced everything, even schadenfreude. And there are people like Naylan Yenran, extremely snobbish. When I was at the top, he looked up to me, fawning over me, but when I fell from grace, his true colors were revealed. He quickly resorted to the despicable tactics of spreading rumors and crying for justice. Throwing mud. At this point, I approached the front desk, handed the form to the staff, and then took out a wristband, saying, "Zhang Phone, please hand over your phone and put on the wristband. Enter the first door on the right. Patiently wait for the assessment to begin. In case of danger, you can press the test button to pause the exam or call for help. But once you choose to do so, you will automatically give up the assessment and lose your qualification." The scene suddenly changed, and after a moment, I arrived in front of the room. At the same time, the big door opened. A corridor was revealed, and then the assessment began. I walked in, first passing through a 100-meter-long corridor, arriving at an arena. Looking around, there was a big door opposite, with 3 cages placed in front of it. The cages were covered with black cloth. It seemed like some animals were being held captive. Occasionally, there were bursts of low roars, accompanied by a lingering stench. There's still time to regret. Do you want to quit? If you get hurt, don't blame me. Next to the platform stood a dancer, a burly figure, looking at Zhang Feng up and down. I shook my head, without any fear, and then said, "I won't quit." "Very well, I am the instructor. Wuhan Hai, state your rank and talent. I will decide what level of difficulty to release." Wuhan Hai, the killer, went straight to the point, bringing up the topic. After all, students who come so close to winning are definitely weak. Indeed, the practical assessment is to kill ferocious beasts. I paid no attention to Wuhan Hai's attitude. Then a question came to mind. "Examiner, is it enough to pass by killing the ferocious beast? Can we challenge something more difficult?" Wuhan Hai couldn't help but smile, saying that the challenge is even harder. The assessment has 3 levels. The first level is a first-grade ferocious beast, and so on. Additionally, the ferocious beasts you kill also count as points. Points are valuable in the training camp. Although the training camp is closing in 3 days, having the opportunity is better than not having it at all. He actually wants to see what kind of strength and talent someone who signs up right before the deadline for the training camp has. Dare to speak so arrogantly. According to the level and talent difficulty, the lower the level I sign up for, the more ferocious beasts I can kill. My eyes lit up when the training camp just started. Normally, students at this level would probably choose to take down a weaker ferocious beast with a single blow to smoothly pass. But I didn't come to the training camp for anything else, only to kill ferocious beasts and earn purification points. With examiners watching now, the safety of hunting monsters is guaranteed, so naturally, I will pass all 3 levels. Examiner, I am a first-grade warrior with an F-level talent, Spirit Snake. When facing ferocious beasts, if I can crush them, I will. If I can't, I'll improve. Unashamed of martial skills, Wuhan Hai looked surprised. A first-grade dancer with an S-level talent. Who gave you the courage? With such strength, asking around is just a waste of time. Attention examinees, the first level features a first-grade ferocious beast, the Black Clan Rabbit. Wuhan Hai didn't bother to say much. He raised his hand, and with the sound of chains moving, the door of the first cage on my left slowly rose, revealing red lights in the darkness. The next moment, 10 petite figures rushed towards me like lightning. This was a black rabbit, with bursting blood vessels in its thighs, appearing muscular despite its mismatched body size. As the iron bars rose, my eyes instantly sharpened, muscles tensed, fully focused ahead, so when the Blackfoot rabbit burst out of the cage, I reacted in time. Fingers clenched. Gathering strength, a punch strikes forward. The fist carried a whistling sound. Struck a black tribe rabbit hard. The black tribe rabbit solidly took the blow, exploding like a firework, blood splattering, evolution point gained, prompt heard. Without hesitation, I directly added health points, 21 Spirit 31, a momentary flash on the panel, changes occurred. Instantly felt stronger again, though a bit less. It's a good start. This time's movement was even more fierce, leg muscles tense, instant force, a single leg like a whip slicing through the air, evolution point gained, evolution point gained, evolution point gained. Although the evolution points received decreased, my heart is full of motivation, continue to add points. With the increase in points, this trial became particularly simple. The following battle was a one-sided slaughter. My heart is filled with desire. Each punch can kill a black tribe rabbit. The exam area will soon be a mess. Health 30, Spirit 40, a total of 10 evolution points gained, health breakthrough of 30, promoted to a level 3 dancer. In this moment, I feel a powerful force erupting from deep within my body. With each breath, blood flows like a tide into every corner, muscles becoming stronger, skin tougher. Leveling up twice in one day is amazing. I am overjoyed after leveling up. Just as I thought, fighting is the best way for me to get stronger. I look at the panel, feeling extremely comfortable. This kid is still hiding his strength. His performance doesn't seem like that of a first-level dancer. Seeing my performance, Wuhan is also somewhat surprised. No matter how you look at it, the green scale snake is a very weak talent. With such a weak talent, his performance is not bad. It seems that Zhang Feng's martial arts training is extremely intense. Both his body and talent have been honed to the extreme. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed the Black Clan member with just one move. There is also a possibility that Zhang Feng lied about his level and talent. Capable students don't just come late, they even want to enter the training camp early. Zhang Feng has dragged until now to come to the training camp. Not only has he wasted time, but he has also missed the opportunity to get stronger. It really is not worth it, but even the weak have dignity. So what if you are a second-level dancer? Let me see your limits. Wu Hanhai nodded imperceptibly, not even giving a proper look. He prefers students who choose to pass steadily, favoring those who are brave enough to challenge. Dancers should move forward bravely, never retreating, even if it means getting hurt or being eliminated. Then he looked at me. It's just an appetizer. The small dishes are not enough to fill the gap. I am still not satisfied, so naturally, I continue. The second stage, 5 second-level fierce beasts, Forest Wolf Kid, just shouting for help. This is not embarrassing. Wuhan Hai raised his hand and shouted loudly. As the iron chains of the cage slowly rose, 5 2-meter-long gray wolves, with a strong smell of blood, rushed out of the cage. For these savage beasts trapped in cages for so long, a large living person in front of them is very tempting, coupled with the ground full of broken branches and flesh, greatly stimulating their ambitions. My muscles tense up, ready for a new round of battle. Unexpectedly, halfway through, 5 gray wolves split up, trying to surround me. Wolves are social animals, highly intelligent, very good at coordinating, and even using tactics. I murmured to myself, divide and conquer. Let's see how you surround me. Then I crouched down, and my 2 legs exploded with power. My figure was like a cannonball, charging straight towards the nearest gray wolf. Pull back with your right hand. Gripping the ground tightly with both feet, like a bow drawn to the moon, accumulating immense power, I unleash my ninefold fist. I roar in anger, smashing down with a punch. Faced with the howling iron fist approaching, the gray wolf had just opened its mouth wide before it was forced shut by my punch, driving its whole head into the ground. Guessing the ninefold fist, a realm of thought. Wuhan Hai, who held his head high, was stunned for a moment, somewhat surprised. The ninefold fist belongs to the non-graded martial arts, characterized by 9 layers of force, each layer resonating. This martial art is easy to learn, making it very suitable for street performers. Therefore, many students in the training camp have learned the ninefold fist. It seems that his talent is truly exceptional. As for the level, it is probably at level 2. Wuhan Hai's hidden potential was revealed, and the answer left him somewhat disappointed with a sigh. Talent can be seen as a person's aptitude, so a dancer with strong talent not only accumulates blood and energy quickly, but also practices martial skills at a fast pace. Elite students can reach the 9th level in just a month, while it takes me at least a year. And that's just for non-entry-level martial skills. The gap is even greater when practicing first-level martial skills. Gain 2 evolution points. At the moment of killing the forest wolf, the reminder sound popped up in my mind. With one thought in mind, I added points to Deep Blue. Without any hesitation, I immediately invested all the newly acquired evolution points. Blood 32, Spirit 42. Let's continue. There are still 4 ferocious beasts. I suddenly turned my head. My eyes emitted a golden light. Golden recast. In the distance, one of the 4 forest wolves shivered. In a moment of confusion, they saw a black mist, within which seemed to exist a terrifying creature, staring at them. This is the fear deeply rooted in their bloodline, taking advantage of the forest wolf's stiffness. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly approached the forest wolf, threw a punch, hitting its abdomen. The immense force struck the weak point, eliciting a piercing scream. Its whole body flew backwards, crashing heavily into the wall, never to rise again. This time, without using a weapon, I managed to kill the forest wolf. Wu Han's eyes widened in surprise, somewhat puzzled. Clearly, he had tried to overestimate Zhang Feng as much as possible, but reality had just given him a harsh slap. The death of their companion caused a commotion within the wolf pack. They were eager to move, but their bodies were as if stuck in quicksand, unable to budge. My eyes were cold as I harvested evolution points, gaining another 10 points. I still have 8 evolution points left, and everything remains the same, in a situation where I can crush ferocious beasts. Prioritize enhancing health and spirit, leveling up, with 40 health and 50 spirit. The panel flashed, and I directly advanced to a level 4 dancer, experiencing a terrifying surge in strength. Why didn't the forest wolf hide? What did this kid do? Wu Hanhai looked at me, effortlessly killing the forest wolf. Everyone was dumbfounded, doubting if they were getting old. How could they repeatedly misjudge? If it weren't for the rules, he really wanted to jump down and ask face to face. What a find! Wu Hanhai felt a hint of curiosity in his heart. He asked the kid seriously, "Do you want to continue?" He really wanted to see how deep Zhang Feng's strength was hidden. Continue. Zhang Feng still had a trump card in his hand, not panicking. He estimated that the next challenge would be a 3rd-level ferocious beast. Be cautious in dealing with it. There will be no problem at all. Good. The 3rd challenge, 5-headed 3rd-level ferocious beast, the bronze poison scorpion. Wu Hanhai raised his arm high. In his loud shout, the 3rd iron cage opened. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, feeling more joy than worry. 5-headed 3rd-level ferocious beast. In the eyes of others, it was a fierce and evil beast. But in his eyes, it was all evolution points that could make him stronger. Click, 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 click. A creepy sound came from deep within the cage. The 5 bronze poison scorpions walked out of the cage. This was a giant scorpion with a basin-sized body and a metallic sheen on its shell. Unlike the forest wolf, the bronze poison scorpion didn't care about strategy. The 5 ferocious beasts rushed forward like a wave, overwhelming Zhang Feng. Perfect. Let's try the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Water. Just as the bronze poison scorpions walked out of the cage, they were very close to each other. It was the perfect time to use his talent, which would surely produce excellent AoE damage. Zhang Feng raised his hand, pointing a single finger at the bronze poison scorpion. The water vapor in the air quickly condensed. What does he want to do? Wu Hanhai frowned. An impossible guess appeared in his mind. Bang! The next second, hundreds of water bullets shot out like a Gatling gun firing wildly. Faced with the terrifying water bullets, the bronze poison scorpions tried to dodge, but it was too late. In an instant, the water bullets pierced through, and the bronze poison scorpions exploded like balloons. Evolution points +3, evolution points +3, evolution points +3, evolution points +3, evolution points +3. Hearing the 5 prompts in his ears, Zhang Feng felt a sudden depletion of his energy and blood, quickly ordering the deep blue system to add points. Health, 55, Spirit, 65. After adding points, his level rose to level 5. The depleted energy and spirit were quickly replenished. Zhang Feng felt refreshed and clear-headed, but also had lingering fear, thinking to himself, no wonder everyone practices martial arts. Using talents alone consumes a lot of energy and spirit, and the power is not as good as using martial arts. There was no doubt that the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Water was very strong. But if he were to activate the dragon transformation and then use martial arts, the power would definitely be even greater. How would you deal with it then? My goodness, can you tell me, how can this be an F-level talent? It can even create water bullets. Wu Hanhai, standing on the high platform, was already dumbfounded. His eyes widened like copper bells. Logically, a mere F-level talent could not possibly have such performance. The only answer was clear. This kid lied about his level and talent. Martial Examiner, may I continue the challenge? Zhang Feng raised his head, his eyes shining with eager light. The feeling of getting stronger by killing monsters was truly addictive. This kid. Wu Hanhai's mouth twitched, his face darkening. He waved his hand, opening the gates of the beast arena. Since you have the strength, don't mess around here with me. The training camp has plenty of ferocious beasts for you to kill. He admitted that he was starting to find Zhang Feng unpredictable. Clearly, he had considerable strength. Why did he only enter the training camp now? It was somewhat incomprehensible. Let the other students in the training camp deal with it. Oh, okay. Zhang Feng sighed with some regret. But upon hearing that there were still ferocious beasts in the training camp, his heart once again burned with excitement. He waved goodbye to Wu Hanhai and walked through the gates, entering another long corridor. What level and rank is this kid really at? Wu Hanhai watched Zhang Feng walk into the corridor, feeling very itchy in his heart. He racked his brains to recall the major families in Haicheng. Hadn't he heard of the name Zhang Feng before? Tuanchuan, send me the information of this student. Wu Hanhai was too lazy to figure it out himself, so he took out his phone and called the front desk. A while later, Zhang Feng's information arrived. Upon opening it, Wu Hanhai's expression froze, unbelievably saying, "What's going on? Is he really a first-level martial artist? His talent is also F-level green scale snake. Is there something wrong with this information? Ha! When he saw the relatives column clearly, he suddenly froze. Zhang Ziyan's younger brother. Zhang Yuanzhou's older brother. Just compared to these two siblings, Zhang Feng's talent is too poor. After a while, Wu Hanhai sighed, his expression complicated as he put away his phone, muttering to himself, what a pity, if Zhang Feng had come to the training camp earlier, he might not have missed the opportunity to reach the third level. Coming now, it's too late. If it were a year ago, when the training camp had just opened, a student who could pass the 3 assessments would definitely cause a sensation. But the training camp had been open for a year. Any student in the training camp could do the same. Why did Zhang Feng only come to the training camp now? Wu Hanhai also had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps he was worried that Zhang Yuanzhou would target him. Passing through the passage, Zhang Feng arrived at a huge building. There were many students sitting around, looking up at the monitor in the sky. The monitor displayed 2 types of signs. One is the ranking list. The other is the task list. Rank 700 Zhang Feng, 35. Suddenly, the ranking list flashed, with an additional piece of information at the end. Newcomer? Look, there's a newcomer. The college entrance examination is in 2 days, and there's still a newcomer at this time? Entering the training camp at this time, there's no need to look, the strength must be very poor. After seeing Zhang Feng's name, many students seemed to understand something. They turned their heads to look at the passage. When they saw Zhang Feng, the expressions of the crowd varied. Curiosity, disdain, contempt. The guidance task is out. Suddenly someone shouted. Many students raised their wrists, wanting to take on the task, but found out they were too late. The task had already been taken. A figure ran up to Zhang Feng. This was a petite girl, wearing a black hooded robe that covered most of her face. She seemed a bit timid in character and spoke softly. Hello, I'm Yu Xiaoshuang, let me introduce the rules of the training camp to you. Zhang Feng looked up at the ranking list. Rank 699 Yu Xiaoshuang, 52. Wow. Second to last, second to last. Zhang Feng smiled and said nonchalantly, thank you. Yu Xiaoshuang waved her hand awkwardly and said, no trouble, the guidance task has points, I took the task, so I should do it. After that, Yu Xiaoshuang pointed to the floating monitor and explained, in the training camp, killing ferocious beasts earns points, which can be exchanged for elixirs, weapons, martial skills, guidance. When the training camp closes the day after tomorrow, the total points will be settled, the higher the ranking, the better the reward. Hearing the explanation, Zhang Feng's gaze fell on the top of the ranking list. First place Zhang Yuanzhou, 1200. According to 1 point for each first-level ferocious beast. His younger brother had killed 1,200 ferocious beasts in a year. It seemed that Yu Xiaoshuang noticed Zhang Feng's gaze. Looking at the name Zhang Yuanzhou, Yu Xiaoshuang's eyes were admiring, and she said enviously, Zhang Yuanzhou is already a 14th-level martial artist, he can be said to be the first genius in our Haicheng, worthy of being the younger brother of Jiangnan province's top scholar Zhang Ziyan. The training camp is spreading everywhere. Zhang Yuanzhou wants to challenge the strongest ferocious beast in the training camp, the 15th-level rampaging Ape King. If Zhang Yuanzhou succeeds, he will be the first genius martial artist in our Haicheng training camp to kill a 15th-level ferocious beast before the college entrance examination. Zhang Feng didn't say anything, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Becoming a 14th-level martial artist in a year. In a small city like Haicheng, a genius like Zhang Yuanzhou was unmatched. Based on previous college entrance examination results, the celestial ones were in the first tier. Zhang Yuanzhou belonged to the second tier. It is not difficult for him to be admitted to the top 10 martial arts schools, and there is a great chance to be admitted to the Holy Capital University. Little brother, you have schemed to drive me away and seize the Zhang family's resources, but that's all you can do. Zhang Feng did not see Zhang Yuanzhou as a rival. His goal is not to be the first in Haicheng, or even the first in Jiangnan province. It is to be the first in the country. 10th place, Yi Xianer, 570. Keep reading. He saw a name he expected. Zhang Feng showed no emotion and spoke as if asking a stranger, Yu Xiaoshuang, do you know Yi Xianer? Yu Xiaoshuang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, I know, Yi Xianer. Seems to have a good relationship with the second place, Lu Zhancheng. Second place? Zhang Feng sneered, truly a green tea bitch. Still the same as before, liking to cling to geniuses. He looked around the task list and did not see a way to kill a large number of ferocious beasts, so he asked, where should I go to kill ferocious beasts? Yu Xiaoshuang pointed to a nearby passage and explained, there are 2 ways to kill ferocious beasts in the training camp. One is to go to the challenge room, and the other is to go to the forest. The challenge room requires points to enter. The advantage is that you can know the types of ferocious beasts and prepare adequately. Since microbombs are implanted in the heads of the ferocious beasts, there is no life-threatening danger if you can't defeat them. The disadvantage is that the points given are not high, and if you get injured, it can easily lead to losses. Starting from level 1 in the challenge room, if you kill all the ferocious beasts at each level, you can earn 300 points, which is also called the bottom line. As for the forest, it is a simulated college entrance examination site in the training camp, where a large number of ferocious beasts are released in a designated area for students to fight each other, which is more dangerous. She explained without reservation, telling everything she knew. Thank you. How do I get to the challenge room? Zhang Feng scanned the surroundings and asked. He decided to go to the challenge room first to see what was going on. If he could kill low-level ferocious beasts all the way to high-level ones, it would greatly benefit his strength. Follow me, I'll take you there. Yu Xiaoshuang led the way. After passing through a giant building, they arrived at another hall with numerous iron doors. The atmosphere changed immediately upon arrival. There was a smell of blood in the air. The students sitting around all had serious expressions. Many of them had bandaged wounds, indicating they were not lightly injured. Zhang student, if you want a challenge, you can check the display next to the door, which provides detailed information on different ferocious beasts. Yu Xiaoshuang brought Zhang Feng to an iron door with a display next to it. First level ferocious beast, white fiber worm, entrance fee 1 point, kill 1 point, after killing 20 times, no more points will be earned. Second level ferocious beast, bloodthirsty fox, entrance fee 2 points, kill 2 points, after killing 15 times, no more points will be earned. Third level ferocious beast, bloodlight centipede, entrance fee 3 points, kill 3 points, after killing 10 times, no more points will be earned. This rule seemed familiar. After killing a certain number of ferocious beasts, no more points would be given. It was similar to the system, both aimed at preventing students from scoring too easily. If killing a first-level ferocious beast could earn a large number of points, it would lose its training significance. The ferocious beasts in the challenge room are equivalent to evolution points. I will kill as many as I can. Zhang Feng scrolled through the display and found a total of 9 levels of ferocious beasts. This meant that the ferocious beasts in the challenge room did not exceed level 9. They were all non-tiered ferocious beasts. Originally, Zhang Feng hoped to brush through to level 10 or higher in the challenge room, but now it seemed like his plan was going to fail. Are there no first-level ferocious beasts here? Yu Xiaoshuang was stunned at the question, looking at Zhang Feng in shock, unable to speak for a while. Oh, there's still a newcomer who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth? A first-level ferocious beast? Can you challenge that? Not yet waiting for Yu Xiaoshuang to answer, a proud voice sounded beside him. Hey, mouse, give me the points for the guidance task. Don't make me beat you. 3 figures walked over. They looked at Zhang Feng and Yu Xiaoshuang with ill intentions. Hearing this voice, Yu Xiaoshuang shuddered all over, her face pale. The head buried deeper in the hood. Can't kill, but can hit people? Good news. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, noting this rule. It seems that in the training camp, the students not only have to fight against fierce beasts but also compete with each other. Suddenly, the trio blocked Zhang Feng's path. The leader was a short-haired boy, who said discontentedly, Hey, newcomer, what are you looking at? You don't think you don't have to hand in points, do you? The boy with long hands beside him sneered and said, Lu Gu, didn't you hear just now? This newcomer asked where to find a first-order fierce beast. He probably wants to challenge a first-order fierce beast. Speaking of a first-order fierce beast, his expression was full of mockery. Damn, newcomer, do you think you're one of the top 10 students? Dare to challenge a first-order fierce beast? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? The last fat guy pretended to be shocked but actually mocked. You guys extort students and want to harm others. Aren't you afraid of being expelled from the training camp by the instructors? Zhang Feng looked around casually. The 3 looked at each other. They knew this was a cowardly and powerless rookie. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the training camp so close to the college entrance examination. The 3 quietly surrounded him. The short-haired boy in charge said disdainfully, What extortion? This is called guidance. Hand over all your points, and you can avoid a bit of pain. Yu Xiaoshuang was anxious to cry but powerless. The training camp is not a school. Everything here has to be earned through competition. For students like her with low-level talent and low strength, they can only hide in the dark, quietly accumulate points, and exchange for elixirs. That's why she is called Mouse. Wei Gu, look, Lu Jingwu was bullying the newcomer again. Among the onlookers not far away, a group of students were pointing and whispering about Yu Xiaoshuang. The man called Wei Gu glanced at Zhang Feng and said indifferently, Just entering the training camp now, must be very weak, no need to pay attention to him. Before he finished speaking, the situation suddenly changed. Zhang Feng's pupils emitted a golden light directly into Lu Jingwu's eyes. His expression instantly turned horrified and terrified, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Bang! Zhang Feng's fist was like a war hammer, hitting Lu Jingwu's abdomen hard. "Ah, how dare you!" The intense pain made Lu Jingwu regain his senses, shouting fiercely, "Why not?" Zhang Feng disdainfully retorted, his actions becoming more brutal. He grabbed Lu Jingwu's head with both hands and fiercely headbutted him. The hard knee directly shattered Lu Jingwu's nose. With blood spraying out, Lu Jingwu screamed in pain and fell to the ground. His body was like a shrimp, bent over, unable to stop shaking from the pain. "Since you are looking for trouble with me, you must be mentally prepared." Zhang Feng looked at the miserable state of the short-haired boy and said coldly. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to these three people, but they wanted to snatch his points. Endurance has its limits. Zhang Feng turned around and punched the fat student. "Fatty, be careful." The thin and tall boy with hands over his knees panicked and shouted. They didn't see clearly. They had no idea what had happened. In the blink of an eye, Lugu was lying on the ground. Diamond body. The fat boy looked nervous, his hands protecting his chest, his skin emitting a bronze glow. Obviously, he had practiced a unique martial art that could enhance his defense. But Zhang Feng was a world heavyweight champion with extremely rich combat experience. Seeing the fat boy adopt a defensive posture, he immediately changed his move. His leg was like a steel whip. With a whistle, tearing through the air, the kick aimed at the fat man's side abdomen. "Ah!" The fat man screamed in pain, directly kicked several meters away. He defended his face, but couldn't defend his abdomen. Things developed too quickly, rising and falling like a rabbit and a falcon. The three-person group was left with the long-armed man. "Take my ninefold fist." His face flushed, shouting loudly as he swung his fist. Bang! 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 The fist turned into an arc, continuously making 3 consecutive sounds in the air. Faced with the attack of the long-armed man, Zhang Feng suddenly thought of something. With a look of realization in his eyes, he stood there dumbfounded without reacting. "Ah!" Seeing the fist about to hit Zhang Feng, Yu Xiaoshuang covered her face, screaming in horror. In this breath, the attribute panel moved. The words of the ninefold fist became blurred. Then it solidified. Martial skill, ninefold fist, perfected. Zhang Feng's eyes regained their spirit, and he struck first with a punch. Bang! A loud sound erupted out of nowhere, sounding like multiple overlapping noises, making the listeners uncomfortable and restless. He actually used the ninefold echo. The long-armed man's expression was shocked, but by the time he wanted to retreat, it was already too late, because Zhang Feng's fist was faster and stronger. With a bang, the terrifying force exploded like a bomb, shattering the long-armed man's fist bones, bursting out a large mass of blood. He flew backward, his face as white as paper, devoid of any color. Although he was still standing, his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Stop, stop, I surrender." The long-armed man looked at Zhang Feng with immense fear, quickly begging for mercy. Obviously, he had no intention of fighting again. Without adding any points, the realm of martial skills has improved. This wave is very profitable. Zhang Feng leaned back slightly, raised his chin slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. What is an S-rank talent? This is an S-rank talent. A sudden realization. It all makes sense. There's nothing strange about it. This newcomer is so fierce, he defeated Lu Jingwu and the others in just a few moves. He beat someone, why can he smile so healthily and happily? The college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. If someone gets injured now, they'll be done for. Don't mess with him, absolutely don't mess with him. The students watching the entire battle were in shock. They immediately labeled Zhang Feng as dangerous. The college entrance exam was approaching. Everyone was preparing for the big test. It was unwise to go against Zhang Feng at this time. Wei Gu, he won. A few people not far away were also stunned. If it were them, they could also defeat Lu Jingwu and his group, but definitely not as easily. This newcomer is interesting, let's check his background. Wei Ji's eyes gleamed as he spoke softly. Give me all your points. Zhang Feng kicked Lu Jingwu and said. He always repaid kindness and took revenge 100-fold, never showing mercy. These people were asking for trouble, so it wasn't excessive to take some interest. The three-person group had no intention of resisting. They helped each other up. Zhang Feng scanned his wristband. Beep. The information on Zhang Feng's wristband was updated. He looked at his wrist and saw, Zhang Feng, total points 35, available points 73, 1 warning. The stolen points were not included in the total points. Zhang Feng also learned a rule of the training camp, pointing to the wristband and asking, what does 1 warning mean, Yu Xiaoshuang? Yu Xiaoshuang ran over nervously and said, each student in the training camp can only snatch others' points twice, 3 strikes and you're out, exceeding 3 times will result in expulsion. Zhang Feng nodded, indicating his understanding. This rule was to prevent students from fighting each other excessively. Instead of killing ferocious beasts, they were constantly thinking about others' points. This led to missing the point and rendered the training camp meaningless. Okay, thank you. Zhang Feng understood, casually selecting a challenge room. He brought the wristband to the screen, scanned it, and beeped. The door of the challenge room opened. He took a glance inside before walking in. Wei Ge, the newcomer has entered the challenge room. Many people secretly watched Zhang Feng's movements, including a group of people led by Wei Ge. Go check the monitor, see what he's called, and which level of fierce beast he's challenging. Wei Ge picked up a bottle of drink and said in a deep voice. The younger brother ran to the entrance of the challenge room. After looking at the monitor, he quickly ran back. Wei Ge, the newcomer is called Zhang Feng, challenging a level 5 fierce beast, the Azure Demon Lizard. Wei Ge nodded. In his heart, he lowered his estimation of Zhang Feng a bit. A level 5 fierce beast? How long do you think he'll last? After saying that, Wei Ge glanced at the Lu Jingwu trio who were about to leave. Suddenly, his expression was full of disdain as he cursed. Only trash like Lu Jingwu would lose to a newcomer. Truly embarrassing. The interior of the challenge room was as spacious as a basketball court. Both the floor and walls were covered with thick special cement capable of withstanding the destruction caused by martial artists' punches and kicks. Across from Zhang Feng was an iron cage door. Students, please note, if you feel your life is in danger, please shout to stop in time. Failure in the challenge does not return points. Please select the fierce beast you wish to challenge. A loudspeaker above issued a reminder. Zhang Feng looked to his left. A monitor was embedded in the wall. He walked over and quickly found his target after flipping through the types of fierce beasts. Level 5 Fierce Beast, Azure Demon Lizard, entrance fee 5 points, slaying 5 points, after obtaining 5 points, no more points will be awarded. Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed as he made a decision. 2 Azure Demon Lizards. This sentence was like a command that triggered a hidden mechanism. The iron cage door opposite slowly rose, revealing 2 lizards with very similar appearances. The lizards were 3 meters long, with green skin covered in spikes. Their crimson eyes gleamed like burning gems. Roar! The Azure Demon Lizards let out a deep roar, using all 4 limbs. Their huge bodies were like cars, raising a foul stench as they lunged towards Zhang Feng. Come! Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he quickly reacted. He sidestepped half a step, avoiding the deadly charge, while his fist traced an arc in the air. 9 consecutive sounds rang out. The punch hit the side of the Azure Demon Lizard. This powerful punch did not have the desired effect, only sending the lizard flying without being fatal. As Zhang Feng punched, the other Azure Demon Lizard charged forward. Such tough skin. Then try my move. Zhang Feng leaned back to dodge the attack, raised his hand in a chopping motion, and activated the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Water. Water vapor gathered and formed a serrated blade along the shape of his hand. Sizzle. The water blade struck the top of the Azure Demon Lizard's head, spinning wildly, sparking and emitting a chilling sound. Roar! The fierce beast's agonizing cry was heart-wrenching. The huge body couldn't help but roll over. Even though the Azure Demon Lizard's skin was tough, it couldn't withstand the power of the Azure Dragon through the ages. A few seconds later, the Azure Demon Lizard stopped struggling. Evolution points +5. Seeing its kind die in front of it did not make the Azure Demon Lizard hesitate. It charged forward fearlessly. Zhang Feng raised his hand and launched a series of water bullets. Bang! The Azure Demon Lizard was pushed back step by step, heavily injured. Zhang Feng immediately moved in for the kill, harvesting its life. Evolution points +5. Challenge successful. Student Zhang Feng gains 10 points. If you wish to continue the challenge, please state the fierce beast you wish to challenge. The broadcast and system prompts sounded simultaneously, one inside and one outside. Ignoring the broadcast, Zhang Feng first opened the panel to allocate points. Health, 60, Spirit, 70. With the attribute increase, his health and spirit improved. Instantly, his body no longer felt weak. Zhang Feng was excited and feeling great. This challenge room was truly a monster-spawning holy land, where a shout would bring fierce beasts to his door. Unfortunately, the upper limit is a 9th level fierce beast. Otherwise, he would have to level up to over 10 before going out. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and shouted, 5, level 6 white frost centipedes. A few minutes later, the iron cage rose again, revealing 5 similar fierce beasts. This was a white centipede, larger than the blue demon lizard. The 5 white frost centipedes moved together, emitting a chilling aura. The temperature in the challenge room dropped rapidly. Come on, let me level up to 9 in one go. Zhang Feng's blood boiled with determination. Wu Hanhai arrived at the control room of the training camp. The control room walls were lined with many monitors, divided into 3 types: training camp, challenge room, and forest area. He scanned the monitors and saw a familiar figure, his eyes widening in surprise. This kid is actually challenging a level 6 fierce beast. What's he up to? What's his real level? Pretending to be weak to amuse the instructors. Wu Hanhai had come on a whim, not expecting to see Zhang Feng for real. A female instructor with a high ponytail approached and asked, "Old Wu, is your assessment over? How is the new recruit?" Wu Hanhai absent-mindedly stroked his chin and cryptically replied, "Can't figure him out. He claims to be a first-level aspiring warrior with an F-level talent of the green scale snake, yet he breezed through 3 assessments with ease. I just can't read him." The female instructor gave Wu Hanhai a suspicious look and said, "He only came to the training camp after the college entrance exam. Does he have some amazing background? Is he a scion of some big family who used a bunch of resources and finally came to show off at the training camp?" Wu Hanhai sighed and said, "He seems to have a background, but also seems not to. Anyway, he used to be Zhang Yuanzhou's brother, but due to his F-level talent, he cut ties with his family and isolated himself for a year." Hearing this introduction, the female instructor became even more puzzled. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. A student with an F-level talent wasting a year's time, regressing in strength, yet breezing through 3 assessments, it made no sense at all. But he was indeed Zhang Yuanzhou's brother. In comparison, this achievement was insignificant. "Yuji, want to make a bet? How high do you think this student can go in killing fierce beasts?" Wu Hanhai suddenly smiled, suggesting. He had figured something out. It was better to bring Yuji along than to be embarrassed alone. "Hee, you're a lousy gambler who always loses, but let's bet. Who's afraid of whom? Who is Zhang Yuanzhou's brother?" Yuji chuckled and confidently said, "Him, it's him, Zhang Feng." Wu Hanhai pointed at the screen in the challenge room. Yuji was the instructor in charge of the control room and was very familiar with it. She looked up and saw Zhang Feng, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. In the screen, Zhang Feng was striking with a palm, the water blade following suit, killing the white frost centipede. He can kill the white frost centipede, his level is definitely not low, and his talent is not the green scale snake. Yuji frowned and said decisively. As a 4th-level warrior, she could see many things at a glance. "I also think so. This kid is definitely hiding his talent level." Wu Hanhai didn't delve deeper into Zhang Feng's talent level because there was no way to test it. Except on the day of awakening, talent would naturally reveal itself. Some powerful talent's awakening could even affect the outside world, causing a resonance between heaven and earth. If Zhang Feng truly had extraordinary talent, it couldn't be hidden. It would be discovered on the day of awakening. Is it possible that his talent has evolved? Could the green dragon from this morning be related to this student? Yuji said dreamily, unable to contain her excitement. A celestial heir. Who could have imagined? This year, another Heaven's Chosen has emerged. Just thinking about it is exciting. It's enough to be a topic of conversation for a lifetime. I also wish Shang Feng was a Heaven's Chosen, but I'm afraid he's not. You know, even breaking through the first level of the Aurora Martial Saint took 15 days. Besides being a Heaven's Chosen, his background is also amazingly strong. Zhang Feng simply can't compare. Wu Hanhai bluntly poured cold water, shaking his head. A simple truth. Warriors need time to cultivate. Even if Zhang Feng's luck is off the charts, waking up this morning after a good night's sleep, his talent evolving into S-Rank. In just half a day, his realm cannot make rapid progress. After eliminating unreasonable options, the only truth and answer come to light. I think the so-called seclusion is likely fake. After cutting ties with the Zhang family, he has been secretly cultivating. As for not entering the training camp, he probably knows that Zhang Yuanzhou will target him, so it's wise to take a step back. Until today, Zhang Feng has prepared adequately, wanting to make a stunning debut and attract attention. After much deliberation, Wu Hanhai confidently made his judgment, regardless of Zhang Feng's motives. For a low-level talent to reach this point, he must have endured countless hardships and unimaginable loneliness, deserving of praise. Unfortunately, 3 books are his limit. The light in Yuji's eyes dimmed, saying somewhat disinterestedly, "You make sense, then I bet on level 7. Wu Hanhai scratched his beard and said, "I'll go 1 level higher, level 8. This bet was made casually, purely for fun, comparing their insight. So, the two didn't mention any stakes. But soon, the situation in the challenge room made their expressions tense. After Zhang Feng killed the White Frost Centipede, he directly surpassed levels 7 and 8, choosing to challenge a level 9 Fierce Beast. Yuji, put your hand on the control button, be ready to detonate the microbomb at any time. Wu Hanhai had a look of disbelief, saying very stiffly. He thought Zhang Feng was a warrior good at hiding his strength, but he turned out to be a reckless daredevil. With just your strength at the 9th level of a single punch, you dare to challenge a level 9 fierce beast. Even though Wu Hanhai tried to overestimate Zhang Feng's strength, he couldn't fathom how an F-level talent could kill a level 9 fierce beast. Unless, this kid is hiding something again. Old Wu, aren't you self-proclaimed as the most insightful in the training camp? It's only been a few minutes, and all the conclusions and judgments you made earlier have been overturned. Yushi rolled her eyes, saying sarcastically. At the same time, she put her hand on the button, ready to press it at any sign of danger. Once she pressed it, the beast's head would instantly explode, and it would also mean Zhang Feng's challenge had failed. Wu Hanhai stopped touching his beard. He grabbed the roots of his beard, gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. This kid can still slap me in the face today. This button, I will definitely press it later. 2 hours later, a red giant tiger stood still. Upon closer observation, it could be seen that the tiger's abdomen had been pierced by an arm. Zhang Feng pushed hard and pulled out his arm. With a thud, the tiger's body fell to the ground. This level 9 flame tiger in the challenge room is the strongest fierce beast. I wonder how much stronger the Forest King Ape is in the forest. Zhang Feng rubbed his shoulder, feeling emotional. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, Level 9, Plus, Talent, Ancient Green Dragon, S, Chi and Blood, 99, Spirit, 99, Martial Arts, Ninefold Fist, Perfected, Evolution Points, 427. Open the panel. Zhang Feng was very pleased. After killing 5 white frost centipedes, he gained a total of 30 evolution points. He raised his realm to level 9 in one go. At level 9, Zhang Feng turned around and challenged low-level fierce beasts. If it weren't for killing the fierce beast to accumulate points, otherwise, he wouldn't have left the house today. Lack of the necessary prerequisites for breakthrough, the success rate of forced breakthrough is 10%. Do you want to break through? Zhang Feng tried to click on the plus sign of the level. Seeing no change in the prompt, he was not surprised. When he was in school, the teacher mentioned it. The difference between a warrior who does not advance and one who does is like two different worlds. A quasi-warrior who does not advance can increase their level by accumulating chi and blood. But to break through to the 10th level and become an official first-level warrior, one must practice breathing techniques, endure great pain, and use great perseverance to temper the skin. Once the skin is tempered, the warrior breaks through a limit. The whole body's skin becomes as hard as iron, and both strength and speed are significantly improved. I've already got the minimum. Now it's time to go exchange for breathing techniques and break through to the 10th level. Then I can go to the wilderness to hunt first-level fierce beasts. With a goal in mind, Zhang Feng walked out of the challenge room directly. He scanned around and saw Yuxiashuang hiding in the corner. He walked over and asked, "Can you take me to the place to exchange for martial arts techniques? I can reward you." Saving time with some points was very cost-effective for Zhang Feng. As for who leads the way, it doesn't matter. Reward? Okay. Yuxiashuang nodded eagerly. Being able to earn points for such a small task was like a godsend to her. The departure of the two did not cause any waves. It took so long to kill a 5th-level fierce beast. I thought there was a newcomer pretending to be a tiger, but it turns out to be a low-quality person. I don't need to care anymore. Wega withdrew his gaze and shook his head. In the eyes of elite students like him, killing a 5th-level fierce beast in over 10 minutes was considered unqualified. Moreover, Zhang Feng took 2 hours and still made himself look so miserable, it was simply ridiculous. Wega, look, Wu Tai is here. Suddenly, the younger brother pointed to the door, his voice tinged with nervousness. Wega's heart trembled at the words and turned to look at the door. Several students had arrived at the challenge room. The leader was a burly, brown-skinned young man. The young man stood tall like a black tower on the ground. What was even more eye-catching was the giant sword on his back. There were still traces of blood on the blade, as if he had just chopped a fierce beast, which was quite terrifying. Look, that's one of the top 10 students, ranked 9th, Wu Tai. He's not in the forest. Why did he come to the challenge room? Doesn't he want to aim for a higher ranking? The college entrance exam is coming soon. Why challenge a first-level fierce beast at this time? The risk is too high. The crowd discussed one after another. Their gazes towards Wu Tai were involuntarily tinged with fear and envy. What is he doing in the challenge room? Even Wega, who had a high opinion of himself, couldn't help but tense up when he saw Wu Tai. Because every one of the top 10 students had successfully tempered their skin and become official first-level warriors. If Wu Tai wanted to make a move against them, no one present could resist. Hearing the praises from all around, Wu Tai couldn't help but smile. He looked at the boys beside him and said, "You guys go challenge the flame tiger, I'll protect you, no one dares to steal your points." The few nodded and walked into the same challenge room together. They pooled some points to hire Wu Tai, ranked 9th, to protect themselves. To avoid being robbed when they were in a bad state after killing the strongest 9th level fierce beast, the Flame Tiger. Although it was a bit painful, the college entrance exam was just around the corner. At this time, they couldn't care about anything else. Accumulating more combat experience was more cost-effective. But what people didn't expect was that the few who had just entered the challenge room quickly came out. One of the boys looked devastated and couldn't help but curse. "What's going on? There's a problem with the training camp. There are no 9th level fierce beasts in the challenge room." No fierce beasts? This statement caused a stir. Many people turned their heads, their expressions filled with surprise and doubt, as if they had heard a joke. Since entering the training camp a year ago, no one had heard of such a situation. For these high school students, low-level beasts were dangerous. But for the 4th order instructors, capturing beasts below the 3rd order was as easy as catching chicks holding a pin. So, in the year since the training camp opened, there had never been a shortage of beasts. No beasts? Wu Tai raised an eyebrow, equally incredulous. There was some disbelief in his heart. Perhaps it was a coincidence? He didn't think much about it, walked into the challenge room, and shouted, "I want to challenge a 9th level beast, unlimited in number." A few seconds later, the broadcast responded to him. "Attention students, there are no 9th level beasts in the challenge room. Please wait for replenishment." Hearing the broadcast, Wu Tai showed a surprised expression. The previous students were not lying. There really were no beasts in the challenge room. Strange, where did the beasts go? Wu Tai muttered in confusion. He guessed it was a coincidence. After all, the college entrance examination was coming up soon, and some people were not afraid of getting injured and were desperate to improve their strength. And in the training camp, there were actually quite a few people like this. Dozens of 9th level warriors took turns to battle, causing the instructors to not replenish in time. Therefore, it seemed reasonable that the challenge room was lacking beasts. Wu Lao, could it be that the training camp is about to close, so the instructors haven't replenished? Leaving the challenge room, a student suggested a possibility to Wu Tai. This idea coincided with Wu Tai's speculation, and he nodded and said, "That's probably it. There are probably a lot of 9th level students challenging 9th level beasts at the same time in a short period, causing the instructors to not replenish in time." The students looked at each other, unable to imagine such a situation. It was like a run on the bank. Everyone wanted to exchange money, but there was no money to exchange. Now that there are no beasts, how are we going to train? A student who had previously collapsed, with red eyes, said. Wu Tai sighed and said, "Forget it, I'll ask the instructor how long it will take to replenish the beasts." He raised his wristband and pressed the communication button on the side. A few seconds later, a female voice came from the wristband. "What's the matter?" Wu Tai restrained his arrogance and asked in a low voice, "Instructor Yu, is there a problem with the challenge room? Why are there no 9th level beasts?" Yuji seemed to be in a bad mood and said in a cold tone, "Humph, it's been a year since you entered the camp, and you still haven't learned to check the rankings? Do you want me to teach you?" After speaking, Yuji directly hung up the communication. Just as everyone was at a loss, Wei Gu suddenly stood up, trembling all over, with an incredulous expression murmuring, "It can't be, could it be him? No, it's impossible, just a coincidence, all just coincidences." The younger brothers looked at Wei Gu in confusion, not knowing why their big brother suddenly went crazy. Wei Gu didn't want to explain either, got up and left the challenge area, heading to the hall. His eyes frantically searched the rankings on the board. Suddenly, his whole body stiffened in place, as if petrified. 50th place, Zhang Feng, 335. The students in the challenge area followed him out, bewildered. They didn't know what was happening. Wu Tai also followed, grabbing Wei Tiefeng's shoulder and asked in a deep voice, "Wei Taifeng, do you know what's going on?" Wei Taifeng pointed at the rankings, with a bitter expression, saying, "That newcomer named Zhang Feng, I originally thought it would take him 2 hours to kill a 5th level beast. Now it seems that within 2 hours, he not only secured the minimum, but also killed all the 9th level beasts." Wu Tai's expression froze, unable to contain his emotions. He shouted, "Are you sure such a thing is possible?" Wei Taifeng didn't explain further. The truth was as unbelievable as a fairy tale. Naturally, it was hard for people to accept. "I understand now, Zhang Feng, he is Zhang Yuanzhou's brother, a former martial arts genius at Yizhong. A waste with an F-level talent. What are you kidding me about, finishing the bottom line in 2 hours, and killing all the level 9 fierce beasts, and you call this waste? Tell me, which family's waste is so fierce? How come I heard that Zhang Yuanzhou and his brother have a bad relationship, and have already cut off ties with their family?" The shocking news spread in all directions. More and more students knew about this matter. The connection between Zhang Feng and the Zhang family slowly became known to the students. People looked in awe and turned their eyes to the top spot on the leaderboard. Who is stronger between the Zhang brothers? The shops here can provide services such as exchanging martial arts skills, elixirs, food, accommodation, etc. Yu Xiaoshuang led Zhang Feng to a place that looked like a commercial street. She occasionally stole glances at Zhang Feng, and her eyes hidden under the hood were full of curiosity. She wondered silently how this former genius managed to rise again after experiencing a huge setback. It must have been very difficult. Yu Xiaoshuang thought to herself. Haicheng Miaosho Hui Chun Tang Haicheng Paro Hotpot Haicheng Lao Ba Hamburgers. Seeing the familiar signs around, Zhang Feng was not surprised. The training camp was established in Haicheng, and cooperating with local merchants was a very normal operation. This is a branch of Wanshu Mountain, they should have what you need. The two walked forward and arrived at a 3-story high shop. The shop was grandly decorated, with a huge signboard hanging at the entrance. Thank you for your reward. They had arrived. Zhang Feng kept his word and raised his hand to touch Yu Xiaoshuang's hand. They exchanged 5 points. Yu Xiaoshuang saw the increase in points and thanked him profusely. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Feng waved his hand and walked into Wanshu Mountain. There were many students in Wanshu Mountain. Many students gathered together, seemingly discussing the merits of martial arts. Zhang Feng calmly approached the counter and said, I want to exchange for the forging skin technique. Behind the counter was a middle-aged man. He glanced at Zhang Feng, confirmed that he was a new student, and asked in a gentle tone, Have you received guidance from the instructor? Zhang Feng shook his head. He had just entered the training camp today and had not had a formal conversation with the instructor yet. In that case, The middle-aged man was about to explain when he suddenly saw something and smiled, saying, I was just about to explain, and here comes the martial arts instructor. Zhang Feng turned his head and saw Wu Hanhai. The burly man with a beard looked at him with surprise. Oh, martial arts instructor, what a coincidence, why are you here too? Zhang Feng's mind was quick, thinking of a possibility, and said with a smile, I happen to be here for something, come with me, I'll explain the forging skin matter to you. Wu Hanhai coughed as if hiding something. He couldn't say that he came here out of curiosity. He deliberately came to find Zhang Feng. The two went to a nearby room. The room was quiet inside, seemingly prepared for conversation. Do you think a first-tier martial art is better, or a 9th-tier martial art is better? As they sat down, Wu Hanhai blurted out a sentence. In theory, a 9th-tier martial art would definitely be superior to a first-tier martial art, in terms of power and grade. But there was a simple principle that Zhang Feng understood. I think the best one is the one that suits you. Wu Hanhai looked at Zhang Feng appreciatively and continued, in this world, talents are diverse, some are mentally strong, some are good at controlling elements, some have strong physical bodies. So, you are not looking for martial arts, but for the creator of martial arts, preferably someone whose talent is very similar to yours. Following the path of predecessors will make things easier. You have to understand that martial arts, in essence, are something that a martial artist has developed step by step based on their own talents. So, tell me, in which aspect is your talent stronger? Zhang Feng stood on the dam of the Fenghu Lake, counting on his fingers. Physically strong, affinity with elements is not bad, and there is also a slight advantage in the spiritual aspect. Wu Hanhai twitched at the corner of his mouth, feeling a sourness in his teeth. I know your first two advantages, but what about the spiritual aspect? At this moment, he began to doubt his judgment. Is there a possibility that Zhang Feng is truly a chosen one? But why did he trigger the talent evolution? It should be noted that items that can trigger talent evolution are extremely precious and rare. Even martial saints find it hard to obtain one. Currently, Wu Hanhai still leans towards the idea that Zhang Feng is hiding his talent level and has not wasted time in seclusion. Instructor, be careful, Zhang Feng reminded softly without explaining further. His pupils reflected a glint of gold, as if a terrifying presence had descended upon the world. In an instant, Wu Hanhai's scalp tingled with fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. After a few seconds, Wu Hanhai looked deeply at Zhang Feng. He had been slapped in the face again. This kid is really sincere. Wu Hanhai sighed and said in a deep voice, your mental attack method, just a slight advantage? It's a deadly weapon against intermediate warriors, unless you encounter a mental warrior. Zhang Feng was also quite surprised. He didn't expect the effect of the golden eyes on a 4th-tier warrior to be unexpectedly good. That moment of distraction, although it seemed short, was fatal in a life-and-death battle, enough to determine the outcome of a fight. I didn't expect that your talent in both physical, elemental, and even spiritual aspects is strong. You are actually a triple-talented warrior. Wait here, I will find you some martial arts and techniques. With these words, Wu Hanhai left the room. He quickly returned with several booklets and a tablet. The most suitable first-tier martial art for you should be this book, Cloud Rider Spear Technique. Next is the whale sea breathing method, 1 layer per book, enough for you to cultivate to the 3rd tier, completing the 3 major steps of skin forging, muscle forging, and bone forging. Intermediate level techniques are crucial. When you get to the Martial University, discuss with your mentor and then find the most suitable technique for you. Wu Hanhai handed the booklets to Zhang Feng and simultaneously played a video on the tablet. The video showed a young man holding a 3-meter-long spear. With a burst of force, a stream of water covered the spear, extending to the tip to form a serrated water blade. With a sudden movement of his right hand, the long spear flew like a dragon, crossing a distance of over 10 meters, directly piercing through a wooden stake. How about that? I didn't disappoint you. The whale sea breathing method combined with the Cloud Rider spear technique complement each other. You should know that the longer the weapon, the more advantageous it is for water-based warriors. As the saying goes, the longer, the stronger. As for the mental training technique, when you get to the Martial University, it will come naturally. Wu Hanhai raised his chin slightly, wearing a confident expression. He had put all his abilities into this, spending a lot of mental effort to select these 2 techniques and martial arts. He had to live up to his reputation as the camp's top discerning eye. Let me see. Zhang Feng remained non-committal. He first picked up the whale sea breathing method and carefully read through it. This breathing method was divided into 3 layers, skin forging, muscle forging, and bone forging. After cultivating this breathing method, the warrior's foundation would be solid, and their blood and energy robust. The whale sea breathing method had a major characteristic. During breakthroughs, it could refine the warrior's blood and elevate the quality of their blood and energy. Consequently, warriors who practiced the whale sea breathing method spent more time accumulating blood and energy compared to others. While others may fear the time spent in cultivation, for me, a little extra effort will do the trick. This technique is simply tailor-made for me. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. He was already quite attached to the yellowed booklet. Very good. As for weapons, I recommend this first-class premium cold spring spear, enough for you to use. As for something better, as usual, when you arrive at Wuda, it will naturally come to you. Wu Hanhai controlled the tablet and swiped to a page. The cold spring spear is 2 meters 7 long, dark blue all over, with a spear tip like a long snake spitting out. Overall, it looks low-key and restrained with a hint of sharpness, very handsome. 300 points for martial arts, 300 points for the cold spring spear. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. Zhang Feng saw the price of the cold spring spear and couldn't help but frown. He knew this price was not expensive. Students who can afford a first-class weapon, at least they have earned the minimum of 300 points in the challenge room. As long as you save up a bit in the wild, you can afford both martial arts and weapons. Outside the training camp, there is no such favorable situation. Don't worry, I'll cover your martial skills and weapons. Wu Hanhai pointed and bought the cold spring spear. He waved his hand and explained, as a training camp instructor, when encountering outstanding talents, I can give 1,000 points. Zhang Feng immediately felt at ease. He is outstanding, being favored by the instructor. In this extraordinary world, it's just normal. Thank you, instructor. What about the remaining 400 points? Zhang Feng showed an embarrassed smile, scratched his head, and said, You kid are really good at taking advantage of the situation. Forget it. I'll give you a set of combat gear and vitality pills. Wu Hanhai glanced at Zhang Feng. Dirty all over, covered in who knows how much beast blood. He sounded disdainful, but he didn't hesitate to help. There is an instructor giving a lecture at the Martial Hall. Although I don't want to admit it, his teaching level is the best in the training camp. Go listen to his class tomorrow. Wu Hanhai took out another card and pushed it over to the table. It was a white card. On the surface, there were several figures holding weapons. Below was a line of words, King Instructor, Inclusive Teaching. Thank you, Instructor. Zhang Feng originally wanted to refuse. Overcoming the hurdle is difficult for others. For him, it's just a little extra effort. But he changed his mind when the words were about to come out. After all, it was a kind gesture from the martial instructor. He helped him a lot, and it wouldn't be nice to refuse. I know you're hiding something, and your talent is definitely not F-level. But trust me, Alua is the best among us instructors in teaching. His classes will benefit you. Wu Hanhai pointed to the card, full of confidence. He also saw that Zhang Feng was already at level 9. He took out the card on a whim and wanted to help Zhang Feng again. In the heart of this rough big man with a beard, Zhang Feng repeatedly slapped him in the face. It really hurts to be slapped in the face. It was enough to prove that it wasn't his eyesight that was the problem. It was that this young man was too good at hiding. Even he, Wu Hanhai, couldn't see through him. If Zhang Feng performs poorly in the college entrance examination, he will also be criticized afterwards. More seriously, he may even lose his job. Or maybe there will be even worse consequences. But life is a gamble. Wu Hanhai waved away the unnecessary thoughts, feeling bold in his heart. So, let's gamble. Let everyone's faces swell. Martial instructor, are you mentally okay? But he's a good person. Seeing Wu Hanhai's increasingly upward-turning mouth, almost to a reckless angle, Zhang Feng was a little confused. Who can tell him what this instructor is thinking? When Zhang Feng walked out of Wanshu Mountain, he was already wearing a black combat suit. The streamlined combat suit was extremely fitting, adding a touch of killing intent to his temperament, making him, who was already handsome, even more stunning. When she saw the transformed Zhang Feng, Yu Xiaoshuang ran over all the way. She was amazed by the changed appearance of Zhang Feng, with shiny little stars in her eyes. Since you're still here, could you please take me to the rest area? The reward is the same as before? Zhang Feng smiled and said straightforwardly, alright, follow me. Yu Xiaoshuang's heart blossomed with joy as she took on this task. She was squatting at the entrance of Wanshu Mountain, hoping to earn more points. Even the mice in the training camp had their own way of survival. The two passed through the bustling commercial street and arrived at a quieter area. The environment here was beautiful and pleasant, without a hint of bloodiness. The accommodation is divided into three types, namely villas, residential houses, and bungalows, catering to the different needs of the students. Students who are wealthy, powerful, and pursue a high-quality lifestyle prefer independent and spacious villas. Students with average strength mostly stay in the residential buildings. As for someone like me at the bottom, I can only choose the simpler bungalows. Yu Xiaoshuang said, feeling a bit embarrassed at the end. How many points does a villa cost per day? Zhang Feng asked. 20 points, and you also get a meal every day, Yu Xiaoshuang said, with a hint of envy in her eyes. It had been a year since she entered the training camp, and she had never had the chance to enjoy such luxurious accommodation. The two arrived at the check-in hall. Zhang Feng booked a villa. He didn't care about the luxury of the accommodation but valued the privacy and tranquility of the villa. Leaving the hall, Zhang Feng and Yu Xiaoshuang exchanged points by tapping their wristbands. Goodbye, Zhang Feng waved and walked towards the villa. Even if everyone looks down on me, I will still go to the martial arts university. Yu Xiaoshuang watched Zhang Feng's back, feeling a surge of faith. This former genius, Zhang Feng, deeply moved her. Being called a mouse didn't matter. Unfair fate didn't matter. She wouldn't give up. Not bad, the facilities are very complete. Looks like I won't be disturbed here. Zhang Feng entered the villa. The interior was very elegant, with a range of high-end facilities such as a deep rest pod and an underground martial arts room. As he entered the living room, a fragrance hit his nose. The food he ordered had arrived, filling a large table. After a day of training, I'm really starving, Zhang Feng said, looking at the delicious spread and couldn't help but dig in, satisfying his hunger. The main ingredients of these delicacies were fierce beasts, not only delicious but also rich in nutrients and calories, allowing warriors to quickly recover their strength and energy. The points in the training camp will expire in 2 days, keeping them is a waste. It's better to exchange them for resources to enhance strength. After eating, Zhang Feng used all his remaining points to buy blood chi pills. For him, every second was precious. Wasting even a second was shameful. Ding dong. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Zhang Feng got up to open the door and saw a delivery person holding a metal box, saying enthusiastically, "Hello, Mr. Zhang, this is the blood chi pills you ordered." Zhang Feng took the metal box and thanked the delivery person. He went to the underground martial arts room, set it to gun mode, and dozens of metal targets appeared around him. Indeed, the training camp's martial arts room's intelligent facilities far surpassed those of Haichang-No. One middle school, Zhang Feng looked around and marveled. Students in the training camp trained in this environment. As long as they progressed positively, their improvement speed far exceeded that of other places. Now, let's take a look at the blood chi pills. Zhang Feng sat down in place and opened the box of blood chi pills. The box was filled with red pills the size of candy. These are the blood chi pills. One pill costs at least 1,000 yuan outside. Zhang Feng felt curious and swallowed a blood chi pill. As the pill entered his stomach, there was no foul smell as expected, but instead, a faint floral scent. However, after consuming it, his panel did not increase, still stuck at 99. My blood chi has reached the limit. To break through the limit, I can only succeed in forging my skin. Zhang Feng had anticipated this and was not surprised. 9th level martial artist. It is the process of gradually breaking through barriers and pushing the limits of the human body. So it doesn't exist. The blood and energy of a 9th level martial artist can exceed 100. Once it exceeds 100, it is a successful skin forging, surpassing the limits and achieving a new world. Deep Blue, increase the proficiency of the whale sea breathing technique for me. Raise it to the highest level. No longer caring about the blood and energy elixirs, Zhang Feng sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and silently recited in his mind. Consuming 150 evolution points, proficiency in the whale sea breathing technique is raised to perfection. At the moment the system voice sounded, a new line of text appeared on the panel. Technique, whale sea breathing technique, first level perfection. Seeing this line of text, Zhang Feng said with some emotion, "Why is it so difficult for martial artists to break through realms?" A big reason is that practicing breathing techniques unknowingly consumes too much time. Even entry-level breathing techniques can temper the skin. However, both efficiency and effectiveness are not as good as the perfected level. Therefore, the higher the proficiency in breathing techniques, the higher the success rate of breaking through realms. The prerequisites have been met. Zhang Feng decisively clicked on the plus sign after the realm. Breakthrough success rate is 100%. Do you want to spend 100 evolution points to break through? The system immediately issued a prompt. If Zhang Feng tried to break through on his own and unfortunately failed, his body would inevitably suffer internal injuries. He would have to rest for a while. But now, what he lacked the most was time. So breaking through with evolution points is more secure. Yes. Zhang Feng's voice was low and firm. With his response, a powerful force surged from inside to outside, washing the skin and impacting the pores. This is the mysterious energy brought by evolution points. It was like a victorious general, attacking and conquering along Zhang Feng's meridians. Wherever it went, many black sludges flowed out like mud. These things are impurities hidden deep in the human body. They are also obstacles to a martial artist's cultivation. Suddenly everything calmed down. At this moment, Zhang Feng felt like he had undergone a transformation. Every inch of his skin was filled with power. His body became stronger and more powerful. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, 10th level, Talent, Ancient Green Dragon, S, Blood and Energy, 100, Spirit, 100, Martial Skills, Cloud Riding Spear Technique, Perfected, Ninefold Fist, Perfected, Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Technique, First Level Perfection, Evolution Points, 177 Successful Skin Forging. I am now a first-tier martial artist. Zhang Feng opened his eyes and couldn't help but shout excitedly. His voice was full of joy and pride. In just one day, he went from a first-level martial artist to a first-tier martial artist. Such speed has never been seen before. It is truly a miracle, enough to be a major news that shakes the world. Skin forging is just a small step in life. I want to go further on the path of martial arts, even if it's martial saint, it's not the end. After the excitement, Zhang Feng calmed down and encouraged himself silently. He returned to the first floor, washed up again, and then went to the underground martial arts room, opening another box. Inside the box were 2 spear shafts and a spearhead. The Cold Spring Spear was designed in a split-body style, sacrificing some rigidity but greatly increasing portability. With a few clicks, Zhang Feng assembled the Cold Spring Spear, gripped the spear with both hands, and clicked on the panel. Do you want to spend 10 evolution points to increase proficiency in the Cloud Riding Spear technique? With confirmation, the martial skills section became blurry, slowly squeezing out 4 clouds of mist. The mist gradually took shape, forming several words: Cloud Riding Spear Technique, Entry Level. In an instant, Zhang Feng's mind was filled with many images. Those were memories of practicing the Cloud Riding Spear technique day and night. A familiar feeling surged in his heart. It was as if he had been practicing spear techniques for many years. Cloud Riding Spear Technique, Swift Rain. His eyes turned cold, and his talons suddenly erupted. The Cold Spring Spear was instantly covered in a layer of blue light. Like a dragon plunging into the sea, it pierced towards the metal target. With a bang, the metal target burst open fiercely, countless fragments splashing and flying in all directions. The martial instructor was right, water-based martial artists are truly getting stronger inch by inch. Zhang Feng retracted his Cold Spring Spear, looking at the damaged target, his mind shaken. Weapons, martial skills, innate talent. The power unleashed by their combination. Much stronger than simply using water blade. Whether to spend 140 evolution points to increase proficiency in Cloud Rider Spear Technique. Witnessing the power of the Cloud Rider Spear Technique, Zhang Feng did not hesitate, continuing to invest evolution points to upgrade his martial skills. The panel flashed 3 times in a row. Minor achievement, major achievement, perfection. In just 1 second, countless scenes flashed before Zhang Feng's eyes. His spear technique proficiency instantly increased by 3 levels. Many techniques were firmly memorized, with an added feeling of being as easy as waving a hand. Cloud Rider Spear Technique, Storm. Zhang Feng had a realization and executed the Cloud Rider Spear Technique. Countless spear shadows covered the front. The Cold Spring Spear struck the heart of the target without the slightest deviation. Bang! 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 A series of explosions echoed in the training room. The explosions generated shockwaves, making the air tremble. As Zhang Feng's final spear fell, there were no more metal targets in the training room. Countless drifting dust settled slowly. Such strong power, many times stronger than bare-handed combat. And my blood and energy quality is even more abundant than before. Using innate talent gives me a feeling that it will not deplete. Zhang Feng exclaimed in amazement. He could feel the powerful force within him. The next day, Zhang Feng, full of energy, left the villa. He occasionally took out a blood and energy pill and popped it into his mouth. After the breakthrough, blood and energy could be increased again. However, for a 0-rank martial artist, 10 points of blood and energy could increase by 1 level. By the time of 1st rank, the difficulty increased, requiring 10 times more. A full 100 points of blood and energy were needed to increase by 1 level. Zhang Feng's extravagant way of consuming drew silent admiration from many people. This guy is rich. Zhang Feng, eating as he walked, quickly arrived at the martial hall. It was quite lively here, with a long queue already formed. The martial instructor speaks highly of Instructor Ao Luo, so this Instructor Ao must be extraordinary. Zhang Feng stood in the bustling crowd, patiently waiting in line. Although Zhang Feng's current state was all thanks to his talent and hard work. Of course, there was also a little help from Deep Blue, but listening to others' experiences is not a bad thing. The one who excels in martial arts comes first. Perhaps there could be unexpected benefits from learning from others' experiences. Hey, handsome guy, haven't seen you before, is it your first time here? Suddenly, a short and chubby boy with a sly expression approached and struck up a conversation. Is there something you need? Zhang Feng glanced over, calmly asking. My name is Zhou Jie, friend. As you can see, Instructor Ao Luo's class is very popular, with no empty seats. Do you want a good position up front? I can provide it for you, just for a few points. If you don't believe me, believe Chen Yu, the 5th ranked. He is a level 12 martial artist, overseeing the martial hall. Zhou Jie approached a bit closer and whispered. He gestured with his fingers. The meaning was self-evident. Is the position designated by the instructor? Zhang Feng chuckled softly and asked. It seemed he had figured it out. The students in the training camp, regardless of talent or strength, everyone has their own unique way of survival. Zhou Jie pointed to the students in the queue ahead, seemingly insinuating something. Although the position is not designated, if you want a front row seat, others won't agree. Occupying a seat without strength and getting beaten up, think about how embarrassing it is, not worth it. But as long as you pay, Brother Chen Yu is very powerful, he can definitely keep you safe. Zhang Feng looked ahead. Honestly, he didn't see any particularly powerful students. I did find a short-haired female student who came straight to the front of the line and showed a card. The inspecting students did not stop her and let her through after a quick check. What's the deal with that female student? Why doesn't she have to wait in line? Zhang Feng's voice carried a hint of confusion as he asked. The card of the short-haired female student. It didn't look very familiar. It could only be said to be exactly the same as the card in his pocket. Could it be that this card has some special use? That is a seed student favored by the instructor, enjoying a series of benefits, including not having to wait in line. These students are usually at level 9, just a step away from skin forging, or even a first-order warrior who has successfully forged their skin. Don't think about it, just buy a spot in the top 10, it's enough for you to learn. Zhou Jie's eyes were full of envy as he spoke. He seemed to be trying to make Zhang Feng accept reality, answering any questions he had. Oh, I see. Zhang Feng nodded and left the line, heading towards the gate of the martial hall. He was not a person who wasted resources. That would be a waste. Ah, is this newcomer crazy? Who does he think he is? Zhou Jie was dumbfounded, staring foolishly at Zhang Feng's back. He had originally wanted to earn some points. He didn't expect to encounter such a clueless person. As a scalper, how could he not know how many seed players there were in the training camp? Thinking of this, Zhou Jie withdrew his gaze and turned to find the next customer. Hello. Zhang Feng approached the gate and handed over a white card. The other person looked surprised, took it and checked it over, confirmed it was correct, and said, no problem, please come in. Zhang Feng thanked them and took back the card. Countless eyes shifted towards him, their gazes filled with inexplicable emotions, watching as Zhang Feng entered the martial hall. Inside the martial hall was spacious and bright. In the center was a huge arena, surrounded by rows of seats neatly arranged. Each position here represented a person's strength and status. The closer to the arena, the higher the benefits for the students. This was an obvious unwritten rule. The benefits were so lucrative that even Chen Yu, ranked 5th, started a business of reserving seats and spawned the profession of scalpers. Those students who couldn't afford a seat could only come early to queue up and grab a spot after the division. Which instructor favored her? Zhang Feng's gaze swept across the entire room, finally settling on the left side of the first row. The short-haired female student he had just seen was resting with her eyes closed. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a bell rang above the arena. A large number of students swarmed into the martial hall. Zhang Feng felt it was not the right time. He casually found a seat and sat down, waiting for the class to start. Students kept entering the martial hall, and each seat found an owner. That guy is asking for trouble, sitting in the first row. Xiao Jie entered the martial hall and quickly found Zhang Feng's figure. He was shocked instantly. There was no other reason. A new face like Zhang Feng was sitting in the first row. It was just too conspicuous. It was hard not to be noticed. This kid is not afraid of death. Can he really sit in the first row? Xiao Jie quickly found his own seat and sat down, watching the front. Amidst the shock, he also felt a bit of schadenfreude. He was looking forward to seeing a good show. Wei Ge, your seat has been taken. Suddenly, a shout rang out, attracting the attention of many people. Many turned to look. They saw that the person was Wei Taifeng, ranked 39. Instantly, there was a hint of vigilance and nervousness in their eyes. Wei Taifeng? Did he buy the first row seat? Is he trying to break through to a first-order warrior? Xiao Jie was startled by his own thoughts, feeling a sense of alarm. If he successfully forged his skin before the entrance exam, promoted to a first-order warrior, he would definitely be able to enter the top 10 martial schools. Such students were true geniuses. Looking across the entire Haicheng training camp, there were only a dozen or so people who had reached this level. Is it him? Wei Taifeng saw Zhang Feng in the front row, and instantly trembled all over, his face turning pale. Obtained the bottom line in 2 hours, and killed all the 9th-level ferocious beasts. The terrifying incident that happened just yesterday. Still fresh in memory. Although he didn't know Zhang Feng's specific realm, such a fierce person was too strong, and must not be offended. What position is occupied? Teacher Alawa's class has never specified seating arrangements, just find a seat and sit down. Don't disrupt the classroom discipline. Wei Taifeng coughed, speaking firmly. In his heart, he was actually in a panic, quickly finding an empty seat to sit down. At this point, he didn't care which row he was in. Just don't let Zhang Feng develop hostility towards him. As soon as he sat down, Wei Taifeng felt his body lose strength, his limbs weakly slumping on the chair. At the same time, his back felt icy cold. The cold wind made his heart chill. Unknowingly, his fear of Zhang Feng caused a strong physical reaction. No way, Wei Taifeng is so cowardly. How could he let a newcomer take his seat and not dare to say a word? This new guy Zhang Feng is not simple. He obtained the challenge room's bottom line within 2 hours yesterday, and even killed all the 9th-level ferocious beasts. Hiss, is it possible for such a thing to happen? Even Zhang Yuanzhou couldn't do it. Zhang Yuanzhou, Zhang Feng. His brother is Zhang Yuanzhou. The surrounding students began to whisper. Their gazes towards Zhang Feng were filled with astonishment. Zhang Feng's gaze was indifferent, showing no interest in the discussions around him, but he couldn't help but care. Wei Taifeng, however, couldn't remain calm. The words were like sharp knives, piercing his heart. But Wei Taifeng didn't retort. He silently lowered his head. Having spent a year in the training camp, being surpassed by a newcomer who just arrived, this year was truly a living hell. Bang! Suddenly, a chair was kicked over. A handsome young man kicked over the chair, then stood up in an extremely arrogant manner. In this special martial arts hall, chairs were not just ordinary furniture, they represented each student's status and strength. This was an unspoken rule. However, this young man's behavior was so reckless, he didn't care about the rules. Normally, this would provoke dissatisfaction and criticism from others, as it was a blatant challenge to the rules. But strangely, no one dared to speak out against him. Because he was Lu Yu, ranked 5th on the Haicheng training camp leaderboard. Everyone knew one thing. The martial arts hall belonged to him, Lu Yu. Newcomer, so arrogant, daring to disrupt even my Lu Yu's business. Truly ignorant of life and death. Lu Yu's eyebrows slightly furrowed, his voice filled with anger. His gaze was like a sharp arrow, directly aimed at Zhang Feng, a mere newcomer who knew nothing. Daring to touch his mold. Simply courting death, whether for face or points. Today, he must teach Zhang Feng a lesson. At least, he must drive him out of the martial arts hall. Lu Yu, your business has nothing to do with me, but if you want to fight, I'm ready to accompany you at any time. Facing a 12th level warrior, Zhang Feng showed no fear, his voice calm and firm. Clearly transmitted to every corner of the martial arts hall. Ha ha, a mere newcomer, also dares to boast in front of me. Lu Yu snorted coldly and began to walk towards Zhang Feng. As he approached, his skin began to emit a red light, appearing very dangerous. Zhang Feng calmly opened a metal box. With a click, the two 7-meter cold spring spear was assembled. Holding the spear, he stood firm, his eyes showing no wavering, only an indomitable will. Whether you are Lu Yu, a genius, or whatever rules there are, I, Zhang Feng, will break them all with one spear. Oh my god, is Lu Yu going to fight with the newcomer? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Yu has mastered the red fire 17 blades, combined with the talent of lava fire. The newcomer is no match. Regardless, the newcomer facing such a strong enemy like Lu Yu without any fear, it's really an amazing attitude. This scene caused a sensation in the martial arts hall. Zhang Feng, a newcomer, is too amazing in both behavior and courage. The eyes of the students were complex, showing respect in their hearts. In the training camp, talent is king, strength is paramount. But Zhang Feng, facing the level 12 warrior Lu Yu, showed no fear, and even wanted to break the rules. How dare he fight with Lu Yu? Among the surrounding students, the most affected was Wei Taifeng. His eyes were red, his hands clenched tightly, his nails deeply embedded in his palms without him realizing it. As the 39th ranked student in the training camp, Wei Taifeng has always been full of pride and confidence. Until he met Zhang Feng. Although they had never fought before, Wei Taifeng had already mentally accepted defeat. Enough, Lu Yu, you are causing a disturbance here, affecting everyone. If you have the ability, you should challenge Zhang Yuanzhou, instead of bullying newcomers here. Just as the atmosphere was getting more tense, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Lu Yu frowned and looked at a short-haired girl, saying discontentedly, "Oh Shanshan, do you want to stand up for the newcomer?" Zhang Feng did not expect the short-haired girl to stand up for him. But he didn't need it. Zhang Feng's figure was like a released arrow, rushing towards Lu Yu. Amidst the flashing of the spear's shadows, it was like a violent storm sweeping the heavens and the earth, seeking death. Lu Yu's expression was fierce as he drew the short knife hanging from his belt. With the eruption of his talent, the short knife was covered with a layer of red flames. This was the symbol of the red flame's 17 blades, a powerful fire-based martial skill. Bang! The two weapons collided, emitting a buzzing metallic vibration. The terrifying force pushed Lu Yu madly, causing him to retreat several steps uncontrollably, unable to stop the retreat. Storm! With a low drink from Zhang Feng, his blood and energy were pushed to the extreme. The move lived up to its name. The spear tip danced out countless cold lights, enveloping Lu Yu. Such strong power. Where did he come from? Lu Yu felt the pressure from the blade, shocked. He did not expect the newcomer to be more arrogant than him, looking down on everyone even more. He didn't hesitate to strike. They're fighting. Get out of the way. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Zhang Feng's spear technique is so strong, he's actually overpowering Lu Yu. Lu Yu's weapon is too short, he's at a disadvantage against a long weapon. The students around them saw the two fighting. They no longer cared about their seats, they all moved away to avoid being affected. This newcomer is so strong. Oh, Shanshan's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She had just spoken up. Besides disliking Lu Yu's behavior, she also had the idea of helping Zhang Feng out of a difficult situation. But she didn't expect. The other party couldn't stand any grievances and directly fought with Lu Yu. Damn, why is his spear technique so strong? Faced with the fierce and violent cold spring spear, Lu Yu felt an unprecedented pressure. Although his knife skills were strong, but in front of the long spear, he was at a loss and unable to defend himself. Impossible. How could I be inferior to a newcomer? Lu Yu roared in anger, unleashing all his strength and pouncing towards Zhang Feng. A bright trajectory was drawn in the air by the red flames. Faced with this desperate knife technique, Zhang Feng remained unmoved. He firmly gripped the cold spring spear with both hands. A thrust forward. A more ferocious surge of water erupted, as if the sea god was angry, causing towering waves. In the face of this giant wave, the red flames seemed so small, crumbling upon contact. No! Under Lu Yu's incredulous gaze, the cold spring spear shattered the short knife, pierced through the scattered fragments, and pinned his shoulder. Lu Yu's body was driven by the gun body, smashed to the ground, bursting out spiderweb-like patterns. The whole scene fell silent. The training ground seemed to have pressed the pause button, with countless expressions frozen in this moment. Ranked 5th, Lu Yu lost. Lost to an unknown newcomer. Lu Yu's face was as pale as paper, his eyes filled with disbelief and pain. His mouth twitched, wanting to say something, but he found that his voice had become hoarse. Well done, I didn't expect to find a good seedling just before closing camp. Suddenly, a cold, hard voice rang out. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a male instructor in military uniform standing next to Zhang Feng. They didn't know when he had appeared. Ao Luo's gaze was sharp like a hawk, sweeping over everyone present. Those who were stared at by him felt uneasy, sensing an overwhelming pressure and dared not make eye contact. Only Zhang Feng remained unchanged, his lips tightly pursed, calmly looking at Ao Luo. Zhang Feng, as expected of Zhang Yuanzhou's brother, indeed somewhat extraordinary. A hint of imperceptible surprise appeared in Ao Luo's eyes. He reached out and pulled out the cold spring gun. Lu Yu covered his wound, endured the pain, and got up. Lu Yu, the reason you lost is not due to lack of strength, but a mindset issue. If you decisively get close and use your knife, Zhang Feng won't be able to leverage his advantage in spear technique, and you would have won. But you underestimated your opponent and ended up in this situation, which is only natural. Remember this lesson. Ao Luo not only did not blame the two, but began to comment on the battle. Lu Yu lowered his head in shame. In the martial arts world, the strong are respected, and the victors are kings. Losing is just losing. He had no face to say anything. As for Zhang Feng, your spear technique is already perfect, coupled with decisive action, catching your opponent off guard. You won this battle beautifully. After praising Lu Yu, Ao Luo highly praised Zhang Feng. The students present were in an uproar. They looked at Zhang Feng with shocked eyes. Zhang Yuanzhou, a naturally talented individual, had already overshadowed the training camp for a year. Now, just before closing camp, another outstanding talent like Zhang Feng appeared. Why was the talent of the Zhang family so terrifying? No classes today, you can all disperse. Ao Luo's voice was deep and powerful, full of unquestionable authority. The students were stunned. They had waited in line for so long, only for the instructor to stand them up. Was this fair at all? But under the watchful eye of Ao Luo, everyone kept their mouths shut and obediently left the martial arts hall. Zhang Feng was about to leave when Ao Luo suddenly called out to him. Zhang Feng, come with me, I have something to tell you. The students who heard this couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Perhaps this was the treatment of a genius. Even the instructor treated him differently and wanted to have a private conversation. Your cloud writing spear technique is already perfect. If you want to achieve better results in the high-level exam, you can only learn a more powerful secret technique. In an ancient and elegant study room, Ao Luo, whose eyes resembled those of a hawk, spoke slowly. Secret technique. Zhang Feng's heart stirred. He had heard of this term online. A secret technique is a special martial art that overdrafts the body in exchange for a burst of power in a short period of time. Martial artists who use secret techniques are often as fierce as tigers beforehand, but as weak as worms afterward. The side effects are enormous, but I can add a little bit. As long as I add a little bit, my energy, blood, and spirit can be compensated, and I won't be afraid of the side effects of the secret technique. Zhang Feng was shocked by his own thoughts. He couldn't help but ponder the feasibility of this idea. If it was feasible, his combat power would be infinitely enhanced. Just imagine. While others become weak after using a secret technique once or twice, he could withstand the side effects and use the secret technique indefinitely. The scene would be extremely beautiful. The secret technique is actually a high-level martial skill, a product simplified after a series of processes. For example, the secret technique that low-level martial artists can learn is derived from intermediate-level martial skills. Ao Luo explained slowly, word by word. After finishing speaking, he raised his hand. A faint green light appeared at his fingertips. The light left his fingers, suspended in mid-air, forming a miniature version of an eagle. Although the eagle was very small in size, it looked lifelike, completely unlike a fake. This was the first time Zhang Feng had seen such a technique. He was amazed in his heart and watched attentively. He couldn't achieve such exquisite control even with the power of the Azure Dragon. Apart from the difference in realm, there was also a gap in the level of talent development. Low-level martial artists can only achieve a semblance of imitation through extreme means, but among low-level martial artists, the power is still considerable. Ao Luo said as he pointed with his finger. The mini-eagle immediately spread its wings and flew, as if it truly possessed life, continuously circling and dancing around Zhang Feng. If I had this kind of technique, the power would be even more terrifying. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Feng's mind. If he had truly summoned a towering giant wave in the previous battle, while finally controlling each stream of water, the power would be truly terrifying. Not to mention Lu Yu. 100 Lu Yes would not be a match for him in a single move. Ao Luo's tone changed, issuing a stern warning. Although the secret technique is powerful, it is also a double-edged sword. You must use it carefully, otherwise, if your body cannot bear it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhang Feng obediently nodded, indicating his understanding. He couldn't tell anyone. He could only add a point. But the secret technique had to be learned. Such a big trump card. As long as it was used properly, it would be extremely helpful for the college entrance examination and the future. So, do you want to learn? I can teach you a water-based secret technique. As a genius in the cloud writer spear art, you are qualified to learn. You should know that in the previous college entrance examinations, almost everyone had a secret technique, which is crucial for subduing red-level difficult beasts. It can be said that without a secret technique, you cannot achieve a good ranking. Ao Luo crossed his hands, folded them on his knees, and said, enduring the side effects of learning a secret technique in exchange for better college entrance exam results was actually very cost-effective. Because the higher the ranking of the martial arts university, the better the benefits and treatment, and the brighter the future prospects. And teaching secret techniques was not against the rules. If it were an ordinary student wanting to learn a secret technique, they wouldn't have that opportunity. After all, the requirements for secret techniques were very strict. Firstly, one had to be a successful first-level martial artist, which directly eliminated 90% of the students. Secondly, one had to have a perfect first-level martial skill and possess strong comprehension. Students who met both conditions were extremely rare. I want to learn. Zhang Feng nodded without hesitation. There was no reason to refuse something so beneficial to himself. Quickly mastering the secret technique would give him the capital to challenge the king of the wild apes and take the first place in the training camp. Very good. Ao Luo smiled gently, his mouth slightly upturned, and stood up satisfied. He took a scroll from the bookshelf and handed it to Zhang Feng. Thank you, instructor. Zhang Feng received the scroll with both hands, thanked him, and then opened the scroll. He quickly read through it. A deep blue prompt sounded in his mind. Do you want to spend 100 evolution points to increase the proficiency of the water dragon song? Hiss. Just the entry level required 100 evolution points. The price was a bit high. However, the more evolution points spent, the higher the level of the water dragon song. It took 150 evolution points just to upgrade the Cloud Rider Spear Art to perfection. Learning a secret technique tests comprehension. If you don't understand it, never force it, understand? Ao Luo, not one to shirk responsibility, gave another careful reminder. In fact, he didn't have high expectations for Zhang Feng to learn the secret technique. Alua has been serving as an instructor for many years, with no fewer than 30 students who have received his teachings. Including other instructors, the total number would only be larger. However, before the college entrance examination, not a single student had mastered the essence. To learn the essence in a short period of time, it not only tests talent but also luck. And the college entrance examination is tomorrow. Just 2 days left. I'm sorry, it's really too short. There is basically no possibility for Zhang Feng to learn the essence. Alright, you can go back now. If you have any questions about the essence in the future, you can always ask me or ask the teachers at Wuda. Hearing the dismissal order, Zhang Feng stood up, sincerely bowed to Alua, and then left the study. If it weren't for the other party's selflessness and willingness to impart knowledge, he wouldn't know where to find the essence. As Zhang Feng left, the entire study returned to calm. Niu Hon, Zhao Lishue, Lan Xiulan. Now there is one more Zhang Feng. Alua looked up at the ceiling, muttering to himself absent-mindedly. Grandpa, Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Suddenly, a ringtone interrupted his thoughts. Alua didn't even need to look, he picked up his phone and put it to his ear. Alua, are you done with class? How is my student doing? On the phone, Wu Hanhai's cheerful voice came through. Alua frowned, showing a pensive expression. After thinking for a while, he really didn't know who Wu Hanhai was talking about. The student you mentioned? Who is it? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then Wu Hanhai's impatient voice came through. It's impossible. Didn't you see a new face in class today, performing exceptionally well? The outstanding new face was probably Zhang Feng. But how could such a good seedling be discovered by Wu Hanhai? This bearded guy's luck is too good. Alua pursed his lips and said, Zhang Feng is indeed outstanding. He has already mastered the Cloud Rider Spear technique and even defeated the 5th rank Lu Yu, so I passed on the essence of the Water Dragon song to him. This time, there was a long silence on the phone. Only Wu Hanhai's heavy breathing could be heard. Lao Wu, don't blame me, it's just that your essence doesn't suit Zhang Feng. Alua felt pleased with himself for intercepting, chuckling lightly. Letting that bearded old weirdo show off. Regret it now. Lao Luo, I only passed on the Cloud Rider Spear technique to Zhang Feng yesterday. Several seconds later, there was an explosive sound from Wu Hanhai. What? This time it was Alua who was stunned. A figure appeared uncontrollably in his mind. Zhang Ziyuan, the first place winner of the previous training camp. The absolute powerhouse who crushed all the students. After leaving the martial arts hall, Zhang Feng's heart burned as he walked towards the forest, thinking about one thing: evolution points. Evolution points are needed for leveling up, improving attributes, and learning secret techniques like the Water Dragon song. With a large number of evolution points, he could enhance his strength once again. Is this the entrance to the forest? It looks just like Jurassic Park. Zhang Feng arrived in a lush green area. Looking ahead, there stood a 10-meter-high iron fence on the ground. This was a barrier separating the dangerous forest from the training camp. Behind the iron fence was a towering forest of trees that reached into the clouds. It was impossible to see the end, and who knew how many dangers were lurking within. With the college entrance examination approaching, ordinary students dared not risk entering the forest to avoid injury and affecting their performance in the exam. So this place was very quiet, with only a few figures around. Yeshiner is probably also in the forest. Zhang Feng squinted as he looked at the lush green forest. In this high-city training camp, Yeshiner and Wan Zhanqing were very high-profile. The relationship between the two was basically well-known. It was highly likely that these two were also in the forest now, making their final push. "Classmate, you look unfamiliar, do you want a map?" Suddenly someone walked over and greeted him warmly. Zhang Feng turned his head to see a strange male student. The other person was 1.8 meters tall, with a simple face, carrying a bag of scrolls. "Map? How many points? Is it accurate?" Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed, asking. A method to obtain evolution points by killing monsters in large quantities was just handed to him. "Hey, friend, I can tell you without fear, my eyes are accurate. The map is definitely not a problem. If my reputation is not good, I wouldn't be able to do this business today, right?" Seeing that Zhang Feng had the intention to buy, maybe they could do business. Liang Weiqi's spirits lifted, quickly took out an old map, and started selling. "Friend, the forest in our Haicheng training camp is a replica of the exam site. Just like the college entrance exam, the beasts in the forest are divided into 3 levels of white, gray, and red. White is the unranked beast, gray is a first-level beast, and the red beast is an elite beast within the first level. If you buy my map, it will be like a practical experience for the college entrance exam, so you won't get lost during the exam. It would be embarrassing to be watched by the whole country." Zhang Feng carefully examined the map. It was exactly as Liang Weiqi described. A small map with scattered white, gray, and red colors. But let me mention, due to the movement of the beasts and the influence of the students, the accuracy of the map is not 100%. Liang Weiqi said with a simple face. It sounded very credible. After all, in the training camp, if he sold fake goods, he would easily get into trouble later. "Do you often go into the forest?" Zhang Feng neither confirmed nor denied, and asked again. The price of the map was not important. Accuracy was crucial. If he bought a fake map, with markings different from reality, it would be a waste of time. Of course, I'm the first one to enter the forest every morning, updating the beast information at the fastest speed. The earlier you buy the map, the more advantageous it is for you. Liang Weiqi patted his chest, confidently saying. His attitude was clear. "Buy my map, and you'll be satisfied. Then I'll ask you about a person, and I'll use this as payment." After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he flipped his hand, holding a qi and blood pill between 2 fingers. The fragrance emitted by the qi and blood pill made Liang Weiqi couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and he quickly said, "Friend, go ahead and ask." "I know the situation in the forest the best." Zhang Feng spoke calmly and mentioned that name. "Yi Xianer? I know, she and Lu Zhancheng want to challenge the Furious Ape King." Unexpectedly, Liang Weiqi revealed such explosive news, but it didn't shake Zhang Feng at all. It was just a bit unexpected. He flicked his fingers, and the qi and blood pill fell into Liang Weiqi's palm, continuing to ask, "Yi Xianer dares to challenge the Furious Ape King? Are you sure?" "As far as I know, Yi Xianer doesn't have the strength to challenge the Furious Ape King." Liang Weiqi carefully put away the qi and blood pill, smiled strangely, and teasingly said, "Hey, Yi Xianer may not have the ability, but her boyfriend Lu Zhancheng does." Who doesn't know, Lu Zhancheng's talent and strength are second only to Zhang Yuanzhou in the Haicheng training camp. This guy is not willing to be second, always wanting to kill the Furious Ape King to prove himself. After speaking, Liang Weiqi took out the latest map and handed it to Zhang Feng, whispering, "Brother, whatever you want to do with Yi Xianer, I won't interfere, but I advise you not to go. The reputation of this couple is not very good. To put it bluntly, Lu Zhancheng is a bit impulsive. If he finds out you're looking for Yi Xianer, he will definitely come after you." Zhang Feng took the map and smiled indifferently. "Don't overthink it, I was in the same class as Yi Xianer before." Liang Weiqi shrugged, with a look of understanding, without delving further. "Anyway, the map is sold, that's good." He said goodbye and left. "So let's start grinding monsters. As for Yi Xianer, it doesn't matter, but if she meets me, it's her bad luck." Zhang Feng looked at the map in his hand and set his target. "Oh, this kid is going to the forest?" In the control room, Wu Hanhai immediately became alert when he saw Zhang Feng's figure. He carefully observed Zhang Feng's state as he walked, not wanting to miss any small detail. Zhang Feng's skin was smooth and tight like cowhide. Wu Hanhai was shocked and murmured, "Lao Luo was right, this kid is really a monster." In just one night, not only did he successfully forge his skin, but he also perfected the cloud writing spear technique. This discovery excited Wu Hanhai immensely. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tears of joy streamed down his face. Truly a treasure found. A talent no less than Zhang Yuanzhou's. "Lao Wu, are you going through menopause?" Yuji frowned and scolded, obviously annoyed by the laughter. When Wu Hanhai saw Yuji, he immediately felt the urge to gamble and said with a smile, "Yuji, want a bet?" Yuji stared at the screen, her eyes flickering, and without turning her head, she said, "Bet? What do you want to bet on?" Yesterday, Zhang Feng killed all the level 9 ferocious beasts, causing quite a stir in the training camp. He also humiliated both her and Wu Hanhai. Yuji had to pay attention to this extraordinary student. "Let's bet on whether Zhang Feng can kill the king of rampaging apes." Wu Hanhai pointed his finger at the huge screen in the center of the control room. The screen showed a 4-meter-tall giant ape. This terrifying giant ape was muscular and scarred in many places, looking very fierce and terrifying. I admit that Zhang Feng has some skills, but to kill the king of rampaging apes, it's probably not enough. This is something that even the past 2 generations of students couldn't do. We all know that this king of rampaging apes has a unique bloodline. Although it is a level 15 ferocious beast, its outbreak is comparable to level 17 or even level 18 warriors. A warrior who has just forged his skin, well, maybe he has B-level talent, even if it's A-level talent. After a warrior breaks through the skin forging stage, his blood and energy growth is also at a plateau. I can't imagine how he could kill the king of rampaging apes. Yuji looked at the giant ape on the screen and said very rationally, "This year, they captured this king of rampaging apes. Many students had challenged it, only to return defeated. Unconsciously, the king of rampaging apes had become an insurmountable wall, eating and sleeping well every day, occasionally beating up students. Life was quite comfortable. It was even crowned as the strongest ferocious beast in the training camp. If no one killed the king of rampaging apes this year, the instructors would have to intervene. Gambling is about abandoning all rationality and believing in one's instincts, isn't it?" Wu Hanhai stroked his chin and talked about his gambling philosophy. What is the king of rampaging apes? The intuition of a gambler told him. Zhang Feng could definitely kill even more powerful ferocious beasts. "Well, I bet against it." Yuji couldn't be bothered to argue. There's nothing to say to a gambler. After all, even if Zhang Feng is extraordinary, he couldn't possibly kill the king of rampaging apes. After a warrior breaks through to the first level, the blood and energy required for leveling up increases tenfold. In a short period of time, a warrior's blood and energy cannot grow rapidly, hence the plateau period. "Alright, I bet he can," Wu Hanhai insisted. The two of them set another bet. Still a casual bet without any stakes. As Zhang Feng stepped into the forest, a fresh breeze hit him. The sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The scenery here looked beautiful but was a very dangerous place. Not entering the level, the evolution points are too few, so my goal is a first-level fierce beast of grey difficulty. Zhang Feng, holding the cold spring spear, headed straight for the nearest first-level fierce beast. 2 minutes later, suddenly, there was a rustling sound in his ears. It sounded like some kind of animal crawling on the ground. For Zhang Feng, whose 5 senses were heightened to the extreme and his alertness was at its peak, he could hear a pin drop. Found it. Zhang Feng's fighting spirit was high. He suddenly turned around and thrust the cold spring spear. The cold spring spear seemed to have eyes, piercing through the dense bushes and accurately hitting a giant python. Hiss! The giant python suffered intense pain, thrashing its body wildly, sending a large amount of wood chips flying. Fierce beasts are inherently resilient creatures, and snake-like fierce beasts are even more terrifying in terms of vitality. Even though the giant python was pinned to the ground by the cold spring spear, it did not show any signs of injury, but instead was provoked into a frenzy. Water blade burst. Zhang Feng sneered and activated the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Water. The tip of the spear suddenly contracted the blue light and then exploded. Countless water blades burst out, directly tearing the giant python in half. The giant python, which was struggling just now, was now completely dead. Evolution points plus 10. Zhang Feng withdrew the cold spring spear and silently said to himself, "Deep blue boost. I want to maintain the best condition at all times." The next second, health, 101, spirit, 101. The consumed stamina and health were quickly replenished. If any fierce beast thought Zhang Feng had no more strength left, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. He would give the opponent a surprise. The water blade burst is already so powerful with just one technique, I can't imagine how strong the secret technique will be. Zhang Feng looked at the broken body of the giant python. He was very satisfied with the power of the talent eruption. Now it seems that actual combat with warriors and the guidance of instructors have also been very helpful to me. The water blade burst move is not considered a martial skill. After fighting with Liu Yu and seeing Ao Luo's demonstration, Zhang Feng gained a new understanding of talents and grasped a bit of technique. As an S-level talent genius, it is normal to comprehend new techniques. Priority for evolution points goes to the water dragon zone. If there are tricky fierce beasts, I will add attributes later. After testing the new technique, Zhang Feng became even more eager for the secret technique Water Dragon Song. This is a simplified intermediate martial skill, and its power is bound to be extraordinary. With a tap of his foot, his figure burst forward, quickly searching for new prey. He did not conceal his movements at all. Other students need to be cautious, formulate tactics before taking action, and think twice. But for Zhang Feng, fierce beasts are evolution points. He was eager for fierce beasts to come to him. Just a few minutes later, a black panther quietly jumped down from a tall tree. Like a top assassin, stealthily extending its deadly claws, it reached for Zhang Feng's neck from behind. The whole set of actions flowed smoothly, without making a sound. Bang! Zhang Feng reacted extremely quickly, reversing the cold spring spear. In an almost impossible situation, he blocked this deadly blow. The long spear clashed with the Black Panther's claws, erupting a sharp and ear-piercing friction. In theory, a weapon that is 2 meters and 7 centimeters long. In such a complex environment like the forest, it is greatly restricted. But in Zhang Feng's hands, the cold spring spear seemed to have a life of its own, launching a continuous and rapid attack. Faced with the rain of bullets like spear shadows, the Black Panther cleverly took a step back. With a deafening roar, the Black Panther spat out a large mass of wind blades from its mouth, carrying a sharp whistling sound towards Zhang Feng. Useless! Zhang Feng shouted, the talent perfectly integrated with the cold spring spear, the azure water flow entwined around the spear. He pushed with his left hand, grabbed the spear's tail with his right hand, and swung it down like wielding an iron rod, fiercely smashing towards the Black Panther. The wind blades and the cold spring spear collided in the air. Only some ripples appeared on the surface of the spear, which did not stop Zhang Feng's attack in the slightest. Missing one move, the Black Panther had no chance to escape. The cold spring spear, with unparalleled power and speed, ruthlessly smashed into the Black Panther's head. With a bang, the Black Panther's head exploded like a watermelon. Its body also fell weakly to the ground, shaking the leaves scattered in the air, and there was no more movement. Evolution points plus 10 heard the prompt sound. Zhang Feng took out a chi and blood pill with relief, tilted his head back and swallowed it. The chi and blood pill fell into his abdomen, emitting a warm feeling. In battle, you can't rely on this thing to replenish chi and blood, at most treat it as a portable food. Too little, continue hunting. Zhang Feng's heart was hot, eager to become stronger. He did not rest. He continued to search for the next prey without stopping. Evolution points plus 10, evolution points plus 10, evolution points plus 10 next. It was like killing one after another, killing one pair after another. With the continuous killing of fierce beasts, 100 evolution points were quickly gathered. Shinlan, teach me the water dragon song. Zhang Feng found a safe place, holding the cold spring spear, and silently recited, consuming 100 evolution points, increasing the proficiency of the water dragon song to entry level. The next moment, a lake appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. Suddenly, the lake shook, huge ripples appeared, and a water dragon emerged from the lake, rushing towards the sky. At the same time, a large amount of insights poured into Zhang Feng's mind. He suddenly understood. What he had just seen was the secret of the water dragon song. In a certain part of the forest, 2 warriors were facing off against a fierce beast. The leader of the warriors held a large knife, towering like a tower, and was the 9th-ranked Wu Tai. Roar! In front of them was a huge bear covered in a thick rock shell. Its exposed claws were as sharp as long swords, capable of tearing people apart with a light swipe. In front of this terrifying 4-meter bear, Wu Tai's proud physical qualities were overshadowed. Boss, the level 12 rock armor bear is too fierce. We are not in good condition today, let's fight another day. A warrior behind Wu Tai said tremblingly. He didn't know what had stimulated the boss. Since entering the forest yesterday, he had been challenging powerful fierce beasts like crazy. The 2 of them had narrowly killed several fierce beasts. Apart from being a little embarrassed, they had not suffered serious injuries. However, after encountering the rock armor bear, the situation took a turn for the worse. Although the rock armor bear belonged to the Grey difficulty level, among the Grey difficulty levels, it was one of the most powerful fierce beasts. They had been fighting for half a day, only causing scratches, not even breaking through the shell, let alone injuring the rock armor bear itself. Alright, Shi-Fei, take action. Wu-Tai hesitated for a few seconds, and finally agreed. He also knew that continuing recklessly would not be worth it. He just didn't know why. He always felt a little aggrieved. Okay. Shi-Fei happily responded, throwing out 2 specially made throwing knives. His throwing knives were extraordinary. The handle was tied with a small round bag. Boom! Shi-Fei raised his sword finger in a very juvenile manner, and shouted lowly. The throwing knives exploded instantly, releasing a large amount of black powder in the air, enveloping the rock armor bear. Roar! 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 The rock armor bear was completely enraged, its eyes red, swatting at the black powder. Alright, it's done, let's go. Shi-Fei watched the scene with great satisfaction. Let's go. Wu-Tai had made up his mind. Even if he was unwilling, he had to leave the forest. Because he couldn't beat the rock armor bear in the first place. Now that this bloodthirsty giant bear had been provoked, staying and fighting head-on would be suicide. Perhaps only the top 5 students can kill a crazed rock armor bear. A thought flashed through Wu-Tai's mind. He suddenly noticed. The air had become unusually humid. So much so that tiny water droplets condensed on the surface of the skin. What's going on? Wu-Tai became extremely vigilant, looking at his companion beside him. The two of them stared at each other wide-eyed. I don't know what went wrong. This seems to be. Shi-Fei remembered a possibility, his face changing drastically. Before he could say anything, the water vapor in the world rushed in like charging soldiers, converging in one place. Wu-Tai turned his head, only to see a figure leaping in midair, raising a long spear in hand, commanding the water vapor of the world. In an instant, the long spear transformed into a vivid water dragon, raising its head towards the sky, letting out a deafening dragon roar. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, shaking the forest, countless leaves fluttering. Secret technique, water dragon roar. Zhang Feng's voice was calm and firm, showing no signs of fluctuation despite it being the first time using the secret technique. The cold spring spear transformed into a water dragon fiercely pierced the head of the rock armor bear. The terrifying power enough to shatter mountains and split the earth. At the moment of contact, all erupted. The long spear broke through the rock armor bear's body like breaking bamboo, until it penetrated to the bottom. Evolution points plus 12. Zhang Feng pulled back the spear, and the rock armor bear's body fell to the sides. He looked at the two people not far away. The other party did not become angry because of the monster snatching. He couldn't help but sigh. There are indeed high-quality trainees in the Sea City training camp. Since the other party did not come over, Zhang Feng silently calculated in his heart. Truly worthy of a secret technique, even though it's just the beginning, the power is much stronger than a first-order martial skill. These 100 evolution points are well spent. And the whale breath technique is also extraordinary, coupled with my ancient green dragon body talent. Even after using the secret technique, I still have extra power. It seems that my blood and energy quality is indeed more profound than martial artists of the same realm. It can be confirmed that learning the water dragon roar with 100 evolution points is a completely profitable business. Compared to just leveling up, the water dragon roar brings more benefits. This is a real trump card that can unleash a stronger combat power. However, to upgrade the water dragon roar to completion, it requires 500 evolution points. The cost effectiveness is not as good as leveling up 5 levels first, which would provide greater assistance to my strength. To make Zhang Feng choose to level up 5 levels or increase the proficiency of the secret technique to completion, he would not hesitate to level up. The combat power brought by 500 points of blood and energy is much stronger than a completed secret technique. Brother, he seems to be looking at us, should we run? Seeing Zhang Feng noticing them, Shi-Fei suddenly became stuttering, unable to speak smoothly. How could he not be afraid? No confrontation, no fierce battle. Just one move and the rock armor bear was killed instantly. Such strength in the Sea City training camp would be among the best. Although he was an unfamiliar face, he was not someone to mess with. It's okay, I know him, we'll go talk to him for a bit. Wu-Tai swallowed his saliva, pretending to be calm as he walked towards Zhang Feng. He was also stunned. Acting on impulse, he walked up to Zhang Feng. Truly a big brother, with such a wide network, even knowing such a big shot. Shi-Fei was amazed, with admiration in his eyes. Ha! Are you trying to take advantage of my weakness? Zhang Feng saw Wu-Tai approaching, his gaze sharp as a knife. At the first moment of killing the rock armor bear, he had already instructed Deep Blue to add points to compensate for the blood and energy consumption, enough to deal with any possible sudden situations. As the two approached each other, the atmosphere in the forest gradually tensed. Wu Tai felt an unprecedented pressure. A sense of fear arose in his heart. But now that things had come to this, if he turned back halfway, it would be even more inexplicable, so he might as well continue with a stiff upper lip. "Hey, Zhang Feng, hello, do you want to team up?" Wu Tai's rock-solid face showed a hint of embarrassment as he asked with a stiff smile. His voice sounded very stiff. It's unclear whether he was scared or for some other reason. Teaming up? Turns out he wasn't here to pick a fight. Zhang Feng was a little surprised, shaking his head and refusing, saying, "No, I prefer to be alone." Wu Tai breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Then I won't disturb you, goodbye." With that, Wu Tai, as if afraid that Zhang Feng would regret it, quickly left. He's a strange person. Zhang Feng watched Wu Tai's figure disappear and felt somewhat strange in his heart. He didn't dwell on it too much, turning his attention back to the important task of killing fierce beasts to improve his strength. Let's go back to the training camp. Wu Tai returned to the forest and quickly told his younger brother to leave. He didn't dare to stay for even a moment longer, afraid that Zhang Feng might change his mind. "Boss, who is this big shot, and the move he just used, it looks like?" Chi Fei couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. A bold guess made him instinctively resist believing it. "Zhang Feng, he is Zhang Feng. I didn't expect that Zhang Feng has already mastered the secret technique. No wonder he was able to defeat all the level 9 fierce beasts in the challenge room. His strength is terrifying." Wu Tai didn't directly answer, his voice trembling, because every time he closed his eyes, he would think of the scene of commanding the world and the roaring water dragon. It was truly terrifying. Perhaps among the 700 students in the training camp, only Zhang Yuanzhou might be able to master this secret technique. Note: only might. What? A secret technique? A student actually mastered a secret technique. Chi Fei's lips were trembling, and he was shaking all over. Having spent a year in the training camp, he naturally knew what a secret technique was. He heard that Zhang Yuanzhou locked himself in a villa for some time to learn the secret technique. Now, a stranger student could actually use a secret technique, which was quite frightening. "Chi Fei, I didn't authorize this matter. Don't go around spreading it with a big mouth, in case you provoke Zhang Feng." Wu Tai, feeling uneasy, solemnly warned his companion. He didn't know who Zhang Feng was, but he knew Chi Fei's character well. Besides, martial artists have taboos. For the safety of both of them, it was better not to reveal Zhang Feng's secret. "Don't worry, big brother, I'm not clueless. I won't speak out of turn." Chi Fei, knowing the severity of the situation, readily agreed. The two returned to the training camp and found the atmosphere very lively today. Many students were gathered in the hall, looking up at the ranking list and occasionally shouting, he's rising again. My God, he's still rising. The speed of his rise is amazing. I've been watching all day, and he shows no sign of stopping. It's incredible. In the history of the Haicheng training camp, such a situation has never occurred. He truly deserves to be Zhang Yuanzhou's brother. The rumors about him having F-level talent are completely false. Zhang Feng's name was like a shooting star, rapidly ascending from the 50th spot. He continued to climb crazily, surpassing other students. Wu Tai listened with a black line on his face, wondering how the Haicheng training camp had turned into a stock exchange hall. He looked up at the huge screen above and was instantly shocked. 10th place, Zhang Feng, 620. In just one day, Zhang Feng went from 50th place to the top 10. The 10th place that originally belonged to Yi Xianer had changed hands. This speed was astonishing, no wonder it caught the attention of the students. He only got the minimum of 300 points yesterday, minus the points from the assessment checkpoints, so today he must have killed at least 20 or 30, nearly 30 first-order fierce beasts. Chi Fei beside him was shocked, murmuring, 20 or 30 fierce beasts. Among them was the powerful rock armor bear. Even if the fierce beast stood still and let him chop them, it would still be exhausting. Luckily, he didn't make a move, or else I'd be lying in the hospital and wouldn't even be able to take the college entrance exam. Wu Tai stared at the leaderboard intently, feeling incredibly complex. He was shocked. Fortunately, I didn't become Zhang Feng's opponent. Zhang Feng defeated Lu Yu. His strength is not to be underestimated. It's very normal for him to be in the top 10 now. We need to see what rank he can achieve by the end of the closed camp. Suddenly, a student's words caught Wu Tai's attention. His calmness was completely shattered, leaving only endless shock. He had only entered the forest for one day. Such earth-shattering events happened in the training camp. Even Lu Yu, who was ranked 5th, was defeated by Zhang Feng. This guy is really a monster. Where did he come from? Wu Tai's mouth was bitter, with no intention of fighting in his mind. He just wanted to be a spectator, to see how far Zhang Feng could go. Could this rising star surpass his brother, Zhang Yuanzhou, the first in the training camp? Dusk. Somewhere in the forest, a man and a woman were nestled in a cave. The charming-faced girl leaned against the boy, and their relationship seemed very intimate. Suddenly, the bracelet vibrated. Yi Xian'er raised her hand to look, her face instantly filled with shock. But she quickly restrained her expression, pretending nothing had happened, and continued to lean against the boy. What's wrong? Lu Zhanqing opened his eyes and asked lightly. There's a student named Zhang Feng who pushed me down in the rankings. Yi Xian'er's eyes were teary, looking pitiful. The ranking list has a special mechanism. Whenever there is a change in the top 10 rankings, the top 10 students will receive a notification. When she heard the name Zhang Feng, Lu Zhanqing's tone changed, somewhat angrily saying, Zhang Feng? That perverted Zhang Feng who harassed you? Yi Xian'er was not in the mood, saying gloomily, maybe it's someone with the same name. The Zhang Feng from Zhongyi is an F-level talent and doesn't have the ability to rank in the top 10 in the training camp. Lu Zhanqing's face turned cold, playing with Yi Xian'er's hair while saying, regardless of whether he has the same name, daring to take your ranking, I will definitely cripple this beast. Make him unable to take the college entrance exam and regret for life. Just a 10th ranked student. At best, he was a newly advanced 10th level warrior. Even if Zhang Feng was a higher 11th or 12th level warrior, when he encountered Lu Zhanqing, the outcome would be equally tragic. Lu Gu, you are so good to me. Yi Xian'er hugged Lu Zhanqing tightly, expressing her love. She had no sympathy for what Zhang Feng would face next. If anyone was to blame, it could only be this Zhang Feng who chose the wrong name. Why choose the name Zhang Feng? What she hated the most was regretting licking Zhang Feng every day before. She had thought Zhang Feng was a genius warrior, but he turned out to be a waste with an F-level talent. Now the two of them were like heaven and earth, completely different worlds. Lu Zhanqing put the hair under his nose, sniffed gently, and said confidently, don't worry, besides teaching Zhang Feng a lesson, I will also help you rise in the rankings, allowing you to leave the Haicheng training camp as an outstanding student. Yi Xian'er's heart blossomed with joy. These were things she had never dared to hope for. Since meeting Lu Zhanqing, they had all become a reality. However, Yi Xian'er still had some doubts in her heart, hesitantly asking, Lu Gu, do you have a plan? Lu Zhanqing showed a confident smile, pointing outside the cave and said, I estimate that Zhang Yuanzhou can't resist anymore. He will definitely challenge the furious Ape King tomorrow. When they both end up injured, it will be the best opportunity to snatch the beast. After snatching the beast and establishing my advantage as the first, I will go find trouble with Zhang Feng. If he can make it to the 10th place, he must still be in the forest. By then, these two brothers from the Zhang family will become my stepping stones, and I will make them regret for life. Furious Ape King. The strongest beast in the Haicheng training camp, also representing a huge amount of points. The points provided by an ordinary first-tier beast are at most 10 points, or a dozen points. But the points rewarded by the rampaging Ape King are as many as 300 points. Even if two people team up to kill the rampaging Ape King, the points obtained would be enough for Yi Xian'er to re-enter the top 10 of the training camp. Brother Lu, you are so smart. This way you can also become the first. Get the best reward in the training camp. Yi Xian'er hugged tighter, full of admiration. She has already begun to envision her future life. As long as the plan of Lu Zhanqing is successful, she can transform from a nobody to a phoenix, ascend to a life peak that she never dared to imagine. Zhang Yuanzhou has been suppressing me for a year. I must finally outsmart him and repay him well. As for his brother Zhang Feng, of course, he cannot be let go either. Lu Zhanqing laughed coldly. He caressed Yi Xian'er's back. As a devout disciple with a noble mission of the Beast God sect, who is Zhang Yuanzhou? Just a genius with an A-level talent. He never took him seriously from the beginning, because the Beast God sect has a grand plan. That is, to kill the S-level talent during the college entrance examination. As long as this task is completed, he can be embraced by the Beast God. I really want to see how Zhang Yuanzhou looks when Brother Lu steps on him. His aloof expression will crumble. Yi Xian'er is still fantasizing about the future. She did not notice at all. The hands touching her back began to ooze some blood-colored liquid, quietly seeping into her skin. Don't worry, it must be very ugly. As the sun sets, the last ray of light also disappeared, and darkness covered Lu Zhanqing's face. Swish! Zhang Feng threw several water blades, tearing the body of the fierce beast. The fierce beast fell to the ground, completely lost its life breath. Evolution points plus 11 obtained talent enhancement stone with the death of the fierce beast. Zhang Feng had already formed the instinct to immediately allocate points to Deep Blue. But this time, he was stunned. After a few seconds, a heavy breathing sound came from the darkness. It exploded. Finally, the talent enhancement stone was brushed out. He did not rush to use it, surveyed the dark forest around him, and silently said, "Night battles are not favorable for me, let's climb a tree to observe the situation first." Zhang Feng put the cold spring spear behind him. Squatting slightly, he burst out with force like a slingshot, propelling his body into the air. When the force was exhausted, he clenched his fingers and smashed into the tree trunk, using the force to soar into the air again. He repeated this process twice. Zhang Feng successfully reached the treetop. Scanning around, he saw no danger. Only then did Zhang Feng relax, holding the cold spring spear, silently commanding the system. Deep Blue, use the talent enhancement stone. The next second, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding, talent enhancement successful, enhancement direction, thunder element. 2 talent enhancement stones have been used. Using one more will unlock talent evolution. After Deep Blue's voice subsided. In contrast, Zhang Feng's heart was in turmoil, looking at his hands in disbelief. Sizzle. With the activation of the talent, blue electric arcs appeared on his hands. These arcs, like living creatures, kept jumping on his fingertips, emitting a dazzling light. The brilliance was so intense that it even broke through the darkness shrouding the forest. The ancient blue dragon has developed a new element, the blue dragon divine thunder. Zhang Feng already understood what was happening. He quickly put away the blue dragon divine thunder. For some reason, his damn mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing a smile similar to Wu Hanhai's. The martial arts instructor has wronged me. I have accumulated good deeds throughout my life. It is only natural for the ancient blue dragon to strengthen the thunder element. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with this talent enhancement. It is well known. Water conducts electricity. The power of the blue dragon combined with the blue dragon divine thunder. Water blades break defenses. Divine thunder inflicts real damage. I really don't know what fierce beast can withstand this move. Host, Zhang Feng Realm, Level 13 Talent, Ancient Azure Dragon, S, HP, 350 Spirit, 350 Martial Skills, Water Dragon Song, Entry Level, Cloud Rider Spear Technique, Perfected, Ninefold Fist, Perfected, Techniques, Whale Sea Breathing Technique, First Layer Perfected, Evolution Points, 0. Zhang Feng looked at his own panel while eating blood chi pills to replenish his hunger. He began to think about the instructor's small treasury. I already have a water system secret technique. After solving the rampaging Ape King tomorrow, I will ask Instructor AO if there is a thunder system secret technique or a higher level spear technique. As for tonight, battle on. He still had to continue hunting, striving to become stronger every second. He must be absolutely sure to take the first place in the training camp. If he could obtain another talent enhancement stone, that would be the best. The S-level talent Ancient Azure Dragon is already so terrifying. If it evolves into a higher level SS level talent, that would be even more terrifying. Tremble. Geniuses of the same era. Second place Zhang Feng, 970. Looking at the rankings on the Wutai, even though he stayed up all night, his eyes were still full of fire. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. A new trainee, in just one day, climbed to the second place on the rankings. This was a miracle that overturned the training camp and shocked everyone. Can someone tell me who this Zhang Feng is, and how is he even more monstrous than Zhang Yuanzhou? He climbed to the second place in just one night. Are the Zhang family really not transformed beasts? Formerly ranked third, now ranked fourth, Feng Yao asked in shock. He was also stunned. When Zhang Feng first entered the top 10, he didn't pay attention at all. But after finishing his meal, his wristband vibrated again. Feng Yao looked down and saw that Zhang Feng was ninth. At that time, he was thinking, hey, this kid is not bad, still has great potential. But then the nightmare began. The wristband vibrated every hour. Watching Zhang Feng's ranking rise rapidly, approaching his own ranking, Feng Yao became uneasy and hurried to the hall. As soon as he arrived, he found that besides Zhang Yuanzhou, Zhang Feng, and Lu Zhancheng in the forest, the top 10 trainees were all here. Everyone witnessed Feng Yao's ranking drop from third to fourth. And Zhang Feng didn't stay in third place for long. He quickly climbed to second place, pushing Lu Zhancheng down. There was only a 300-point difference between him and the first place Zhang Yuanzhou. Oh my goodness, if he continues like this, he might surpass Zhang Yuanzhou in ranking. No wonder Lu Yu is no match, Zhang Feng's strength is too strong. Are all the Zhang family members so monstrous? But I heard that Zhang Feng has already severed ties with the Zhang family. Where did he get his martial resources from? If Zhang Feng takes first place, it will be a spectacle. Zhang Yuanzhou will definitely not give up. The trainees discussed enthusiastically, their tone was both shocked and envious. It had been almost a year since they entered the training camp. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. Truly, people are scarier than ghosts. I know, he is the one who molested Yi Xian, Zhang Feng. Suddenly someone shouted. Countless eyes fell on this person. He was a boy with a slightly flat nose. He didn't expect that a single sentence would attract so much attention, and his vanity instantly swelled. Ridiculous, for Zhang Feng to climb to second place, his strength must be at least that of a level 14 warrior. Does he still need to molest Yi Xian? I'm afraid with just a word from Zhang Feng, Yi Xian would willingly come to him. Fang Yao glanced coldly at him and refuted. He said this not for Zhang Feng, but for his own reputation. After all, Zhang Feng surpassed his ranking. Others inevitably compared the two of them. As for how Yi Xian is as a person, other students may not know, but the top 10 students are very clear. It's just that by clinging to the thigh of the land battle city and sharing points, one can occupy the last 10th place. Without the land battle city, Yi Xian is nothing but a green tea bitch. As for Zhang Feng's strength, you may not know, but I think he wouldn't molest Yi Xian. Now ranked 10th, Wu Tai laughed and shook his head. No one knows how uncomfortable he must be feeling inside. He really wants to tell the whole world. Zhang Feng has already mastered the secret. How could such a genius possibly molest Yi Xian? What a joke! But he is afraid of provoking Zhang Feng, so he can only endure it with tears. 2 students in the top 10 consecutively spoke up for Zhang Feng, which was truly surprising. However, many students also found it reasonable after hearing it. Where did you hear this from, kid? Do you have any evidence? Speak up. Lu Yu, with half of his body wrapped in bandages, grabbed the collar of the flat-nosed boy with a fierce expression. Although he is not a righteous person, he has his pride. If Zhang Feng's rumors come true, his title would change to the 6th defeated by Zhang Feng who molested Yi Xian. Long enough. Offensive enough. Looking at the fierce Lu Yu in front of him, the flat-nosed boy's mouth trembled as he said, everyone is saying the same thing. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with disgust, silently cursing the fool, and then walked away. Lao Chen, did you not wake up? How dare you spread rumors about Zhang Feng, and Yi Xian in Land Battle City? You're doomed if you encounter any of these 3. The flat-nosed boy who knew Lao Chen on the side exclaimed with glee. Lao Chen is too brave. Offending the 3 strongest in the training camp with just one sentence. Really don't know if he has the courage of a bear or has cultivated some invincible martial arts. Instructor, I want to leave the camp. Lao Chen suddenly let out a scream, scared out of his wits. He just wants to find the instructor to leave the camp now, not even daring to claim the ranking rewards. If he waits until the camp closes tomorrow, it will be too late. The sky had just begun to brighten. Zhang Feng, resting against a tree trunk, opened his eyes. Around him were scattered many corpses of fierce beasts that had attacked him last night. They thought of themselves as hunters, but they all fell under the cold spring spear. I've killed half of the first-order fierce beasts in the forest, and the rest are clever and alert fierce beasts, really hard to find. Zhang Feng used a few qi and blood pills as breakfast and swallowed them in one gulp. As the qi and blood pills were digested, his hunger quickly eased. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, Level 15, Talent, Ancient Green Dragon, S, Qi and Blood, 520, Spirit, 520, Martial Arts, Water Dragon Song, Entry, Cloud Rider Spear Technique, Perfected, Ninefold Fist, Perfected, Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Method, First Layer Perfected, Evolution Points, 5 after a night of slaughter, Zhang Feng had killed at least 50 first-order fierce beasts. His level had also reached 15. It can be said that he had already stepped half a foot into the holy capital Martial University, just waiting for the college entrance exam to begin. However, with the increase in strength, the original small goal seemed a bit small now. My goal now is only the top scorer in the college entrance exam, and to achieve that, I must defeat the rampaging Ape King and become the number 1 in the training camp. Zhang Feng clenched his fist, his eyes determined, slightly raising his goal. Although the evolution of talent is rare, there are precedents. In order to deal with the rampaging Ape King, he had reserved 5 evolution points, at least 5 times of the secret technique Water Dragon Song, as a sign of respect for the rampaging Ape King. He was fully prepared, so Zhang Feng had no fear at all. He lifted the cold spring spear, with arcs of electricity flashing under his feet, heading straight for the center of the forest. Under the stimulation of the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder, cells and muscles can burst with stronger power. To maximize the effect of the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder, I need better martial skills. Zhang Feng had a realization, gaining a deeper understanding of the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder. At an extremely fast running speed, half an hour later, Zhang Feng heard the increasingly loud sound of water, the roar of a waterfall. He quickened his pace, passed through the last patch of forest, revealing a magnificent sight. Beneath the grand waterfall, a huge grey giant ape was leisurely lying on the water. Its body was like a small mountain, its fur smoother than satin. No wonder it can survive in the training camp for so long. Zhang Feng squinted his eyes, carefully examining the giant ape. He was not intimidated by the giant ape, but instead stirred up a strong fighting spirit. Taking a deep breath, the chi and blood in his body reached its peak. At the same time, silently reciting in his mind, Dragon Transformation. As if a certain switch had been turned on, a pair of water dragon horns condensed, pupils emitting a blue light, powerful energy instantly filling his entire body. A few minutes ago, inside the control room, Wu Hanhai, lying on the chair, suddenly stood up. Pointing at the screen in the middle, he let out a sinister laugh. Here comes, the little monster is going to challenge the king of the violent apes. Yuji also perked up, clenching her fists, solemnly saying, if Zhang Feng is not the chosen one, I'll eat the monitor. He's hiding really deep. She dared to make such a vow because Zhang Feng's performance was too amazing. He reached the second place on the leaderboard in just one night. A feat unprecedented since the opening of the Haicheng training camp. In previous college entrance exams, even the weakest had A-level talent, or even higher S-level talent. But Zhang Feng's progress was too rapid. No reason could perfectly explain it. Only the chosen one was the most reasonable answer. Bang! The door of the control room suddenly opened, and a bald man and Aluo walked in. The bald man was dressed in a neat Zhongshan suit, his eyes exuding a sense of authority, giving a feeling of stability and reliability. Lord of the city. Boss. Seeing the newcomers, Yuji and Wu Hanhai immediately stood up, quickly saluting the bald man. Although both were instructors, their relationship with this bald man was different. Ling Xiang pointed at Wu Hanhai, with a friendly attitude, smiling and teasing, Old Wu, you're not bragging. The title of the camp's top discerning eye is well deserved, keeping the chosen one Zhang Feng well protected. Protect? So Wu Hanhai deliberately made many wrong deductions to create a smokescreen for Zhang Feng, in order to prevent the cultists from discovering any clues. Yuji was extremely surprised, admiring Wu Hanhai with a glance. This bearded uncle, his nickname was not self-proclaimed, he really had something. Oh, yes. As an instructor, of course, I have to protect the chosen one. So I openly cover for Zhang Feng, secretly giving him the identity of a seed student. Until now I can't hold it back. Wu Hanhai was stunned for a moment. But then he thought to himself, with a face that said, I hid it well, but you still found out. After all, Ling Xiang was not only his boss but also the Lord of Haicheng. If he refuted Ling Xiang's words now, wouldn't that be slapping the Lord of the city in the face? How lacking in emotional intelligence. He could only endure it for now. TSK. Aluo turned his head aside, not wanting to see Wu Hanhai's smug expression. He was too familiar with this guy who didn't like shaving. Whether he had a discerning eye or not, he didn't know. Anyway, Wu Hanhai chose Zhang Feng. There must be an element of gambling. This time, it could only be said that Wu Hanhai was lucky, he really bet right. You did well, this year's supply of Yin Sha Qi has been upgraded by 1 grade. Ling Xiang nodded in satisfaction, saying, these fourth-order martial artists, each have strong abilities and are skilled individuals even in the underground cave. Why are they willing to manage low-level martial artists in the training camp? Besides having mandatory tasks, another reason is the use of Yin Sha Qi. The use of Yin Sha Qi is endless. After mid-level martial artists take it, they can refine their internal organs, causing a qualitative change in their qi and blood. Thank you, boss. Wu Hanhai was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. Despite being slapped in the face by Zhang Feng many times, he did not hold a grudge and gave the treatment of a seed student with 1,000 points. This raises the level of Yin Sha Qi. Consider it compensation for the countless times he was slapped in the face. Ao Luo, who had been staring at the monitor all along, suddenly said, Lord, Zhang Feng is about to make a move. Several people heard this and all looked at the monitor screen. However, Zhang Feng's next move shocked everyone present. He learned the water dragon song just like that? Ao Luo's eyes were filled with horror, murmuring in disbelief. Secret technique, water dragon song. Zhang Feng leaped fiercely, electric arcs flickering. A large amount of water vapor gathered at the cold spring spear. The dragon's head roared, rushing towards the king of the violent apes. Facing the strongest beast in the training camp, he had no intention of holding back. His first move was his strongest move. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar and the beast's roar sounded in rapid succession. The Violet Ape King, who was originally lying comfortably, saw Zhang Feng making a move and immediately let out an angry roar. It did not evade, but instead threw a punch towards Zhang Feng's attack. The water dragon collided with the giant ape, with a loud bang, creating a strong wave of energy. Roar! The cold spring spear pierced the giant ape's handbone, causing it to scream in pain. But the momentum of the water dragon did not diminish, washing the violent ape king with a large amount of water flow. The violent ape king was caught off guard by this move and was directly knocked down by the huge impact. Thunderstorm! Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with a blue light as he tightly gripped the cold spring spear, unleashing all his power. With a single thought, divine thunder emerged. Countless blue dragon divine thunders surged into the body of the violent ape king along the cold spring spear. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the entire waterfall turned into a thunderous purgatory. Roar, roar, roar! Faced with the endless divine thunder strikes, the violent ape king howled in agony, its shiny fur quickly burning to ashes. It was soaked all over, with a river behind it, unable to escape, and had to endure all the damage head-on. Evolution points plus 15. A few seconds later, Zhang Feng, hearing the prompt sound, stopped the blue dragon divine thunder. He pulled out the cold spring spear, instructed Deep Blue to add points, and restored his own chi and spirit. With the death of the giant ape, all the top 10 students' wristbands vibrated simultaneously. At this moment, no one paid attention to the wristbands. The students in the hall stood there, staring blankly at the leaderboard. Everyone witnessed the name at the pinnacle, full of legend. First place Zhang Feng, 1270. With Zhang Feng's name, he ascended to the top of the leaderboard. The hall fell into silence. An indescribable emotion surged in everyone's hearts. What's going on? Why did it suddenly increase by 300 points? A student who was puzzled asked like a newbie. Hee, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Fang Yao laughed, his laughter growing louder and echoing throughout the hall. Everyone looked at the former second place. They wondered if he was feeling stimulated. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Fang Yao casually lifted his bangs and said, "Impressive, Zhang Feng is really impressive." He single-handedly took down the violent ape king. The violent ape king, the strongest beast in the high city training camp. Isn't it worth 300 points? It happened. The shock in the students' hearts was beyond words. They had once regarded the violent ape king as invincible, an insurmountable obstacle. Throughout the entire training camp, how many talented elite students had fallen? Even Zhang Yuanzhou failed to kill this beast. But this monster died today. It has become a part of the history of the training camp. He really killed the king of the violent apes and reached the top. Can this be called an F-level talent? Can this be an F-level talent? God, if an F-level talent is so strong, I'm willing to downgrade my own talent. Don't be silly, Zhang Feng is not an F-level talent, he definitely concealed his talent. Why would he do that? The better the talent, the better treatment the warrior receives. There's absolutely no need to hide it. Normally, that's true, but the Zhang brothers are not on good terms. I heard Zhang Feng has already severed ties with the Zhang family. A few seconds later, the hall exploded with chatter, filled with frantic discussions. Everyone was talking, trying to analyze what was going on with Zhang Feng. But there were no surveillance footage here. People knew very little about Zhang Feng. He only made a move in public once. It was yesterday at the martial arts hall when he beat Lu Yu. That one move, his perfect first-level spear technique, immediately caught the attention of Instructor Aluwa. Now people were realizing a problem. They knew nothing about Zhang Feng. He was a genius shrouded in mystery. I know, first of all, everyone can be sure that Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuanzhou, these two brothers, have a bad relationship. Zhang Feng is hiding his talent level to avoid drawing attention, not letting the Zhang family know. He has been planning for a long time, definitely aiming to make a splash today, to defeat Zhang Yuanzhou and prove himself superior. Suddenly, Fang Yao's mind flashed with enlightenment, and he trembled as he shouted loudly, "That's right! This is the truth!" Hearing this, people couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. Amazing! This peer was too amazing. A poor man driven out of his home. No resources. No guidance. How strong must his inner strength be to endure endless loneliness and ridicule? To reach this point alone and achieve such a stunning reversal. Unimaginable. But one thing was certain. It must have been a path filled with hardships and obstacles. Buzzing. As he hurried along the road, Land Battle City felt his wristband vibrate, and he raised it to take a look. At first, it didn't seem important. But when he looked, his face turned grim and terrifying, feeling as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. His ranking had dropped. Not only that, Zhang Yuanzhou had also been pushed down. The first place was actually taken by that guy named Zhang Feng. This world had gone mad. Both Zhang brothers were now stepping on him. How did he do it? Did he cheat? Beside him, Yi Xianer also saw the information and was equally shocked. Just last night before going to bed, Zhang Feng was only in 10th place. After a night's sleep, he had shot up to first place? That's just not logical. As for why they didn't notice Zhang Feng's rise in rank while sleeping, it was because they had taken off their wristbands. Otherwise, prolonged physical activity could lead to an increased heart rate, which might attract the attention of the instructors. And that would be a death sentence. Land Battle City took a deep breath, his expression so dark it could drip water, and said coldly, I know, it must be the king of the violent apes. Zhang Feng must have killed the king of the violent apes. Otherwise, his score wouldn't have exceeded 1200. Land Battle City had always seen the king of the violent apes as his own. Not even Zhang Yuanzhou was worthy of touching it. Because for him, this unusually fierce beast was crucial. By using the methods of the beast god sect, devouring the flesh and blood of the king of the violent apes could make him even more powerful. After his strength increased once again, by the time of the college entrance examination, he had a great chance of killing the Heavens Chosen with an S-level talent. But now, Zhang Feng had ruined everything. Without the king of the violent apes, he couldn't establish a miraculous achievement and join the embrace of the beast god. Zhang Feng actually managed to kill the king of the violent apes. What kind of talent is he? And at what cost? Yi Xian'er was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Deep down in her heart, there was a voice denying it. This first place. It's definitely not Zhang Feng from Haichang No. One middle school. Just a person with the same name, same surname, and same age by coincidence. Even if her thoughts were absurd, Yi Xian'er could accept them at this moment, as long as it wasn't Zhang Feng. Yes, the price. No matter how strong the trainees in the training camp are, they are only at the first level. He must have paid a great price to kill the king of savage apes. This is a good opportunity. Lu Zhanqing trembled all over, as if he had found a breakthrough. Bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Without wasting a second, he shouted loudly, "Let's go! Hurry to the waterfall at the fastest speed." Yi Xian'er was pale, afraid to meet that Zhang Feng, but under Lu Zhanqing's fierce gaze, she had no chance to refuse. She could only grit her teeth and follow, silently praying in her heart. Not that Zhang Feng. Not that Zhang Feng. Not that Zhang Feng. The two quickly arrived at the waterfall and saw an extremely exciting scene. A huge giant ape lay on the water. It was motionless, obviously dead for a long time. If the king of savage apes was like an insurmountable mountain in the eyes of many trainees in the Haicheng training camp, then the handsome young man standing on its back had trampled that mountain under his feet. Zhang Feng, he is Zhang Feng. How could it be him? How is it possible that it's him? Why is it him? Yi Xian'er saw that familiar face and let out a trembling and sharp cry. She couldn't accept the reality in front of her. How could a F-level talent like Zhang Feng defeat the king of savage apes? How could he become the first in the Haicheng training camp? Countless questions surged in Yi Xian'er's mind. A sense of regret surged uncontrollably. Could it be that the genius who once dominated Haicheng No? One middle school was coming back again. He is Zhang Feng? Why did he kill the king of savage apes but not have a single injury on him? Lu Zhanqing clenched his fists, full of questions in his mind. He didn't believe it. A first-level trainee couldn't kill the king of savage apes without any injuries. Unless Zhang Feng was a celestial heir and had mastered the secret technique. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Zhanqing's heart pounded, his brain extremely excited. That's right, my reasoning is absolutely correct. Zhang Feng is definitely a celestial heir. Once a celestial heir enters the martial arts university, their growth rate is very fast, and their strength will make a leap forward. But it's different before the college entrance examination. At this time, the celestial heir, no matter how strong, is not strong enough. Opportunity. This is a great opportunity to kill the celestial heir. He killed the king of savage apes. It's impossible that he didn't consume any energy. He must be very weak now. Greed rose in Lu Zhanqing's heart. He felt that there was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of him. As long as he killed Zhang Feng, he could embrace the embrace of the beast god. Yi Xian'er, attack. Lu Zhanqing patted Yi Xian'er on the back, triggering his own talent, Bloodbat. Instantly, a network of veins appeared on Yi Xian'er's back, looking very sinister. At the same time, her eyes were filled with blood, like a wild beast, abandoning all reason, rushing towards Zhang Feng. Green tea bitch, I noticed you a long time ago. Since you are seeking death, then don't blame me. Facing Yi Xian'er's challenge, Zhang Feng showed no surprise, his eyes firm, waving the cold spring spear. In an instant, the spear turned into a storm of wind and rain, enveloping Yi Xian'er. He could see that this woman was not in the right state, but he didn't show any mercy. Precisely because she was not right. So he had to go all out. No one could threaten my life, Zhang Feng. Bang! 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 With the display of the cloud riding spear technique, Yi Xian'er in midair had more than a dozen blood holes burst on her body surface. she fell to the ground like a rag. At the same time, Lu Zhanqing found an opportunity and ruthlessly made his move. His figure was like a flash of blood, rushing to Zhang Feng, swinging his leg, cutting through the air, directly aiming for Zhang Feng's temple. In the control room, several instructors' faces changed. No good, these two are trouble. Wu Hanhai cursed angrily and immediately rushed out of the control room. His figure quickly changed, with a large amount of yellow fur sprouting from his skin, transforming in the blink of an eye into a humanoid fierce tiger. Yellow sand step. With each step, the ground pushed back, allowing him to unleash even greater power and charge towards the forest at extreme speed. Seeing Wu Hanhai already on the move, Yuji nervously watched the screen and asked, "Lord, should we go rescue Zhang Feng?" Ling Xiang shook his head, showing a hint of smile, and confidently said, "No need. Before I came, I had already sent Feng Ying to meet Zhang Feng. She is now near Zhang Feng, and if Zhang Feng is in danger, Feng Ying will intervene." Hearing that the Lord had already made arrangements, everyone felt relieved. They had also heard of Feng Ying's name, a 5th-rank martial artist who served as the Lord's guard, surpassing them in strength. Close the camp, seal the results of this training camp, and do not allow the students to leave. We must buy more time for Zhang Feng. Ling Xian was very familiar with the cult and quickly came up with a plan. He didn't need to keep the information sealed for too long. Waiting until the start of the college entrance exam tomorrow would be enough. With Zhang Feng's S-rank talent and the ability to defeat the Berserk Ape King alone, his admission to the Holy Capital Martial University was almost certain. Once Zhang Feng entered the Holy Capital Martial University, his future would be bright. The cult was just a small obstacle on his path to greatness. Facing the fierce attack of the whip leg, Zhang Feng raised his hand to block. His arm was as strong as steel, completely unaffected by the whip leg. How is this possible? Lu Zhanqing's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. He had only attacked when he thought the timing was right, but the opponent showed no signs of exhaustion. Could his guess be wrong? They've started fighting. Zhang Feng has already used a secret technique once. His energy must be greatly depleted. Lu Zhanqing is no match for him. Unbeknownst to the two, a 5th-rank martial artist stood within 10 meters of them. This martial artist had a unique ability that made his presence undetectable. If Feng Ying was willing, he could end the battle in an instant. However, a loud dragon roar interrupted their thoughts. A large amount of water vapor boiled, converging into a cold spring spear, forming a water dragon that thrust fiercely towards Lu Zhanqing. At such a close distance, he couldn't evade it. Impossible. Why does he still have the energy to use a secret technique? Lu Zhanqing was shocked and tried to create distance, but Zhang Feng had already anticipated his retreat. In an instant, Zhang Feng's pupils reflected a golden light, like an ancient dragon awakening, dominating all things. Ah! Lu Zhanqing's body trembled violently, his expression filled with fear as he stared ahead, his body and soul paralyzed. I am a follower of the Beast God cult. I still have a trump card. I will not lose. Countless thoughts surged through Lu Zhanqing's mind as he tried to break free from the mental control of the golden eyes. But a sudden intense pain erupted in his body, causing all his thoughts to vanish. Lu Zhanqing struggled to lower his head, only to see a dark spear piercing through his chest. His heart, his lungs, all turned to dust under that spear. With such a fatal wound, Lu Zhanqing couldn't say a word, his eyes wide open as he met his end. Plus 20 evolution points, the notification sound rang out. Zhang Feng felt puzzled for the first time. Why were there evolution points? Deep Blue System, you're not a killer, are you? Clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded nearby. Zhang Feng put aside his thoughts and decided not to dwell on the evolution points for now. He followed the sound and saw a strange warrior standing 10 meters away, wrapped in black cloth, with only a pair of eyes visible. I didn't expect you to be at the first realm, with such a strong vitality that you could use two secret techniques, catching the Beast God sect believers completely off guard. The other person's voice was very hoarse, just like his appearance, mysterious and indistinguishable between male and female. Zhang Feng retracted his cold spring spear, raising his eyebrows. He found many things puzzling about what the person in black had said. Who are you, senior? However, Zhang Feng's mind was as sharp as lightning, noticing many details. The fact that the person in black could appear without a sound, even he couldn't detect any clues, indicated that this person's strength was extraordinary. Since the other party did not make a move, it seemed that there was no malice. The person in black was about to explain. Zhang Feng. A furious roar suddenly spread rapidly from a distance to hear. The huge sound wave even caused the ripples in the river to reverse. The hazy yellow sand rolled up. A tiger man appeared in front of Zhang Feng. His muscles swelled, his face fierce, his killing intent overflowing, emitting an aura many times stronger than the king of savage apes. The Tiger Man stared with eyes larger than bronze bells, scanning fiercely around. When he saw the bodies of the land battle city and the person in black not far away, he exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Wind Shadow, why are you here too? It seems you made a move and saved Zhang Feng, right?" Hearing a somewhat familiar accent, Zhang Feng probably knew who had come and tentatively asked, "Instructor Wu?" The Tiger Man laughed heartily, reverting from his beast form to reveal the original appearance of Wu Hanhai. "Are you injured? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" He patted Zhang Feng with his fan-like large hand, showing deep concern. "I didn't make a move, it was your disciple who killed the cultists." Wind Shadow continued in her hoarse voice, responding to Wu Hanhai. "Oh, this kid managed to kill the cultists? Impressive, truly a genius." Wu Hanhai was ecstatic, giving a big thumbs up without hesitation. Although he was once again proven wrong, it didn't matter. His old face was already swollen enough, he was used to it. "Instructor, are they cultists?" Zhang Feng pointed to the bodies on the ground, expressing his doubts. He never expected that Yi Xianer and Land Battle City would be cultists. If that was true, he felt not burdened by the guilt of killing, but rather refreshed. Yes, Land Battle City is a believer of the Beast God sect, but not of high rank. Wu Hanhai squatted down, his face serious as he pointed to the lump on Land Battle City's forehead. Unconsciously, this area seemed to have accumulated pus, forming a large lump. A common method of the Beast God sect is to baptize believers with divine blood to forcibly enhance the strength of warriors, but the cost is high, and the baptized believers often have greatly reduced lifespans. Wu Hanhai pointed his finger, and the large lump on the forehead burst open. An 8-legged small insect flowed out along with black blood. The small insect looked only the size of a thumb, but its shell had very complex patterns. These twisted patterns resembled two large hands supporting a platform. It seems that the evolution point is probably related to this small insect. Zhang Feng had a realization, unraveling a doubt. He also discovered a new way to obtain evolution points, hunting down cultists. Just one land battle city was worth 20 evolution points. TSK. If one were to eradicate a cult, it would undoubtedly yield a large number of evolution points. The cult's methods are cruel and evil, deceiving people with so-called divine blood. You must be more careful in the future. Never hesitate when you notice abnormal behavior in people. Of course, everyone has a responsibility to fight against the cult. You killed these two cultists, not only without fault but also with merit. Wu Hanhai seemed to recall something, his eyes filled with hatred as he explained. "Yes, instructor." Zhang Feng nodded seriously, not taking it lightly. In his previous life, he traveled far and wide, often participating in boxing matches abroad. In a world without extraordinary powers, cults were very frightening. Once a believer is brainwashed by a cult, their personality can change drastically, from mild to extreme worship, even willing to give up their life for the so-called God. But in this extraordinary world, there are warriors with spiritual talents. The problems and disasters brought by cults will only become more severe. The city lord has announced the closure of the camp. Come with me, I think the city lord also wants to see you. Wu Hanhai stood up and clapped his hands. As for Miss Feng, he couldn't command her. "Yes, instructor." Zhang Feng originally wanted to continue fighting monsters until the camp closed. But after this incident, it's better to stop fighting monsters first. "Let's go." Feng appeared next to the two of them at some point, her voice still hoarse. With two great masters protecting them, Zhang Feng safely left the forest and arrived at the control room. The bald city lord, Ling Xian, upon seeing Zhang Feng, spoke with encouragement and affirmation, saying, "Truly deserving to be the heavens chosen of our high city, indeed a talented individual." After that, Ling Xian friendly extended his hand, without any airs of a city lord. "You're too kind, city lord." Zhang Feng shook hands with the broad and thick hand, modestly saying, "Your foundation is very solid, and your energy and blood are extremely abundant. You are truly an exceptional heavens chosen." Just a handshake, Ling Xian's eyes narrowed, sensing a lot of information. First of all, he could rule out the suspicion of being a cultist. Zhang Feng was a genuine heavens chosen. "I'm sorry, Zhang Feng, I want to ask you a secret. Has your talent evolved?" Ling Xian's expression was particularly serious, and the light in his eyes seemed to penetrate the heart. The other instructors clenched their fists secretly, also anticipating a definite answer. Faced with several expectant and nervous gazes, Zhang Feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Yes, my talent has evolved into the S-Rank Ancient Azure Dragon." Ancient Azure Dragon. This name was like a thunderbolt, suddenly exploding in everyone's hearts. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, they recalled a breathtaking scene. A blue giant dragon soaring over High City, causing a resonance between heaven and earth, shaking the entire city. And now, all the pieces fit together. Zhang Feng was indeed the heaven's chosen who caused the resonance between heaven and earth. Talent evolution is something that cannot be sought. You are lucky to have this opportunity, and our high city is also fortunate to have a heaven's chosen this year. Ling Xiang's eyes shimmered with emotion, revealing deep satisfaction. He had been the city lord of High City for many years. Finally, during his tenure, a heaven's chosen emerged. This would leave a strong mark on his political achievements. In the future, when people talk about Zhang Feng and High City, they might also mention him, Ling Xiang. Even if you are a heaven's chosen, why did your strength improve so quickly? Wu Hanhai couldn't help but ask, finally voicing a question that had been on his mind for days. He was the first instructor in the entire High City training camp to come into contact with Zhang Feng. He had witnessed Zhang Feng's crazy progress, breaking through the training camp in just 3 days. It was too exaggerated, too amazing. I don't know either. The more I fight, the better I feel, my energy and blood increase easily, and learning martial skills is not difficult. Zhang Feng spread his hands, shrugging his shoulders slightly. I don't know either attitude. He was telling the truth. However, he concealed the most crucial deep blue system. If progress is not fast, and not monstrous, can you still be called a heaven's chosen? Do you think you are the same as a B-rank talent like you? You don't understand the matter of heaven's chosen, it's normal. Alua sneered. Seizing the opportunity, he fiercely slapped Wu Hanhai's face. Ha, that's right, which heaven's chosen didn't break the norm? If it's ordinary, what's the point of being a heaven's chosen? Wu Hanhai laughed heartily, not caring about Alua's sarcasm, his old face almost smiling like a chrysanthemum. He also realized his own problem. It was indeed a bit redundant. The heavens chosen are favored by the heavens and are also recognized as anomalies. Whether it's cultivation speed or combat power, they are extraordinary. Zhang Feng, first of all, congratulations on achieving the first place in the training camp. As usual, you will receive a set of second-tier equipment and a second-tier martial skill. Ling Xiang said slowly with encouragement and affirmation. At the same time, he nodded slightly as if saying you did well. Although I am currently lacking evolution points, I can still get them first and level up by grinding monsters during the college entrance examination. Zhang Feng was deeply moved in his heart and very satisfied with the results, because the rewards were very generous. It is important to note that there are certain restrictions on equipment and martial skills for the college entrance examination. Candidates cannot use equipment above the second tier, otherwise it will be considered cheating. Without this rule, children from wealthy families could sweep the exam with a mid-tier weapon, rendering the exam meaningless. As for martial skills, there are no restrictions because 1 year is too short. Even the heavens chosen cannot learn third-tier martial skills, so simplified versions of the secrets are born. I see that you can control lightning, is that right? Ling Xiang asked kindly like an elder. In his eyes, Zhang Feng, the heavens chosen, was not only a great benefactor for his own career but also had a magnificent future as an advanced master, naturally deserving a certain attitude and respect. Yes. Zhang Feng reached out his hand, and a few strands of green electric arcs jumped on his fingertips. When he killed the king of the savage apes, he had already used the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder, so there was no need to hide it. Even if the other party didn't ask, he would find an opportunity to consult Ling Xiang. Ling Xiang, the lord of the city, was a 6th-tier martial artist. With such a senior guiding him, it was beneficial and harmless to himself. You have mastered the Water Dragon Song and have no lack of trump cards. I recommend you choose Thunder Light Swift Steps to enhance your mobility. With this martial skill, you will be able to sweep the college entrance examination. After pondering for a while, Ling Xiang made a suggestion. He never doubted whether Zhang Feng could learn Thunder Light Swift Steps. This heaven's chosen had learned the Water Dragon Song in just 1 day. A mere second-tier martial skill wouldn't be a challenge for Zhang Feng. Thank you, City Lord. I happen to want a footwork technique. Seeing that Ling Xiang's thoughts coincided with his own, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile with joy. A few minutes later, the items were delivered to the control room. Wu Hanhai handed over an extra-long box and said, "This is the second-tier weapon, Stormy Pear Blossom Spear. Take a look." Zhang Feng took the box and thanked Wu Hanhai. He always trusted Wu Hanhai's judgment. After all, the Cold Spring Spear was very handy to use, so there was no problem. Opening the box, he saw a silver long spear with spiral patterns winding around the shaft, extending to the 5-blade spear tip. The main material of this weapon is mysterious waterstone, mixed with white thunder essence stone, very suitable for you as a dual water and thunder martial artist. Wu Hanhai pointed to the Stormy Pear Blossom Spear, full of confidence, and explained. Unlike the Cold Spring Spear, the Stormy Pear Blossom Spear did not use a segmented design, representing its strength and toughness surpassing the first-tier Cold Spring Spear. Great, I'll give it a try. Zhang Feng lifted the 2m9 weapon, feeling a perfect grip. He tried to swing it and found that both the weight and feel were good. When he activated the talent Azure Dragon Divine Water Power, a clear stream spread over the stormy Pear Blossom Spear, and saw-toothed water blades appeared on the spear tip. Probably due to the higher quality material, Zhang Feng found that the blood and energy consumed when activating the talent were at least 30% lower than when using the Cold Spring Spear. Do not underestimate this 30% reduction. It is crucial in battle. Thank you, Martial Instructor. I really like this stormy Pear Blossom Spear. Zhang Feng was very satisfied and deactivated his talent. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. A stronger weapon is exactly what he urgently needs. Now that he has obtained the Storm Pear Blossom Spear, it is undoubtedly a great boost to his monster grinding efficiency. When you get into Wuda, you can go to the Weapon Academy to have a weapon custom made for you. Only a weapon tailored to fit can bring out the strongest combat power of a warrior. Wu Hanhai smiled slightly and gave Zhang Feng some guidance again. His words have already been remembered by Zhang Feng. Custom-made weapons are not cheap, because every gram, every centimeter, every material has been carefully considered. Weapons crafted in this way naturally have a very high compatibility with the warrior, achieving true mastery. You have already received the reward for being first in the training camp, but as a celestial, you have the right to make a request to me. Ling Xiang blinked, seemingly implying something. Several instructors exchanged glances. Knowing that the city lord had already decided to bet on Zhang Feng, they directly and openly offered benefits. I hope to enter the forest and continue to hone myself, Zhang Feng said firmly without much thought. Nothing is better than evolution points, so he chooses to grind monsters. What? You still want to enter the forest? Ling Xian's expression showed shock for the first time. He had imagined that Zhang Feng would ask for elixirs or some preferential conditions. He didn't expect this kind of request, but he could feel a resolute will from this 18-year-old boy, completely unlike a pretense. I agree. After the closing ceremony, I will have the training camp instructors cooperate with you to hunt down ferocious beasts. You can kill as many as you want. Ling Xiang waved his hand, saying boldly. Today, he will accompany the Celestial to go crazy. Let's see where Zhang Feng's limits lie. Thank you, City Lord. Zhang Feng sincerely felt happy. Truly worthy of the City Lord. He is generous in his actions. It seems that before the college entrance examination, he can still grind a wave of evolution points. In a villa in Haicheng training camp, inside the martial arts room, Zhang Yuanzhou held a long sword, practicing the secret technique Whirlwind Sword Dance. The wind blades brought up by the sword tip seemed to be able to cut through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm, as if the sword hilt weighed 1,000 pounds. His expression was fierce, veins bulging on his forehead, enduring the pain and continuing to practice. But the sword movements became more and more chaotic. With a bang, the long sword slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Zhang Yuanzhou's face was as pale as paper. Sweat had already soaked his training clothes. It was obvious. He had reached his limit. Truly a martial arts secret technique. With my A-level talent, it's been so long and yet I still find it difficult to master. Looking at the long sword lying on the ground, Zhang Yuanzhou furrowed his brow, feeling very helpless and bitter in his heart. After starting to learn the secret technique, he finally understood why candidates who mastered the secret technique could dominate the college entrance examination with their own strength. Although the secret technique is a simplified version of intermediate martial arts skills, it still demands a lot from the warrior. Burst of energy, body control, proficiency and talent. All three requirements are indispensable. If there is any slight discrepancy in coordination, the secret technique cannot be performed. But once coordinated well, the power is quite astonishing. Candidates with such a powerful trump card are much stronger in actual combat than their peers of the same age. It's a pity that my useless brother has no qualifications to participate in the college entrance examination. Otherwise, I will definitely make him understand how big the gap between people really is. Zhang Yuanzhou picked up the long sword, the snowy white blade reflecting a pair of cold eyes. Since 5 years ago, after Zhang Feng was brought back home, he felt that life was dim and bleak, because Zhang Feng was handsome and excellent, scoring full marks in every martial arts class. That period was his nightmare, and also an indelible shadow. But what about the result? The brother who was the center of attention turned out to be an F-grade waste. His younger brother awakened an A-level talent. How dramatic life is. How interesting. How unexpected. Although you have left the Zhang family, don't think I will let you off easily. I will definitely send you into an abyss from which there is no return. Zhang Yuanzhou's narrow eyes closed as he let out a cold laugh. Ding ling ling. An urgent bell rang through the martial arts hall, followed by a steady male voice. Closing time, please gather in the hall to receive your ranking rewards. In order to master the secret technique, Zhang Yuanzhou intentionally set the broadcast to a non-disturbance mode and didn't even wear his wristband. If not for this bell reminding him, he would have forgotten that today was the closing day. Sheathing his sword, he murmured, although I didn't learn the secret technique, the first prize of the training camp includes second-tier equipment and martial skills. With these two items, I still have a chance to compete for a higher ranking in the exam. In Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes, the reward for being the first in the high city training camp was already within his grasp. Even the second-placed land battle city couldn't threaten his position. With the guidance tailored by his sister, the previous year's first-place winner, he had accumulated a huge advantage. The key was that land battle city was also burdened with the drag of Yi Xianer. With this assurance, Zhang Yuanzhou chose to seclude himself, hoping to learn the secret technique before the exam. Unfortunately, he failed. But the height he reached was enough to make people look up to him. Then let's go receive the prize. Zhang Yuanzhou composed himself, left the villa, and headed straight to the training camp hall. Along the way, many students who saw Zhang Yuanzhou had complex expressions in their eyes. Having been the first for a year, Zhang Yuanzhou was already accustomed to others' gazes. Proudly, he arrived at the hall, bypassed the long line, and went to the front. However, he didn't see Land Battle City's figure. Instead, it was Fang Yao. Fang Yao, where is Land Battle City? Zhang Yuanzhou felt somewhat strange and asked. The training camp had closed. Why didn't he see Land Battle City? Could it be that he couldn't get the first place and was too embarrassed to show up? Land Battle City? I don't know, I don't have a good relationship with him. Fang Yao shrugged, indicating he was unaware. But after saying that, for some reason, he couldn't help but laugh, even letting out a chuckle. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yuanzhou felt puzzled and asked coldly. Nothing, just suddenly thought of something funny. Fang Yao quickly turned away, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. If he didn't laugh uncontrollably, he wouldn't laugh. But just thinking about it, Zhang Yuanzhou realized he wasn't the first. The first place belonged to his brother who had been kicked out of the house. His expression must be quite interesting. So funny. A sneaky fool. Zhang Yuanzhou looked disdainfully at Fang Yao. This guy didn't have the demeanor of a warrior. He was always carefree, and no one knew what he was thinking. Attention, stand at ease. Several instructors marched over with a stern aura. The voice of Wu Hanhai echoed through the hall. His fierce tiger eyes scanned each student sternly. The students felt a chill and quickly adjusted their posture, standing tall and straight, eyes fixed straight ahead. Now we will begin distributing the ranking rewards, starting from the last ranked student. Come and receive your ranking reward. Wu Hanhai stood in front of the award podium, announcing the rules. The staff were already prepared. They brought a large number of prizes onto the podium. Stacks of chi blood pills, various weapons shimmering with cold light, and the most precious martial skills. After explaining the rules, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. The last-ranked male student walked up to the podium with his head down and received a chi blood pill. One by one, the students walked up to the stage, receiving rewards that matched their efforts and sweat. Looking at the items in their hands, everyone's emotions were complex, filled with regret and reluctance. A year had passed, and the high city training camp was coming to an end. 10th place, Tang Ani. When it was the turn of the top 10 students. According to convention, Wu Hanhai always reads the rankings. Instructor, did you make a mistake? I am 12th, right? Tang Ani is a female student. She looked incredulous, pointing at the ranking list. Due to Zhang Feng breaking into the top 10, it triggered a series of chain reactions. Originally ranked 11th, Tang Ani was directly pushed out of the top 10 by Yi Xianer, dropping one spot. No mistake, because among the top 10 students, Lu Zhancheng and Yi Xianer are cultists and have already died. Although the ranking list has not been updated, it does not affect your advancement in ranking. Wu Hanhai raised his chin slightly and said loudly. This news was like a bolt from the blue. All the students in the hall were stunned in place, their expressions blank. In everyone's hearts, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, causing a huge tsunami. Who could have imagined that this famous couple turned out to be cultists? And they had been with cultists for a year. Just thinking about it was terrifying. After the specific situation is investigated by the Wu Bureau, there will be a report. Alright, let's continue now. Tang Ani, if you don't come up, I will consider you forfeiting. Before the students could start arguing, Wu Hanhai shouted loudly and continued to host the award ceremony. Here, here. Upon hearing the word forfeit, Tang Ani hurried up to receive her reward. Looking at the brand new first-tier weapon and first-tier martial skill, she felt a surprise as if she had won the lottery. Even her voice was filled with joy. "Thank you, instructor." Wu Hanhai waved his hand and continued, "Alright, next, 9th place, Wu Tai." Wu Tai pursed his lips and went up to receive the award. As he stepped down from the stage, many people noticed that this tower-like man's eyes were actually turning red. 8th place, Song Pu. 7th place, Chen Yulio. 6th place, Zhao Jijie. 5th place, Lu Yu. 4th place, O Shanchan. 3rd place, Fang Yao. The deaths of Yi Xianer and Lu Zhancheng allowed Wu Tai and Tang Ani to benefit for nothing. But for the top 8 students, it had no impact, because the first place position now had a stronger contender. 2nd place, Zhang Yuanzhou. Upon hearing his own name, Zhang Yuanzhou's expression changed dramatically. He felt a wave of shock in his heart, even more shocking than finding out Lu Zhancheng was a cultist. Why has my ranking dropped? But the top 10 students are still the same familiar faces. Zhang Yuanzhou's face darkened, unable to understand where he had gone wrong. Logically, with the most threatening Lu Zhancheng already dead and kicked out of the rankings, the first place should have been a sure thing, like picking fruit from a basket. But now there was a problem. "Zhang Yuanzhou, do you want to forfeit the reward?" Wu Hanhai stroked his chin, teasingly. He had no bias against Zhang Yuanzhou, a genius, before, but now it was different. Having produced 2 genius brothers was theoretically a great thing. Unfortunately, the Zhang family had eyes but failed to see, losing a watermelon while picking sesame seeds. "No, I'll take it." Zhang Yuanzhou took a deep breath. He walked up to the stage to receive a second-tier long sword, unable to bear the doubt in his heart. "Instructor, who was the first place, and how did he surpass my ranking?" Upon hearing this expected question, Wu Hanhai's answer was brief but shocking. "The first place is called Zhang Feng. On the first day of entering the camp, he secured his position. On the second day, he entered the forest and reached second place. On the third day, Zhang Feng killed the king of savage apes." Zhang Yuanzhou's face instantly lost all color. He was shocked to the extreme. Gripping the second-tier long sword tightly, he couldn't say a word. The name he hated the most, was disgusted by, was repulsed by, never wanted to hear, and should never have heard. It was now appearing. And it even took away his first place. Impossible. 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 It must be a namesake, definitely not that person. Zhang Yuanzhou lowered his head and clenched his teeth. The shadow that once covered his heart began to spread again. His pride, his achievements, everything about him. How ridiculous. Completely vulnerable. Boom. Zhang Feng's legs were entwined with electric light, like the descent of a thunder god, rapidly approaching the ferocious beast. Before the ferocious beast could react, a blue gun shadow instantly pierced through its body. Evolution points +10, the prompt sounded. Zhang Feng drew out the storm pear blossom spear. With a light shake, blood splattered, blooming into blood flowers. His strong fighting spirit surged in his heart as he scanned around, preparing to hunt down the next ferocious beast. "Alright, Zhang Feng, stop now. Save some energy for the college entrance examination." Ling Xian, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but shout loudly. He was starting to doubt life. The Celestial Guardian was too fierce, making him doubt life. If he didn't speak up to stop it, this young man would probably kill until tomorrow, excessively depleting his own energy. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, Level 18, Talent, Ancient Azure Dragon, S, Health, 810, Spirit, 810, Martial Skills, Water Dragon Song, Entry, Lightning Speed Step, Entry, Cloud Riding Spear Technique, Perfected, Ninefold Fist, Perfected, Techniques, Whale Sea Breathing Technique, First Layer Perfected, Evolution Points, 10. Zhang Feng opened the panel and looked at it, somewhat unsatisfied, saying, "Lord Ling, I can still continue." This afternoon had the cooperation of instructors, directly saving a lot of time searching for ferocious beasts. Zhang Feng only needed to harvest lives with his hands, letting him easily earn over 300 evolution points. He first spent 50 evolution points to enter the lightning speed step, and then raised his realm to level 18. If he worked harder tonight, he might be able to reach level 19 and touch the threshold of the second tier. Isn't the reason why people fear the Celestial Guardian because of their super talents, Zhang Feng thought. He had no intention of hiding his true strength. With the Celestial Guardian as his trump card, he was more than capable of handling any problem. For example, why do you cultivate so fast? I am the Celestial Guardian. Why are you so strong? I am the Celestial Guardian. Are you even human? I am the Celestial Guardian. Perfectly reasonable. Not a single flaw. You're quite fierce, kid, but tomorrow is the college entrance examination, so rest up, don't overdo it. Wu Hanhai quickly came over, rubbing Zhang Feng's shoulders, earnestly advising. The several instructors. Today was tiring yet gratifying. Tiring because driving away ferocious beasts was troublesome. Gratifying because Zhang Feng's progress was astonishing. Do you have a grudge with the ferocious beasts? You're killing them so eagerly. Alawal walked over, full of emotion. He was also impressed. He had been an instructor at the training camp for several years. It was the first time he had seen a student addicted to killing ferocious beasts. But for warriors, this was completely a good thing. Although Zhang Feng wanted to continue killing ferocious beasts, reason told him that Wu Hanhai and Ling Xiyang were right. The college entrance examination was an important turning point in his life and could not be taken lightly. When you drink water, remember the source. He solemnly thanked the several seniors. I understand, thank you, Lord Ling, thank you, instructors. Wu Hanhai breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Alright, let's return to the training camp. The group left the forest and encountered an unexpected person. Zhang Yuanzhou. This person bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Feng, holding a long sword and staring grimly at the forest gate. When he saw Zhang Feng, a hateful glint flashed in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Brother, I can't believe it's really you. Why does it have to be you? Taking away my first place. Looking at the detestable little brother, Zhang Feng felt a wave of amusement and said, Brother, the past is the past, the present is the present, practice more if you're weak. After his talent awakened, he was cold-shouldered due to his F-grade talent and faced difficulties everywhere. In the end, he voluntarily cut off ties with the Zhang family and lived alone. Zhang's family gave all their resources to this younger brother. Since he has reached the first year of junior high school, what qualifications does he have to criticize others? Are you looking for death? Zhang Yuanzhou was burning with anger, the sword handle creaked as he clenched it, and he charged forward with his head down. He wanted to see what kind of confidence his brother had to dare to mock him. Several instructors exchanged glances, about to stop Zhang Yuanzhou. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiyang, in a calm tone, said, Let them have a move, just don't let it get out of hand. The Lord of the city has spoken. The instructors had no choice but to stand by and watch. However, they were all fourth-order martial artists with strong abilities. Even if the two brothers fought fiercely, the instructors could control the situation with a single move. One move. When Zhang Feng heard this, he already knew what to do and took a step forward. This step was very clever, perfectly blocking Zhang Yuanzhou's path. It revealed Zhang Feng's excellent judgment of the situation. What? He's so lucky. Zhang Yuanzhou felt uncomfortable in that moment, forced into a dilemma. He gritted his teeth fiercely, thrusting his right hand forward, and the scabbard whistled towards Zhang Feng's chest. Facing this move that was both offensive and defensive, Zhang Feng remained expressionless. He just swung the weapon forward. The two weapons collided abruptly, making a clang sound. A terrifying force transmitted along the scabbard, shocking Zhang Yuanzhou's face. How is this possible? Why is his strength so powerful? Zhang Yuanzhou's mind was in turmoil, as if hearing the sound of shattered confidence. He had no time to think. Zhang Feng abandoned the weapon, the momentum of victory behind him, and struck out with a punch, hitting Zhang Yuanzhou in the face. This punch was not held back, containing emotions built up over the past decade. Zhang Yuanzhou flew sideways and fell to the ground. Unable to hold back, he spat out red blood. His appearance, with blood in his mouth, looked very miserable. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, you two need to calm down. Wu Hanhai stepped forward, standing between the two, his aura bursting. Damn it! Zhang Yuanzhou covered his cheek, his eyes full of hatred. The martial instructor was too biased. Blatantly biased. He didn't stop Zhang Feng when he was hitting someone. Now that he was being hit, he stepped in to stop it. What's going on? Damn it, why did my brother become so strong? There must be something fishy going on. Zhang Yuanzhou lacked the courage to confront the instructor. His expression changed for a moment. He glared fiercely at Zhang Feng. Finally, he got up, left with a heart full of unwillingness. It's a good thing I stopped you, otherwise the second place in our training camp would probably have been taken out by you. Wu Hanhai turned around, pretending to be surprised, jokingly. He wasn't protecting Zhang Feng, but protecting Zhang Yuanzhou from self-destruction. The gap in strength between these two brothers was as huge as a chasm. Zhang Yuanzhou lagged behind Enrolment talent, without mastering the essence. What could he use to fight against Zhang Feng? The courage given by Miss Liang. Maybe. Zhang Feng chuckled, not denying that he had thought about taking action. Although the timing wasn't right today, if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely educate Zhang Yuanzhou thoroughly. The matters of the Zhang family must be settled with interest. Zhang Feng, rest assured, I won't let the Zhang family cause trouble and affect your college entrance examination. Ling Xiyang made a promise. Regarding the Zheng family's affairs, even though he was the lord of the city, he was essentially an outsider and couldn't interfere easily. However, Zheng Feng had already severed ties with the Zheng family. He would also warn the Zheng family not to cross the line. Letting the two brothers fight was also a carefully thought-out plan. After this little incident, several people entered a room. Ling Xiang took out a document and said, "Zheng Feng, besides you, there are 3 other celestial guardians in Jiangnan province for this year's college entrance examination. Here is their information." Zheng Feng picked up the documents and carefully looked through them. Xiao Xiaoxiao, level 16 warrior, S-level talent. Lang Yun, level 16 warrior, S-level talent. Su Wei, level 17 warrior, S-level talent. From the data on paper, it seemed that in this year's entrance exam, there were some ups and downs. Among the 3 chosen ones, 2 were female. However, Zheng Feng's strength was in a league of its own, ranking at T0. But he would not be arrogant or underestimate other examinees. In the world of boxing, there was never a shortage of matches where the weak triumphed over the strong. If you aim to be the top scorer, then pay attention to these 3, they will be your biggest competitors. Next, rest well, we won't disturb you anymore. Ling Xiang added, very satisfied, and turned to leave. He believed in Zheng Feng's strength. As long as he performed normally, he would surely secure a top 3 position. As for the top scorer, there were too many variables involved, but there was a good chance to compete for it. Oh, when I think about the training camp in Haicheng, there might be a martial arts champion coming out this year. I'm so excited I can't sleep tonight. Yuji clapped her hands, her face flushed. Can't sleep, huh? Come with me for patrol. Wu Hanhai had a black line on his face and quickly took Yuji out of the room. After the 2 troublemakers left, Aluwa took out a booklet and pushed it over, saying, "Zheng Feng, I think this move Thunder Dragon Fury suits you well." Another secret technique. It was still the thunder-based secret technique he had been yearning for. Zheng Feng couldn't help but feel excited and picked up the booklet to read. Do you want to spend 100 evolution points to improve the proficiency of Thunder Dragon Fury? After reading it, a deep blue voice echoed in his mind. The entry level for a first-tier martial skill is 10 points, for a second-tier martial skill it's 50 points, so the entry level for a third-tier martial skill is 100 points. So it seems that Water Dragon Song and Thunder Dragon Fury are comparable to third-tier martial skills. With such high difficulty, it's no wonder that few examinees can learn them. Zheng Feng pondered silently, and his doubts gradually became clear. Secret techniques were equivalent to third-tier martial skills. They couldn't be learned in one go. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Martial arts, like liberal arts, require continuous accumulation of knowledge to challenge more difficult theories. It's like a child prodigy who can't skip elementary school knowledge and directly understand junior high school knowledge. Therefore, it was difficult for first-tier warriors in the training camp to comprehend secret techniques. Instructor Aluwa, you said that secret techniques are simplified versions of intermediate martial skills, so where do these 2 secret techniques come from? Zheng Feng thought of a question and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Water Dragon Song and Thunder Dragon Fury, these 2 secret techniques, originate from the 4th-tier martial skill, Dragon Roar Spear Technique. If you're interested, you can borrow it from Jinhai Martial Arts University in the future. You've already learned Water Dragon Song, and if you learn Thunder Dragon Fury as well, you'll have an excellent foundation, and you'll probably be able to master the Dragon Roar Spear Technique soon. Although I also know this spear technique, due to school regulations, I can't teach it to you privately, otherwise, we'll both be in big trouble. Instructor Aluwa answered without hesitation. It seemed like he had already anticipated that Zheng Feng would ask this question. As for the rule of not privately teaching martial skills, Aluwa had no choice. This rule was common and very strict, subject to the dual constraints of Jinhai Martial Arts University and the Martial Arts Bureau. However, the simplified secret techniques he taught were not bound by the rules. Instructor Aluwa, if you can teach me 2 secret techniques, Zheng Feng is already very grateful. As for the Dragon Roar Spear technique, it will depend on fate in the future. Zheng Feng was not a greedy person and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Since Water Dragon Song and Thunder Dragon Fury both originated from the Dragon Roar Spear technique, there might be a possibility. When he learned the Dragon Roar Spear technique, the system might reduce some evolution point costs. And since Zheng Feng had already mastered Water Dragon Song and would learn Thunder Dragon Fury in the future, obtaining the Dragon Roar Spear technique would be beneficial. Zheng Feng, perform well tomorrow, the whole Haicheng will be watching your performance, kid. The perennially cold-faced Aluwa, who rarely smiles, broke into a big smile today and patted Zheng Feng's shoulder to encourage him. Ever since witnessing Zheng Feng's talent and strength, a long-lost passion has ignited in his heart. Due to Ling Xiang's blockade, the Haicheng training camp did not open until the day of the college entrance examination. After opening, many rumors spread quickly. Among them, a restaurant facing the training camp was holding a celebration banquet. The participants were numerous, all prominent figures in Haicheng, including intermediate-level martial artists. However, the person sitting in the main seat was a second-level martial artist, Zhang Xuanba. Congratulations to the head of the Zhang family. The Zhang family has won the first place in the Haicheng training camp for 2 consecutive sessions. The title of the #1 family in Haicheng is well-deserved. Yes, the Zhang family has produced 2 outstanding talents who have both been admitted to the Holy Capital Martial Arts University, enough to become a legendary story. It all depends on the head of the Zhang family's guidance. Otherwise, how could 2 talented heroes emerge in succession? One after another, the guests continued to praise. Zhang Xuanba and Chen Aimei couldn't stop smiling. Their third daughter, Zhang Zi, had already enrolled in the Holy Capital Martial Arts University. The reputation of being the #1 martial arts university in the Dragon Kingdom resounded throughout the world. As a result, the status of the Zhang family soared. What's even more enviable is that the Zhang family has produced another talent, Zhang Yuanzhou. Although slightly inferior in talent, Zhang Yuanzhou is only an A-level talent, but still a genius. It can be foreseen that as the realms of these 2 siblings improve, the Zhang family will become even more prosperous. In the future, it will become a dominant family in Haicheng. Clatter clatter. The sound of footsteps rang out, and a martial artist in a long robe arrived. He had been waiting at the entrance of the Haicheng training camp, waiting for it to be unsealed to get first-hand information. As soon as he received the news, the martial artist ran to the restaurant, waving a piece of white paper in his hand and loudly congratulating, "Congratulations to the head of the Zhang family. The Zhang family has produced another outstanding talent. Congratulations to the head of the Zhang family for winning the first place in the Haicheng training camp for 2 consecutive sessions." Upon hearing this, the guests paused, with a sense of as expected in their minds. Looking back at the history of Haicheng, there are not many families that have won the first place in 2 consecutive training camps. This represents the beginning of a family's prosperity, which is truly enviable. Ha, my son truly lives up to my expectations. Yuanzhou has not disappointed me. Zhang Xuanba stood up abruptly, bursting into hearty laughter. He took the white paper. However, as soon as he saw the first line of words, his smile froze, and his face was filled with black lines. It wasn't Zhang Yuanzhou. It was Zhang Feng who had been expelled from the family, who had snatched the first place. How is this possible? Zhang Xuanba was extremely puzzled and, in a fit of anger, tore the paper in half. Everyone present was astute and realized that something was amiss. Soon, a piece of news spread rapidly. All the guests present learned one thing: this year's first place in the Haicheng training camp was Zhang Feng. Am I hearing this correctly? It's not Zhang Yuanzhou, but Zhang Feng. Hiss, what is the Zhang family doing? They actually drove a genius out of the family? What is the Zhang family doing? Having 2 geniuses in one family, isn't that a good thing? The wealthy and powerful people of Haicheng couldn't help but lower their heads and whisper to each other. They looked at Zhang Xuanba's smile with a strange expression. Damn, what is this rebellious son trying to do? He actually took away Yuanzhou's first place. Zhang Xuanba's face was dark, and he was extremely unhappy. What was supposed to be a celebratory banquet had turned into a stage for others to mock him. Buses formed a long line and traveled along the highway. At the same time, a large number of martial artists followed the convoy, guarding the route. Several months before the college entrance examination began, the Martial Bureau had issued a series of tasks in advance. Many martial artists accepted these tasks, ventured into the wilderness to clear out groups of beasts, and ensured the safety of the route. As a result, the convoy traveled smoothly without encountering large-scale beast attacks. Only a few scattered beasts foolishly showed themselves and were promptly killed. According to the college entrance examination regulations, Zhang Feng needs to take the bus from Haicheng-No. 1 Middle School. For his safety consideration, Wu Hanhai was arranged to sit in the front row of the bus, while Ling Xiang rode in a car behind. No matter what unexpected situation arises, under heavy protection, Zhang Feng will not be in danger. With the city lord and several instructors protecting him, it's safe enough. Sitting next to Wu Hanhai, Zhang Feng felt secure. The attention to Tian Jue is only natural. When he grows up, he will definitely repay the Dragon Kingdom 1,000 times over. Zhang Feng, how do you feel about the training camp? Su Xiaoxue sat on Zhang Feng's right side, curious. She had also been to the training camp and knew how brutal it was inside. Or rather, many high school students with average talent had situations similar to Su Xiaoxue's. After entering the training camp for a period of time, they found that they couldn't handle the high-pressure environment and voluntarily withdrew before it ended. It's okay, as expected. Zhang Feng thought for a moment with his head tilted, and said calmly. He had achieved both of the goals he set before entering the training camp. One was to elevate his realm to above level 15, and the other was to pass through the training camp in 3 days. TSK, he only stayed in the training camp for 3 days, and he went in near the end of the camp. What kind of feeling can he have? Huang Feifei on the side crossed her arms and said disdainfully. She looked down on Zhang Feng very much. An F-level talent dared to enter the training camp, it was simply ignorant and arrogant. And now he's saying it's as expected? Is that the expectation of someone at the bottom? This kid Zhang Feng doesn't have good people skills. Wu Hanhai rubbed his chin and showed a strange smile. If it were the previous Zhang Feng, the girl's words would make sense. Unfortunately, fate loves to play tricks on people. Feifei, don't say that. Zhang Feng entered the training camp to fight for opportunities for himself. There's nothing wrong with that. In the past, Master Fang Ben was also an F-level talent, but he didn't give up on martial arts and eventually became a master. If you continue to use such discriminatory language, we are not friends. Su Xiaoxue turned her head and said firmly. She truly believed that Zhang Feng was not wrong. He had courage. He dared to enter the training camp to challenge himself. This alone made him much stronger than others with the same F-level talent. My cousin Fang Yao also entered the training camp. How much of a fool Zhang Feng made of himself, I'll ask him and find out. Huang Feifei pouted, clearly very dissatisfied. She never expected that Su Xiaoxue would break off their friendship for Zhang Feng, so she didn't have to be polite anymore. Let everyone see Zhang Feng's embarrassment. Hey, cousin, it's me, Feifei. First of all, congratulations. With your A-level talent, you will definitely achieve a good result in the training camp this year. Huang Feifei deliberately put the call on speakerphone so everyone could hear. Oh, it's okay, 3rd place. Fang Yao didn't think much of it and said calmly. After leaving the training camp, he received countless calls asking about the situation. Naturally, he thought Huang Feifei was calling to congratulate him. 3rd place in the training camp. Wow, cousin Feifei is so strong. According to previous college entrance exam results, Fang Yao should be able to enter the Holy Capital Martial Arts University. Holy Capital Martial Arts University. So envious, that's a true genius. Hearing the compliments from classmates, Huang Feifei, like a proud swan, raised her neck as if she were the one who had achieved 3rd place. She provocatively glanced at Zhang Feng and eagerly said, Do you know a student named Zhang Feng? Did he embarrass himself a lot? Zhang Feng rested his chin on his right hand, not feeling angry, and looked at Huang Feifei with a smile. In his previous life as an Asian boxer, he had faced countless criticisms and discrimination, but he had proven himself with his strength and established his position as a world champion. In his eyes, Huang Feifei was already not a person, but a single-celled organism. Lin, Chen? On the phone, Fang Yao's tone was very hesitant, as if he was caught in some kind of memory. But in Huang Feifei's ears, it instantly became a capital to boost her confidence, and she said sarcastically, Oh, I forgot. Zhang Feng is an F-level talented warrior, not comparable to your A-level talent. Cousin, you don't know he's quite normal too. I remember now, Feifei, you are also a student at Haichang No. One middle school. Is Zhang Feng in the same class as you? Even separated by a screen, everyone could still feel Fang Yao's urgent and nervous emotions. Yes, cousin, what's wrong? Is Zhang Feng embarrassing himself at the training camp? Although Huang Feifei didn't know the reason, she felt even more pleased. She wanted to tear apart Zhang Feng's dignity. Let everyone see his ugliness. Embarrassing? If you think breaking through the training camp in 3 days, killing the strongest beast, the rampaging ape king, and becoming the top trainee is embarrassing, then I need to open your head and see what's inside. You fool! Fang Yao roared uncontrollably, even the air was vibrating. He was really angry. He was enjoying watching Zhang Yuanzhou, but today his cousin taught him a lesson. The Joker finally got a taste of his own medicine. Ha! Cousin, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Are there 2 Zhang Fengs at the training camp? Huang Feifei asked in disbelief, as if hearing a myth. She couldn't believe that the F-level talent waste she knew could be involved in such a thing. And Zhang Feng is a trainee? What a joke! We only have 1 Zhang Feng at the training camp, and if I'm not mistaken, a certain instructor should be escorting him. Fang Yao felt like his cousin was driving him crazy, and said softly. Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on the front row where Wu Hanhai was sitting, feeling very surprised. They had thought this strong warrior was just randomly chosen to escort a bus. They didn't expect there to be an unexpected reason behind it. Wu Hanhai couldn't help but grin and said, I'm here to protect Zhang Feng. After saying that, he gave Zhang Feng a look, as if saying, no need to thank me. It matched up. The instructor and Feng Yao's words all matched up. Unbelievable, Zhang Feng's talent has evolved. I'm such an idiot, Zhang Feng is a trainee. Why didn't I hold on to those thick thighs? He broke through the training camp in 3 days? Is this the same Zhang Feng I know? The whole bus exploded in an instant. The classmates were all shocked. They had thought Feng Yao was strong enough, but they didn't expect there to be even stronger people. The Zhang Feng they knew was just a loser who had harassed Yuxiener and stayed at home in seclusion. But today, all their past impressions were shattered. I was wrong about Zhang Feng, I was wrong, can you forgive me? Huang Feifei was already crying, her eyes red, pleading. Her body couldn't help but tremble. How stupid was she to go against a trainee? Snap. Who could have imagined that Su Xiuxue would slap Huang Feifei in the face without mercy? This slap had no mercy. The full force of her hand turned Huang Feifei into a pig's head. But she dared not retaliate, tightly clenching her fists, her palms covered in blood. This slap is to teach you not to speak out of turn in the future, Su Xiuxue said coldly. She had advised Huang Feifei so many times, but she had reached the end of her patience. But Huang Feifei wouldn't listen, and the result was facing the consequences. As everyone looked at each other in surprise, they also felt that she deserved it. At noon, hundreds of buses entered a valley and stopped at a man-made playground. Surrounding the playground were dozens of buildings, with a steel wall blocking the valley. The tall and heavy steel wall was topped with electric fences and surveillance equipment. High school seniors got off the bus one after another, picked up their weapons, and consciously lined up, looking at the steel wall not far away. The examinees' eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. Behind the wall is the exam that will determine their future. Suddenly, several teams of soldiers came out of the building in an orderly manner and stood on the wall, ready for action. At the same time, the face of a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. He had a stern face, sharp eyes, and shouted, "Now, I, Jiang Mingyuan, will preside over this year's college entrance examination. Everyone stand at attention, no private conversations allowed. Anyone who violates will be expelled from the exam room." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere of the entire scene changed drastically, filled with solemnity. The examinees involuntarily raised their heads high, stood neatly as required, and stared straight ahead with their eyes, as if they were being inspected. Jiang Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction and continued to announce the exam rules. Now, the examinees whose names are called will enter the wall for a Qi and blood test. Only those who pass the Qi and blood test are eligible for the practical exam. Everyone present was a senior student, so they were not surprised to hear this. They had long known that the college entrance examination mainly consists of 2 parts, which together determine the scores and rankings. The first and most important score is the Qi and blood value. Examinees whose Qi and blood value does not reach 50 do not even have the chance to enter the practical exam. This rule may seem cold, but it is actually for the safety of the examinees. Because the practical exam is more dangerous than the training camp, setting a threshold can effectively prevent casualties. The college entrance examination is a talent selection arena, not a slaughterhouse. Allowing students who are not strong enough to die in vain goes against common sense. Bangliga City First Middle School, Ingningji. Haicheng Second Middle School, Lushuarong. Jiangcheng First Middle School, Longyun. As the broadcast sounded, the examinees whose names were called walked out of the queue. A beautiful girl with delicate features stepped out of the crowd, but her eyes were cold, giving off an aura of not to be approached. Lang Yun's appearance attracted the attention of many people. However, due to the exam rules, everyone suppressed their inner discussions. They watched her walk into the wall. He is the celestial guardian of Jiangcheng. Zhang Feng glanced at her. Rising 16 levels in a year, she was indeed very strong. In previous college entrance exams, she would have been ranked in the top tier, with the strength to compete for the top 3 spots, not to be underestimated. As time passed, most of the examinees entered the wall for the Qi and blood test. Bingcheng First Middle School, Malayin. Lucheng Third Middle School, Beijing. Haicheng First Middle School, Zhangfeng. Upon hearing the broadcast, Zhang Feng also walked out of the queue, passed through the iron gate, and arrived behind the steel wall. Here, numerous Qi and blood testing instruments were lined up in a row, with a huge screen displaying real-time rankings of Qi and blood values. First place, Xiao Xiaoxiao. Second place, Suwei. Third place, Lang Yun. Zhang Feng glanced at the monitor and found it to be as he had expected. The 3 celestial guardians had a significant advantage, occupying the top 3 spots in order. Soon it was Zhang Feng's turn. He walked up to one of the Qi and blood testing devices. Beside him were a staff member and an invigilator. "Please extend your index finger, examinee." The staff member took out a blood collection needle and said. Zhang Feng glanced at the needle, wanting to say something, but pressed it down. The invigilator, with a resolute expression, noticed his action and frowned, asking, "Is there something uncomfortable, examinee?" Zhang Feng shook his head dumbly and said, "No, please proceed." After speaking, the staff member pinched the blood collection needle and forcefully pierced his index finger. But no blood came out. "What's going on?" The staff member was stunned. Gritting his teeth, he exerted more force, but still couldn't break the skin. "When I tempered my skin, my talent enhanced my membrane, making it impossible for even a first-order blood collection needle to break through." Zhang Feng had anticipated this and was not surprised. Such amazing defense. Enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with a second-order warrior. The invigilator was surprised and said in a deep voice, "Change to a second-order blood collection needle." The staff wiped their sweat. It was the first time they encountered such a situation. However, the examination room was prepared. He quickly took out a new box of blood collection needles, his eyes full of emotion. Never expected. There would be a day to use a second-order blood collection needle. The key is to use it on a high school senior student. Bear with it, the staff reminded. With a cautious expression, he forcefully pierced. This time successfully breaking the skin, blood beads gushed out and were absorbed by the blood collection needle. Drip, blood and energy value is 910. At the moment of seeing this value, both the invigilator and the staff widened their eyes, feeling a sense of disbelief. There was actually a student with a blood and energy value as high as 910 points. This is a new history. Shocking. The staff was so scared that he couldn't speak. It took saying a few to steady his mind. The invigilator took out a watch and a uniquely shaped belt, and said with a complex expression, "Congratulations to the examinee for passing the blood and energy test. This is the intelligent watch used for the exam, and a belt for both escape and storage." Zhang Feng took these two items. He pressed a button on the dial of the intelligent watch. The watch immediately made an electronic sound. Confirmation successful. The examinee is Zhang Feng from Haichang-No, 1 High School, Class 7 of Grade 3, with a current combat score of 0. The intelligent watch was conventional, with no special features. Only the belt was very peculiar, with a round ball shell in the center that seemed to have a special function when pressed. At the same time, on both sides of the belt, there were a series of survival tools, including matches, water purification tablets, and hemostatic bandages. Please proceed to the next area, and wait for the start of the practical exam. The invigilator looked deeply at Zhang Feng, then said, "Okay." Zhang Feng left the testing area and went straight to another flat ground. The space here was extremely large, with a steel wall on the opposite side. There were many chairs in the venue, and display screens showing the ranking of blood and energy values. Many guards stood around, but did not restrict the examinees from freely conversing. Who is this first place Zhang Feng? Such a strange name. Who is he, to actually surpass 3 celestial guardians? Are there any students from Haichang-No, 1 High School here who know who Zhang Feng is? If I can get close to Zhang Feng, then I'm set for this exam. Since wandering around was not allowed, the examinees whispered to each other, trying to find Zhang Feng. Even the 3 celestial guardians couldn't help but be curious and wanted to see what Zhang Feng looked like. They were all self-confident in their exceptional talents. They had thought that the top scholar would be determined among the 3 of them. Never did they expect a dark horse to emerge and snatch the first place. And no one noticed. The Zhang Feng they were looking for had already arrived. Zhang Feng found a random spot, closed his eyes, and did not boast about his identity. "Brother, why, is it you again who took the first place? What cheating method did you use this time?" In a corner, Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the rankings with hatred. He covered his right cheek, feeling a piercing pain. Nausea. Discomfort. Unbearable. Zhang Feng's ranking was actually higher than his. Why? Clearly, he was the more outstanding person. The one who received thousands of favors from the Zhang family was also him. But now, he, Zhang Yuanzhou, was being trampled underfoot. In Haichang, Ji Guanglian, with a messy hairstyle, arrived late at the meeting room. The meeting room was already filled with senior high school teachers. Everyone eagerly awaited the announcement of the blood and energy rankings. Seeing Ji Guanglian walk in, meticulously fixing his hair, the head teacher with a frowning corner of his eye coldly said, "Teacher Ji, the college entrance examination has already begun. Why are you so late? Are you ashamed to see your students' performance?" Ji Guangliang seemed not to hear. Sitting alone on the last row, he lowered his head in contemplation. What exactly happened to Zhang Feng that made the Lord's Manor ask me to sign a confidentiality agreement? Ji Guangliang also didn't want to be late. But last night, suddenly people from the Lord's Manor came to him and had him sign a series of confidentiality agreements. The key point was that the confidentiality subject was Zhang Feng. He was a student with F-level talent in their 7th class. This matter was too strange, causing him deep concern. Therefore, it occupied all of Ji Guangliang's thoughts. Seeing Ji Guangliang ignoring him, he still had a look of indifference. The headmaster frowned, showing a hint of displeasure, and reprimanded, "Ji Guangliang, your class has the worst ranking, yet you act so superior. It's simply lacking in professional ethics. I think your days as a teacher are numbered." As soon as he finished speaking, the screen in the meeting room flashed, showing a leaderboard. "Everyone, look, the Qi and Blood ranking is out." Everyone looked up, even the headmaster forgot to scold Ji Guangliang. But as soon as they looked, the meeting room erupted into intense discussion. Because the first on the Qi and Blood ranking was named Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng? This name sounds familiar, I think I've heard it somewhere? Ah, could it be the Zhang Feng from class 7 who harassed Yi Xianer? I remember now, he's Zhang Yuanzhou's brother. But how could he be in first place? Seeing Zhang Feng's name at the top of the list, countless pairs of eyes filled with shock turned to Ji Guangliang, who was deep in thought. Ah, this. Ji Guangliang looked up and saw Zhang Feng's name. His pupils contracted, and he shuddered all over. In a daze, he understood many things. Why the Lord's manor came to him to sign confidentiality agreements, strictly demanding not to expose Zhang Feng's privacy. I understand now, so that's how it is. Zhang Feng, you've made something of yourself. Ji Guanliang's eyes were filled with complex emotions, a mix of relief and nostalgia. Since Zhang Feng could top the Qi and Blood ranking, his talent was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely reaching the S level. Teacher Ji, why aren't you saying anything? Is this your student Zhang Feng? Old Ji, you've been hiding it well. Your class has produced a celestial guardian, and you've been keeping it a secret until today. I remember, that green dragon from a few days ago. Could it be the talent awakened by Zhang Feng? The more the teachers talked, the more excited they became. In the field of martial arts, their potential was limited, with no way forward. As teachers, their dream was naturally to educate and hope to one day have students flourishing everywhere. If a celestial guardian emerged among their own students, it would be enough to be a lifelong topic of conversation. However, the probability was even lower than buying a lottery ticket. Yes, Teacher Ji, don't you want to tell us about Zhang Feng's situation? The headmaster's face lit up with excitement, his eyes shining. Sorry everyone, I signed a confidentiality agreement, I can't talk about Zhang Feng's situation. Ji Guangliang shook his head, speaking firmly. The confidentiality agreement was strict, but it didn't mean he couldn't say a word. But right now, he just didn't want to talk. To prevent you from looking down on me, looking down on my students in class 7. In this extraordinary era, stars who can only sing and dance are far less eye-catching than martial artists. Behind every martial arts powerhouse, there are often a large number of fans. And there are two major events that make martial artists famous. The first is the college entrance examination. This exam is the first test in the lives of countless martial arts geniuses. Once they pass this difficult hurdle, it's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, completing a transformation. The second is the heavyweight national martial arts competition. The national martial arts competition is of extremely high standard, gathering the martial arts prodigies of an era. It not only dominates television ratings but also becomes the focus of discussion nationwide. Every year, numerous dazzling participants emerge from the competition, becoming well-known new stars. Damn, this year's college entrance exam Qi and Blood ranking, the first place is called Zhang Feng? How come I've never heard of this person? I checked, this is a candidate from Haicheng-No. One middle school, what? The information says F-level talent. What a joke, he surpasses the 3 major heavenly guardians. And you're telling me he's F-level talent? I am also F-level talent. How come I didn't know F-level talent is so powerful? After the Qi and Blood test ended, the results were also announced. As soon as the list came out, countless netizens who were following the college entrance exam were shocked. An unknown F-level talent warrior actually ranked first on the Qi and Blood ranking. It was completely unbelievable. The name Zhang Feng also began to be known along with the list. Zhang Feng, why is it you? How could it be you? Why do you deserve to be on top of the Qi and Blood ranking? It's really strange. Zhang Zi, who had just finished closed-door cultivation, was also stunned when she saw the Qi and Blood ranking. She tapped her slender fingers on the table, closed her eyes and contemplated. A plain and unremarkable movement, but it seemed as elegant as a pianist playing. Talent evolution is a matter of chance. Many A-level talent warriors seek it all their lives, and it's hard to find an opportunity. I don't believe you could have such an opportunity. After thinking for a while, Zhang Zi still didn't understand, filled with doubts, murmuring to herself. Even in the prestigious Saint Capital Martial University where geniuses gathered, the probability of talent evolution was also very low. Throughout the year, only a few lucky ones could experience talent evolution. And who were the students of the Saint Capital Martial University? Each one was a pride of heaven, with outstanding martial talent far beyond ordinary people. But Zhang Feng was an F-level warrior, even being expelled from the Zhang family. No background, no ability. It was simply impossible to come across such an opportunity. Could it be a cult? Only cults like to promote growth in this way, using such methods to enhance the strength of warriors. Zhang Zi felt she was getting close to the truth. She pursed her lips, a cold light flashing in her eyes. If her brother had really joined a cult and tarnished the Zhang family's reputation, then she, Zhang Zi, would definitely take action, even if it meant going against her own family. No matter what secrets you're hiding, I will definitely uncover them. Let the truth be revealed to the world. Zhang Zi showed a hint of a smile. She could already foresee the future, seeing Zhang Feng's tragic fate. As for why she was so confident, because she was the vice president of the Celestial Society, holding immense power beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even in the Saint Capital Martial University where geniuses gathered, there were few who dared to defy the will of the Celestial Society. As the Qi and blood test ended, the other candidates entered the walled area. Many people began to talk secretly, looking for teammates. The screen flashed, showing the image of Jiang Mingyuan. He spoke in a deep voice. Now, I announce the rules of the college entrance exam practical test. First, this practical test is limited to 8 hours. Second, the test location is behind this wall, divided into 3 areas, white, gray, and red. Finally, I must emphasize that maliciously harming others, plotting against the lives of other candidates, violators will be disqualified from the exam and sent to the Martial Bureau for judgment. As Jiang Mingyuan spoke, his loud voice resonated in all directions. A strong and forceful momentum erupted, sweeping through the exam venue, covering everyone. The candidates were taken aback. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. Even separated by a screen, he still intimidates everyone. Zhang Feng was surprised. Although he didn't know what level of warrior Jiang Mingyuan was, his realm was definitely not low. He had never encountered a 6th-order warrior before. Now he realized. The Dragon Kingdom's martial arts were indeed flourishing, with a large number of intermediate-level warriors, and they attached great importance to the college entrance exam, dispatching 6th-order warriors to oversee the exam venue to ensure everything went smoothly. This was only the visible strength, and it was unknown if there were even stronger warriors secretly guarding. Now, you have 10 minutes to memorize the map, and after 10 minutes, the exam will begin. Jiang Mingyuan clapped his hands. Suddenly, the screen in the venue switched, showing the same map. The candidates widened their eyes and carefully noted the contents of the map. But the map was too large, covering a vast amount of information. In addition to rivers, mountains, grasslands, and ruins, there were also a massive number of dots representing ferocious beasts, gray, white, red, scattered across the map. With so much information, people were dazzled. So much, so complex, 10 minutes is not enough. Why am I not a spiritual warrior? I really regret not having 2 brains. Sigh, can't remember at all. The candidates scratched their heads, panicked, and wailed. Everyone knew the importance of the map. The more of the map they remembered, the more confident they would be in the exam. Hee brother, feeling helpless now, huh? Zhang Yuanzhou saw this scene and let out a cold laugh. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the big screen, feeling extremely pleased. I can memorize the entire map, note down all the distribution points of the ferocious beasts. Let's see what you have to compete with me. Third sister Zhang Zi had warned him early on to train his memory. He had not slackened off in this past year. It was all for this moment. Soon, the 10 minutes were up. The map disappeared, and 2 words appeared, begin. Jiang Mingyuan waved his hand and shouted loudly, all candidates, start your engines, the practical exam starts now. With a command, the steel walls rumbled open on both sides, revealing an unexpected environment. A concave basin appeared before them. Although it was a basin, it seemed vast and boundless. All the candidates were dumbfounded. They thought they were on flat ground. In fact, they were on a mountainside. What was even more eye-catching was that there were hundreds of tracks laid out at the exit, seemingly leading to the exam venue. This year's entrance method is a bit special. We actually have to take a small car. My luck has always been bad, how dare I choose? These tracks have no end in sight, who knows where they lead? If the end is a red-level ferocious beast, it's like a lamb to the slaughter. That would be easy, the noobs can just go home and sleep. The candidates looked very hesitant and reluctant to move forward. Obviously, they realized the problem. Choosing a track randomly could result in a very poor start. So no one wanted to be the first bird, they were all waiting for someone else to choose first. There are similar mountain peaks over there. It seems I'm not the only entrance to the exam venue. While other candidates were focusing on the tracks, only Zhang Feng noticed the faint outline of mountain peaks on the horizon. It had to be said, the Dragon Kingdom had a big hand in this. All the candidates in Jiangnan province were on the same stage, competing fiercely. This world's college entrance exam is not much different from a real-life battle royale. It saves time. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. The examiners laid out the tracks and gave no hints. It seemed they were testing the candidates' ability to react on the spot. How to make the most advantageous choice in an emergency situation. I've memorized the map already, so I need to quickly kill the red-level ferocious beast to gain the greatest advantage. Zhang Feng decisively pushed through the crowd. Following his instincts, he chose a track and got into a small car. As soon as he sat in the car, the weight changed. Under the influence of gravity, the car began to slide down the slope. Countless people watched as Zhang Feng left, until his figure completely disappeared. Who is this? How dare he be the first to leave? I've never seen him before, don't know him, maybe he's just bold. Isn't he afraid of encountering a red-level ferocious beast? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, feeling surprised. Smart people knew to wait, but there were always those who wanted to be the first bird. This was something everyone was happy to see. Humph, can you get into a top university by just waiting here? A girl stepped out of the crowd, saying coldly. She stood tall, with two short swords at her waist, making her look formidable. At the same time, a name spread among the crowd: Lang Yun. This year's college entrance examination. One of the 3 heavenly chosen in Jiangnan province. Lang Yun had already selected a small car. Stepping out of the crowd at this moment, without hesitation, she got into the car and headed to the examination center. Seeing Lang Yun set off, the crowd stirred. Several others, unwilling to be outdone, also entered the examination center. The actions of the heavenly chosen seemed to have opened a switch. More and more candidates chose to enter, no longer wasting time waiting. People tend to seek profit and avoid harm, but risks and opportunities coexist. Without taking risks, how can there be great gains? Zhang Mingyuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze profound. He admired the first candidate to enter, Zhang Feng. This candidate possessed extraordinary courage. However, among this year's candidates in Jiangnan province, there were still 3 heavenly chosen. Who will clinch the top spot in this year's college entrance examination remains to be seen. Boom! The small car was like a shooting star, rapidly sliding down the slope. The fierce wind in the mountains along the way blew Zhang Feng's hair. He looked at the approaching forest with anticipation in his eyes. Roar! Just as the car passed through a dense forest, a sudden roar was heard. Without even looking, Zhang Feng suddenly lowered his head and pressed the brakes. Swish! A beast claw swept over the car, raising a foul stench. The next moment, a long spear suddenly appeared. The blade, covered with blue water flow, like a dragon out of the sea, instantly pierced the beast's face. Evolution points +8, 1 strike, 1 kill. Zhang Feng jumped out of the car and glanced at the beast that attacked him. It was a wolf-like beast, covered in silver fur. 8 evolution points. This indicated that it was an 8th level beast that had not evolved. According to the examination rules, this beast belonged to the white difficulty level. Based on this inference, Zhang Feng was now on the edge of the white area, very close to the gray area. The car is no longer useful, let's proceed on foot. Zhang Feng gripped the rainstorm pear blossom spear and quickly recalled. With the consumption of mental power, a vast amount of information about the city, forest, beasts, appeared in his mind. He quickly wove a 3-dimensional map. With a glance, he found his position. The red beast closest to me is probably in that location. Zhang Feng turned his body and looked north. If he wanted to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he must choose high-value targets in the practical exam. After all, this exam only lasted 8 hours, and time was very precious. Thunderous steps. Zhang Feng activated his blood and qi. Instantly, arcs of electricity appeared on his legs. With a forceful step, his figure burst forward, heading straight for the red difficulty level beast. Evolution points +9, evolution points +10, evolution points +11. Although the primary target was the red difficulty level beast, Zhang Feng did not want to let any beast go. Therefore, this journey was filled with killings. Any beast that dared to show itself was instantly taken down. The practical combat points and evolution points began to increase rapidly. In the examination center, there was a city ruin. It was once prosperous but turned into ruins for some reason. Everywhere were broken walls and ruins, dilapidated buildings on the verge of collapse, with only exposed steel frames remaining. There were no humans. It had become a paradise for beasts. A tall and slender female warrior with delicate features hid behind the ruins. She stared at a beast not far away, a deer-like creature with deep blue fur and sparking horns on its head. Thunderhorn deer, a 15th level beast, I'm afraid I can't kill it in one strike. Xiao Xiaoxiao did not rush to make a move, silently calculating in her mind. By paying a certain price, she could also kill the Thunderhorn deer. But this was the examination center, hiding countless dangers, and she must not act recklessly. To go further on the path of martial arts, one must take one step and look 3 steps ahead. The earnest teachings of her parents. Xiao Xiaoxiao always remembered them. She quietly gripped her sword like a seasoned hunter, waiting patiently for the right moment. Time passed slowly, but Xiao Xiaoxiao was in no hurry, waiting until a certain moment. The time has come. Xiao Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes suddenly focused, ready to strike. But something unexpected happened. A thunderous lightning bolt descended, striking towards the Thunderhorn deer. A sudden and fierce attack caught it off guard. A terrifying power erupted instantly, slamming the Thunderhorn deer to the ground, cracking open fissures. Roar! The Thunderhorn deer was severely wounded, emitting an angry and mournful cry. What is this? Xiao Xiaoxiao, shocked, suppressed her forward movement. She saw clearly. That was not lightning, it was clearly a person. This was a candidate, tall in stature, handsome in appearance, holding a silver-white 5-blade spear. His expression was calm and cool, his eyes as deep as the starry sky, possessing a maturity beyond his peers. Die! Zhang Feng muttered, shaking his hands and unleashing the cloud-riding spear technique. The storm of pear blossom spears turned into countless shadows, attacking the vital points of the Thunderhorn deer. Its massive body trembled wildly, soon becoming motionless. Evolution points plus 15 sounded. Zhang Feng stopped his attack. As if sensing something, he gazed at the ruins not far away. Could I have been discovered? Xiao Xiaoxiao shivered all over. She dared not move from behind the ruins. She was so scared that she unconsciously held her breath. Although candidates were not allowed to kill each other, fighting was not prohibited. If she were to be injured by such a formidable enemy, it would clearly be detrimental to the college entrance examination. A candidate? If it's not a ferocious beast, it's not worth my intervention. Zhang Feng withdrew his gaze, not bothering to look for Xiao Xiaoxiao. He left the ruins, disappearing from Xiao Xiaoxiao's sight. He is probably Zhang Feng, the first on the blood and energy ranking. Xiao Xiaoxiao felt bitter. She never expected to be so unlucky. To encounter a student of the highest level was a threat even greater than the Thunderhorn deer. Fortunately, the opponent did not make a move. Otherwise, it would have been difficult. After leaving the city ruins, Zhang Feng pressed the side button of his smartwatch. First place, Zhang Feng, Practical Combat Score 170. Second place, Xiao Xiaoxiao, Practical Combat Score 120. Third place, Long Yun, Practical Combat Score 110. A segment of results was announced. Zhang Feng nodded repeatedly as he listened. His strength was indeed top-notch, and shortly after the start of practical combat, he took the lead in scores. I can't push my blood and energy to the limit, losing the advantage of using secret techniques multiple times. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng decided to advance to level 19 first. Deep Blue, level up, he silently said. The next second, a force surged throughout his body. In the depths of his mind, he had a feeling. He seemed to be approaching his limit. Zhang Feng had experienced this feeling before. When he reached level 9, with his blood and energy value at 99, he had a feeling of being unable to progress further. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, level 19, Talent, Ancient Azure Dragon, S, Blood and Energy, 900, plus, Spirit, 900, plus, Martial Arts, Water Dragon Song, Basic, Lightning Quick Steps, Basic, Cloud Riding Spear Technique, Perfected, Ninefold Fist, Perfected, Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Method, First Layer Perfected, Evolution Points, 155. Checking the panel, there was still room for improvement in blood and energy. With a single thought, he could advance to the peak of the first level. However, to break through to the second level, he first needed to practice the second volume of the Whale Sea Breathing Method, the Muscle Forging chapter. Would you like to spend 50 evolution points to improve the proficiency of the Whale Sea Breathing Method? The second volume belonged to the second level category, requiring 50 evolution points for basic proficiency. However, the higher the proficiency of the breathing method, the greater the chance of a successful breakthrough. Zhang Feng had long realized this. So let the Thunder Dragon Anger, as well as the second volume of the Whale Sea Breathing Method, both be raised to the entry level to prepare for breaking through the second stage. After some thought, Zhang Feng quickly made a decision. Consuming evolution points. The two martial arts techniques entered the entry level in an instant, and a massive amount of information flooded his mind. Realm, 19 levels, plus, due to the entry of the second level of the Whale Sea Breathing Method. Therefore, a plus sign also appeared in the realm column. The wallet that had just been filled up deflated once again. So Zhang Feng did not hold out hope and tried a bit. Breakthrough success rate is 10%. Do you want to spend 1000 evolution points to break through? The price of breaking through the second stage of Deep Blue is really expensive. Zhang Feng, who was embarrassed by his empty pockets, muttered to himself. He had never fought a battle of abundance in his life. Evolution points have been hard to come by for a long time. Then let's continue to grind monsters. Zhang Feng cut off unnecessary thoughts and focused on the college entrance examination. This was about the future. It was even an exam that determined the direction of his life. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's figure burst forth and rushed towards the red difficulty fierce beast. 30 minutes later, Zhang Feng, who had been charging all the way, stopped. He had earned over 200 evolution points along the way. With a thought, he chose to enhance the Thunder Light Swift Step. Spend 200 evolution points to enhance the proficiency of Thunder Light Swift Step to a small achievement. In an instant, a large amount of information surged into Zhang Feng's mind. He felt that he had a deeper understanding of the Thunder Light Swift Step. Zhang Feng's speed was already astonishing, far surpassing his peers. Now, by advancing the Thunder Light Swift Step to a small achievement, his speed increased even more. Master Lingcheng was right, this martial art has greatly improved me. Zhang Feng felt joy in his heart and had the urge to try it out. He looked at a grassland in the distance. A mammoth elephant covered in long fur was leisurely grazing. It really is a golden-toothed mammoth. Intelligence flashed through Zhang Feng's mind. In the blink of an eye, he recognized the giant beast in front of him. The golden-toothed mammoth was the largest fierce beast he had seen so far, measuring up to 6 meters. Like a walking small hill. Even the strongest fierce beast, the rampaging Ape King, in the Sea City training camp paled in comparison to this giant beast. This was because the golden-toothed mammoth had a pair of terrifying tusks. The tusks were like long spears of medieval knights, thick and sharp. And under the sunlight, the tusks shimmered with a faint golden light. This peculiar phenomenon was the origin of the name golden-toothed mammoth. Being selected as a red difficulty by the golden-toothed mammoth must not be underestimated, so I will use you to test my strength. Facing a formidable enemy, Zhang Feng's fighting spirit boiled, without a trace of fear. Holding the Storm Pear Blossom Spear, he boldly charged towards the golden-toothed mammoth. A figure entwined with blue lightning tore through the grassland, rapidly approaching the golden-toothed mammoth. Although the giant beast was massive and exuded a powerful aura, its reactions were clearly slow. When it turned its head, Zhang Feng suddenly changed direction, and his speed surged again, rushing to the blind spot of the mammoth elephant. Water Dragon's Song. In an instant, atmospheric moisture rapidly condensed, and the Storm Pear Blossom Spear transformed into a water dragon, crashing into the golden-toothed mammoth. Boom! The giant elephant's body didn't turn in time, unable to dodge, and took the full force of the move. In an instant, the terrifying power tore through the abdomen of the golden-toothed mammoth. The fur burst, blood spurted, and many internal organs burst open. Roar! The golden-toothed mammoth's eyes turned red, panting heavily, and swung its head towards Zhang Feng. Despite being severely injured, it did not flee or show fear, because the injury had triggered the fierce beast's brutal instinct. Indeed, a red difficulty fierce beast, truly tough-skinned and durable, even more so than the rampaging Ape King. Zhang Feng's mind raced with thoughts, and a sense of joy in hunting rose within him. Seeing the long trunk coming at him, he wisely chose not to confront it head-on. His blood and energy surged wildly, and he used the Thunder Light Swift Step. The long trunk tore through the air with a formidable momentum but missed its target, failing to hit Zhang Feng. So try this ultimate move, Thunder Dragon's Fury. With Zhang Feng's low shout, countless blood and energy evaporated, urging the divine thunder to wrap around the Storm of Pear Blossom Spear. In an instant, this 5-blade long spear, like a weapon in the hands of the Thunder God, shimmered with astonishing lightning. The golden-toothed mammoth was chilled all over, feeling fear for the first time, because it is a pure beast. So it can feel more intuitively the deadly threat of this blow. Roar! The sound of the long spear impacting the air, like a thunder dragon roaring. The ultimate move is complete, death is imminent. The golden-toothed mammoth's large size is an advantage, but also a disadvantage. It is too cumbersome. Its fat and heavy body became its biggest weakness at this moment. It's too slow. It can't dodge the ultimate move at all. Boom! The lightning completely exploded, accompanied by an amazing light. The golden-toothed mammoth trembled all over, as if it was being punished by the heavens. Its body slowly fell backwards, kicking up a cloud of dust. Evolution points plus 19 evolution points received. Zhang Feng quickly added some health points to replenish the lost health. In a battle, he consecutively used 2 ultimate moves, gaining some new insights. Thunder Dragon's Fury and Water Dragon's Song are both powerful. If I can use these two ultimate moves together, perhaps the power will be even greater. This is not a wild idea, nor a dream of a fool, because these two ultimate moves are both simplified from the Dragon Roar Spear technique. Let's give it a try. There shouldn't be any loss. If successful, wow, my combat power will be even higher. Zhang Feng was excited at the thought, filled with energy, eager to test it out. Following the map in his mind, leaving the grassland, heading towards the next red level ferocious beast. Jiangnan Province Examination Hall. Control room. His strength is so strong. A short-haired staff member couldn't hide his shock in his eyes. He witnessed it with his own eyes. Zhang Feng's two ultimate moves. The whole process of killing the golden tooth mammoth was terrifying. The examinees of this year's college entrance examination are too terrifying. In previous college entrance examinations, mastering one ultimate move was already exceptional. But this examinee actually mastered two ultimate moves. Just two moves. Killed one of the strongest ferocious beasts in the Jiangnan Examination Hall. The key is that this young man still looks like he has energy to spare. Officer, the golden tooth mammoth has been killed. The staff member stood up suddenly and ran to report to Zhang Mingyuan. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan was sitting in the central control room. There were also several powerful warriors beside him, including the Lord of Haichun, Ling Xiang. Oh, Zhang Mingyuan looked at the clock in surprise. The practical exam had just started for an hour. An examinee killing a red-level difficulty ferocious beast. This situation is not unheard of, but it is also very rare. Interesting, bring up the recording. Zhang Mingyuan was curious and ordered. Soon, in front of him, a young man with a long spear appeared on the screen. A handsome young man with a sharp look between his eyebrows. Zhang Feng? It's really him. Zhang Mingyuan saw the young man's appearance and a name came to mind. Because Zhang Feng is ranked first in blood and energy, and he was the first examinee to set off. So he left a deep impression on Zhang Mingyuan. This kid, indeed mastered Thunder Dragon's Fury. His comprehension is truly amazing. Ling Xiang saw Zhang Feng's performance. Couldn't help but squint. His expression was like a beckoning cat, full of smiles. It seems that this kid is very likely to be the top scorer of this year's Jiangnan province. Zhang Mingyuan was shocked, but also felt it was reasonable. On paper, Zhang Feng is number one. In terms of practical combat, Zhang Feng, who mastered two ultimate moves, is still far ahead, still number one. Unless there is some small probability event. Otherwise, the top scorer of Jiangnan province belongs to him. Gentlemen, this is Zhang Feng's personal information. A subordinate brought the file and respectfully handed it to the important figures. The information is very detailed. Zhang Feng's experiences from childhood to adulthood are all in it. Ha! Lao Ling, this is a candidate from your Haicheng. And his sister is Zhang Zi? So they are a family. Zhang Mingyuan picked up the file and couldn't help but relax his eyebrows. Zhang Zi was last year's top scholar in Jiangnan province. Talented and powerful, crushing peers of the same age. Unexpectedly, her brother's talent is not weak either. A pair of siblings dominated 2 sessions of the college entrance examination. Just think about it. He felt it was such a good story. Zhang Ge, the relationship between Zhang Feng and his family is hard to explain. Ling Xiang showed a bitter smile inside. He and Zhang Mingyuan are both students of the Saint Capital Martial University. It's just 3 sessions apart. The two also have a good relationship, so such a title is not abrupt. Hard to explain? Zhang Mingyuan is a person with deep thoughts. He didn't ask further and continued to read on. The answer must be in his hands. Ha! Zhang Feng has severed ties with the Zhang family? Why? At this point, Zhang Mingyuan frowned. He felt absurd and incredulous. Zhang Feng encountered a beast tied in his childhood, barely returned to the Zhang family, only to be driven out again. Are the Zhang family crazy? Treating their own family like this? Zhang Mingyuan's face darkened. If the Zhang family were in front of him, he would definitely scold them for being blind. Almost caused the Dragon Kingdom to lose a potential celestial guardian. If it were me, encountering a beast tied at the age of 5 or 6, losing contact with my family, surrounded by countless ferocious beasts, I would probably have died hundreds of times. Ling Xiang said empathetically. After learning the name Zhang Feng, he had scrutinized the young man's past countless times. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. This young man had a rough fate, facing numerous difficulties. It can be said that he wouldn't have survived until now without a bit of luck. This candidate, as a child, could survive alone in the midst of a beast tide. Truly remarkable. Yes, a beast tide affecting several cities, even we 6th rank martial artists would probably get trapped. I can't imagine how a child could survive in the midst of a beast tide, it's almost a miracle. Several prominent figures also looked at the file, expressing amazement. If disasters were ranked, a beast tide would definitely be in the top 3. After a beast tide, a large number of cities turned into ruins, with countless casualties. This is a disaster far more terrifying than earthquakes, typhoons, and other natural disasters. After the beast tide, Zhang Feng entered an orphanage, returned to his family 5 years ago, only to not be loved by his parents, and even led to a severed relationship. But Zhang Feng did not give up on life, did not give up on martial arts, he persevered alone, and finally saw the light after the storm, and his efforts paid off. Such a determined and talented candidate is truly a good seedling. Zhang Mingyuan finished reading the file and let out a heavy sigh. When he looked at Zhang Feng again, he also felt a hint of goodwill and appreciation for talent. While martial talent is important, to go far on the thorny path of martial arts, determination is equally indispensable. A strong 6th rank martial artist, like a mountain, said with emotion, recalling something. Zhang Mingyuan nodded, deeply understanding this. He had been the chief examiner of the examination hall for many years. He had seen too many talented individuals rise and then fade into obscurity. Those determined candidates, on the other hand, rose unexpectedly and achieved overtaking on the bend. In a certain place in the examination hall of Jiangnan province, Zhang Yuanzhou was holding a 2nd-rank long sword, looking proudly at the fierce beast in front of him. Blood dripped slowly along the blade of the sword. However, his cheek was slightly swollen, with a piece of anti-inflammatory patch attached, diminishing his elegance. Hoo! A gray-skinned rhinoceros stood opposite him, panting heavily. At this moment, the rhinoceros was covered in wounds, its breath weak, clearly suffering heavy injuries. Kill! Swift wind sword. Zhang Yuanzhou seized the opportunity, let out a loud shout, and decisively launched an attack. In an instant, the long sword in his hand stabbed out dozens of times. The whirlwind condensed at the tip of the sword burst open, creating hole-like wounds. Ayo. Even the tough skin of a rhinoceros couldn't withstand such a swift attack. After dozens of strikes, the rhinoceros fell to the ground with a bang, motionless. Good, another level 13 fierce beast killed. My achievements have improved again. Zhang Yuanzhou, who killed the rhinoceros, was very pleased and couldn't help but laugh heartily. He casually waved his long sword, danced a sword flower, and splattered blood. Brother, let's see what you have to compete with me. Zhang Yuanzhou pressed his smartwatch to check his score. The screen flashed, displaying a series of information. 5th place, Zhang Yuanzhou, Practical Combat score 280. Seeing his name, Zhang Yuanzhou couldn't help but show a look of joy. The practical exam was like crossing a single log bridge amidst 1,000 troops. With each advancement, he eliminated a large number of peers. With this score and Purple Yan's help, I'm sure of entering the Holy Capital Martial University. Zhang Yuanzhou's lips involuntarily curled up. He could already foresee himself entering the top institution of the Dragon Kingdom in the near future. Brother, even though I don't know what method you used, you can't cheat in the practical exam. You snatched my first place by despicable means, relying on the resources of the training camp to top the vitality rankings. If you think you can win against me using such methods, I tell you, it's absolutely impossible. Zhang Yuanzhou remembered yesterday's events, filled with resentment. His brother was a waste with an F-level talent. Why did he manage to secure the first place in the training camp? He must have used some unspeakable means. Otherwise, the first place in the training camp would have been his. Missing out on a second-tier martial skill made him deeply regretful. Brother, you must be very frustrated that you can't cheat in the practical exam. Let me see what rank you are. Zhang Yuanzhou's lips carried a hint of a sneer as he scrolled down the rankings. The further he scrolled down, the more he smiled because he didn't see Zhang Feng's name. Ha! 500th place, no sign of that cheater's name. Is he that pathetic? 1000th place, still nothing. Brother, how much of a loser are you? Can't even make it to the top 1000. 5000th place, where are you, Zhang Feng? I'm in the college entrance exam, where are you? 10,000th place, did you get caught cheating and got kicked out directly? Ha. Not finding Zhang Feng's name, Zhang Yuanzhou was overjoyed, his lips curling up crazily, even harder to suppress than an AK. Ha. He kept laughing until tears welled up in his eyes. The suppressed pain in his heart quickly dissipated. Indeed, the true genius of the Zhang family was him, Zhang Yuanzhou. This year's top scorer in the college entrance exam. I don't know who the lucky one is. I'll remember his name and establish a good relationship with this strong individual, which will greatly benefit my development. Zhang Yuanzhou was in a great mood, starting to scroll back up the rankings. Because his sister was a lucky one, he knew how terrifying an S-level talent could be. Despite A-level talent being just one level below, the gap was like a chasm, difficult to cross. When Zhang Yuanzhou scrolled the rankings to the top, his smile froze instantly. His pupils dilated, the smile disappeared, leaving only boundless shock. First place, Zhang Feng, Practical Combat score 570. Second place, Xiao Xiaoxiao, Practical Combat score 330. Third place, Su Wei, Practical Combat score 300. Fourth place, Long Yun, Practical Combat score 290. Zhang Feng. Seeing this familiar name, no. It's impossible. There must be some mistake. Zhang Yuanzhou's voice trembled, unable to believe what was in front of him. His emotions were like riding a roller coaster. Emotions suddenly changed from ecstasy to agony. Originally thought, Zhang Feng was not in the rankings because of cheating. Unexpectedly, his brother turned out to be in first place. What a joke! Why would he be in first place? On what basis? Why? Zhang Yuanzhou collapsed to the ground, roaring fiercely, in unbearable pain. How many geniuses are there in the Jiangnan Province Exam Center? He, Zhang Feng, actually managed to rank first. But that's the reality. Zhang Feng is not just first. He is overwhelmingly in first place. This reminded Zhang Yuanzhou of the Haicheng training camp. Exactly the same. His brother was like an indelible shadow, forever looming over him. No, I must defeat you. I will prove that I, Zhang Yuanzhou, am the most outstanding. Zhang Yuanzhou gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and stood up fiercely. He was unwilling to give up. Didn't want to give up. So the only goal left is first place. The practical exam is underway. As examinees hunt down ferocious beasts, they also closely monitor the changes in rankings. The name of Zhang Feng caught the eyes of countless examinees. This Zhang Feng in first place is so strong. Not only is he first in the blood and energy rankings, but also in the practical exam. Such a powerful expert. If I could team up with him to hunt down red-level ferocious beasts, I might be able to break into the top 10. Zhang Feng, who are you really? Why have I never heard of your name before? When examinees checked the rankings, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Strong. Too strong. Sweeping both the blood and energy tests and the practical exam in first place by oneself. With this kind of strength, winning the provincial top scorer is a piece of cake. And there's a chance to compete for that one. The dream position of countless high school seniors, the national top scorer. In a forest somewhere, Su Wei, currently ranked third in the practical exam, closed the leaderboard. He scratched his head and sighed. I didn't expect to be so unlucky, to be in the same exam center as monsters this year. Looks like I won't have a chance to win the provincial top scorer. With only 2 hours left in the practical exam, Zhang Feng, this tough guy, had already opened up a gap of over 200 points from second and third place. He was fighting desperately. In the next 2 hours, he probably won't be able to catch up with those 200 points. Moreover, Zhang Feng was also hunting down ferocious beasts, widening the gap further. The second-ranked Xiao Xiaoxiao is one level higher than me. It's not easy to beat her. If I want to hold on to third place, my biggest opponent is Long Yun. Su Wei lowered his head and thought for a moment, deciding on a strategy to secure third place and compete for second. A very prudent plan. Avoiding the strongest Zhang Feng. Defeating Lang Yun, who was slightly weaker than him, would be enough. To successfully secure third place and compete for second, the next goal is to kill the red-level ferocious beast. Su Wei looked up not far away. There was a black demonic horse, bowing its head to feed on flesh and blood. The black demonic horse was strong in stature, with a horn on its head. Its eyes were like rubies, occasionally showing a human-like intelligence. When people locked eyes with it, a feeling of being seen through would arise in their hearts. It even made people wonder. Does it possess intelligence comparable to humans? The dark demonic horse is a rare ferocious beast that can launch mental attacks, more threatening than ordinary ferocious beasts. To hunt down this dark demonic horse, it seems I need to find a few teammates. Su Wei looked at the dark demonic horse, pondering. He wasn't confident in taking down the dark demonic horse alone. Just imagine. In the midst of the battle, a mental attack from the dark demonic horse, plunging oneself into a daze. When coming to one's senses, seeing a pair of hooves coming down. What would that feel like? The dark demonic horse is at least a level 17 ferocious beast. To successfully besiege it, I need to find 5 examinees with decent strength. Su Wei estimated that this ferocious beast in the Jiangnan Province Exam Center was probably the most difficult. If there were no examinees with awakened mental talents to act as the main attackers, then the only way to kill the dark demonic horse Using the tactic of flying kites in a sea of people, slowly wear down this fierce beast. Time is of the essence. Su Wei immediately took action to find helpers. 20 minutes later, a temporary team was formed. The temporary team consisted of a total of 7 people, including the 4th rank Lang Yun. So, everyone, let's make it clear in advance, when surrounding and killing the Dark Demon Horse, we must go all out and not play tricks. Correspondingly, the team was formed by me, Su Wei, so I won't shirk my responsibilities, I will take the lead. The Exam Watch has an intelligence system that will allocate combat scores based on your actions. If you want a high score, then fight with me. Su Wei, with high emotional intelligence, used a mix of soft and hard words, and his blood boiled. The other 6 people were extremely moved by his words and had no objections. The Red Difficulty Fierce Beast. Every year, it is led by the Celestial Watchers to hunt and kill. They could join Su Wei's team, contribute, and exchange for high combat scores, which was a completely profitable deal. It's a pity there are no spiritual talent warriors, otherwise the success rate of hunting the Dark Demon Horse could be increased by another 30%, said a dark-skinned, burly candidate. Everyone couldn't help but feel regretful. Compared to the 2 major talents of physical and elemental, awakened spiritual talent warriors were extremely rare. Therefore, people knew very little about spiritual talents, especially high school students like them. Even if we kill the Dark Demon Horse, Lang Yun's ranking will still be lower than mine. There's no need to worry about dropping in the rankings. With her help, the success rate of hunting the Dark Demon Horse will be even higher. Su Wei smiled without saying a word, clearly calculating in his mind. In his view, gambling was also part of the college entrance examination. There was a lot to learn between using and being used. After all, the path of a warrior was full of thorns, and enemies were not just fierce beasts. Sometimes, setting aside differences and choosing to cooperate could often yield twice the result with half the effort. That was why the college entrance examination did not restrict team formation. Alright, everyone, time is limited, let's not waste time, let's begin. Su Wei clapped his hands, started to arrange tactics, and directed everyone to their positions. When his teammates were ready, he looked at the Dark Demon Horse leisurely eating meat. He took a deep breath, holding it until his lungs reached their limit, his entire chest swelling. Kill! Suddenly, a loud shout shook the forest, and leaves fluttered. Su Wei rushed out of the forest, pushing the knife handle with his thumb, the blade overflowing with killing intent, heading straight for the Dark Demon Horse. The Dark Demon Horse's eyes glowed red, and its body agilely dodged to the right, avoiding Su Wei's strike. Not good, this beast is very clever. Su Wei's heart skipped a beat, but he had to follow through with his attack. He twisted his body, urged his blood, and displayed his martial skills. In an instant, the blade was surrounded by a layer of earth-yellow light, slashing towards the Dark Demon Horse. The Dark Demon Horse lifted its hoof to kick forward, kicking the blade away without being harmed in the slightest. The man and the beast exchanged blows for more than a dozen moves. Su Wei gradually fell into a disadvantage. This Dark Demon Horse is not a level 17 fierce beast, it's probably level 18, or even level 19. Is the examiner crazy? Who can defeat this monster? Su Wei barely defended against the attacks, feeling bitter in his heart. Secret technique. Earth-splitting slash. Su Wei endured several more moves. Suddenly, he let out a low roar. His entire body's blood erupted at that moment. The long blade wrapped in earth-yellow light slashed towards the Dark Demon Horse. The teammates in the forest received the signal and rushed out, ready to surround and kill the Dark Demon Horse. The first to arrive was a graceful figure, rushing at an extremely fast speed. It was Lang Yun. Faced with the encirclement, a hint of mockery appeared in the Dark Demon Horse's eyes. Its fur surged wildly, spewing out a black mist that covered the surroundings. Here it comes. Mental attack. Su Wei felt something was wrong and quickly bit his tongue. Before the pain sensation could reach his head, fear took over. Suddenly, Su Wei stiffened in place, his face filled with horror, unable to move. The Dark Demon Horse kicked with both hooves, the force exploding, extremely terrifying. Ah! Su Wei screamed in agony. People flew out more than 10 meters like a broken sack. The examinees who were about to surround and kill the Dark Demon Horse couldn't help but stop in their tracks. No way, not even Su Wei is a match for the Dark Demon Horse. Such a terrifying beast. Its mental attacks are unstoppable. What should we do? If Su Wei loses, should we fight or flee? At the same time, Lang Yun also rushed to the front of the Dark Demon Horse. Her beautiful eyes were cold, unaffected by anything. The twin swords were covered in a layer of red light, swiftly stabbing dozens of times. The Dark Demon Horse lowered its head, its body bursting with power, like a charging knight. That sharp horn was like a long spear. The sword edge scratched on the horn, leaving only a faint white mark, unable to cut through. Oh no! Lang Yun's heart sank, retreating repeatedly, trying to avoid this deadly blow. But it seemed like the dark demon horse had targeted her. It charged headlong. Finally, in a few breaths, Lang Yun, who had no way to avoid it, was also knocked flying by the dark demon horse. It's over. Lang Yun is no match either. Retreat, this beast is too strong. Let's go, if we don't leave now, we'll all die here. Sue lay on the grass, his mouth full of blood, his right side numb and weak. In that critical moment just now, he turned his body to take the fatal blow from the dark demon horse. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Hearing the hesitation and fear of the temporary teammates, Sue was full of anger, wanting to say something, but his throat choked up. Finally, he smiled bitterly in resignation. It seems that my practical exam ends here. Without pausing for a second, Sue raised his left hand, tremblingly pressed his belt. A blue sphere expanded, enveloping him inside. The blue sphere floated slowly into the air, emitting a strange smell. The smell was strong, but it was hard to pinpoint what it was exactly. However, when the dark demon horse smelled the scent, it became fearful, retreating without attacking the balloon. Go! Seeing Sue giving up the practical exam, the remaining teammates scattered in all directions. The temporary team fell apart. Originally, they had teamed up to hunt the dark demon horse for the sake of profit. Now that even the core of the team, Sue, had fled, there was no reason to stay. Taking advantage of the dark demon horse's fear and hesitation, Lang Yun also hid in the forest. Her face was pale, she sighed, thinking to herself, it's a pity, if the others had covered for me, there would still be a chance to kill the dark demon horse. Although in the usual college entrance exam, red-level difficulty beasts were usually hunted by the celestial guardians, but that didn't mean that every hunt would be successful. Like this time, they had failed. I need to find a place to treat my wounds. With my current strength compromised, I can't kill a red-level difficulty beast, so I'll have to target a white-level one. As Lang Yun walked into the forest, preparing to find another beast, she frowned and raised her arm. For some reason, a large number of water droplets were sliding down. Strange, why is it so humid? Lang Yun felt like she had fallen into a pool. It was very uncomfortable. She looked around, searching for the reason. Suddenly, she shivered all over, standing still. A figure entwined with blue electric light rushed out of the forest at an extremely fast speed. This person was 1.80 meters tall, holding a silver-white long spear, with a pair of water column-like dragon horns on his forehead. Could it be Zhang Feng? Lang Yun's breath caught, feeling incredulous. She hadn't expected that the pressure brought by the first-ranked person would far exceed that of the dark demon horse. Zhang Feng leaped into the air, completely bursting with energy. A large amount of water vapor gathered, forming 3 vivid water dragons. After hunting the beast for several hours, consuming 500 evolution points, the water dragon song had finally reached a minor completion. Although it was only a minor completion of the secret technique, his combat power had skyrocketed again. The 3 water dragons protected Zhang Feng's side, roaring to the sky, intimidating in all directions. At that moment, it was as if a dragon god had descended. Hiss! The dark demon horse was under immense pressure, becoming restless and agitated, and neighed for the first time. Instinctively, it issued a frantic warning, without any hesitation, unleashing a mental attack. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of black mist surged out, rushing towards Zhang Feng. Mental attack? Zhang Feng chuckled lightly, facing the black mist without any fear. His pupils reflected a golden light. Golden eyes. 2 mental impacts that were not observable by the naked eye quietly collided. Nay! The dark demon horse let out a miserable cry, its eyes losing their light, and its spirit becoming listless. Obviously, it lost in the mental attack confrontation. The black mist was just a distraction, used to conceal the mental attack. This fierce beast's methods are indeed somewhat mysterious. Zhang Feng tried to move and saw through the trick. His thoughts shifted. Without any hesitation, 3 water dragons, carrying boundless power, thundered towards the dark demon horse. The mentally weakened dark demon horse still tried to evade, but Zhang Feng's body flashed with electricity, increasing his speed once again. It was unavoidable. In the blink of an eye, the 3 dragons collided with the dark demon horse, as if a river was pouring down. A deafening roar rang out, splashing water droplets filled the sky. The entire battlefield was engulfed in rolling waves, flowing everywhere, wetting the grass. Evolution points plus 19. Zhang Feng emerged from the mist, the ground behind him cracked, forming a spiderweb pattern. The dark demon horse, which had been severely injured, intimidating the 7-person temporary team, now lay on the ground, its head sunken into its chest, already dead. Such formidable strength. Could it be Zhang Feng? Cold Yun, who witnessed the entire battle, spoke with disbelief in her voice. Among those who displayed such performance, only Zhang Feng, Who ranked first? His secret technique has already reached a minor completion. It's too terrifying. How did he cultivate it? Cold Yun, hiding in the shadows, felt her mouth dry. She had thought that the first place would be strong, but she never expected this level of strength. Being first on the blood ranking was one thing, but achieving a minor completion in the secret technique was another. The secret technique was not difficult for the Celestial Guardians to comprehend. Koljun, Sui, and Xiao Xiaoxiao had all achieved it, but to cultivate the secret technique to a minor completion level before the exam was completely impossible. 1 year was too short. Now, solely relying on a minor completion in the secret technique, Zhang Feng's combat power far surpassed his peers. It seems that in this year's exam, the top scorer in Jiangnan province belongs to him, Zhang Feng. Koljun took a deep look at Zhang Feng and then turned to leave. Even if she was unwilling, she did not attempt to invite him to join her team. She was injured, her strength had declined, and her pride did not allow her to become a burden to others, let alone be taken care of. If Zhang Feng were to reject her on the spot, it would be even more humiliating. Examination Hall. Control Room. It seems that in this year's exam, the top scorer in Jiangnan province is Zhang Feng. Zhang Mingyuan looked at the screen, his tone full of affirmation. Not only that, his eyes were filled with admiration. Having been a chief examiner for many years, it was the first time he had seen a candidate at this age master a minor completion in the secret technique. Zhang Feng has an extremely strong comprehension ability. I'm afraid his talent is very close to SS level. Ling Xiang smiled, amazed and satisfied. Although Zhang Feng is currently a first-tier warrior, his martial talent is extraordinary, and his future is limitless. An SS-level talent, a prodigy that appears once every 10 years. Lord Ling is lucky to have found a treasure. The other 6th-tier warriors, upon hearing this, showed expressions of surprise. Even though they held the prestigious title of City Lord, they couldn't help but feel envious. Because a warrior with an SS-level talent is commonly known as a Holy Guardian, also known as a Martial Saint Seed. Of course, whether the seed can take root, sprout, bloom, and bear fruit depends on individual circumstances. After all, there are countless geniuses who died prematurely along the way. Time passed slowly. As the hour hand reached that second, suddenly, with a thud, as if a giant struck an ancient bell, a distant and melodious voice rang out. Alright, this year's college entrance examination has come to a successful conclusion. Let's go and welcome the talents of the next generation. Zhang Mingyuan showed a slight smile, feeling very satisfied. At his age, personally discovering a genius felt more comfortable than drinking fine wine. These young people are precious treasures. As they grow up, they will become the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Just as a few people were about to leave the control room, someone is calling my emergency number. Suddenly, a middle-aged warrior felt puzzled. As the lord of a city, his status was extremely noble. Only a few trusted aides knew the emergency number. Generally, if there was no serious matter, the aides would not disturb him. He took out his phone and answered the call. The words on the other end made this 6th-level warrior's face change drastically. Lordly, it's bad, there's a wild beast tied outside. A massive number of ferocious beasts are charging towards the city. Lord Li trembled all over. The words came out like bullets. Transfer command to the deputy city lord. Organize the troops to resist the beast tide. Hold on until I come back. The few people looked at each other. There was a hint of seriousness in their eyes. For 100 years, no matter when, a beast tide was a tricky problem. If not handled properly, allowing ferocious beasts to attack the city would make it difficult for unarmed citizens to defend themselves, leading to a large number of casualties. Gentlemen, the city needs me, I'll leave first. Lord Li knew time was of the essence and didn't want to waste a second, preparing to leave. Suddenly, the phones of the other city lords rang at the same time. Everyone felt something was amiss and answered the calls. What, a beast tide outbreak? I'm supervising the college entrance examination, I'm coming back now. Activate the defense system, organize the troops to resist. Sure enough, all the calls were about the same thing. Beast tide. This beast tide seems strange, it may sweep through the entire Jiangnan province. Don't leave yet, wait for me to contact the prefectural master and discuss countermeasures. Zhang Mingyuan frowned, his expression becoming extremely serious. The experienced leaders had sharp instincts. At this moment, they all smelled a conspiracy. The prefectural master, a 7th-level grandmaster who oversaw the affairs of a province. These city lords also had to follow the prefectural master's directives. The 13th underground cave is in turmoil. I'm currently with General Jinnan heading to suppress the situation. No time to spare, you follow the Martial Bureau's command. After Zhang Mingyuan made the call, he received unexpected news. The underground cave was in turmoil. The prefectural master and General Jinnan had rushed to the cave. It seems that this beast tide is probably caused by the turmoil in the underground cave. Ferocious beasts have come out, without the presence of the Beast Emperor. Why didn't we receive any information about the abnormal situation in the underground cave? Can't even the garrison army resist it? We can't panic now. Assess the defense situation of each city, prioritize assisting cities under heavy defensive pressure. This was a major event. The city lords' faces became solemn as they began to discuss. They were all powerful individuals who had entered the underground cave and killed countless ferocious beasts. Through the prefectural master's brief words, they analyzed a large amount of intelligence. However, the reasons for the turmoil in the underground cave were often very complex. They were far from the examination site and could not know the truth at the moment. Inform everyone, the college entrance examination is over. All candidates must leave the examination site immediately. No lingering allowed. Before contacting the Marshal Bureau, Jiang Mingyuan first instructed his subordinates to ensure the safety of the candidates. Although the examination site was far from the major cities, it could still be impacted by the beast tide. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the subordinates immediately took action. At the same time, a large number of staff entered the examination site to guide the candidates to leave. Well, Mr. Jiang, we'll leave first. The city lords were anxious. After their discussion, they left directly. Jiang Mingyuan pursed his lips, looking at the examination site outside the window, murmuring, "What a troublesome autumn." Ever since 100 years ago, the underground cave appeared on the Blue Star, becoming a problem that plagued humanity. Countless heroes and heroes threw themselves into it, but the results were minimal. Boom! Suddenly the sky and the earth shook. The ground underfoot trembled incessantly, sending out waves of vibrations. Earthquake! Organize rescue quickly! Jiang Mingyuan stood tall and calm in the face of danger, giving orders. He was in the midst of this terrifying earthquake, unaffected and unmoved, revealing profound and unfathomable martial arts skills. Ing. The next second, a strange cry came from the examination hall. Upon closer listening, the cry sounded like a baby crying, but with an indescribable desolation that instilled fear in people's hearts. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes shone brightly, and in a brief moment, he understood many things. Muffs! It turns out that the Beast God sect wants to take advantage of the chaos. The beast tide is probably a diversionary tactic. In the examination hall, a giant beast resembling a worm appeared. This giant beast had a diameter of 30 meters, with no eyes or nose, only a gaping mouth. And there was a figure in a red robe standing on top of the moth's head. That's the red-robed bishop of the Beast God sect. He must be the mastermind. Jiang Mingyuan roared, his blood boiling, and rushed out of the control room. The situation developed too suddenly for him to hesitate or think. This was the examination hall of Jiangnan province, and there were still many students who had not evacuated. The examinees must not be allowed to fall into crisis. A red meteor streaked across the sky. It seemed to be heading towards the moth. The red-robed bishop didn't even glance at it, raising his hands high and shouting loudly, "Come, let us together turn into stars and follow the great beast god." Before he finished speaking, the eyeless moth beneath his feet exploded with a bang. A large amount of flesh and blood scattered like flower petals in all directions. Scum, don't even think about it. Jiang Mingyuan had already guessed the opponent's intentions and acted decisively, unleashing his most powerful martial skill. Blazing Palm. With a push of his palm, the entire sky of the examination hall was covered in fiery red. The raging flames were like a fishing net, enveloping a large amount of flesh and blood. Jiang Mingyuan. The red-robed bishop smiled coldly and also pushed out both palms. A foul-smelling black wind rushed towards the raging flames. The two collided, splitting the sky in half. Hindered by the red-robed bishop, Jiang Mingyuan's face darkened as he watched a large amount of flesh and blood fall to the ground. This is the strength of a sixth-order warrior. Zhang Feng looked at the flames covering the sky, his eyes filled with shock. At the same time, a strong emotion surged within him. He longed to one day become such a powerful warrior. But for now, he needed to find shelter. Besides this big bug, has the cult set up other means? Zhang Feng glanced at his smartwatch. The dial displayed a pointer pointing to the nearest exit channel. Just after the end of the college entrance examination, the watch had been constantly reminding examinees to leave. Only when the students clicked to confirm did an arrow appear on the dial indicating the direction. Seeing this, Zhang Feng did not continue hunting down the beasts. Since the college entrance examination was over, continuing to hunt down the beasts would likely be against the rules and result in punishment. The worst outcome would be the invalidation of the exam results. However, with the cult's sudden attack on the examination hall, lives were at stake. Perhaps no one cared about the exam results anymore. The cult went to great lengths to attack the examination hall. they shouldn't be seeking death on purpose. Zhang Feng's feet were surrounded by electric light as he ran like a cheetah at high speed. For some reason, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Screech! Suddenly, a loud eagle cry came from behind. At the same time, a surging and roaring wind rushed into his ears. Zhang Feng seemed to have eyes on his back. When the crisis came, he had already been preparing for seconds, and suddenly turned around to thrust a spear. The thunderstorm pear blossom spear was like a flash of lightning, striking the oncoming beast. Boom! The beast fell from the sky and was pinned to the ground by the spear, but it did not die. The Azure Dragon Divine Thunder continued to surge along the spear, suppressing the beast with thunderous energy. What is this thing? Has it mutated? When Zhang Feng saw the appearance of the fierce beast clearly, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Originally, he heard the voice of an eagle. Images related to it had already appeared in his mind. But when he turned around to look, he realized he was completely wrong. This eagle-like fierce beast seemed to have been infected by biochemical agents. Tumors were squeezing out from its wings, its head had swollen to several times its size, and it had grown multiple compound eyes. It seems to be the work of the Beast God sect. The cult wants to capture all the examinees. A hint of determination flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes as he realized the situation was very dangerous. The cult wanted to kill a 6th-level warrior, and the price to pay was high. But killing a talented individual who had not yet grown would come at a much smaller cost. The Beast God sect clearly held this kind of thinking. Just as Zhang Feng was contemplating, the tumors on the eagle-like fierce beast surged, a large amount of liquid gathered, swelling the tumors round and full, as if something was about to break out of them. After these fierce beasts mutate, their lives become even more tenacious. Zhang Feng's face remained expressionless, his hands tightened, and he burst out with his blood and energy. Thunder roared instantly, completely engulfing the mutated fierce beast. Crackling sounds. Blue thunder scattered everywhere. Tumors burst one by one, dropping many charred insects. Zhang Feng had seen these insects before. Their complex patterns formed two large hands, as if holding something up. They were exactly like the bloodworms of the land battle city. Evolution points plus 50. The fierce beast perished. The system prompt sounded. So many evolution points. Zhang Feng's expression changed, somewhat unexpected. He licked his lips. Now, looking at the eyes of the fierce beast, he seemed to be looking at a delicacy. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, 19th level, plus, Talent, Ancient Azure Dragon, S, Blood and Energy, 930, plus, Spirit, 930, plus, Martial Skills, Water Dragon's Song, Intermediate, Thunder Dragon's Fury, Beginner, Lightning Speed Steps, Intermediate, Cloud Rider Spear Technique, Perfected, Ninefold Fist, Perfected, Techniques, Whale Sea Breathing Technique, 2nd level, Beginner, Evolution Points, 550. Zhang Feng opened the panel and analyzed the pros and cons. A mutated fierce beast was worth 50 evolution points. If he killed another 11 or 12, he could basically gather the conditions to break through the realm. However, the whale sea breathing technique was not at a high level. The success rate of breaking through to the 2nd level was only 10%. The attack of the cult is a risk, but also an opportunity. Zhang Feng sighed in his heart, seeing two paths ahead. One was the exit route. There were powerful warriors in the examination hall. Finding the organization would be equivalent to saving his life. The other was to hunt down the mutated fierce beasts with all his might. After much thought, Zhang Feng decided to play it safe. Firstly, the examination hall was too vast, and he didn't know how many mutated fierce beasts were hidden. Secondly, Zhang Feng looked up at the sky. Two terrifying blood and energy clashed madly, like a tide, impacting all around. Two strong figures were in a duel above. Every time they clashed, their power was earth-shattering, clearing the sky for miles around. The boundless pressure made the examinees unable to bear it, feeling a tightness in their chests. If they were unfortunately affected, even by a stray ripple, the result would be death, with no chance of survival. If he were to greedily go after evolution points now, he would likely fall into an even greater crisis. Zhang Feng's mind raced, and he made a decision to retreat. He would seize every opportunity to become stronger, but now was clearly not the time. Zhang Feng, come with me. I am the Invigilator. Just as he had rushed out a distance, two warriors suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man leading them shouted at Zhang Feng. He was dressed in military uniform, with an ordinary appearance but giving off a reliable feeling. Behind the two men, there were also a dozen examinees following. The examinees looked anxious and uneasy, huddling like quails. Only one girl quietly glanced at Zhang Feng several times. Is it him? Autumn Xiao was surprised in her heart. She didn't expect to meet Zhang Feng again. Okay. Zhang Feng didn't notice any problems and nodded in agreement. The current situation is unclear. he couldn't help but be more cautious. After all, he didn't know what other means the Beast God sect had besides self-destructing big bugs and spreading the contamination of the divine bloodworms. Okay, my name is Hu Bin, now you follow us. The middle-aged martial artist's eyes were surprised, subconsciously saying his name. The examinees rescued along the way, either scared or frightened. It's the first time I've seen it. Zhang Feng, so calm and not panicked at all. Truly the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. The gap between geniuses and ordinary people is not ordinary. Everyone follow me. The two no longer spoke. Hu Bin led the way, running madly in one direction. He held a tablet in his hand and glanced down from time to time. The tablet seemed to have a positioning function. It can find the location of nearby examinees. With Hu Bin's continuous rescue, the team expanded to more than 40 people. However, when the team grew larger, the target becomes more conspicuous. Many mutated ferocious beasts smelled the scent and went crazy, attacking continuously. With Hu Bin's strength as a third-level martial artist, it's not difficult to deal with mutated ferocious beasts. One move can kill a mutated ferocious beast in seconds. But there is a difficult problem. In front of him, it's a dilemma. Roar! Chow Chow is here. A large number of mutated ferocious beasts rushed out of the forest. There were so many ferocious beasts that it was impossible to count them, forming a dark mass, putting immense pressure. Trouble, with so many people in the team, it's easy to make mistakes, and Chen Ying and I can't protect all the examinees. Hu Bin had to stop, his face darkened, feeling very tricky. He looked back at the examinees behind him. The examinees were surrounded by mutated ferocious beasts, trembling and losing their combat effectiveness. He turned to Chen Ying beside him and shouted, "Chen Ying, I will distract these ferocious beasts, you protect the examinees." Chen Ying also knew the situation was not good, raised the long sword in her hand, and said coldly, "Chen Ying, I will distract these ferocious beasts, you protect the examinees." The examinees swallowed their saliva. Even if they were scared, they didn't want to die a wrongful death. So everyone raised their weapons. This move seemed to provoke the mutated ferocious beasts. The mutated ferocious beasts bared their teeth, their tumors oozing green liquid, and pounced. Shrink into a circular defense. Don't leave your companions. Don't attack actively. Don't panic. Hu Bin didn't have time to say much, he shouted. He clenched his fists tightly, crazily mobilizing the chi and blood in his body, bursting with a powerful momentum. Instead of waiting to be surrounded by ferocious beasts, it's better to take the initiative. Hu Bin rushed forward. One punch killed a mutated ferocious beast. This immediately angered the ferocious beasts. Their eyes were bloodshot, they roared in anger, and extended their claws and fangs. Most of the ferocious beasts surrounded him, attacking Hu Bin. Hu Bin could only pray. The examinees were smart enough to hold on until he supported them. Roar! There are still some mutated ferocious beasts that bypassed Hu Bin and rushed towards the examinees. Chen Ying gritted her teeth and stood in front. However, these ferocious beasts still had some intelligence left. Knowing she was not easy to provoke. Using the same tactic, a group of ferocious beasts surrounded Chen Ying, while another group attacked the examinees by surprise. The examinees were in chaos, showing fear on their faces. After these ferocious beasts mutated, their strength was only slightly weaker than that of red-level ferocious beasts. Such monsters, ordinary examinees couldn't resist at all. Trouble, do we have to abandon some of the examinees? No, absolutely not. Chen Ying bit her red lips, feeling the pressure. Save me. I don't want to die. The defensive circle formed by the examinees couldn't withstand the ferocious beast's attacks and was quickly torn apart. Autumn Shao blocked several attacks in a row, her face pale and bloodless. Looking at the mutated ferocious beast so close, her heart was as cold as ashes. A thought couldn't be suppressed and emerged. Am I going to die here? Suddenly, a flash of blue lightning burst forth, extremely dazzling. A figure rushed into the group of fierce beasts, a 2.9-meter silver spear exuding a murderous aura, piercing the head of a wolf-like fierce beast. The water blade spun like a chainsaw. With a bang, the wolf's head exploded, the stench of blood and flesh triggering the instinct of mutated fierce beasts. The mutated fierce beast was stunned. Immediately, they abandoned the examinees and turned to attack Zhang Feng. The examinees who had just escaped death looked at Zhang Feng in shock. In this situation now, if I don't take action, I will be surrounded. Escaping alone won't get me far, so I must take action. Fierce beasts attacked. Zhang Feng stood firm like a green pine, undisturbed by the outside world, standing calmly. Taking action was self-preservation. He couldn't remain indifferent, watching himself fall into an irretrievable situation. Moreover, it was a great opportunity to harvest evolution points. Deep Blue, give me the Thunder Step, increase proficiency to mastery. Zhang Feng thought. He didn't hesitate to spend these 500 evolution points. A massive amount of information rushed into his brain in an instant. Roar! A silver-winged bat was the fastest. In a few breaths, it pounced in front of Zhang Feng. Seeing Zhang Feng standing still, unresponsive, someone couldn't bear it and reminded him, "Classmate, be careful." A flash of lightning. The silver-winged bat missed its target. Zhang Feng leaped into the air. He shot the silver-winged bat and pinned it to the ground. A flash of lightning. The silver-winged bat exploded like a sack. Evolution points plus 50. Zhang Feng's one-hit kill, decisively pulling out his gun. He mobilized his blood and turned into thunder, swiftly shuttling through the fierce beasts. Not because he was surrounded, he was in disarray. Instead, he was in complete control. Every strike was precise and deadly, crazily harvesting lives. Who is he, so strong? Damn, there's actually such a genius in Jiangnan province. Such strength must be a celestial, but I've never heard of a celestial with a lightning talent in Jiangnan province. I know, he's Zhang Feng, top of the blood and combat rankings, double first place. The champion. He's the champion Zhang Feng. We're saved. The examinees who had just escaped death looked increasingly shocked. They didn't expect that among their peers, there would be such a strong warrior. In terms of strength, it was like they were in completely different worlds. We can't just stand by and watch. Stand up. Are you willing to be a burden? Xiao Xiaoxiao stood up and shouted loudly. She was inspired by Zhang Feng. It was as if she saw a glimmer of hope, reigniting her desire to survive. Yes, we must help Zhang Feng. We can't let him fight alone. One person can't kill the fierce beasts, but can't 3 people do it? Kill the fierce beasts, then we'll have a way out. The examinees were filled with hot blood, raising their weapons. They had received martial arts education. Now, inspired by Zhang Feng's demeanor, they naturally didn't want to sit and wait for death, launching another attack. Die! Hu Bang roared, throwing punches. His weapon was a pair of knuckles, shining brightly. Every punch he threw was powerful, smashing into the mutated fierce beasts, breaking tendons and bones, bursting blood and flesh, yet not being corroded by blood. Finally, the last mutated fierce beast fell. The battle ended as well. Fortunately, it was only a first-order fierce beast. Even if it was parasitized by the bloodworm, its strength after mutation is limited. Hu Bang surveyed the battlefield, feeling lingering fear and also feeling fortunate. Although some examinees were injured, fortunately, no one died. Having experienced the torment of life and death, they had grown into true warriors, so the expressions of many examinees had changed. Zhang Feng, you did great. I will report your performance to Manager Jiang. Shening was also overjoyed, praising him. She had witnessed Zhang Feng's amazing combat power all the way. Although he was still a first-order warrior, his combat power far exceeded that of the same-level warriors. A normal level 20 warrior. Maybe not as powerful as him. The key is that Zhang Feng inspired the candidates, causing them to burst out with amazing power. A combination of many factors, creating a record of 0 deaths comparable to a miracle. This matter is not important, examiner, let's leave here first. Zhang Feng waved his hand, not being complacent. In fact, he was not very interested in this credit. There is only one thing on his mind now, whether to break through the second level. That's right. After the slaughter, a large number of evolution points were collected by Zhang Feng. A wave of sharp rise reached an unprecedented 2,700 points. You are right, let's go. Everyone, be careful not to fall behind. Hu Bang nodded in agreement and led the team on the road. He didn't say it, but he admired Zhang Feng even more in his heart. Calm, cool, and powerful. This is a true martial arts genius. Given time, will definitely become famous and shake the world. The whale breathing method muscle forging chapter, to reach the perfect level, requires 1,500 evolution points. As long as the breathing method is improved, I can break through the realm. Zhang Feng calculated in his mind while on the road. Based on the experience of breaking through the first level, as long as the breathing method is perfect, the system's success rate in breaking through the realm is basically 100%. In other words, as long as he is willing, he can immediately become a second-level warrior. The situation is unclear now. The more power, the higher the chance of survival, but breaking through in the forest is too risky. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment. He was full of desire for power, but he wouldn't let desire cloud his judgment. Without anyone to support him, forcibly breaking through, there is a high probability of being eaten by fierce beasts, and there is no reason to let Hu Bang and Chening support him. The Beast God sect, you are really tired of living. Suddenly a voice resounded in all directions. The voice was cold, but exuded a strong aura. Everyone looked towards the sky, but saw nothing. Blue sky, white clouds. The scenery is very good, but strangely calm. The voice just heard seemed like an illusion. This is a spiritual secret technique. I think the master has taken action. This turmoil will soon be calmed. Hubang shivered all over, shocked and grateful. Master! Everyone was extremely shocked to hear this. I didn't expect to meet such a legendary figure today. 7th level warrior. Already mastering extraordinary power, also known as a master. Such a person is enough to serve as the governor of a province, holding the power of life and death in a province. And this one is also a rare spiritual warrior. With the master taking action, this is a good opportunity, let's go. Hubang seized the opportunity, called out, and continued on the road. I will break through after leaving the forest. Zhang Feng suppressed the urge in his heart. Since the master has taken action, the turmoil caused by the beast god sect will not last long. After returning to the base, he can try to break through. Things are developing smoothly. Moving forward, without being attacked by fierce beasts, everyone arrived at the underground passage. Back to the starting point of the practical assessment. There are heavy guards here. The atmosphere is sullen with a hint of sadness. Injured candidates were listless, queuing up for treatment. Some were covered with a white cloth, covering their faces. The candidates sitting beside them were constantly sobbing, feeling sad for the loss of their friends. Damn the beast god sect. I, Luozhen, swear that one day I will eradicate you completely. A boy in the line, seeing such a tragic scene, clenched his fists tightly. Others also had red eyes, feeling heart-wrenching pain. The young-minded candidates also secretly vowed in their hearts. When the day comes, with martial arts accomplished, they will definitely eradicate the cult. It's good that you have this intention. Remember this day, in the future, practice well at the martial arts university, do not waste time. Hubang highly praised Luozhen's words. He also hates cults. Unfortunately, his talent is limited. The only thing he can do is to entrust the future to the young people. It's safe here, you can rest now, Chuning said with a sigh of relief and a tired look. She handed over to the guard. After confirming their identities, the guard led the examinees to a resting place. It was a journey of life and death. Chening had to both kill the ferocious beasts and protect the examinees, which exhausted her. The two examiners left. The examinees were taken to a rest area where there were abundant supplies and medical staff on standby. After a simple check to confirm they were not infected, everyone was given blankets and food. Zhang Feng, how come he's not injured? Damn it! In a corner, Zhang Yuanzhou, covered in a blanket, showed a jealous and envious look. He lowered his head and felt worse seeing the bandages around his chest. Despite having more resources and being favored by the Zhang family, the top scorer was Zhang Feng, who was uninjured. Even the uninjured person was Zhang Feng. God, why is it so unfair? Zhang Feng, thank you. This is for you to eat, Xiao Xiaoxiao said gratefully, holding a box of instant noodles. She looked at Zhang Feng with not just gratitude but also an imperceptible admiration. Zhang Feng swallowed a bite of red bean bread and said. He was not polite either, thanked her, and took the instant noodles to eat. Xiao Xiaoxiao's gesture relieved his urgent need. Now that he had eaten and regained his strength, he could break through to the second level later. If you're not full, tell me, I'll get more for you, Xiao Xiaoxiao said with a smile, being considerate. She was quite happy seeing Zhang Feng enjoying the food. Zhang Ge, without you, I might have died on the way. Please have this meal. Yes, Zhang Ge, you saved my life, so have my instant noodles. Zhang Ge, don't be polite, I have cola here. Drink it generously. I, Wen Hong, will acknowledge you as my big brother today. Xiao Xiaoxiao offered the instant noodles, catching the attention of other examinees. Everyone followed Xiao Xiaoxiao's lead and generously offered their food. After all, Zhang Feng's performance was not only seen but also deeply appreciated by everyone. Without Zhang Feng, they would not have returned to the base so smoothly. Compared to the life-saving grace, a little food was insignificant. The key was the precious camaraderie forged during the escape. Thank you all, I, Zhang Feng, won't be polite today. Zhang Feng was overjoyed and accepted their generosity without hesitation. However, he did not take everything, including Luozhen's quick-cooking rice. Luozhen felt a pang of guilt, thinking he had offended Zhang Feng, and quickly said, Zhang Ge, please accept it. Zhang Feng shook his head and said with a smile, Luozhen, your stomach is growling, don't give it to me, eat it yourself. Just as Luozhen's stomach growled, everyone around heard it and chuckled innocently. Feeling embarrassed, he took back the quick-cooking rice, feeling even more grateful. Everyone knew that a warrior's appetite was not just double that of an ordinary person, but 3 or 4 times more. There were rumors that some high-level warriors could eat hundreds of tons of food in one meal. Compared to them, Zhang Feng was still far behind. These guys, Xiao Xiaoxiao pouted, not feeling any dissatisfaction. She was actually happy to see Zhang Feng being loved by everyone. Damn it! Why does my brother have such good popularity? Zhang Yuanzhou, who saw the scene from afar, gnashed his teeth in hatred. Which young man didn't want to be surrounded and treated like a star? Everything he hoped for was taken away by Zhang Feng. The examinees around, after experiencing life and death trials, their emotions grew stronger, and they exchanged contact information with each other. Xiao Xiaoxiao, Luo Zhang, and others also exchanged contact information with Zhang Feng. Everyone agreed. In the future, they would help each other at Wu University and walk hand in hand. After a lively and excited discussion, everyone gradually fell asleep. This journey of escape, filled with tension and consuming a lot of physical strength, had now reached a heavily guarded base, providing safety. Naturally, drowsiness crept in, overwhelming their minds, and they couldn't help but close their eyes and fall asleep. Then it's time to break through to the second level. After eating a full meal, Zhang Feng quietly digested for a while and felt that his condition had returned to its peak. The suppressed thoughts in his mind now surged to the peak. Breakthrough. Deep Blue, is there a risk in breaking through in this environment? Zhang Feng asked in his mind. Be cautious. The breakthrough is presided over by the system. Even if there are external disturbances, as long as life is not harmed, the breakthrough will not be interrupted. Deep Blue's response was quick, clearly stated. Pay the money, no deception, guaranteed success. If this could be turned into a business deal, all the martial artists in the world would probably go crazy and flock to Zhang Feng. It's really an unrealistic fantasy. Zhang Feng shook his head inwardly. Taking a deep breath, he dispelled irrelevant thoughts. Deep Blue, elevate the whale song breathing technique to the perfect level in this environment. He no longer hesitated and silently recited. Consuming 1,500 evolution points, proficiency in the whale song breathing technique elevated to perfection. In an instant, most of the evolution points were gone. The bulging wallet shrank again. Zhang Feng felt a pang, his mouth twitched. But he didn't forget. Spending evolution points was to become stronger. As long as he could become stronger, everything was worth it. Next, allocate points to raise vitality and spirit to the limit. With a thought, both vitality and spirit were raised to 1999, the limit of a first-level martial artist, host, Zhang Feng, realm, 19th level, plus, talent, Ancient Green Dragon, S, vitality, 1999, spirit, 1999, martial skills, Water Dragon's Song, intermediate, Thunder Dragon's Fury, beginner, Lightning Speed Step, advanced, Cloud Rider Spear Technique, perfected, Ninefold Fist, perfected, techniques, Whalesong Breathing Technique, second level, perfected, evolution points. 1151 opening the panel, all conditions were met. Zhang Feng was sure that everything was in order and prepared to click the breakthrough button. At that moment, he noticed a gaze beside him. It was from Xiao Xiaoxiao. The girl, realizing she had been exposed, quickly lowered her head, pretending to be nonchalant. Xiao Xiaoxiao, if I make any movements later, please help me cover it up. Zhang Feng spoke gently. The two didn't have much trust between them. It was just a matter of a life-saving favor. Movements? Sure, no problem. Xiao Xiaoxiao readily agreed. She didn't ask Zhang Feng what he was going to do. There is an old saying, a bond forged in life and death. Zhang Feng stood up, killed countless ferocious beasts, and inspired the examinees, helping them escape from death. This bond of gratitude and friendship was extremely precious. For an 18-year-old girl, there was no need to hesitate. She decisively agreed. Okay. Zhang Feng closed his eyes with relief. If there were any cultists in the team, they would have acted long ago. Moreover, with a grandmaster presiding over the examination site, there probably wouldn't be any troublemakers. He must have consumed a lot of vitality and doesn't want to expose it in front of everyone. He has been pretending to be strong and enduring, that's why he asked me. I am the person he can trust. Xiao Xiaoxiao's heart surged, feeling that she had discovered the truth. Suddenly, the image of Zhang Feng in her eyes gained a few more heroic qualities and lost some of his aloofness. Listen to me, everyone. Xiao Xiaoxiao organized the examinees, quietly surrounding Zhang Feng and protecting him. The breakthrough success rate is 100%. Do you want to spend 1,000 evolution points to break through? All preparations are ready, only the confirmation is lacking. Zhang Feng and others have been waiting for this day for a long time. Oh, it seems like they didn't wait long. Breaking through the first stage should have happened the day before yesterday. He smiled in his heart and clicked on the confirmation. In an instant, Zhang Feng's breathing changed, automatically activating the whale sea breathing technique. Each breath penetrated deep into the lungs, and the qi and blood flowed along the meridians, slowly filling the whole body. Soon, the qi and blood permeated the fascia. Waves of intense pain surged to his brain, as if being gnawed by thousands of mice. But Zhang Feng remained calm, silently enduring. The fascia connects muscles and bones. The stronger the fascia, the stronger the warrior. Slowly, Zhang Feng felt the intense pain subsiding, replaced by a tingling sensation. This tingling sensation was even harder to bear than the intense pain. It felt like someone was pressing on his acupoints, making him itch uncontrollably. Endure. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, a few drops of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Isn't he supposed to be resting? What is he doing? Xiao Xiaoxiao, who was always watching Zhang Feng, was puzzled. She was worried. Was Zhang Feng injured? Otherwise, why the expression on his face? Why so much pain? Could it be? A flash of inspiration crossed Xiao Xiaoxiao's mind. Breakthrough! An impossible guess emerged in her mind. Thinking back to Zhang Feng's instructions just now, Xiao Xiaoxiao felt that there was some possibility, but her heart was filled with shock. In this environment, he is not disturbed at all and can still attempt a breakthrough. Even though Xiao Xiaoxiao was a celestial observer, she was extremely cautious when it came to breakthroughs. It required ample preparation and a quiet environment. Because a warrior's breakthrough essentially involves remodeling their own organs, it is full of risks. One wrong move could result in internal injuries, or even death. It was not impossible. Almost there, success is imminent. Zhang Feng, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, felt the fascia gradually adapting to the stimulation. They broke through their original limits, becoming more flexible and elastic. In ancient times, the fascia was seen as a large network. It covered the entire body from head to toe, connecting organs and supporting every movement of the body. So when a warrior successfully trained their fascia, their physical fitness would greatly improve. Zhang Feng was completely immersed in the breakthrough. Suddenly, he pushed off with his legs and stood up. With this movement, there was a crackling sound all over his body. He seemed to have been lifted up, 3 centimeters higher out of thin air. What's wrong with that handsome guy? Is he performing something? Wow, he's so handsome. Do you guys know him? His performance, why do I feel so familiar, like I've seen it online? The candidates in the rest area were amazed and started discussing. Zhang Feng just smiled slightly at this and muttered softly, "Success." At that moment, he felt a power he had never experienced before. As for the issue of height, training the fascia, also known as easy tendon, naturally, it has the effect of changing one's physique. He really did it. Xiao Xiaoxiao beside him had a complex look in her eyes. Through this incident, she had a deeper understanding of Zhang Feng. He was not an ordinary celestial observer. He was a genius with exceptional intelligence and talent. At this moment, several figures approached. The leader was Zhang Mingyuan. He looked normal, without the fatigue of battle. It seemed that the red-robed bishop's strength was limited. He sighed with emotion and exclaimed, "Impressive, in the midst of a crisis, you can calmly break through to the second stage. Your talent and intelligence are unparalleled." Break through to the second stage? Such niche jargon. Why does it make people doubt their lives? The candidates present were stunned by his words. The young men and women looked at Zhang Feng in astonishment, their mouths slightly agape, shocked beyond belief. A person of the same age had actually become a second-stage warrior. No way. But the key question now is, what time is it? They had just encountered a cult attack and had barely escaped with their lives from the crisis. At this moment, normal people would be anxious and restless, let alone breaking through. They probably wouldn't even be able to eat properly. But Zhang Feng was not affected at all and decisively chose to break through. This talent and mindset. Too scary. Too amazing. Too terrifying. Damn, Zhang Gu, are you a second-order martial artist? So amazing. The first second-order examinee in the history of the college entrance examination. Easily taking the top spot in the college entrance examination, leading the team to break through the ranks, easily breaking through the second order. My goodness, Invincible. Brother, you are my god, let me follow you. I want to be your number one little brother. Countless examinees were shocked, feeling a huge gap, while Luo Zhang, Xiao Xiao, and others were full of admiration. Without Zhang Feng, they would not just be injured, it would be more than that. Although they were a burden along the way, but they had one advantage over others. They had a relationship with Zhang Feng. What? Brother successfully broke through, became a second-order martial artist? How is this possible? Zhang Yuanzhou in the distance felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. He was full of resentment, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Clearly, he should have stood out. He was the one admired by everyone. But Zhang Feng took everything away. Alright, Zhang Feng, come with me. Zhang Mingyuan showed a slight smile, friendly. Yes, General. Zhang Feng replied with his head down. The two left the rest area and headed to an office in the base. As they left, the examinees became more noisy, discussing Zhang Feng inside and out. At the same time, the news of Zhang Feng breaking through the second order spread like wildfire. Damn it! If I had known he was breaking through just now, I would have pretended not to know and disrupted his breakthrough. Zhang Yuanzhou was full of regret, really wanting to slap himself a few times, missing a good opportunity. In theory, when a martial artist breaks through a realm, the happiest person is usually their relatives. But the situation in the Zhang family is special. They had already cut ties with Zhang Feng and kicked him out of the house. Brother used to have F-level talent, but now he has S-level talent. The sisters must favor him more. Zhang Yuanzhou least wanted to see brother rising again, and least wanted to see brother return to the Zhang family. Because with his awakening of S-level talent, he became several times more excellent than him. Once Zhang Feng returns to the Zhang family, the love he receives will be taken away again. This kind of thing must not happen. Zhang Yuanzhou lowered his head, a hint of darkness flashing in his eyes. It seems that the situation has been brought under control. I wonder if I volunteer, whether Senior Jiang will let me go kill the mutant beasts. The two did not speak along the way, and Zhang Feng still had the mutant beasts on his mind. In the eyes of other examinees, the mutant beasts were so terrifying, they wanted to stay away. But he felt how ferocious. Clearly, it was a good treasure that provided evolution points. Upon arriving at the office, it was elegantly decorated, with landscape paintings hanging on the walls, and a faint scent of ink in the air. Zhang Mingyuan did not have the air of a sixth-order martial artist at all. He pointed to the chair opposite, saying gently, "Come, don't be restrained, let's chat." Zhang Feng has always been respectful to others. He did not act arrogantly. He first thanked and then sat down, indignantly saying, "General, the beast god cult is insane, attacking the examination site, causing a horrific tragedy. I, Zhang Feng, want to contribute to Jiangnan province. Eliminate the mutant beasts." Zhang Mingyuan was somewhat moved. He saw a pure heart of a child and smiled, saying, "It's good that you have this intention, but the mutant beasts have already been dealt with by Master Mo. The examination site will be sealed for a period of time until all contamination is eliminated. You cannot enter. Don't be disheartened. After the college entrance examination is over, when you arrive at the martial university, you can take on more tasks to kill evil martial artists." Zhang Feng took a deep breath. He wasn't really disappointed. He had thought about it before coming. The martial power of the Dragon Kingdom was strong, and they didn't need a student like him to clean up the mutant beasts. Just Zhang Feng didn't expect it. The Grandmaster is so powerful. He didn't even hear a sound. Grandmaster Mo easily solved the big problem. Truly a 7th level powerhouse. A person worthy of being called a Grandmaster. Grandmaster Mo, what kind of senior is he? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's heart moved, curious to ask. He is devoted to martial arts, rarely encountering a Grandmaster figure in reality. Naturally he wants to know some information. Zhang Mingyuan pondered for a moment and spoke sincerely. Grandmaster Mo is low-key. He is a powerhouse in the southern military region, with the title of General of the Sky Patrol. When you graduate from Wuda, you can consider joining the military. The treatment is not bad. Moreover, you have killed cultists at the Haiching training camp and have made repeated contributions in this incident. I have already ordered someone to collect information and will apply to the southern military region at that time to award you merits and a military rank. This statement contains a lot of information. Zhang Feng felt genuinely happy after hearing it. Thank you, General. The military rank is a talisman. Joining the military means an additional way out. And these two things also have many hidden benefits. For example, joining can kill ferocious beasts and gain a large number of evolution points. Secondly, in this world, a powerful martial artist often has multiple identities. Relying solely on a single channel, the speed of a martial artist's growth is obviously limited. But there is no need to make a decision now. At least wait until after graduating from Wuda to consider. Well, it's about time, bear with me for a moment. Zhang Mingyuan glanced at the clock. He said a cryptic sentence before Zhang Feng could speak. Suddenly, he shivered all over, feeling a chill. Even an invisible soul has a tingling sensation. However, this feeling comes and goes quickly. Zhang Feng remembered a saying and couldn't hide his shock. Mental influence affects reality. This is a mentalist grandmaster. As for Grandmaster Mo's approach, it is actually quite understandable. The Beast God sect attacked the examination site using self-destructing moths to contaminate ferocious beasts, causing them to become violent. Zhang Feng has already experienced this. Scanning the minds of all the people at the examination site in detail is necessary to ensure that the cultists have not left any tricks behind to prevent future disasters. Yes, mental influence affects reality. What a powerful force. Jiang Mingyuan, who oversees the provincial college entrance examination and holds supreme power, also showed awe and a hint of longing at this moment. For a 6th-level martial artist to take that step and achieve the position of Grandmaster, mental power is crucial and must reach a limit to breakthrough. Alright, with Grandmaster Mo's methods in play, I can now rest assured and let you all go back. Jiang Mingyuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and his tense face also showed a smile. After speaking, he stood up, extended his hand, and said, I almost forgot, Zhang Feng, congratulations on becoming the national champion of this year's college entrance examination. A bus was traveling on the highway, heading towards Haichang. Zhang Feng looked out the window at the scenery, and his mood became excited. National champion. I not only achieved my goal but did even better. National champion. Even with all considerations, there are only a few hundred people. This achievement is enough to dominate a generation and be proud of the world. Looking at the Dragon Kingdom, those who hold the title of national champion will shine brighter and more dazzling in the future. Reputation is a double-edged sword, but I can use my reputation to protect myself. I wonder how my sisters will feel when they find out I became the national champion. After the joy, Zhang Feng gradually calmed down. He did not forget. He remembered one thing. Second sister also once became the national champion. In other words, she is also an exceptionally talented prodigy. Zhang Xuanba's abilities are not that great, but he is quite good at giving birth. Unfortunately, I am the most unlucky, only awakening an F-grade talent. Zhang Feng thought about the situation in the Zhang family and couldn't help but mutter a sentence. The eldest sister is too mysterious. He was not clear about what realm, but the second sister is the national champion, and the third sister is the champion of Jiangnan province. Even the youngest Zhang Yuanzhou has an A-level talent. The Zhang family's descendants are overflowing with talent, truly amazing. Perhaps this is fate, letting me see the true faces of so-called family members, but they are just opportunists who flatter talent. Zhang Feng sneered in his heart. What attitude do those three sisters have towards him? He still remembers it clearly. So he thinks with a cautious attitude, to avoid the sisters getting angry and secretly taking action one day. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. If I'm not mistaken, when I arrive at the holy capital Wuda, Zheng Zi will come to persuade me to reconcile with the Zhang family, but how can I do as she wishes? Zhang Feng closed his eyes and began to think of a plan. In his eyes, the Zhang family is not a safe haven, but a trouble. He will not go against his own heart for safety or threats and reconcile with the Zhang family. Haichang. Lord's Mansion. The Beast God sect used the beast tide to lure the tiger out of the mountain. Ling Xiang, who hurried back, easily resolved the beast tide. When he realized something was wrong, a series of information came from the examination hall, overwhelming. Beast God sect, Moths, Red Bishop, Ink Master. Fortunately, no one was hurt. So when Ling Xiang saw Zhang Feng for a moment, his figure flashed. He instantly appeared in front of the young man. He completely forgot about the difference in status, grasped the young man's hand tightly, and excitedly said, Zhang Feng, well done, you have brought glory to Haicheng. Zhang Feng's performance far exceeded Ling Xian's imagination. Being a provincial champion was already remarkable. Now Zhang Feng gave him a huge surprise. National champion. How exciting. This is an achievement that has never been seen in the history of Haicheng. Enough to be recorded in the history of Haicheng and become the pride of the entire city. Lord, you are too kind. Without the support of the seniors, I would not have come this far. Zhang Feng is not ungrateful, modestly said. Looking back on the experiences of these days, he has greatly improved his strength and won the championship. The Haicheng training camp was also an important factor. There, he easily hunted fierce beasts through the challenge room, allowing the Deep Blue system to exert a huge effect within a limited time. Secondly, Ling Xiang, Wu Hanhai, and Aluo. These seniors, each of them has given him a lot of help. You are too modest, your future is truly something to look forward to. Ling Xiang shook his head, but the joy in his eyes could not be hidden. Lord, I want to go somewhere. I will leave for the holy capital Wuda tomorrow. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and spoke. He remembered something. On the morning he went to the Haicheng training camp, he had told Chang Mingjin that he was a celestial guardian. At that time, Chang Mingjin took it as a joke. Now, hearing the news that he became the national champion, she should be very happy. Okay, you can go wherever you want, we will set off. Ling Xiang waved his hand and called his own special car. The two got into a black sedan. This black sedan is 10 meters long, made entirely of special alloy. Incredibly sturdy. It can withstand attacks from intermediate-level warriors. At the same time, it is equipped with a 12-cylinder engine and a top hybrid system. The horsepower of the Extreme Outbreak reaches an astonishing 3,000 horses. Stepping on the accelerator with all his might, it can break 0 to 100 in 1 second. Ling Xiang values Zhang Feng very much. He had already decided. Wherever this kid goes in Haichang, he will follow to avoid encountering dangerous events again. The black sedan drove onto the main road of Haichang, passing through winding alleys, and finally stopped in front of a restaurant. Is this the place where Zhang Feng worked as a chef for a year after cutting ties with the Zhang family? Ling Xiang glanced at the sign Meijin Restaurant. The sign had been eroded by smoke and fire all year round, and had turned slightly yellow. This 30 square meter small restaurant took in Zhang Feng. Let him get through the most difficult period. It is already early in the morning. The restaurant, which should have closed at 9 o'clock in the evening, is still lit up. You can even hear the sound of the TV. A figure walked out. It was Chang Mingjin. She stood at the door. Her eyes were full of surprise and confusion. This is? Chang Mingjin saw Zhang Feng, as well as Ling Xiang, and that luxury car. Obviously, Ling Xiang is not an ordinary person. Suddenly she became a little awkward. Sister Chang, I'm back. Zhang Feng took the initiative to step forward. His smile was sincere and pure, breaking this awkwardness. In his eyes, the Zhang family is not as good as Chang Mingjin. After all, this family abandoned him from a young age. They never provided any help or affection. If he hadn't awakened memories of his past life, he would probably have become a meal for a ferocious beast long ago. It's good to be back. It's good that you're okay. Chang Mingjin's eyes turned red, her voice trembling. As she cried, she couldn't help but hug Zhang Feng. Genius is indeed precious, but a genius who doesn't forget his roots is even more precious. Ling Xiang saw this scene and was moved. The three of them entered the restaurant. A little girl ran over, threw herself at Zhang Feng's leg, and shouted, "Brother, brother, you're finally back." Zhang Feng picked up Nini and patted her nose, saying, "Nini, have you been good these days?" Nini's smile was as bright as sunshine. Meanwhile, Chang Mingjin was preparing to go to the kitchen. Zhang Feng quickly stopped her and persuaded, "Sister Mingjin, you've worked hard all day, you should rest, I'll cook." Chang Mingjin felt embarrassed. But seeing Zhang Feng's firm tone, she softened and no longer insisted. Zhang Feng walked into the kitchen, looked around, and countless ideas popped into his mind. Today is the college entrance examination. Many people are staying at home waiting for news. Therefore, there are plenty of ingredients left in the restaurant. So tonight, let's just make a simple 4 dishes in 1 soup. Zhang Feng gestured with his hand. The knife danced in his hand. The ingredients were processed one by one. The whole process was smooth and uniform. Before becoming a warrior, his knife skills were already good. After becoming a warrior, his strength and control increased significantly. Zhang Feng was busy in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chang Mingjin and Ling Xiang began to chat. "Miss Chang, thank you for taking in Zhang Feng. If you have any difficulties in life, you can tell me. In Haichang, I can say a few words." Ling Xiang took a sip of tea, his tone serious. The tea was in an iron can. The can had been around for some time, with a lot of the iron peeling off the surface. Obviously, it wasn't some precious tea leaves. The tea was bitter to taste. But slowly, there was a sweet aftertaste that rose in the throat. This bittersweet feeling was quite unique. No, I should thank Zhang Feng. He has helped me a lot, and I have no other requests. Chang Mingjin shook her head while holding Nini. She didn't ask for any benefits. Ling Xiang's gaze fell on the wall. He saw an old photo. It was a man in military uniform. His face was rugged, with a determined look in his eyes. But it was a black and white photo, devoid of any color. A martyr's family member. Ling Xiang let out a sigh in his heart. With such character, it's no wonder Chang Mingjin was willing to lend a hand when Zhang Feng was in trouble. Not for repayment, but genuinely wanting to help a young man. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but it's hard to send charcoal in snowy weather. Ling Xiang closed his eyes, feeling a bit complicated. In his memory, the faces of former comrades appeared one by one. He couldn't help but ask himself, after working for so many years, were the answers he provided satisfactory? Thinking of this, Ling Xiang took off a medal from his chest. The medal was a bit old, but the inscription on the surface was clear, first-class merit. Except for a few confidants. No one knows. Who are you? Chang Mingjin was shocked and asked. Your husband is a hero, and you are also a hero's family member. Heroes deserve medals. Ling Xiang stood up, speaking decisively. He walked to the man's photo and placed the medal on it. Mom, Dad has a medal. Nini looked at her dad, giggling. Yes, he has a medal now, your dad has a medal, Chang Mingjin said with red eyes and biting her lip. Long wait, here comes the chicken soup. Zhang Feng walked out of the kitchen and brought a pot. Immediately, several people smiled and broke the atmosphere of sadness. Late at night, the Zhang family's lights were brilliant. The Zhang Xuanba couple spent a lot of money, carefully decorated the house, and made it festive. From a distance, the entire Zhang family looked like a lantern. The couple was worried that Zhang Yuanzhou would not be satisfied and felt that the arrangement was not grand enough. They had also made reservations with the hotel in advance for a banquet, waiting for their beloved son to come home. Tomorrow, they could hold a grand party, inviting celebrities from all walks of life in Haicheng society, celebrating Zhang Yuanzhou's achievement of entering the prestigious Capital Military University. Both siblings entering the prestigious Capital Military University. What a glory it was. Click. The door opened. Zhang Yuanzhou, with a tired face, returned home. The hearts of the couple sank. They glanced at each other, hurried forward, and warmly inquired about their beloved son. Son, how did the exam go? Smoothly. Yuanzhou, did you get into the Capital Military University? Zhang Yuanzhou heard these words and felt despair. His lips trembled, unable to say a word. Ah, didn't you get into the Capital Military University? Your third sister got in, and we prepared so many strategies for you, can't you be a bit more competent? It's really frustrating. Zhang Xuanba roared without giving a chance for an explanation. His expression twisted, full of disbelief and anger. Don't be like this, scaring the child. Chen Aimei, also with a fierce personality, pushed Zhang Xuanba aside and comforted her son. Slowly, Zhang Yuanzhou calmed down and sighed, saying, I got in. Hearing this, Zhang Xuanba's face changed faster than flipping a book. Instantly putting on a different face, he laughed and said, well, my son is indeed worthy. I said so, if Ziyuan can get in, how could Yuanzhou not get in? Chen Aimei also smiled and asked, Yuanzhou, you got into the Capital Military University, why aren't you happy? This was the question Zhang Yuanzhou least wanted to hear. His face turned pale, and he said word by word, because Zhang Feng also got in. He is this year's national champion. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire Zhang family became eerie. Zhang Feng is the national champion? He also got into the Capital Military University? Chen Aimei muttered to herself, her eyes full of astonishment. At this moment, regret rose in her heart. How good would it have been if she hadn't driven Zhang Feng out of the house? That little bastard, why does he get the national champion title? Why does he go to the Capital Military University? No, I will have Ziyuan investigate thoroughly. Zhang Xuanba's reaction was intense, his face becoming fierce, and he kept shouting, that little bastard, why does he get the national champion title? Why does he go to the Capital Military University? No, I will have Ziyuan investigate thoroughly. Zhang Feng's success seemed to touch his most sensitive nerve. Zhang Xuanba acted immediately, took out his phone, and called Zhang Ziyuan. It was already late at night. It was inappropriate to disturb Zhang Ziyuan, but Zhang Xuanba didn't care at all. He felt that he was Zhang Ziyuan's father and had this privilege. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes also flashed with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps his third sister had a way. Dad, why are you looking for me so late? The phone connected. Zhang Ziyuan's gentle and rational voice came through. Hey, there's nothing much, just wanted to tell you that Yuanzhou also got into the Holy Capital Martial University. Facing a daughter with limitless prospects, Zhang Xuanba changed his attitude and his tone became flattering. This was within my expectations, you give the phone to Yuanzhou. Zhang Ziyi's voice remained steady without any fluctuations. She seemed uninterested in talking to Zhang Xuanba. Okay. Zhang Xuanba felt embarrassed and awkwardly handed the phone to Zhang Yuanzhou. Sis, Zhang Feng became the national champion. Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes were red, his voice almost choked with tears. Facing his third sister, he appeared much more constrained. It was somewhat unexpected for me, indeed outstanding talents emerge in our Zhang family. When Zhang Feng arrives at the Holy Capital Martial University, I will make him admit his mistakes and return to the Zhang family. Zhang Ziyi's voice carried a hint of joy. What remained unchanged was her confidence and control over everything. Originally, she thought Zhang Feng was a spy for a cult, using deceitful means to become the top in the training camp. Now, it seemed completely impossible. A cult couldn't produce a national champion, let alone elevate a spy to such a position for public scrutiny. The three members of the Zhang family looked astonished. They never expected Zhang Ziyi's surprising idea of wanting Zhang Feng to return to the family. Ha, Ziyi is right. Zhang Feng is also my son. Since he has achieved success, it's good to have him return to the Zhang family. Zhang Xuanba's thoughts shifted, and he readily agreed. A son who achieved the national championship, what a proud accomplishment. But will Zhang Feng hold a grudge against us for what happened in the past? Chen Aimei expressed some concerns. As for Zhang Yuanzhou's opinion, no one cared. He had no say in the Zhang family and watched as his brother would soon return. He closed his eyes in pain, hands clenched tightly. If the fourth brother can achieve the national championship, it must be his dedication to martial arts. Let him admit his mistakes, open up about the situation, and we can still be a family. Moreover, being a genius is just the threshold to enter the Holy Capital Martial University. I will let him experience the power of the Celestial Society. By then, if he wants to go further on the path of martial arts, he will naturally make a reasonable choice. Zhang Zi coldly snorted, her tone filled with unwavering confidence. In her view, Zhang Feng was too rebellious and immature a year ago. Therefore, acting impulsively, he made an irrational decision. An 18-year-old young man's actions could be understood, but now it was different. A warrior who achieved the national championship deserved her attention. All right. Zhang Xuanba's expression turned into a smile. Hearing this news made him even happier than hearing about Zhang Yuanzhou getting into the Holy Capital Martial University. Younger brother, now that the college entrance examination is over, don't stay in Haichang. Depart tomorrow and come to the Holy Capital Martial University to find me. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Zhang Zi turned her attention to Zhang Yuanzhou. Yes, sister. Zhang Yuanzhou's enthusiasm waned as he responded. At this moment, he was only concerned about one thing: if his brother returned to the Zhang family, wouldn't he be overshadowed again? Mom, call Zhang Feng now and tell him to come to the Holy Capital Martial University to find me. Zhang Zi suddenly said. Ha! Chen Aimei took out her phone and, flipping through it, made a surprised sound. What's wrong? Zhang Xuanba scratched his head, puzzled. I don't have Zhang Feng's number, Chen Aimei said awkwardly. How could parents not have their children's numbers? It was so inadequate. Forget it. I'll tell you, you make the call. Zhang Zi sighed and recited a string of numbers. All right. Chen Aimei re-entered the number. The number you dialed is not in service. Please try again later. The result left everyone silent. The whole room fell into a dead silence. This unfilial son. Does he still have parents in his eyes? Zhang Xuanba's anger flared, shouting. Zhang Feng's attitude was very clear. He cancelled all his phone numbers. Clearly want to confront the Zhang family. Completely cut off all ties. Brother, you are cutting off your own path. Seeing this scene, the only happy person left, only Zhang Yuanzhou remained. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, a flash of joy passed through. Just now he was worried. Zhang Feng returned to the Zhang family and took away what belonged to him. Never thought that his brother would be so ruthless. Forget it, he's going to the Holy Capital Wuda anyway. I'll wait for him at the Holy Capital Wuda. Zhang Zi said and hung up the phone directly. Obviously, she was also upset and in a bad mood. Brother, do you think you are the top scholar in the country, so you can look down on everyone? You don't understand at all the weight of the heavenly favor in the Holy Capital Wuda. When you wake up with a broken head and blood flowing one day, it will be too late. Zhang Yuanzhou silently clenched his fists, igniting hope once again. He vowed to do whatever it takes to surpass his brother, regain his glory. Haichang, Lord's Mansion. Zhang Feng, who had a good night's sleep, was full of energy. I've been on edge these past few days. Now that I've relaxed, my next goal is to be the first in the Holy Capital. Zhang Feng left the room and went to the living room. He saw Ling Xiyang and Wu Hanhai. Ling Xiyang was sitting in the main seat, looking at a newspaper. When he saw Zhang Feng wake up, he smiled and said, "You're awake, sit down." Wu Hanhai on the side was eating voraciously, not paying attention to Zhang Feng at all. I know you are devoted to martial arts, so you must go to the Holy Capital Wuda. Only there can you go further on the path of martial arts and achieve higher accomplishments. Although I really want to see you off, but Haicheng is busy with affairs, so I'll have old Wu see you off. Ling Xiyang took a sip of tea and said slowly. Last night at Meizhen's shop, he had already asked Zhang Feng's thoughts, knowing that this young man was very pure. His eyes were only set on the peak of martial arts, so Zhang Feng would not choose any of the other top 10 martial arts schools. His only goal was the top academy in Longwei, the Holy Capital Wuda. Go to the Holy Capital Wuda. Compete with the generation of geniuses. This is the choice of countless talents, or rather, the tacit understanding brought about by the longing for martial arts. A place full of competition and abundant resources. Undoubtedly, it can help martial artists grow at a rapid pace. Thank you for the Lord's kindness, martial instructor. I'll trouble you to make the trip again. Zhang Feng sat down and thanked them quickly. A warm feeling flowed through his heart. These two seniors were helping him wholeheartedly, without expecting anything in return. Their sincerity was far superior to the selfishness of the Zhang family. Hey, you are the national top scholar that Haicheng hasn't produced in 100 years, with a bright future ahead. What trouble is it for me to make a trip? Wu Hanhai put down his knife and fork, wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, and said spiritedly, "This kid Zhang Feng." The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. First of all, he didn't disappoint their trust. First in the Haicheng training camp, national top scholar. He won for the first time. And he won big, really big. The college entrance examination is just the beginning. When you get to the holy capital Wuda, on this platform, you will see a broader sky. Ling Xiang had been to the holy capital Wuda, but not as a student, because when he was young, Longwa's underground caves suffered heavy damage, often erupting. Whenever the caves moved, it would spawn a large number of beasts, leading to intense frontline battles. Countless people threw themselves into the battlefield, risking their lives to protect their homes and country. So seeing the young people now, having a better environment for cultivation, Ling Xiang felt deeply moved. After dinner, Ling Xiang personally sent the two of them to the car. For safety and comfort, he specially arranged for the Lord's private car to escort Zhang Feng. Before leaving, Ling Xiang emphasized with great seriousness, "Zhang Feng, practice well, don't waste your talent." Zhang Feng's expression was serious, responding earnestly, "The teachings of my predecessors, I will always remember in my heart. Please stay, senior." Ling Xiang nodded in agreement, staying in place. Watching the car gradually move away, he muttered to himself, "I look forward to seeing how brilliant you, as a genius, will be in the future, and how amazing your light will shine." Songcheng, the top floor of a skyscraper. A highly modern building with an interior that is a quaint tea pavilion. Xiaowu, if you go to the Magic Wu University in the Magic City, with the help of several brothers of the same clan, you will be able to avoid many detours in the future. A middle-aged man dressed in traditional clothing said lightly. The Magic Wu University is also an old and prestigious martial arts university with abundant resources and strong capabilities. It ranks first among the top 10 martial arts schools, second only to the Holy Capital Wu University. Due to the Holy Capital Wu University being too far ahead, it is considered separately from the top 10 martial arts schools. The blond young man across from him snorted at the words. He crossed his arms and disdainfully said, "Uncle, what's the point of Magic Wu? I, Wang Xiaohu, am born as a celestial guardian. How can I be content with being second best? I would rather be a rooster than a phoenix. If I compete, I will compete for first place. So I must go to the Holy Capital Wu University." After speaking, a glint of determination flashed in Wang Xiaohu's eyes, emitting an invisible spiritual power. The trees around him trembled and leaves fell. It seemed as if an invisible hand was shaking the trees. "And, I want to see how many pounds the person who takes away my first place really has. Is he truly the top scholar in the country? Can he overshadow a generation?" Seeing the young man's determination to be strong and ruthless rather than following the family's arrangements, the middle-aged man looked somewhat helpless, ultimately sighed and said, "I respect your choice. If you want to go to the Holy Capital Wu University, then go. Northern Heaven Province. An ancient quadrangle courtyard." An old man with white facial hair was lying on a rocking chair, enjoying a moment of peace. "Move, move, hey. Man bow. I see who that is." Suddenly, the old man frowned. He heard the annoying electronic music and the strange rap. He knew who was coming. Opening his eyes, he saw a tall and strong bald man standing next to the rocking chair. The bald man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, full of vitality. If judged solely on appearance, the bald man's looks were not bad. However, pointing to the boombox on his shoulder, the old man said helplessly, "My good grandson, weren't you supposed to report today? Why did you come back, and can you please lower the volume of your speaker?" Xiami shook his head. As he shook his head, inspiration struck him. With one hand making gestures, he followed the rhythm, swaying his body, and his thick lips moving. "Oh, shitty, I will diss you, why didn't you tell me? The top scholar in the country is at the Holy Capital Wu University, I will diss you." The old man, feeling uncomfortable, held his head and couldn't say a word. He had had enough of his strange grandson. He had thought he could have some peace and quiet after the college entrance exam, but he didn't expect this guy to be afraid of the top scholar in the country. Now he didn't dare to go to the Holy Capital Wu University. "You are also a celestial guardian, with unique talents, and have received my true teachings. What are you afraid of, the top scholar in the country?" The old man puffed his beard and stared, saying, "Oh, man, Black Mamba. I'm not afraid. Siami will defeat the top scholar in the country. I just need a little help. Siami swayed his body and continued to rap. It turned out he was looking for benefits. The old man couldn't stand the noisy electronic music, so he pointed behind him and said, like sending a plague god away, alright, I'll indulge you, go to the storeroom, take whatever you like. Siami happily passed by the old man. Along the way, inspiration struck him. He couldn't help but hum softly. Drip 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 down right arrow, drip 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 up right arrow, waiting, the national champion. Although I am an ordinary person, but with one embrace, let's see how you can beat me. In a certain place in the north, in the midst of a vast expanse of ice and snow, suddenly, the ground exploded. A frost-covered girl walked out. She looked in the direction of the imperial capital and said coldly, "National champion, let me, Beilinzu, test your skills." By the seaside in a province in the east, a young man with brown skin held a large knife and fiercely slashed at the waves. The blade flashed, cutting through the surging waves. At the same time, a crocodile hidden in the waves, split in half by the force of the waves, fell into the sea. The crocodile's body fell into the sea. The blood attracted a large number of ferocious beasts, quickly devouring the body. National champion Zhang Feng. It's a pity that we are separated by one province, so we can't compete on the same stage during the college entrance examination. Let's compare our skills at the Wuda University in the capital. After the college entrance examination, representing the end of high school life. At the same time, heralding the new generation of warriors. Countless students from the Wuda University in the capital couldn't help but focus their attention on the national champion. Because this title is so dazzling, it cannot be ignored by anyone of the same age. And most geniuses believe that the college entrance examination is just a competition to hunt ferocious beasts. Killing more, killing faster, does not mean you can beat him. The strength of a warrior should be determined through actual combat. So countless geniuses are gearing up, ready to challenge Zhang Feng and test the national champion's strength. 3 days later, a black car arrived at the entrance of the Wuda University in the capital. Passers-by couldn't help but show some surprise when they saw this car. This is the Lord's private car. Is someone important sitting inside? Surprisingly, a young man got out of the car. He carried a black box, with sharp features and a tall figure. What caught everyone's attention was the 2-meter-9 long spear he carried on his back. Although the spear was wrapped up, it still highlighted his demeanor, like a young general. Is he the Lord's heir? Passers-by were surprised by the young man's heroic appearance, took a few more glances, and then looked away. Because in the capital, there are many strong individuals. Young talents are as common as carp crossing the river. It wouldn't be surprising if a few intermediate warriors were knocked down by a brick. Kid, I'll leave you here. I'll do my best to help you with what you asked for, and there's $1 million in your account, the reward for being the first in the training camp. If you can't sleep at night, you can call me, although I may not answer. Just kidding, train well, and wait for the day you return in glory. Wu Hanhai also got out of the car, rubbing his stubble, somewhat reluctant. When people part ways, they talk the most. But Zhang Feng's performance had already impressed him. This kid spent 3 days in the car. Except for eating and resting at the service area, he practiced breathing techniques whenever he had time, without any entertainment. He didn't even play with his phone. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Wu Hanhai admitted he couldn't reach that level. Thank you, Instructor Wu, for escorting me all the way. I'm leaving. Zhang Feng thanked him. He picked up the Storm Pear Blossom Spear and walked towards the Grand Gate. Kid. Suddenly, Wu Hanhai shouted. Zhang Feng turned around in confusion. He saw the big man with stubble raising his thumb, showing a brilliant smile. At that moment, there were no words. The two looked at each other. All the encouragement and blessings were conveyed without words. I will. Zhang Feng looked deeply at Wu Hanhai. He turned and walked towards that gate. The grand gate that countless students in the Dragon Kingdom dream of. The gate of the Wuda University in the capital is 200 meters wide, made entirely of marble. Majestic and solemn. This is everyone's first impression. Next is the absence of gatekeepers. Anyone can come and go freely, or rather, there is no need for gatekeepers here. After all, this is the #1 martial arts academy in the Dragon Kingdom. Even the crazy cultists of the Beast God sect dare not cause trouble in the holy capital Wuda. The holy capital Wuda occupies 20,000 acres of land. If you haven't been here, you won't know how huge it is. Zhang Feng passed through the main gate, and the scene before him was astonishing. There were a total of 40 lanes on the road, 20 lanes in each direction. Such an exaggerated scale. And on both sides of the road, there were numerous buildings. The buildings were shaded by green trees, adorned with gardens, and occasionally the sound of birds chirping could be heard. there are quite a few new students reporting. It seems that besides S-level talents, there are also many A-level and even B-level warriors. Zhang Feng looked around. He saw many people dragging luggage, getting on electric sightseeing cars. Young people with high spirits. No one wanted to fall behind, so they would rather come to the holy capital Wuda to give it a try than go to the top 10 martial arts schools. Classmate, are you a new student reporting? A female warrior approached. She was wearing a black practice suit with a red belt around her waist. She was tall and slender, with extremely smooth lines, like a poplar tree. Yes, I am here to report. Zhang Feng came back to his senses and nodded. Welcome to the holy capital Wuda. I am Feng Hong from the sophomore elemental college. Get on the car, I will take you to report. Feng Hong spoke with confidence, looking very heroic. Listening to her, she should be a warrior with a talent for elemental magic. Okay. Zhang Feng had no problem and got on the electric sightseeing car. There were 2 other new students on the car. A male student sat in the second row, with a rare bald head and a stereo at his feet. For some reason, the bald-headed man looked troubled, as if he had encountered something sad. In the front row, there was a girl. The girl had snow-white skin and long flowing hair. However, compared to the enthusiastic Feng Hong, the girl had a cold and distant attitude, as if warning others not to approach her. Someone brought a stereo to Wuda? What a strange person. Zhang Feng muttered to himself. He didn't have time to care about other people's business. He withdrew his gaze, took off the rainstorm pear blossom spear, and sat in the last row. Unexpectedly, the bald-headed man was very enthusiastic. He turned half of his body, his thick lips spitting out a series of rap. Hey, buddy, congratulations on getting into the holy capital Wuda. From now on, you will hang out with me, Shemi. Hang out with me, and you can defeat Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was stunned, gently stroking the spear. His eyes were strange as he carefully looked at Shemi. He confirmed that he didn't know the other party. Do you have a grudge against Zhang Feng? Why do you want to defeat him? Hearing this question, Shemi raised his chin and said with a shake of his head, oh, man, Zhang Feng is the national champion. I, Shemi, of course, want to challenge him. The girl in the front row seemed to have reached her limit, her brows furrowed tightly, and she coldly said, if you keep talking like this, I will take you down right now. Shemi immediately wilted and turned away. For some reason, he seemed very afraid of the girl. This Shemi is really a funny guy. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile and shake his head. However, Shemi revealed a key piece of information. The genius new students of the holy capital Wuda, their primary target is him, Zhang Feng. Everyone was eager, ready to compete with him. The geniuses all see me as their opponent. What is there to fear? It's actually a great honor. Zhang Feng's mouth curved into a smile, his chest filled with heroic spirit. He never feared any challenge. The Zhang family was like this. The college entrance examination was like this too. Unconvinced? Then fight until you are convinced. As the electric sightseeing car entered the core area, the scenery along the way was breathtaking. The buildings on both sides were neatly arranged, and students' figures began to appear. Students walked in pairs or alone, but they all had one thing in common. They were strong and had extraordinary vitality. This is not a school at all, it's clearly a city. Shemi looked around in amazement. He didn't intentionally act weird. He spoke in a strange and quirky rap style, so the cold girls in the front row also tolerated it. Our holy capital Wuda University enrolls 1,000 students every year, with 100 training venues alone, each equipped with the most advanced equipment to meet the students' cultivation needs. The outer courtyard is divided into 4 academies: physical, elemental, spiritual, and academic. All martial arts from the 1st to the 3rd level are free. If you have enough credits, you can even exchange for courses up to the 9th level martial saint. Secondly, our holy capital Wuda University advocates practical combat and has connections with various departments of the Dragon Kingdom, so the number of missions far exceeds the top 10 martial arts schools. As long as you do enough missions and accumulate enough merits, then there will be a good place for you after graduation. Finally, holy capital Wuda University is divided into inner and outer courtyards. You are currently in the outer courtyard. As for the details of the inner courtyard, you have the handbook, go check it out later. In addition to welcoming new students, Feng Hong was also responsible for commentary. Her voice was like a aureole, very pleasant to listen to. In her tone, there was also an infinite admiration for holy capital Wuda University. TSK, if I can accumulate enough merits during my time at school and become a director after graduation, the old man will surely be satisfied. Siemi held his head in his hands, squinted his eyes, and began to fantasize about the future. The girls in the front row glanced at him and disdainfully said, so young, not striving for the pinnacle of martial arts, just thinking about retirement. Xiami smiled slightly, without arguing. The sparrow does not know the ambition of the swan. Lying flat and rapping. This is his dream. The sightseeing bus quickly arrived in front of a building. New students, follow me. Fong Hong led the way in front. The four entered an office. In the room, there was an old male teacher with white hair, working on coordination. There were dozens of new students lining up to complete the procedures. The process was quite fast. The male teacher swiped the identity card on the machine. After confirming the accuracy, he gave the new students a watch. Who is that? So cool. Xiami looked towards the corner, curious. Several people looked over and saw a warrior in a black robe standing against the wall. His suspended foot kept tapping the ground, seeming very impatient. On the chest of the black-robed warrior was a golden character representing a certain status. Seeing this person, Fong Hong's body trembled. A series of information quickly flashed in her mind. Thin body, slightly curly black hair, eyes like an eagle. Could he be? A name floated in Fong Hong's mind. She could hardly believe it, feeling extremely excited and quickly walked up. Fong Hong, sophomore of the Elemental Academy. Nice to meet you, Senior Yi Fengshan. Are you doing the new student task? Yi Fengshan nodded. He glanced at the three people behind her casually. Yes, Senior. Fong Hong was delighted to have a conversation with a senior from the Celestial Society today. It was truly a rare opportunity. Perhaps it could leave an impression and be helpful in the future. Yi Fengshan just nodded and didn't show much. Sorry to disturb you, Senior. Although being ignored, Fong Hong seemed like the one who made a mistake, apologizing nervously. It's okay, you do your thing. Yi Fengshan waved his hand, showing no interest in conversation. He didn't even bother to say a few words. Okay. Fong Hong breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved, and quickly left. She returned to the three people. For some reason, she was full of excitement. Senior Fong, is that senior a big shot? Xiami was puzzled and scratched his head. He was a bit dumbfounded because Fong Hong's attitude didn't seem like that of a student at Holy Capital Wuda University. To put it bluntly, it was a bit low-key. You haven't officially entered Wuda University yet, so naturally you don't understand. Senior Yi Fengshan is a peripheral member of the Celestial Society. Fong Hong felt no shame, her eyes shining with admiration. She understood the confusion of the new students. Because at this time last year, Fong Hong was just like these three freshmen. Just entering the Holy Capital Wudao University, knowing nothing. Thinking that by passing the college entrance examination, he had achieved a life reversal and could step into the blue sky and walk all the way to the end of martial arts. In reality, the true world is far more complex than they imagined. Senior sister, can you tell me what's special about the Tianwan Club? Xiami, with a thick skin, asked without shame. His inquiry was the answer many freshmen wanted to know. Many freshmen secretly perked up their ears, ready to jot down such secrets. You see, the instructors in the outer courtyard are intermediate martial artists. On one hand, they have to teach students, and on the other hand, they have to cultivate. They don't have time to deal with trivial matters. Therefore, within the Holy Capital Wudao University, the Tianwan Club can touch on many things, provide help, such as a credit task. You want to do tasks, right? Which tasks have high cost effectiveness? Which tasks have low cost effectiveness, do you know? Even if you are lucky enough to receive a high cost effective task, if no one helps you throughout the process, just rushing around will exhaust you. Fong Hong spoke about the Tianwan Club with enthusiasm. After studying for a year, she had a deep understanding of the power of the Tianwan Club. It can be said that this student organization, although it does not have administrative power, replaces some functions in a certain aspect. Wow! The Tianwan Club is so powerful. How can I join the Tianwan Club? Xiami's eyes sparkled with curiosity, very good at applauding. He was also a Tianwan member. He was also a genius who could be admitted to the Holy Capital Wudao University. Naturally, he knew the principle of leaning against a big tree for shade. As the name suggests, to enter the Tianwan Club, the first requirement is to be a Tianwan with an S-level talent. This is the minimum threshold. Many hands make light work. A force composed entirely of Tianwan members. Just think about how many benefits you can get. Like the credit task I just mentioned, it's just the simplest benefit, and things like connections can help you for a lifetime. Fong Hong said a lot in one breath. She had a lot of information that she hadn't revealed to the three people because it was unnecessary. Freshmen know nothing, so saying it would be in vain. They will naturally understand after living at the Holy Capital Wudao University for a while. Then what is this senior from the Tianwan Club doing here? Xiami asked quietly with his head down. He didn't understand anything else, he just knew that the Tianwan Club was a very strong support. If he could join, his dream of retiring and lying flat could be realized sooner. I don't know, maybe waiting for some new students? Fang Hong also didn't know the details, but she had some guesses in her mind. The Tianwan Club is strong, so its vision is high. They look down on ordinary students, even outstanding outer courtyard students like Yi Fengshan. After various assessments, he also did not become an internal member. It's hard to imagine what kind of new student would be valued by the Tianwan Club and even sent Yi Fengshan to monitor in advance. Perhaps there is only one answer, the national champion. Enough chit-chat, go and handle your enrollment procedures. Fang Hong shook her head and didn't say more. The three of them stepped forward, with Xiemi in the front, politely handing out a card. Teacher, my name is Xiemi, the second place in the Baidian province. This is my identity card, please take a look. Many eyes around quickly fell on Xiemi when they heard the term second place, making him unable to help but be overjoyed, almost starting to rap. Make way. Before he could start singing, a girl pushed him aside. She also took out her identity card and said, Teacher, I am the champion of the Qingyun province, Bai Lingzhu. The champion. A provincial champion. This is even higher than Xiemi's second place. Bai Lingzhu, where does it look like a spiritual bamboo? Xiemi pursed his lips and muttered. What does it mean to be named after oneself? Today, I have seen it. Ha, do you have any objections to my name? Bai Lingzhu seemed to hear it. She turned her head. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Ha ha, what a good name, what a good name. Xiemi smiled awkwardly and chuckled. He shifted his gaze and saw Zhang Feng. Quickly changing the subject, he said, It's your turn, go ahead. Zhang Feng stepped forward, also took out his ID card, and calmly said, Teacher, my name is Zhang Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fengshan, who was leaning against the wall, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp as an arrow. He walked up a few steps and stood in front of Zhang Feng, up and down, carefully examining him from head to toe. His tone was unquestionable, like giving orders. You, come with me and join the Celestial Society. This sudden scene shocked the new students. Zhang Feng became the center of attention for everyone. They wanted to find out what was special about this peer. Why was he the national champion? Why was he favored by the Celestial Society? Hiss! He is the national champion Zhang Feng. Xiemi took a sharp breath, unable to help but shrink his neck. Did Zhang Feng not take what he said in the car seriously? So he is Zhang Feng. If I had known, I would have challenged him before getting on the bus. Bai Lingzhu's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. She really wanted to give it a try. How strong is the national champion really? What, Senior Yi Fengshan is looking for him. He was directly invited by the Celestial Society. Fang Hong's heart trembled violently, filled with extreme envy. How many students from the Holy Capital University have been dreaming of this opportunity? It is now right in front of Zhang Feng. Just nod. From now on, he would be on top of the world. Indeed, trouble has come. Zhang Feng muttered to himself. During the 3 days of traveling, besides practicing, Wu Hanhai also provided him with a lot of information. These intelligence sources came from Ling Xiang, with high-level and comprehensive information. So one thing can be confirmed. The person who sent Yi Fengshan must be Zhang Ziyuan. Since it was expected early on, what is there to fear now? Zhang Feng coldly uttered a word. Get lost. Just one word, get lost. The atmosphere in the admissions office suddenly became tense. The new students watching were stunned. No one expected that Zhang Feng would be so arrogant. How dare he speak to Yi Fengshan like that? Yi Fengshan is first a senior student at the Holy Capital University, and secondly a member of the Celestial Society, both in status and strength. Zhang Feng, a new student who hadn't even completed his registration, actually refused and challenged in such a direct manner, exceeding everyone's imagination. Is he crazy? Refusing the Celestial Society? Zhang Feng, apologize quickly. It's not too late. Fang Hong covered her face and exclaimed in shock, completely dumbfounded, still thinking of ways to remedy the situation. This is an invitation from the Celestial Society. It's like a ticket to cross social classes. No one would refuse. And no one would dare to refuse in this way. I was scolded? I was actually scolded by a new student. Yi Fengshan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Who is he? An A-level talented warrior. A peripheral member of the Celestial Society. Who in the outer courtyard doesn't know him? He always thought that his words were absolute commands to the weak, and no one had ever dared to resist. But Zhang Feng, who played by his own rules, slapped him hard in the face. To strike or not to strike? Zhang Feng clenched the Storm Pear Blossom Spear in one hand, his muscles tensed and ready. All attention was focused on observing Yi Fengshan, not missing any details. He was not a reckless person. Provoking Yi Fengshan now was actually a carefully planned move. The goal was to create an opportunity. Yes, an opportunity to buy time in a desperate situation. Just as the tension was at its peak, Yi Fengshan suddenly smiled. His smile carried a hint of appreciation and a hint of disdain. Indeed, you are the national champion, with integrity and pride, but today you must come with me. After speaking, Yi Fengshan made a bold move, reaching out to grab Zhang Feng. This grab was mysterious and unexpected, like an eagle swooping down to catch its prey. Swift, precise, and deadly. Approaching Zhang Feng's face in an instant, not giving him a chance to use his long spear. The senior from Shengjing Wuda. Indeed not an ordinary person. Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed, his whole body's hair stood on end, feeling immense pressure rising in his heart. In an instant, his pupils dilated, emitting a faint golden light. He can use mental attacks. Yi Fengshan was shocked, instantly experiencing a splitting headache and a ferocious expression. But he relied on astonishing willpower to suppress the pain. The eagle claw paused, but did not transform, still reaching towards Zhang Feng. Very well, come. Zhang Feng refused to show weakness, exhaling loudly. In an instant, he entered the dragon transformation state. Bursting with energy and blood, he threw a punch. The fist made a crisp sound in the air 9 times, hitting Yi Fengshan's palm squarely. Both of them retreated repeatedly. Zhang Feng retreated 7 steps before stabilizing his posture. At this point, even the dragon transformation could not be maintained and dissipated automatically. He glanced at the back of his hand, which was cut open as if by a blade, revealing 5 wounds. Fighting claws with fists is too disadvantageous. I need a stronger close combat martial technique. On the other side, Yi Fengshan only took a step back, but his terrifying expression was both shocked and angry. What? My eagle claw can't deal with a newcomer today. He had cultivated the 3rd-tier martial technique Silver Light Eagle Claw to the point of perfection. Although he did not use his full strength, it was still extremely powerful. If an ordinary 2nd-tier martial artist was caught by him, they would either die or be maimed. You brat! How dare you challenge me? I will show you the huge gap between newcomers and seniors. Yi Fengshan was furious, preparing to seriously capture Zhang Feng. Just then, the old man who had been quietly processing paperwork stood up. He reached out his hand. This hand, with pale skin and some age spots on the surface. But with just this hand, he easily restrained Yi Fengshan. Yi Fengshan turned angrily, his anger dissipating halfway. Because the person who stopped him was a teacher from the admissions office. Are you all from the Tianwan Society planning to rebel? Relying on your strength being superior to newcomers, do you think you can disregard the school rules? Today you target a newcomer, will you target a teacher tomorrow? The old man did not give any face, scolding angrily. His voice was so loud that it made the windows hum. I'm sorry, teacher, I absolutely didn't have that intention, I apologize. I made a mistake. Yi Fengshan's face changed drastically, apologizing frantically. Despite the teacher being elderly and frail, he posed no threat. But even with 10,000 times the courage, Yi Fengshan dared not continue to act. To act against a teacher was a great betrayal, a completely immoral act. It would not be accepted anywhere and would be condemned. Especially in Shengjing Wuda, where the school rules were strict and discipline was unforgiving. I believe you wouldn't dare. Go to the school affairs department and accept your punishment. The old man let go of his hand, snorted, and reprimanded. Yes, I'll go now. Yi Fengshan didn't even want to say anything harsh. Feeling utterly humiliated, he lowered his head, took a few steps, and left the office in a sorry state. These brats are getting more and more unruly. With such abilities, why don't they go to the underground caves to fight enemies? Bullying newcomers, what kind of skill is that? Each generation is worse than the last. The old man was irritable. Even after everyone had left, he added another scolding remark. The newcomers kept their heads down, not daring to breathe loudly, afraid of provoking the old man's anger. So no one noticed the disappointment and anger in his eyes. Classmate, I still have a roll of snow lotus bandages left here, you can take it. The old man opened a drawer and threw out a roll of green bandages. Thank you, teacher, for your medicine and assistance. May I ask for your name, teacher? Zhang Feng bowed slightly, sincerely thanking him. He wrapped the green bandage around his hand. Instantly, a cool sensation seeped into the wound, relieving the pain. The old man turned his head, his cloudy eyes looking at Zhang Feng. He sneered and waved his hand, saying, "No need to thank me, this is what a teacher should do. Everyone calls me Teacher Chai, so let's continue with your procedures." Why did Tianwan want to find Zhang Feng? Why did Zhang Feng refuse Tianwan? These matters. You and I are willing. Teacher Chai doesn't care about any of it. But Ji Fengshan's actions towards the new students completely violated the school rules, so that needs to be addressed. Take this wristband and identity card, you can keep them. Replacing the wristband once is not cheap. Soon, Zhang Feng received a smart wristband and a black identity card. Although it's just a wristband, it's more advanced than the training camps. It has functions like recording information, earning credits, chatting, and even an artificial intelligence system. Thank you, Teacher Chai. Zhang Feng thanked him and took the smart wristband, putting it on his wrist. He tried it out, and it didn't affect his movements at all. After completing the procedures, Zhang Feng turned and left without any hesitation. The new students involuntarily stepped back, making way for him. At the same time, complex gazes closely followed his figure, as if trying to figure out why he refused Tianwan and even resorted to physical confrontation with the senior students. Zhang Feng walked through the crowd expressionless, like a rebel. Others' gazes couldn't affect him at all. Until Zhang Feng disappeared, no one had any answers. Suddenly, the admissions office was filled with whispers. Is this the national top scorer? So courageous. Whether it's Tianwan or Diwan, he just refuses to go. Xiami admired and exclaimed. He originally thought that the national top scorer was just good at killing fierce beasts. But now, it seems that Zhang Feng, this kid, has at least some courage. Courage? Isn't that just foolishness? Zhang Feng may have a high opinion of himself, but he's alone and weak. Can he really be stronger than Tianwan? And today, he completely offended Senior Yi, cutting off any chance of turning back. Things won't turn out well for him. I think Zhang Feng will regret the decision he made sooner or later. Feng Hong felt regretful and frustrated. She wished the one invited wasn't Zhang Feng, but her. This was the olive branch from Tianwan. If it were her, she would never refuse. Without any hesitation, she would agree on the spot. Ha! Where's Beilinzu? Xiami looked around. He didn't see Beilinzu anywhere. What he didn't know was that Beilinzu had followed outside and was blocking Zhang Feng's path. Back again? Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows, gripping the rainstorm pear blossom spear tightly. He wasn't afraid of senior students, let alone a new student whose level was lower than his. Tell me, why did you refuse Tianwan? Beilinzu's expression was complex, seeking an answer. She was asking Zhang Feng, but it seemed like she was also questioning herself internally. The path I'm taking has nothing to do with you. Zhang Feng's eyebrows relaxed a bit, but his expression remained cold. He passed by Beilinzu. The Zhang family's disputes didn't need to be shared with an outsider. What is the path I'm taking, and do I need to join Tianwan? Beilinzu lowered her head, her eyes filled with confusion, muttering to herself repeatedly. Today's experiences had a great impact on her. Involuntarily, she felt a strong curiosity towards Zhang Feng. She really wanted to know how long this peer's backbone could last. Following the guidance of the wristband, Zhang Feng arrived at a two-story villa. The villa was labeled as Zone 13, Number 1. The villa's walls were undecorated, with only exposed concrete, giving off a strong sense of simplicity. A standalone villa with a small garden. This kind of treatment was obviously superior compared to other martial arts universities. The Holy Capital Martial Arts University had vast grounds and strong financial resources, so they wouldn't skimp on student accommodations. He walked up to the door. The camera scanned his face, and the door automatically opened. The intelligence aspect is not bad, saving the trouble of carrying keys. Zhang Feng nodded secretly and walked into the villa. The living room was extremely large, but still in a minimalist style. Apart from some essential furniture, there were no other decorations. At the end, there was a practice room with a series of equipment. Zhang Feng walked to the table and picked up a tablet. The system has been activated, and the little deer spirit butler is at your service. The tablet projected a three-dimensional image of a 7 or 8-year-old girl with deer antlers on her head, looking quite cute but only about 3 to 4 feet tall, reaching only to Zhang Feng's shins. Little deer spirit, what functions do you have? Zhang Feng was not surprised. The benefits of St. Capital Wuda University had been circulating on the internet for many years, envied by countless netizens. This villa and intelligent home system were just one of the many benefits. The master is the national champion, so the little deer spirit is a second-level butler, able to arrange courses for the master, access information, etc. The little deer spirit pouted, counted on her fingers, and listed the things she could do. Zhang Feng was not in a hurry and silently listened, noting down all the functions. Once he became proficient in using the little deer spirit, he would free up his hands, saving a lot of effort and time. Online shopping, controlling lights. The little deer spirit recited hundreds of words in one breath, introducing all the functions. Finally, she put her hands on her hips, panting heavily. However, the master cannot ask the little deer spirit to do illegal things. The little deer spirit is connected to the central system 24 hours a day. Once any abnormal situation is detected, it will be reported immediately. The little deer spirit covered her face, shyly saying. 2 eyes peeked out from between her fingers. This artificial intelligence was really lively. Zhang Feng didn't mind, chuckled, and continued to ask, "Little deer spirit, how many levels are there for the computer butler? Then recite the school rules." The little deer spirit touched her temple, and a pair of black-framed glasses appeared out of thin air. She solemnly said, "The computer butler is divided into 3 levels, with the outer courtyard having first-level permissions, the inner courtyard having second-level permissions, and the heads of the major courtyards having third-level permissions. The school upholds the motto of using martial arts to stop war, protecting the family and the country, and according to relevant laws, formulates the school rules." The first article. Zhang Feng sat on the sofa, lightly tapping the armrest, carefully listening to each school rule while analyzing the current situation. It was known that Zhang Ziyuan had been studying at St. Capital Wuda University for a year and had become the vice president of the Tianwan Club. Strong strength, overwhelming power. As the national champion, he already had enough weight to be noticed by Zhang Ziyuan. Article 18, students should help each other and not engage in conflicts outside the designated areas. Upon hearing this article, Zhang Feng's expression remained calm, showing no surprise. St. Capital Wuda University prohibited students from engaging in private fights. That was why he deliberately provoked and angered Yi Fengshan when faced with his invitation. When Yi Fengshan spoke to Fan Hong, his attitude was impatient, not even bothering to deal with it. Such arrogant and self-important people being provoked by me was within my expectations. Zhang Feng reviewed the details. Every step taken was thrilling. No matter how he schemed, he couldn't diminish Yi Fengshan's strength. And the students sent by the Tianwan Club were certainly not weaklings. If a fight broke out, Zhang Feng would definitely not end well. He had already experienced this firsthand. Although this method has risks, the rewards are great. The Tianwan Club will calm down for a while, which is the opportunity one have fought for myself. Zhang Feng showed a hint of a cold smile. He wanted Yi Fengshan to take action, violating the school rules. In terms of public opinion, it would be detrimental to the Tianwan Club. In this world, the strong are respected. I must seize the time to become stronger. Zhang Feng knew that his tricks wouldn't last long. One day, he would face Zhang Ziyuan head-on. By then, strength would speak for itself. Little deer spirit, open the credit exchange page. Zhang Feng ordered. In an instant, a light screen popped up in front of his eyes. The light screen displayed a large number of goods. Elixirs, martial skills, techniques. A dazzling array, overwhelming to the eyes. What's most peculiar is, there are also one-on-one courses. Master, there are a total of 4 ways to earn credits: completing courses each year, school tasks, participating in competitions, and making special contributions. Please note that credits cannot be exchanged for currency. Little deer spirit popped out, explaining thoughtfully. Understood. Zhang Feng carefully examined the exchange page and previewed different functions. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He tried to open a function. Sorry, Master, you do not have a cave pass, so you cannot access cave-related information. To obtain a cave pass, you need to complete a series of assessment tasks. Students who obtain a cave pass can freely enter the caves within the Dragon Kingdom. Little deer spirit jumped out, bowing apologetically. The cave. A name that could make one's ears calloused just by hearing it. Even elementary school students know about it. 100 years ago, the caves appeared, and giant beasts descended. Since then, the Blue Star entered the era of martial arts. But that's just the beginning. More specific things, Zhang Feng did not know, such as what is inside the caves, and what caused the caves. The truth seems to be obscured, shrouded in mist, impossible to see clearly. If the master wants to know more about the caves, you can sign up for Professor Xing Jiwen's course at the Academic Academy. Professor Xing Jiwen is highly favored by students, with a course satisfaction rate as high as 98%. Little deer spirit opened a page. The page kept scrolling down, showing a series of positive reviews, such as, Professor Xing speaks so well, his lectures are so detailed, I love it. Guaranteed personality, after taking Professor Xing Jiwen's course, you will leap out of the well and become an enlightened frog. You can buy with confidence, the confidentiality is very good, it feels like a real person, the child can't put it down, won't even sleep, great reviews. I was originally a pig, but after taking the course, I became an intelligent pig, oink oink. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry, it was quite unexpected. Does attending classes also involve this? The pressure on the teachers at the Holy Capital Martial Arts University is not small. However, if you want to know the details of the caves, it seems inevitable to attend a class. Elemental Academy, Teacher Chiime, satisfaction rate 99%. Courses include first-tier martial skill cloud stepping, second-tier martial skill wave turning palm, third-tier martial skill piercing water arrow. Students' talents need to lean towards water element. Physical Academy, Teacher Udon, satisfaction rate 96%. Course includes third-tier technique red fire true map. Students' talents need to lean towards fire element. Mental Academy, Teacher Mengqiu, satisfaction rate 98%. Course includes second-tier technique flying star visualization. Must have mental type talents. Zhang Feng tried to look up the courses offered by the academies. Indeed, every teacher that appeared was accompanied by a satisfaction rate. After a quick look, he made up his mind and ordered, "Alright, sign me up," and then open all the courses from each academy. Attending cave courses is a must. This is a good opportunity to understand the caves and plan for the future. Little Deer Spirit smiled happily, throwing his hand into the sky. A large course schedule appeared. I need a close combat martial skill to avoid being in a dilemma after losing my weapon. Secondly, a body forging technique to unearth the ancient potential of the green dragon, the latent power. Lastly, a mental secret technique. The golden eyes are just a form of mental pressure, with limited effects against strong opponents. I need a true mental technique to complement the golden eyes and enhance its effects. Zhang Feng quickly previewed the courses and selected martial skills that suited him. After the conflict with Yi Fengshan today, he exposed many issues and urgently needed to make up for his shortcomings. Facing his weaknesses, never being arrogant, that was also his attitude. Just as Fang Hong said, the martial arts from the first to third levels in the outer courtyard are completely free. No charges, no need for credits. You can sign up to attend classes and acquire martial arts. But there are two conditions. The first is that the student's level must match. For example, Zhang Feng is a second-level martial artist. He can sign up for first-level martial arts courses or second-level martial arts courses. The only thing he cannot sign up for is third-level courses. This is to prevent students from aiming too high. The second condition is that apart from the academic courtyard, you can only study one set of martial arts from the other three courtyards. It's quite obvious. This is to prevent students from being greedy and not mastering anything. The Holy Capital Martial Arts University spares no effort in planning for students. It can't be said that they are not caring and thoughtful. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng closed his eyes and recited one by one. The first one, the Elemental Academy, Wave Palm. The second one, the Physical Academy, True Scale Secret. The third one, the Spiritual Academy, Flying Star Visualization Method. Xiaolu Ling was shocked and rushed to Zhang Feng, saying, "Master, are you going to take classes from all three academies at once? Won't that be too much pressure?" Zhang Feng shook his head confidently and said, "It's fine, no problem, sign me up." With the Deep Blue system by his side, no martial arts or techniques could stump him. The only issue was the lack of evolution points. However, the Holy Capital Martial Arts University has a solution for this. "Yes, Master." Xiaolu Ling weakly agreed and tapped a few times. 3 light screens appeared, listing the class schedules. Zhang Feng looked at the screens and thought to himself, Wave Palm enhances close combat abilities, True Scale Secret improves physical qualities, Flying Star Visualization Method adds mental attack methods. Learning these 3 martial arts and techniques will greatly reduce my weaknesses. Solving the problem of weaknesses, a gleam appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes as he posed one final question. "Xiaolu Ling, what are the differences between the inner and outer courtyards? And how can one enter the inner courtyard?" Xiaolu Ling coughed and gestured outward, drawing a map of the Holy Capital Martial Arts University from a bird's eye view. The outer courtyard is for students who enter the Holy Capital Martial Arts University through the National Entrance Exam, study for 4 years, and complete 10,000 credits to graduate. At the same time, the outer courtyard emphasizes one mentor educating dozens, or even hundreds, of students. In the inner courtyard, it's based on master-disciple relationships, focusing on traditional one-on-one or one-to-many education. The map changed, and the Holy Capital Martial Arts University disappeared. But no new map appeared. Zhang Feng was feeling puzzled. Xiaolu Ling spread his hands helplessly and said, "As for the details of the inner courtyard, Master's authority is insufficient to view them, but Xiaolu Ling knows of 6 ways to enter the inner courtyard. The first and second are the freshman competition and the outer courtyard competition. As long as you rank in the top 10 in either, you will have a qualification for the inner courtyard. The third is to master 3 third-level complete-level techniques before graduation, with no restrictions on the type. The fourth is to pay 30,000 credits. The fifth is if a teacher from the inner courtyard takes a liking to you and uses their power to accept you as a disciple. The sixth is to break through to the 4th level before graduation. After carefully listening to the explanation, Zhang Feng felt that the Holy Capital Martial Arts University was truly unfathomable. The outer courtyard was just the tip of the iceberg. The inner courtyard was the true essence of the Holy Capital Martial Arts University. The national entrance exam is like a large net, selecting the most outstanding 1,000 martial artists from the Dragon Country generation. Upon entering the Holy Capital Martial Arts University, these 1,000 martial artists still need to compete for a chance to enter the inner courtyard. Countless students are vying for a spot in the inner courtyard, showing how fierce and brutal the competition is. So, my goal next is to enter the inner courtyard. Facing the pressure, Zhang Feng felt his blood boiling. He opened his portable suitcase. Inside the suitcase were vials of qi and blood pills. They were from the Sea City training camp. I won't officially start classes for 3 days, so I'll use the whale sea breathing technique to cultivate my qi and blood during these 3 days. Zhang Feng took out a qi and blood pill and swallowed it. The elixir smoothly entered his stomach. A warm current began to grow, warming his body. He took a deep breath. He began to practice the whale sea breathing technique, circulating the qi and blood in his body. The next day, Zhang Yuanzhou stepped off the high-speed train, full of energy. These past few days, he had already figured it out. Falling behind temporarily doesn't mean you'll always be behind. Does my brother think that by becoming the national champion, he can compete with third sister? It's like hitting a rock with an egg. Zhang Yuanzhou sneered, brimming with hope in his heart. The previous national champion also enrolled in the Holy Capital Martial University. And what happened? Third sister surpassed the opponent within a year of enrollment, becoming the vice president of the Celestial Society. In the student community, her status is unparalleled. Now that I have third sister's protection, my cultivation speed is countless times faster than yours. I wonder what you have to compete with me. Zhang Yuanzhou felt the opportunity to become stronger, within reach. His walking speed unconsciously increased. Leaving the high-speed train station, Zhang Yuanzhou took a taxi to the Holy Capital Martial University. Halfway there, he took out his phone and dialed a number. This number was given by third sister. She said that upon arriving at the Holy Capital Martial University, someone would come to pick him up. It is likely that the other party is also a student at the Holy Capital Martial University. The call was quickly connected. A cold voice came through. Who is this? Zhang Yuanzhou recognized the other party as male and respectfully said, "Hello, senior. My name is Zhang Yuanzhou, and my sister is Zhang Ziyuan. May I ask for your esteemed name?" The other end of the phone fell silent, and the atmosphere became oppressive. After a while, the voice finally spoke, sounding somewhat displeased. "Yi Fengshan, report to the admissions office of the Holy Capital Martial University. I will be waiting for you there." After speaking, the call was directly hung up. Zhang Yuanzhou was speechless. He looked at the screen, clicked his tongue, and said discontentedly, "Why did my sister choose such a senior with a bad temper? Did I offend you?" The taxi soon arrived at the Holy Capital Martial University. Just as he entered the school gate, an enthusiastic girl approached him and said generously, "Junior, are you here to register? I am Feng Hong from the Sophomore Elemental College, come with me." Zhang Yuanzhou was surprised and sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was the Holy Capital Martial University. A senior sister was as beautiful as a flower, making people's hearts race. Far superior to the female trainees in the camp. "My name is Zhang Yuanzhou, thank you, Senior Feng." Zhang Yuanzhou suppressed his evil thoughts and said politely, "Your surname is also Zhang?" Little did he know, when Feng Hong heard this, her expression darkened instantly. It seemed like she had heard some bad news. A new student with the surname Zhang, combined with a resemblance of about 30%, made her very unhappy. "Senior sister, what's wrong? This is my first time at the Holy Capital. I shouldn't have offended you, right?" Zhang Yuanzhou didn't want to leave a bad impression on the beauty and hurriedly explained. "Oh, it's nothing, just a coincidence." Feng Hong let out a sigh of relief. Without further explanation, she showed a hint of apology and said with folded hands, "I'm sorry, Junior, it's not about you, just thinking of an annoying person." This set directly confused Zhang Yuanzhou. To win the favor of the beauty, he waved his hand and said firmly, "I don't know who that person is, but if I find out, I will definitely teach him a lesson." "Thank you, Junior, let's get on the car." Feng Hong was pleased to receive his approval. However, she didn't hold much hope for what Zhang Yuanzhou said. "Okay." Zhang Yuanzhou got on the electric sightseeing car and patiently waited for it to depart. He was like a guilty thief, occasionally glancing at Feng Hong. Feng Hong also noticed, not getting angry at all, but rather feeling proud. Sometimes, outstanding looks are also a weapon. 10 minutes later, Feng Hong got on the car and said, "Alright, let's go." Sitting next to her was Zhang Yuanzhou. Smelling the fragrance that reached his nose, his heart fluttered and became restless. In order to avoid being seen as strange, he also wanted to improve his relationship with the senior sister. Zhang Yuanzhou turned his mind and found a topic. Senior sister, tell me, who made you so angry? Feng Hong glanced at him and smiled. The smile made Zhang Yuanzhou feel as if a warm spring breeze was brushing his face. Junior brother, if you have the chance in the future, you must join the Celestial Society. Even if you are just an external member, it is a shortcut. Don't follow someone's example and refuse the Celestial Society. Feng Hong thought for a moment. She didn't dare mention Zhang Feng's name. Although in her eyes, Zhang Feng, who refused the Celestial Society, was very foolish, he was also a powerful national top scorer. It was not worth it to provoke an enemy for no reason. What, someone else refused the Celestial Society? Are they crazy? Zhang Yuanzhou exclaimed in disbelief. It was because he understood the Celestial Society that he was shocked. Joining the Celestial Society was more than just a shortcut. It was like hitching a ride in life. He couldn't believe that someone would refuse. How foolish. Yes, such people are self-righteous, and they will regret it one day. Feng Hong said with a disdainful and contemptuous attitude. Obviously, she had no good feelings towards Zhang Feng. Senior sister is right, he will definitely regret it. Zhang Yuanzhou nodded in agreement. The two didn't chat much, and the sightseeing car arrived at the admissions office. Feng Hong, who was leading the group, walked to the door and saw a familiar figure. She was instantly stunned. Senior Yi Fengshan. Just yesterday, that incident happened. Why is he here at the admissions office again? Yi Fengshan opened his eyes and looked straight at Zhang Yuanzhou, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. These two brothers looked somewhat alike. He furrowed his brows and said, Zhang Yuanzhou, go and complete the procedures, then follow me. Feng Hong was surprised and looked at Zhang Yuanzhou beside her in amazement. Just yesterday, Zhang Feng was invited by the Celestial Society. Today, another Zhang Yuanzhou was invited. What was going on? Did the Celestial Society favor people with the surname Zhang? Please wait a moment, senior. Zhang Yuanzhou raised his head proudly. He entered the admissions office and quickly completed the procedures. Let's go. Yi Fengshan's face was dark as he led the way. Senior sister, I'll go first, see you next time. Zhang Yuanzhou had wanted to chat more with Feng Hong, but seeing no opportunity, he waved goodbye. Zhang Feng, Zhang Yuanzhou, do these two have any relationship? Feng Hong watched the two of them leave and felt curious. Her subconscious told her that it was unlikely. The two brothers both being admitted to the prestigious Shengjing Wuda was a great story. How could they come to report one after the other? And facing the Celestial Society, one refused while the other accepted. It was completely unreasonable. If Zhang Yuanzhou can enter the Celestial Society, then I can build a good relationship with him. Feng Hong thought to herself, a thought flashing through her mind. If Zhang Yuanzhou could enter the Celestial Society, his future would be limitless. Establishing a good relationship with him would also bring endless benefits. It would be best if it were a romantic relationship. Yi Fengshan led Zhang Yuanzhou to a building. The main structure of the building was built of logs, with upturned eaves and layers of glazed tiles, exuding an ancient and simple atmosphere. Yi Fengshan brushed his face, leading Zhang Yuanzhou inside to a study room. Upon entering, Zhang Yuanzhou did not see his sister and asked curiously, Senior Yi, where is my third sister? Yi Fengshan sat at the table, calmly brewing tea, and said, the vice president has not come out yet, please be patient. Zhang Yuanzhou nodded and sat opposite Yi Fengshan. As he brewed tea, he secretly observed Yi Fengshan. Involuntarily, he compared the two brothers in his mind. Apart from looking somewhat similar, the two brothers have completely different personalities. Whenever Yi Feng comes to mind, Yi Fengshan feels depressed and sighs inwardly. If the two brothers had the same temper, I wouldn't be punished. The key is that I didn't complete the vice president's task. The senior's actions against the freshmen seriously violated the school rules. Therefore, the school administration's punishment was severe. Yi Fengshan was sentenced to a penalty of 10,000 credits, causing his wallet to bleed heavily. And privately, he must never trouble Zhang Feng again. After the school starts, I will be a senior student, and now that I have paid this 10,000 credits, I have no chance to accumulate 30,000 credits, completely cutting off a path to the inner courtyard. Unfortunately, he has the relationship of the vice president, so I have to swallow my pride and endure silently. If I want revenge, I have to get the vice president's approval, otherwise, just as I defeat Zhang Feng, the vice president will come to retaliate against me. Yi Fengshan poured tea backwards, feeling worse as he calculated, with a black line on his face. He deeply resented Zhang Feng in his heart. Clearly, he and the vice president were siblings. Why did he have to show off? he suffered a big loss. This senior is indeed a person with a bad temper. He doesn't want to make tea, so I have to do it, with a black face for everyone to see. Across from him, Zhang Yuanzhou felt like he saw through Yi Fengshan's true face. The two of them had tea, and the atmosphere was very serious, with no one in the mood to talk. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the door was pushed open, and a female student in a white robe walked in. Her eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, her eyes bright, exuding a confident air of control as she walked. Sister, Vice President. The two inside the room quickly stood up to greet her. Zhang Ziyuan nodded slightly and took a seat at the main position. Seeing only two people in the room, her expression remained unchanged. Obviously, she had already guessed the outcome. I already know about the matter. Yi Fengshan, you actually laid hands on a freshman, and he's my brother. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Or do you, as an old student from the outer courtyard, think you can ignore the school rules? When Zhang Ziyuan spoke, although her tone was calm, it brought immense pressure to Yi Fengshan, more nerve-wracking than encountering a mid-level fierce beast. He bowed and bent, looking at the ground, sincerely saying, Vice President, I have deeply reflected on this matter and know that I was wrong. I was also scolded by Zhang Feng, and in a moment of anger, I made a mistake. I absolutely did not intend to harm Zhang Feng. Please, as an adult, forgive me. Zhang Yuanzhou, who was listening, felt shocked and incredulous. He took a cold breath. His brother scolded senior Yi Fengshan just to avoid joining the Heavenly Eye Society. Should he speak up or remain silent? Was this still the same brother he knew? So arrogant and conceited. But this is advantageous to me. If my brother doesn't join the Heavenly Eye Society, third sister will have to cultivate me. Zhang Yuanzhou was ecstatic. At this moment, he didn't know whether to celebrate his brother's arrogance or call him foolish. Either way, the result was beneficial to him. He no longer had to worry about his brother snatching resources. Zhang Ziyuan remained serious and silent. She rubbed a ring with her thumb, exuding an air of authority. After apologizing, Yi Fengshan clenched his teeth, as if a prisoner wearing shackles, awaiting the judgment of fate. The atmosphere in the room became even more tense. There was a sense of oppression in the air. Even Zhang Yuanzhou, who was watching from the side, dared not breathe, shrinking his neck like a quail. In just a year, sister has changed so much, like an ancient court official in charge of life and death. It's intimidating. In his impression, third sister was knowledgeable and reserved, never arguing with others. But the current Zhang Ziyuan made even her brother feel unfamiliar and scared, no longer daring to joke around as before. No! Zhang Ziyuan finally spoke, uttering a decisive word. She pointed at Yi Fengshan. Words are like a sharp sword, piercing to the core of the problem. Your mistake lies in the fact that since you have taken action, you must see it through to the end. Even if it means breaking the rules of the school and breaking his bones, you must bring him here. As long as Zhang Feng arrives here, with me in charge, there is a chance to salvage the situation. Instead of being indecisive like this, and letting the Tianwan society fall into a disadvantage in public opinion. Yi Fengshan's face turned completely white. At this moment, he finally understood how bad his actions were. First, he did not complete the tasks of the vice president. Second, the seniors taking action against the freshmen created a negative impact, affecting the image of the Tianwan society. Sister is really ruthless, but it's a pity that senior Yi Fengshan is not capable enough, otherwise I would be able to see my brother in a miserable state with his hands and feet broken. That would be satisfying. It would be best if my brother was disabled, and Yi Fengshan didn't bring him here. That would be most beneficial to me. Zhang Yuanzhou, who was watching the show, couldn't help but clench his fists upon hearing this. He was extremely confident. He was a person who had been nurtured, so he had nothing to fear. As for Zhang Zi scolding Yi Fengshan, in his view, it was a good thing. It proved that his sister had a high status and strong power. With such a powerful backing, what did he, Zhang Yuanzhou, have to fear? I'm sorry, Vice President, I am willing to pay any price to make up for my mistakes. Yi Fengshan seemed as if he had just been through a great battle, his body weak and trembling as he spoke. It's simple, since Zhang Feng is so arrogant, then we will break his backbone and see how arrogant he can be. I will have Chen Jiazi watch Zhang Feng. Once he goes out, we must disrupt his mission, so he won't earn a single credit. When he sees that his peers are progressing while he remains stagnant, the only choice left for him is to submit. Zhang Zi's calm words were like the cold wind of December, chilling people to the bone. Even Zhang Yuanzhou, who was her biological brother, now felt a chill creeping into his heart. He couldn't help but think, if I defy my sister, will she also deal with me mercilessly? The answer was obvious. Because this was a world where the strong were respected, and power spoke. Even though they came from the same family, with the same bloodline, it was the same. I want you to assist Zhang Yuanzhou comprehensively, guide him in his cultivation, improve his strength, and at the new student competition in 3 months, he must at least reach level 27 and secure a spot in the inner courtyard. The conversation shifted. Zhang Zi began to plan for her younger brother. Yi Fengshan looked hesitant, filled with concerns. Assisting others would naturally reduce his own cultivation time. After starting his 4th year this year, time was very tight for him. If he couldn't enter the inner courtyard, he could only seek employment in society and look for opportunities to break through the 4th stage. Among the 4 ways to enter the inner courtyard, the first was through the outer courtyard competition, where based on his strength, he could only make it to the top 20. The second was to master 3 3-stage martial arts to perfection, which was also very difficult. So far, he had only mastered 1 3-stage technique to perfection. The third was to accumulate 30,000 credits, which originally had a 60% chance. But yesterday, he took action against Zhang Feng and was fined 10,000 credits. He no longer had a chance to gather 30,000 credits. The fourth was to be noticed by an inner courtyard mentor and be brought in using their influence, which was even more unlikely. Looking at the entire Holy Capital Martial Arts University, such lucky individuals would not exceed 5 in a generation. As for the last option, if he could break through the 4th stage before graduation, he wouldn't have to serve the Tianwan Society anymore. As long as you agree, regardless of the outcome, I will give you a tiger demon pill now to assist you in the outer courtyard competition. Secondly, if Zhang Yuanzhou makes it to the top 10 and enters the inner courtyard, then I promise you will be a formal member of the Tianwan Society. After you graduate, you can join a big company as a core member of the Heavenly Society and seek a general manager position with an annual salary of 50 million. Zhang Zi seemed to see through his heart. She knew clearly what Yi Fengshan needed. Just 3 short sentences, shredding all his psychological defenses. Vice President, I am willing to assist your brother for 3 months, hoping you will keep your word. After much thought, Yi Fengshan finally gritted his teeth and agreed. He felt that it was difficult to enter the inner courtyard on his own. Even if he got lucky and entered the inner courtyard, he would still be at the bottom. Not to mention the slim possibility of that happening. So, it was better to exchange 3 months of time for the status of an official member of the Heavenly Society. Join the Heavenly Society. Become an official member. Whether on campus or off campus, this status could play a huge role. It was a completely risk-free deal. You will know that your choice is not wrong. Zhang Zi strategized confidently. As the saying goes, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Fengshan had no reason to refuse, as he had already anticipated this outcome before she even made her move. Conquering Yi Fengshan, suppressing Zhang Feng, promoting Zhang Yuanzhou. 3 birds with 1 stone. Here is the tiger demon pill, try it yourself. Zhang Zi threw a box into Yi Fengshan's arms. Yi Fengshan opened it and saw a black pill inside. The pill was white with 3 intertwined tiger patterns. Thank you for the Vice President's reward. Yi Fengshan breathed a sigh of relief and kept the tiger demon pill close to him. Once he accepted it, there was no turning back. He had to fulfill his promise. Otherwise, Zhang Zi would not let him off. Sister is amazing, just a few words and she has completely won over Senior Yi. Zhang Yuanzhou, who had witnessed the whole process, was shocked by his sister's transformation. Such means, such power. Sister was completely different from when she entered the Holy Capital Martial University. Brother was poor and alone. What could he use to compete with sister? Alright, now that things are settled, Yuanzhou, you will practice with Senior Yi Fengshan for these 3 months. Do not disappoint my efforts. I am usually not in the outer courtyard. If you encounter any difficulties, consult with Senior Yi Fengshan, and if that doesn't work, then contact me. Remember, in the path of martial arts, think more, plan ahead, take 3 steps after 1, only then can you go far. Zhang Zi looked at her brother, her eyes showing a hint of ripples. When she saw this face, she couldn't help but think of another brother. The national champion. What's so great about that? Zhang Zi sneered inwardly. Warriors could be proud, but she needed obedient brothers. Even if Zhang Yuanzhou's talent was lacking, she would not invest resources in Zhang Feng, unless Zhang Feng willingly submitted and knelt before her. Yes, sister. I will not let you down. Zhang Yuanzhou stood up, shouting confidently. The 2 bid farewell and left. Only Zhang Zi remained in the room. She raised her finger, looking at the black ring on her index finger, murmuring, 4th brother, when you realize you can't enter the inner courtyard, you must be very desperate. The outer courtyard is far from the real world. 3 days later, Zhang Feng opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He was full of energy, with a glint in his eyes, muttering, I wonder how much my chi and blood values have increased after these 3 days of hard training. Host, Zhang Feng Realm, level 20 talent, Ancient Azure Dragon, S, HP, 2300, plus, Spirit, 2000, plus, Martial Skills, Water Dragon Song, Minor Completion, Thunder Dragon Rage, Introductory, Thunder Light Swift Step, Major Completion, Cloud Riding Spear Technique, Perfection, Ninefold Fist, Perfection, Techniques, Whalesea Breathing Technique, Second Layer Perfection. Evolution points, 151. Zhang Feng opened the panel and looked at it. The digitized HP allowed him to see the results clearly. Although my cultivation speed is far from being as fast as adding points, I am still far ahead of many peers, Zhang Feng thought to himself as he slowly unwrapped the bandages, feeling good and showing a hint of a smile. 3 days of hard training supplemented with HP Dan had increased his total HP by 300 points, equivalent to 100 HP points per day. Looking at the freshman at the Holy Capital Martial Arts University, this speed was also extremely astonishing. Although cultivating the breathing technique did not increase spiritual strength, the reality was that, except for a few spiritual martial artists, most students without spiritual talent were far behind in spiritual strength compared to him. To advance one level as a second-tier martial artist requires 1000 HP. With a continuous supply of HP Dan, I can reach level 29 in 100 days, not far from the third tier, Zhang Feng calculated in his mind. Just by cultivating the breathing technique alone, he could advance to the peak of the second tier in 100 days. Not to mention, he could also hunt fierce beasts to accelerate his cultivation speed. The combination of the two would undoubtedly achieve an astonishing speed, truly leading at all times. After listening to the cave course and receiving 3 martial arts, I can start hunting fierce beasts, Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, changed into a black school uniform, carried the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear on his back, and prepared to go to class. A qualified martial artist should consider the weapon as part of themselves, always carrying it with them to adapt to any situation. He speculated that the Celestial Society would not act in the short term but should still be cautious. One should not entrust their life to the whims of others. Leaving the villa, Zhang Feng followed the guidance of the bracelet to a group of buildings. Here, there were countless handsome men and beautiful women, exuding a strong academic atmosphere. Master, the cave popular science class is about to begin, please hurry. The bracelet suddenly vibrated, conveying a message from the little deer spirit. Hearing this, Zhang Feng quickened his pace and arrived at a classroom. He scanned the room. The classroom was circular and very spacious, equipped with the most advanced teaching equipment. However, there were very few people, only 3 or 4. Just starting school, the freshmen are eager to improve their strength, and no one wants to attend a cave popular science class. Zhang Feng walked to the front row, took off the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, and laid it on the desk. A few minutes later, a teacher walked in, who turned out to be Xing Jiwen. He was very young and had a somewhat green appearance, even making people think he was a student. Xing Jiwen was not surprised by the low number of students and began, "Hello, everyone, I am Professor Xing Jiwen. Let's start the first class on cave general knowledge. Where do caves come from? Why do they exist?" All of this remains unanswered, but there is a widely accepted theory in the academic world today. Caves are a celestial phenomenon. They are like black holes, forcibly connecting 2 worlds on the 4-dimensional level. Xing Jiwen dropped a bombshell right from the start. How is that possible? Who can fit one planet into another planet? Zhang Feng was astonished, feeling a huge impact on his geographical knowledge. He never expected the truth to be so absurd. It was like a fantasy. Hee, Xing Jiwen chuckled with relish, looking at the expressions of the students below. His favorite thing was revealing the truth about caves, leaving the students in disbelief. Cave, although it is an astronomical phenomenon, it is constantly active, so one day, a cave entrance may appear under your feet. In the academic world, caves are often divided into 3 levels: shallow, medium, and deep. Shallow caves are inhabited by many ferocious beasts. There are also many precious resources. In the medium level, the situation is very dangerous. Once this level is active, you may turn around and encounter warriors from the other end of the Blue Star country, completely ignoring the geographical rules of the Blue Star. Xing Jiwen was very engaged in class, bringing a sense of tension with a lot of pictures. This unheard of thing completely overturned Zhang Feng's cognition. An uncontrollable thought emerged in his mind. The inner courtyard of Shangjing Wuda is probably in the cave. Not only Shangjing Wuda, but I'm afraid the 5 major countries on this planet are also exploring cave resources. This point is easy to understand. Blue Star is just the object of invasion. It does not produce martial resources itself. Then how are intermediate and high-level warriors cultivated? The answer is only one: the cave. Teacher, what is in the deep cave? Is there really another world? Suddenly, a male student stood up and asked curiously. Xing Jiwen nodded and said, Countless warriors have already obtained the answer through practice. Without a doubt, the other side of the cave is another world, which we tentatively call the purple microstar. But entering the purple microstar is not easy. First, you have to find the entrance to the deep level. Don't forget that the cave is active, so the entrance may exist 1 second and disappear the next. After hearing this, the male student raised another question. Teacher, what is on the other side of the purple microstar? Xing Jiwen smiled slightly and did not hesitate to give the answer. People. The purple microstar is inhabited by human beings. Human beings exactly like us. It is rumored that the origin of martial arts on our blue star comes from the purple microstar. Wow! As soon as this statement came out, the entire classroom was shocked. Purple microstar. This name. From now on, it is imprinted deep in their minds and will never be forgotten in their lifetime. Teacher, since there are people on the purple microstar, will they come to our world through the cave? Zhang Feng, with quick thinking, came up with a terrifying guess and couldn't help but ask. Xing Jiwen looked at him approvingly and said, you can rest assured about this. For the residents of the purple microstar, the cave is just as complex and mysterious. If they want to come to our world through the cave, the resistance is much greater than us going to their world. Alright, the first lesson on caves ends here. If you want to know what kind of strange and ferocious beasts live in the shallow caves, and the characteristics of the medium-level caves, then sign up for the teacher's next lesson. The first lesson ended quickly. Even after Xing Jiwen left, Zhang Feng did not get up, murmuring, this lesson was very rewarding, opening up a worldview, broadening horizons. It seems that I can't miss Professor Xing Jiwen's classes in the future. I must learn more about the inside of the cave. After completing the first lesson, Luo Zhang, Xiao Xiaoxiao, and others went to the Elemental Academy together. Indeed, it is the Shangjing Wuda. With just one simple lesson, I have gained a lot. That's right, training in this environment is several times faster than before. It's a pity we didn't see Brother Zhang. I wonder what he's busy with. As they discussed their gains, everyone was filled with excitement. A young man with a medium build and green hair nearby curiously asked, Luo Zhang, who is Brother Zhang? When Luo Zhang heard this question, admiration burst in his eyes, ready to enlighten the new friend. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaoxiao pulled him. Luo Zhang turned his head in confusion. Suddenly, he was pleasantly surprised and shouted, Brother Zhang! Brother Zhang! Brother Zhang! After completing the cave lesson, Zhang Feng, who had a fruitful harvest, came to the Elemental Academy to prepare to learn the second-order martial arts technique, the wave-flipping palm. However, he had not entered the classroom yet. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name from behind. He turned around and found several examinees from Jiangnan province, including Xiao Xiaoxiao, Luo Zhang, and others, as well as a few unfamiliar faces, probably their friends. There was still some time before class started, so Zhang Feng didn't rush to go in. He turned around and said, hello, how does it feel to enter the martial university? After all, everyone had experienced the attack of the beast god cult in Jiangnan province and had a bond of comradeship in life and death. It was fine to chat for a few words. After all, he was not a madman who made enemies everywhere. Wow, Zhanggu, the martial university in the holy capital is truly the #1 institution in the country. The pressure on the students here is really high within the high competition, Luo Zhang said with a bitter expression. He had thought of himself as a genius who would not fall behind even at the martial university in the holy capital. But when he arrived here, he realized that there were 300 others with excellent A-level talents like him, not to mention the S-level talent bearers. They were everywhere. Pressure brings motivation and progress, Zhang Feng said with a smile at his playful appearance. Zhanggu, are you okay? Why did I hear people say that you had a conflict with the Celestial Society? Xiao Xiaoxiao asked softly, her eyes full of concern. She was worried that Zhang Feng might act impulsively and ruin his bright future. It's fine, it's been resolved, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said calmly. In his view, even if everyone was a friend, there was no need to disclose details to outsiders. Resolved is good. We still need to focus on our studies. The Celestial Society is a behemoth, and we freshmen can't afford to provoke them, Xiao Xiaoxiao said, relaxing a bit. She was really worried about Zhang Feng. As everyone chatted, Zhang Feng's wrist suddenly vibrated. Little dear spirit reminded him that it was time for class. I'm going to class now, see you next time, he said, no longer engaging in idle chatter and walked into the Elemental Academy. The green-haired youth next to him scratched his head. He glanced at his wrist and said in surprise, strange, why did Zhanggu go to class? What course did he sign up for? Why didn't my wrist vibrate? Luo Zhang glanced at him and said with excitement, little brother, didn't I tell you? Zhanggu is the only second-order martial artist in the history of the college entrance examination. He must be going to attend the second-order course. Second-order martial artist? The green-haired youth's pupils dilated in shock, unable to conceal his astonishment. They, the pride of the day, could also become second-order martial artists within a year after entering the martial university in the holy capital. But when did Zhang Feng achieve that? During the college entrance examination. The gap was indeed significant. Brother Luo, in the future, when you have meals with Zhang, please remember to invite me and let me show my face, the green-haired youth said, trying to please. Building relationships with the strong was definitely a profitable deal. Have a meal? I also want to invite Zhang for a meal, but he probably won't have time. Luo Zheng thought about it and felt a bit melancholic. He felt it would be difficult to invite Zhang Feng. After all, this fierce man was dedicated to the path. Even when attacked by the cult, in a situation of uncertainty and life-threatening danger, Zhang Feng's original intention was not affected by external interference, and he resolutely chose to break through. At the martial university in the holy capital, he would definitely devote himself to cultivation and breakthroughs. Luo Zhang asked himself if he had the weight to make Zhang Feng spend time and waste it on gatherings. Buzzing sounds. The wrists of everyone vibrated simultaneously, reminding them that it was time for class. Seeing this, they stopped chatting and entered the academy one after another. The place for the wave-flipping palm class was not a classroom but a martial arts arena. There were already many students inside. Only these students were confident and composed, completely unlike new students who had just entered the school gate. These people are probably all sophomores. Zhang Feng glanced around and made a guess in his heart. There was a kind of clear stupidity in the eyes of freshmen. The difference with the upperclassmen was too obvious. He withdrew his gaze and found a place to wait. Hey, who is that unfamiliar face? Hugo, have you seen that guy before? A group of people in the best position in the martial arts arena glanced at Zhang Feng strangely. Hukai shook his head and said, there are 1,000 students in our sophomore year, and I haven't recognized all of them, so how would I know who he is? Everyone thought this made sense. They didn't pay it any mind. They just thought Zhang Feng was an ordinary sophomore. Even though he looked unfamiliar, they would never have thought that he was actually a freshman. Quiet. Before seeing the person, one could hear her voice. A female voice full of power, like thunder in spring, spread throughout the martial arts arena. In an instant, everyone closed their mouths and dared not chat anymore. The scene became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. A female teacher in a blue robe with her long hair tied in a ponytail walked into the martial arts arena. Her face was elegant, but her gaze was very stern, making her seem difficult to get along with. Obviously, she was the kind of teacher who had strict demands and was not easy to approach. Chiime arrived in the middle of the martial arts arena, her deep eyes scanning the surroundings, and said in a cold voice, I am Chiime. Before teaching the wave-turning palm, I will remind you one last time that students without talent and water-based abilities are better off leaving to avoid wasting time. No one spoke, and no one left. After all, except for Zhang Feng, the other students were all sophomores. They knew where their talents lay. Naturally, they would not waste time and energy learning a martial art that was not relevant. Besides, there were school rules. At the same time, they could only learn one martial art. If a fire-based talented martial artist came to learn the wave-turning palm but couldn't reach a satisfactory level, it would be amusing. Very well, starting today, I will teach you the wave-turning palm, and every 7 days there will be a class to answer your questions. Now, memorize the mantra and the route of qi and blood circulation. Chiime nodded and explained. As her words fell, a screen quickly unfolded and floated in front of everyone. The screen displayed the practice mantra of the wave-turning palm and a simulated human figure of qi and blood. This was modern teaching. The students in the room stared at the screen, trying to memorize it as quickly as possible. Chiime remained composed, observing the students' reactions. Soon, her gaze passed through the crowd and landed accurately on Zhang Feng, thinking to herself, to have broken through to the second rank before entering university, this young man is truly formidable. As a teacher, Chiime was accustomed to checking all student information before class. Naturally, she discovered Zhang Feng, this unusual student. She did not avoid it and carefully observed him. Should I spend 50 evolution points to improve the proficiency of the wave-turning palm? Zhang Feng looked at the diagram of the technique. Suddenly, a prompt sound appeared in his mind. He clicked to confirm. A large amount of information rushed into his mind in an instant. Without making a sound, he mastered the technique. He successfully learned the wave-turning palm. As long as he had evolution points, he could continue to improve until he reached perfection. Staying here was a complete waste of time for him. So, without hesitation, Zhang Feng walked out of the crowd and respectfully said to Chiime, Teacher, I have mastered the wave-turning palm. May I leave? Although he had learned the wave-turning palm, he still had to respect the teacher. He couldn't just leave without a word. Such behavior would be too arrogant. What? How long has it been, and he has already mastered the wave-turning palm? Are you kidding me? Does anyone know him? Is he pretending like this? My A-level talent 8-eyed toad. I have only understood 1/10 of it. How could he have just entered the door? Zhang Feng's words in the martial arts field stirred up a storm. The second-year seniors were full of doubts, pointing and advising him. Even for the outstanding talent Tianjue, it is impossible to learn a second-tier martial art in 10 minutes. Martial arts require a lot of time for insight, practice, and mastery. He clearly didn't practice, just looked at the diagram of qi and blood circulation once, and mastered the wave palm? Shi Yimei remained silent. Her gaze was sharp, staring at Zhang Feng, trying to find traces of lies. But there were none. Zhang Feng looked calm, his eyes showing no trace of deceit or concealment. Seeing his confident appearance, Shi Yimei felt emotional. It seems that he has really mastered the wave palm. He is indeed a true genius. Moreover, testing the authenticity is also very simple. Just display it once and you'll know. Shi Yimei nodded and said, "Alright, show me the wave palm once, let me see how well you've grasped it." After speaking, a wooden stake rose from the ground. All the second-year students present looked at Zhang Feng. They were gloating, ready to watch a good show. Could he really have learned the wave palm? But some students flashed a look of doubt in their eyes. Yes. Zhang Feng responded calmly, walking to the wooden stake. First, he gently bent his wrist inward, then activated the qi and blood in his body. Suddenly, he struck forward, flipping his palm. A dazzling blue light burst from his palm, like an endless wave, engulfing the wooden stake. With a loud bang, the wooden stake exploded, scattering into pieces on the ground. He really mastered the wave palm. What kind of monster is he? Oh my goodness, his talent is so strong. Why don't I remember him? Yeah, maybe he's not a second-year senior, but a senior in the third year? Look at his green appearance, how could he be in college? I think you look more like a senior. The students present were stunned, feeling extremely shocked. Such a performance. Obviously, it couldn't be fake. They truly witnessed something extraordinary today. Someone actually mastered a second-tier martial art in 10 minutes. And without any practice, just by looking at it once. The movements are very standard, and the circulation of qi and blood is also very skilled. This is a perfect wave palm strike. Shi Yimei nodded repeatedly, praising him. She had mastered the wave palm at a perfect level. Not to mention her own realm, which was higher than Zhang Feng's. Therefore, seeing the power and subtlety contained in this strike, her evaluation of Zhang Feng rose to another level. Very good, you can leave now. If you have any questions, come back to class in 7 days, and I will answer your questions then. Shi Yimei kept her promise and did not force Zhang Feng to stay, because it was unnecessary. None of the second-year seniors had mastered it. She had to teach these dozens of people. She couldn't give special treatment to Zhang Feng, so keeping him would be a waste of his time. Yes, thank you, teacher. Zhang Feng thanked her and left the classroom without delay. I wonder what level this child will have reached with the wave palm the next time I see him. Shi Yimei watched him leave, thinking to herself. Next, I'll go to the Physical Institute. I wonder how much true scale secret will enhance the strength of the body. Zhang Feng made up his mind and headed towards the Physical Institute. Today, he had raised the wave palm to an entry level. This would prevent him from losing his spear in combat, and avoid the embarrassment of not having a second-tier close combat martial art. As for the ninefold fist, it was far from being in harmony with the wave palm of the ancient green dragon. Even at the perfect level, its power was not comparable to the wave palm. After he left, the classroom was filled with chatter. The second-year seniors were all discussing Zhang Feng. Shi Yimei's face turned cold, and she shouted, "Quiet! You guys are so restless, making noise like that." The aura of a fifth-level martial artist suddenly burst out, sweeping through the martial arts field. The second-year seniors were shocked, their hearts skipping a beat. They all closed their mouths, afraid to speak out of turn. Since you all care so much about Zhang Feng's identity, I can tell you, he is a freshman. Look at how pathetic you all are. After a year at the Holy Capital Martial University, you're still not as good as a freshman. During my lecture, if anyone is distracted or lazy, then get out of my classroom. Shi Yimei said sternly, without any politeness. But the second-year seniors couldn't listen anymore. Their minds were buzzing, only left with shock. A freshman. Zhang Feng was actually a freshman. A brand new freshman. How could he be taking a second-level martial arts class? There's only one answer. He is a second-level martial artist. No wonder he understood the wave-turning palm in just 10 minutes. Such talent and insight were truly astonishing. 20 minutes later, Zhang Feng arrived at the Physical Institute. The building of the Physical Institute was rough, with a hint of medicinal smell in the air. But the number of people here far exceeded that of the Elemental Institute. It was like a sea of people. Among the three major talents of martial artists, physical talent is the most, followed by elemental talent, and mental talent is the least. Zhang Feng followed the guidance of Little Deer Spirit towards the classroom. But halfway there, he saw someone unexpected yet expected. At the same time, that person also saw him, and his expression tightened instantly. It was Zhang Yuanzhou, and with him was Yi Fengshan. The Holy Capital Martial University is so big, why do I still run into this idiot? Zhang Feng's eyes were calm as he looked at the wary Zhang Yuanzhou. In the crowd of people, the two brothers locked eyes through the crowded crowd. Brother! Zhang Yuanzhou clenched his fists tightly, staring fiercely at Zhang Feng. His response was still calm. Forever calm and unwavering. He hated those eyes of his. Contrasted with him, Zhang Yuanzhou looked like a fool. Zhang Feng withdrew his gaze, not intending to pay attention to this brother. Zhang Feng, are you so arrogant and presumptuous that you think you can abandon even family affection after winning the national top scorer by chance? Are you truly heartless and ungrateful? But unexpectedly, Zhang Yuanzhou suddenly shouted. His voice was loud, spreading far and wide, attracting many students to turn around. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity as they looked at the two brothers. Zhang Feng chuckled disdainfully. He ignored Zhang Yuanzhou and instead looked at Yi Fengshan, shaking his head and saying, Yi Fengshan, you are a senior in your 4th year, a genius who has gone through the college entrance examination and emerged victorious. How can you willingly serve as a dog to an idiot? Is this your martial arts heart, your pursuit of martial arts? The best strategy is to attack the mind. Zhang Feng firmly believed that Yi Fengshan would not dare to make a move against him again. If he dared, it would be a chance to settle the score from last time. This was not the narrow admissions office. He had enough space to use the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Is this kid not afraid of death? He dares to offend a senior in his 4th year. Even if he is the national top scorer, he still needs time to grow. Seniors in their 4th year are mostly 3rd-level martial artists, with strength and connections far superior to a freshman like him, truly bored to death. Fight. Let's fight. Provocation. A freshman provoking a senior in his 4th year. The students watching around were all shocked by the sudden turn of events. Damn it, he's trying to provoke me again. Yi Fengshan beside him instantly turned black. He regretted not pulling Zhang Yuanzhou away at the first opportunity. As a result, this foolish kid provoked Zhang Feng with his words. After all, he had suffered losses at the hands of Zhang Feng before. Even if he wasn't very smart, he didn't want to provoke this kid now. So no matter how unhappy Yi Fengshan was, he had to suppress his anger. Let's go, don't get into a conflict with him, it's not the right time yet. Zhang Yuanzhou was only a 1st-level martial artist. In terms of strength, he was completely inferior to Yi Fengshan. He was directly dragged away forcibly. He looked at his brother and felt himself being watched by countless people. Suddenly, a surge of confidence rose in his heart, shouting, Zhang Feng, you wait, I will definitely defeat you in the freshman competition. But Zhang Feng had already turned and left, not bothering to pay attention. Entering the front of the Holy Capital Martial Arts University, he realized one thing. His true opponent was Zhang Zi. Zhang Yuanzhou was not a threat. He was just a pig raised by that woman with a perverted desire for control. When Yi Fengshan and Zhang Yuanzhou left the Academy of Flesh, Yi Fengshan finally let go of Zhang Yuanzhou and said coldly, when you see him in the future, stay away from him and stop provoking him. Zhang Yuanzhou pouted, dissatisfied, Senior, what are you afraid of? I have 4th sister backing me up, there's no need to be afraid of him. Yi Fengshan's forehead showed veins, saying with frustration, what am I afraid of? I'm afraid you'll be played to death by him and not even know what happened. Zhang Yuanzhou didn't say anything more. He sneered, expressing his dissatisfaction with a disdainful laugh. Damn, these two brothers, one is as stupid as a pig, the other is cunning and sinister. Yi Fengshan couldn't stand his arrogant attitude, his mouth twitched involuntarily. His mood turned very bad. He didn't bother to say more, just dragged Zhang Yuanzhou away. Yi Fengshan dares not touch me again. It seems that Tianwan does indeed have fears and dare not openly violate the school rules. Zhang Feng felt a bit regretful and also became cautious. An enemy like Zhang Yuanzhou, arrogant and reckless, was not scary. What was scary was Zhang Zi, who liked to plan before acting. But if you think you can train Zhang Yuanzhou to defeat me in the freshman competition, it's just wishful thinking. Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes flashed with cold light. He was not afraid of these siblings. After defeating Zhang Yuanzhou, the next target would be Zhang Zi. Ha! So many people in the classroom. Arriving in the classroom, Zhang Feng noticed that the number of students learning the true scale technique was far greater than those learning the wave palm, at least twice as many. The classroom was not a martial arts arena. The interior was paved with blue bricks and had many cushions placed around. Many animal specimens were also displayed around the room. These animal specimens were lifelike, with every detail perfectly presented in their pre-death state. Zhang Feng found an empty seat, sat cross-legged, and quietly waited for class to begin. After a few minutes, a muscular male teacher entered the room. He was tall and powerful, with thick brown hair tightly against his scalp, and his gaze as sharp as a wild beast. After scanning the room, he slowly spoke, "My name is Linny, and today I will teach the true scale technique. Students without scales as talent, leave quickly and don't waste your time." This name was quite strange, but not exceptionally so. Zhang Feng had heard that some warriors, after awakening their talents, would change their names based on their talent characteristics. This teacher Linny was probably one of them. Seeing no one leaving, Linny nodded and went straight to the point, pointing to a fish specimen and said, "Scales, these are the armor that animals use to protect themselves. The true scale technique, as the name suggests, is about cultivating a layer of scales for self-protection." After that, his body didn't move, but blood and chi emerged from his pores. Initially, these blood and chi were ethereal, but once they emerged from the pores, they quickly solidified into round scales. Remember, although it's called the true scale technique, it's not about turning people into animals. That would be a misguided approach. After warning the students, Linny released the true scale technique. There was no trace of anything unusual on his surface. It seemed that the display of blood and chi was just a drop in the bucket. After that, Linny opened a screen. In addition to the mantra, there was a demonstration of the body forging process by a small figure. Do you want to spend 50 evolution points to increase the proficiency of the true scale technique? When Zhang Feng finished reading the mantra, a prompt sounded in his mind. He didn't hesitate and chose to enhance it directly. In an instant, a large amount of memory flooded into his brain. Unlike before, he felt a tingling sensation in his body. His skin was very itchy. It seemed like something wanted to drill out of his skin. Well, the body forging technique is different from martial arts. Pure insight alone cannot avoid pain. If you want to achieve twice the result with half the effort, then I recommend this series of elixirs. Various elixirs appeared on the screen. Linny, on the stage, suddenly showed a sly smile. The smile was very cunning. It was completely different from his fierce appearance. "I have already obtained the true scale secret. Only the final flying star visualization method is left." Zhang Feng glanced at it and lost interest, because elixirs also require credits. He had only been in school for a few days. He hadn't completed any tasks. Of course, he had no credits in his pocket. The key to the true scale secret lies in whether your talent is compatible. If you practice to perfection, there are advanced techniques to follow. For example, the third-level true scale armor, the intermediate Earth Dragon refining body decision, the advanced Sky Dragon invincible body, and so on. The choices are very wide. However, body forging is very painful, difficult for ordinary people to endure. If you want to improve efficiency, elixirs are essential. But with one elixir, you can save 10 days of effort. What does that mean? It's like avoiding 10 days of hardship. A full 10 days. Linny spoke enthusiastically on stage, promoting elixirs. This time, Zhang Feng didn't leave early. He didn't know much about body forging martial arts. He really wanted to hear Linny's explanation. As a result, most of Linny's class time was spent promoting elixirs. It was quite speechless. Many second-year students showed interest, and some impatient ones had already placed orders through their wristbands. Classmates, more elixirs are better. Those who haven't bought them yet, hurry up. I have a little secret to share with you for free. The 8 treasure pill is the most effective for practicing the true scale secret. The main ingredients are very scarce. If you don't buy now, the price will skyrocket in a while. You will regret it. Don't come looking for me later and blame me for not reminding you. Linny's sales pitch was compelling. Most likely, 80% of the students couldn't resist and placed orders to buy elixirs. The key was that after trying to practice the true scale secret, they found that practicing body forging techniques was extremely painful, as if their tendons and bones were being crushed. Most people, on their first attempt, had grimacing faces within 5 minutes and had to stop. Could these elixirs have a vested interest with Linny? Perhaps he himself controls some body refining elixirs. Zhang Feng speculated as he watched Linny enthusiastically promoting. An intermediate martial artist was not cheap. Without any benefits, it would be difficult to persuade the other party. However, it didn't matter to Zhang Feng. Whether it was martial arts or techniques, it was not a problem for him. As long as there was an evolutionary point, he could save countless troubles. 10 minutes later, this half-teaching, half-selling body forging class finally ended. All the students poured out of the classroom, ready to go back to the dormitory to get the elixirs for practice. Zhang Feng left the physical college and headed straight to the last spiritual college. Passing through a shady path, he arrived at the end. Several lonely buildings came into view. Compared to the physical and elemental colleges, the spiritual college was rarely visited. Only a few students came and went. Among them, there was a tacit understanding of keeping a distance from each other. Indeed, spiritual warriors are very rare, like pandas in the martial arts world. Zhang Feng scanned around and had no interest in chatting with others. He went straight to the classroom. A few minutes later, Zhang Feng entered a classroom. The window was covered with thick curtains, making the room very dim, almost pitch black. Can we have class in such darkness? Just as he was thinking this, a candle lit up in the darkness. Behind the candle, a female face was illuminated. She wore a veil that covered most of her features, revealing only a pair of crystal-like eyes. These eyes are clear and transparent, as if they can see through people's hearts, irresistibly attractive. Come, have a seat. A soft voice sounded. Zhang Feng came to the candlelight, hesitantly asked, "Are you teacher Mingxiao?" The other nodded. Click. The classroom lights all came on. At this moment, Zhang Feng could also see Mingxiao's figure clearly. She was wearing a black robe that covered her whole body, and there was a crystal ball on the table. It didn't look like a teacher at all. Clearly, she was a fortune teller on the street. So there are lights, and the click was so close. Could it be that the switch is under her feet? Zhang Feng was speechless at this whole process. He just felt that this teacher had a very peculiar temperament. Rumor has it that out of 10 spiritual warriors, 9 are lunatics, and the remaining one is crazy. Now it seems that there is some truth to this rumor. People always think spiritual warriors are mysterious. It's rare for a student to sign up for my course. I was afraid of scaring you, so I teased you a bit. Mingxiao seemed somewhat proud, smiling like a crescent moon, very beautiful. Zhang Feng sat down, putting the little episode behind him, curiously asking, "Teacher, besides me, are there no other students in class today?" Mingxiao had nothing to hide and said frankly, "Few. Among the 4 generations of spiritual warriors, there are no more than 100 people, and one visualization technique is enough to use for a long time. Currently, there are 4,000 students at Shengjing Wuda. Among them, spiritual warriors. They can't even gather 100 people. Even if you add the top 10 Wuda, it probably won't exceed 300 to 400 people. From this, it can be seen that among a generation, the number of spiritual warriors is only a few percent." "I see, thank you for clarifying, teacher." With this explanation, Zhang Feng suddenly realized. He had a deeper understanding of the scarcity of spiritual warriors. "Come, place your palm on the crystal ball. I want to test the strength of your spiritual power." Mingxiao's voice carried a hint of anticipation. The test before the start of the class began. This crystal ball should be a special device that can test a warrior's spiritual power. Zhang Feng, coming from a small town, had never seen such a thing, but he could guess roughly. He reached out his hand and gently placed it on the crystal ball. The surface of the crystal ball was cool and smooth, feeling like the blue stones in the valley. But in essence, it was more like a magnet. When Zhang Feng touched it, the spiritual power from his brow overflowed uncontrollably and entered the crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball, a white light began to emanate. The light slowly extended, forming 2 peculiar light traces. Once the light traces took shape, they no longer extracted Zhang Feng's spiritual power. Second-tier spiritual power. Have you practiced visualization before? Mingxiao saw the changes in the crystal ball and showed surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected that a new student's spiritual power could reach the 2nd tier. This young man undoubtedly possessed extremely strong spiritual talent. No, Zhang Feng shook his head. He had never practiced spiritual power, relying solely on attribute points. Well, you have good talent. You can practice the flying star visualization technique. Go back and practice. Once you feel the visualization taking shape, come find me immediately. I will be your protector. Mingxiao was very happy to have an additional student. She took out a small booklet from under the table. The surface of the booklet had a line of text, which was the flying star visualization technique. Protector? Teacher, is there any danger in practicing the visualization technique? Zhang Feng paused in mid-air upon hearing this. If there was danger, he had to consider whether to practice the flying star visualization technique. After all, he had the deep blue system, and he could strengthen his spiritual power without practicing martial arts. It was just that he would have fewer, stronger spiritual attack methods. But compared to soul damage, missing some techniques was nothing. The first time practicing visualization, a large number of memory fragments will emerge, and beginners are generally affected. If there is no one to protect you, to break free from the illusion of memory, you may suffer mental damage at best, and at worst, your soul may be wounded, and your spirit may wither. Therefore, do not rashly form visualizations, as you may easily harm yourself. Mengqiu did not hide anything and mentioned various dangers. Practicing visualization, breaking free from the illusion of memory, attaining a bit of clarity in the soul. This is the first difficult hurdle for spiritual martial artists. If it were explained on the side of the purple microstar, it would be called the Heart Demon Gate. Since that's the case, then please protect me, teacher. Zhang Feng took the booklet, scanning through it quickly. Go back and watch more videos to enhance your understanding of the flying star, like this. Mengqiu was speaking nonstop, sharing her insights on practice to prevent students from taking unnecessary detours. Little did she know. Zhang Feng put down the booklet and calmly said, "Teacher, I have already mastered the visualization technique." Mengqiu's voice abruptly stopped. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhang Feng with uncertainty. After a while, she took a deep breath, reached out her hand to touch Zhang Feng's forehead, and said, "Alright, you can start visualizing the flying star, and I will protect you." Someone as gentle as her would not threaten her students. But if Zhang Feng dared to lie or play tricks on her, she would naturally have to discipline him. Okay. Zhang Feng remained composed. He slightly lifted his chin, resembling someone gazing at the starry sky. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and his mind became completely dark. Nothing was there. This was profound contemplation, pure thoughts, unaffected by external influences. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, emitting endless light. These rays of light shone down, pouring into Zhang Feng's forehead, strengthening his soul. Has he truly mastered it? Mengqiu felt the restlessness in Zhang Feng's forehead and was extremely shocked. Martial skills test intelligence, body forging tests patience, and visualization techniques are the most mysterious, testing spirituality. Spirituality is a metaphysical concept with no correct answer. After all, no one can answer the question, what is the soul? The illusion of visualization can strengthen the soul, and the mystery of mental power is truly profound. Zhang Feng was oblivious to the outside world. He was completely immersed in the visualization technique. The imagined starlight seemed to conceal a certain power. As he continued to absorb it, some memories hidden deep in his soul gradually surfaced. Zhang Feng opened his eyes, feeling confused. He didn't see Mengqiu. He wasn't in the classroom either. Instead, he was surrounded by a strange white ceiling. Where am I? Zhang Feng looked around in confusion, seeing some nurses busy around him. Besides that, there were many babies lying in cribs. This environment seemed to be in a hospital. Is this a memory from my infancy? Zhang Feng found the answer and was somewhat astonished. He didn't expect that practicing visualization could bring back memories from his infancy. As the brain develops, memories from infancy naturally fade away. Memories from this period are likely to be reconstructed through later recollections. Why do I recall this memory? Zhang Feng felt puzzled but helpless. After all, as an infant, he couldn't do anything. Clatter, clatter. Footsteps approached. It was someone he was very familiar with, Zhang Xuanba. At this moment, Zhang Xuanba was still young, in his 30s. He picked up Zhang Feng, his eyes devoid of any tenderness, but filled with hatred instead. What's going on? I've just been born, why would he hate me? Zhang Feng's heart tensed instantly, feeling a hint of nervousness. He speculated that if he was injured in his memory, there was a high probability that his soul would also be affected. This is the danger of practicing visualization techniques. You are finally born, as long as I kill you, everything. Zhang Xuanba's face was ferocious. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Feng's neck, saying some words that a baby completely couldn't understand, with unclear meaning. Even tigers do not eat their cubs. What does this old man want to do? Zhang Feng was shocked and angry. His neck felt like it was being clamped by iron tongs, unable to breathe. How can a newborn baby resist an adult? The answer is simple. There is no way. Zhang Xuanba was serious. He really wanted to kill Zhang Feng, so he used all his strength to strangle his neck until it snapped. It didn't take 3 seconds. Zhang Feng would suffocate to death. No! Whether it's an illusion or reality, you can't kill me. In despair, a surge of power erupted in Zhang Feng's heart. This power turned into a meteor, shining in the spiritual world. Flying star. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual power surged out, turning into a beam of starlight. It smashed into Zhang Xuanba's forehead. With a bang, everything shattered. Zhang Feng opened his eyes and saw a pair of caring eyes. He knew he had broken free from the illusion, but at this moment, he was extremely exhausted. His whole body was soaked in sweat. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, Level 20, Talent, Ancient Green Dragon, S, Health, 2000, Spirit, 400/2000, Martial Skills, Water Dragon Song, Intermediate, Thunder Dragon Rage, Beginner, Thunder Light Swift Step, Advanced, Wave Overturning Palm, Beginner. Techniques, Whale Sea Breathing Technique, Second Level Perfection, True Scale Secret, Beginner, Flying Star Visualization Technique, Beginner, Evolution Points. One Zhang Feng opened the panel and couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. This illusion actually consumes 1600 spiritual power. It can be seen that the danger is extremely high, a slight mistake could result in soul damage. The only good news is that the upper limit of spiritual power has not decreased. After leaving the classroom, he could add points at the right time. Are you okay? What memories did you recall that caused such a strong reaction? Meng Qiu rubbed Zhang Feng's forehead, helping him relieve discomfort. Teacher, is the illusion real? Could it be fabricated? Looking at Meng Qiu, who was close by, Zhang Feng felt warm in his heart, but he didn't explain. This illusion was too bizarre. He was puzzled. His mind was filled with countless questions. Memory illusions are also called inner demons. They are the deepest fears in your memory. Of course, they are things that really happened. Meng Qiu thought for a moment and said, real memories. Zhang Feng's heart shook, unable to believe it. So, from the moment he was born, Zhang Xuanba. No! The Zhang family wanted to kill him. Why do they want to kill me? Zhang Xuanba is a warrior, not a weakling. They have the ability to raise me. In the era of warriors, population is extremely important. Abandoning children is strictly prohibited in any country. It is a major crime. Not to mention killing infants. Why would Zhang Xuanba rather bear the risk of death penalty than kill me? And in my memories, I didn't see Zhang Yuanzhou. What's going on? Zhang Feng considered himself resolute in both lives. But today, his mind was in turmoil. Countless questions arose one after another, urgently wanting to find answers. Calm down. Meng Qiu suddenly shouted. This sound was like an ancient temple bell, profound and melodious, purifying the soul, soothing the restlessness of the heart. Thank you, Teacher Meng Qiu. Zhang Feng exhaled a breath, the complicated thoughts dispersed, his eyes regained clarity. He felt a wave of fear in his heart. He almost got stuck in a dead end. He was grateful for Meng Qiu's repeated help. Although I don't know what you remembered, everything in the past is just a prologue. Don't hold on to the past, live in the present. When you have the strength one day, it's not too late to settle the score then. Meng Qiu reached out from his black robe. His slender white fingers were like lotus nodes. At the tip of his finger was a wax-sealed pill. This clear spirit pill can help you concentrate, restore your mental strength. Consider it as compensation for my inadequate protection, he said. Zhang Feng wanted to refuse. After all, it was his own fault for not guarding his mind properly and falling victim to the attack of the inner demons, not Meng Qiu's fault. But rejecting the kind gesture would seem abrupt. He accepted the pill with both hands and thanked sincerely. Thank you, teacher, for helping me. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Meng Qiu nodded, withdrew his arm, and said, for the next few days, rest more in the dormitory. If you have any questions about practicing the Flying Star visualization method, come find me at the Mental Academy. Zhang Feng knew it was time to leave. He stood up, bowed in gratitude, took the pill, and left the classroom. Stepping out of the door, there was a click, and the light suddenly went out. The room returned to darkness where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Teacher Meng Qiu is a good person. As for his fondness for dark environments, it's not a problem, Zhang Feng thought gratefully, without jumping to conclusions. He left the Mental Academy and returned to the dormitory. Once in a safe place, he finally used the last bit of evolution points to refresh his mental strength. In an instant, the swelling in his forehead disappeared, and the pain slowly dissipated. Although I don't know why Zhang Xuanba wants to kill me, one thing is certain, the Zhang family is ruthless and had planned this in advance. Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead, his face revealing a dark anger. He had to accept a cruel truth. The Zhang family wanted him dead. Looking back now, the beast tied from his childhood, the abandonment by the Zhang family, was not an accident. It seems that it was planned all along. Looking at it now, from the day he was born, his family wanted to kill him. How crazy and twisted must Zhang Xuanba be to want to kill his own child? Regarding memories, I need to pay more attention in the future, unravel the mysteries of the past. Of course, there is another way, to directly ask Zhang Xuanba. How many people actually know about this? Does Chen Aimei know? Do the three sisters know? Or is it that everyone knows except me? Zhang Feng was full of confusion, delving into details, feeling a chill run down his spine. But within seconds, Zhang Feng smiled, a cold smile devoid of warmth. He slowly clenched and then released his fist, as if crushing something. Despite not understanding the motives of the Zhang family, he remained resolute. All fear and doubt turned into a determination to uncover the truth about the Zhang family. The next day, Zhang Feng regained his composure and said to Xiao Luling, open the method to obtain the cave pass. Xiao Luling heard the command and bounced over to him, playfully throwing out a light screen. This time, the information was scarce, with only 3 main points. Cave pass assessment: clearing a certain area of ferocious beasts requires a second-tier warrior. Cave pass assessment: capturing a second-tier fugitive requires a second-tier warrior. Cave pass assessment: joining the city guards for 4 months requires a second-tier warrior. After reading through them, Zhang Feng understood the gist. The cave pass assessment was divided into 3 types: hunting ferocious beasts, capturing fugitives, and joining the military. At present, hunting ferocious beasts seemed most suitable for him. It would allow him to complete the task, earn evolution points, and be the best option. Master, to obtain the cave pass, you must complete 2 different tasks, and the system will allocate them after accepting the tasks, Xiao Luling reminded him. Upon hearing this condition, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. His gaze lingered on the second and third options. The city guards were responsible for safeguarding the city's security. Usually standing guard on the city wall, there is not much opportunity to hunt down fierce beasts, which is not what Zhang Feng wanted to choose. Because the martial arts have developed for 100 years, the Blue Star humans are no longer weak. The first thing that happens when a martial saint is born is often to plow the earth. Although fierce beasts have strong reproductive abilities, being plowed over and over again has greatly reduced their quantity and quality. The powerful fierce beasts have all moved into the underground caves, hiding and waiting for an opportunity. So as long as there is no underground cave riot, causing a monstrous beast tide, there will be no more life-threatening crisis. Moreover, 4 months is too long. It's a complete waste of time. After careful consideration, Zhang Feng gave up the option of joining the city defense forces. Firstly, there are many places on Blue Star where fierce beasts are found. One is the deep sea, and the other is the underground caves. The deep sea is one of the few restricted areas on Blue Star, inhabited by countless fierce beasts, extremely dangerous. Even a strong martial saint would not dare to venture deep into the ocean. The deep sea is not an option, and I must obtain a pass for the underground caves, so I can only choose to pursue fugitives. Zhang Feng weighed the pros and cons. He decided to take on the first and second tasks. Whether now or in the future, he must consider entering the underground caves. Without a pass, he doesn't even know where the caves are. Although the caves are very dangerous, risks and rewards go hand in hand. Inside the caves are a large number of fierce beasts. For him, that means a large number of evolution points. Not to mention that deep within the caves, there is a passage to another planet. As a martial artist, knowing the existence of the purple microstar, no one can suppress their curiosity and not explore that mysterious world. Xiao Luling, take on the task of clearing out the fierce beasts and capturing fugitives, Zhang Feng ordered. His voice carried an unmistakable determination. After uncovering a corner of the past, he became more eager to become stronger. Without strength, he cannot find the truth. Understood, I will apply for the tasks for the master now. Xiao Luling closed its eyes, its tail swaying lightly as if communicating with the system. After a while, it opened its eyes, shining brightly. With a wave of its little hand, the screen information was refreshed. Task 1, assist Tingjia village in clearing out the fierce beasts in the vicinity of Luoying Mountain, reward 50 learning points, 100,000 Long Kingdom coins. Task 2, kill the fugitive Zhaogan, the fugitive is lurking in the vicinity of Luoying Mountain, reward 50 learning points, 100,000 Long Kingdom coins. After reading the tasks and rewards, Zhang Feng's mood improved slightly. It just so happened that both tasks were in the same location. He was afraid of the tasks being in opposite directions. He didn't want to waste a lot of time rushing around. Although I don't have learning points, I have 1 million Long Kingdom coins in my account, which is enough for expenses. And when the money is not enough, I can exchange chi and blood pills for money as capital. Zhang Feng placed an order, purchasing a series of equipment and supplies, preparing for the journey. The school's mall is divided into 2 types. One uses regular currency to buy ordinary goods. The other uses learning points to buy martial arts resources. Of course, if students have money, they can also go online and buy martial arts resources from the mall. Soon, the supplies were delivered, including a combat backpack to be used as luggage. This backpack is worth 200,000 coins. The main material is made of first-grade fierce beast skin, fireproof, waterproof, sturdy, and durable. There were also items such as hemostatic bandages, compressed food, flashlights, and other emergency supplies. Let's use this backpack for now, and we can switch to better storage tools later. Zhang Feng packed up the items and set off directly. Just as he left the villa and was preparing to go to Tingjia village, a figure blocked his path. The other party was also wearing a black robe, with distinct features and a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, cousin, long time no see. How did you come to the holy capital Martial University without looking for your cousin to catch up?" Seeing this person, a name floated in Zhang Feng's mind: Chen Hongji, the youngest son of the uncle's family. The Chen family and the Zhang family were very close, helping each other in many ways. Every Chinese New Year, the Chen family would bring a large group of people to Haichang to pay their respects. The Zhang family hosted parties for days, full of joy and celebration, but he was locked in his room. Not only was he not allowed to sit at the table to eat, he wasn't even allowed out of the room, eating cold leftovers. The Zhang family and the Chen family wear the same pants, and he, Chen Hongji, is the first heir of the Chen family. Coming to find me now is definitely not for catching up but with ill intentions, most likely at the direction of Zhang Ziyuan. He probably only knows a little about the grudges between me and the Zhang family, so I will use a strategy to cut off one of Zhang Ziyuan's dogs first. Zhang Feng's mind raced. In the blink of an eye, he had guessed Chen Hongji's intentions. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he warmly said, "Cousin Hongji, long time no see. So you are also a student at the holy capital Martial University. Can I ask you for advice on martial arts?" When Chen Hongji heard this, he was puzzled. He felt that Zhang Feng's attitude was not bad at all. It didn't seem like they had fallen out with their family. Although he had only met Zhang Feng a few times, he remembered his cousin as being quiet. "That's right, after all, we are family. How could we turn against each other and become enemies?" I think Zhang Feng is just going through a rebellious phase in his youth, getting hot-headed for a moment. My cousin is also making a big deal out of nothing, insisting that I obstruct my cousin's mission. Isn't that making me enemies with him? Chen Hongji imagined many scenes and found it amusing. He thought of it as the antics of the Zhang family siblings. Patting his chest, he generously said, "Of course, I am your cousin. If you have any questions, let's go to the martial arts arena and I will teach you." He knew that Zhang Feng was the national champion and the first candidate in the second stage of the college entrance examination. But so what? He, Chen Hongji, had reached the mid-stage of the second stage of martial arts in the holy capital Martial University within a year. A year of diligent practice was enough to put him far ahead of Zhang Feng. Since Zhang Feng is so understanding, I will use 70% of my strength to injure him later, so that he will lie in bed for 7 or 8 days. Chen Hongji squinted his eyes, setting his own plan in motion. When they sparred in the arena, if he accidentally injured Zhang Feng, he wouldn't offend anyone, and he would also complete his cousin's task perfectly. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hooked, indeed a clear and foolish college student. Zhang Feng instantly understood that his speculation was correct. After all, family matters should not be made public. Zhang Xuanba was crazy, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to boast about wanting to kill his own son. Otherwise, he would have been arrested long ago. Besides, Zhang Feng had not yet fallen out with the Zhang family. It was reasonable that the Chen family members were unaware of this matter. "I have recently reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, so please give me some guidance, cousin." Zhang Feng smiled and went to the martial arts arena with Chen Hongji. As they walked, the two chatted incessantly, showing a friendly and respectful demeanor. They seemed like a pair of brothers with a very good relationship. The holy capital Martial University strictly prohibited students from fighting privately, and violators would be heavily punished. Unless in specific locations, such as classrooms, martial arts arenas, or competition platforms. Even if Zhang Feng wanted to beat up Chen Hongji, he had to wait until they were in the martial arts arena to do so. When they arrived at the martial arts arena, the buildings were not covered. Rectangular areas were paved with blue bricks, surrounded by ropes to form the arena. There were hundreds of arenas here, with many martial artists sparring and students receiving tasks acting as referees. "Cousin, come on, come up to the stage and spar with your cousin." Chen Hongji took the lead onto the stage, full of enthusiasm and a sense of guidance. Zhang Feng was about to step onto the arena, suddenly remembered something, and said with sudden realization, "Sorry, cousin, I almost forgot, I have a task to complete, I have to go and finish the task." After speaking, Zhang Feng prepared to turn and leave. "Wait." Chen Hongji couldn't let go of the opportunity and quickly stopped him. "What's wrong, cousin? If the task is breached, credits will be deducted. I can't afford to lose credits, so I really can't do it today. Let's battle another day." Zhang Feng looked embarrassed, waved his hands repeatedly, and stepped down from the arena. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying and really wanted to leave, Chen Hongji became anxious and shouted, "How many credits do you lose for breaching the contract? Cousin will help you out." He had to be in a hurry. Tasks take a lot of time. Who knows how long it will take for Zhang Feng to come and go. When Zhang Feng returns from the task, his strength will be enhanced. Originally, with 70% of his strength, he could inflict serious injuries. In a while, he might need 100% strength. He definitely wouldn't give Zhang Feng the time and opportunity to grow peacefully. Cousin, there's no need for this. It's not easy for you to earn credits. Let me do the task. Zhang Feng waved his hands repeatedly, showing an attitude of not accepting undeserved benefits. As he spoke, he took a few faster steps, showing a firm determination not to accept any credits. Damn it! Can't let this kid get away. Otherwise, who knows when we'll catch him next time. Chen Hongji was anxious, ran down from the arena, stopped Zhang Feng, and said a lot of good things. He didn't even care about his reputation today. It was all for a chance to enter the inner courtyard. Although Chen Hongji was the same age as Zhang Ziyuan, he was a few months younger. Even though they both entered the Holy Capital Martial Arts Academy in the same year, their status was like heaven and earth. Zhang Ziyuan had already entered the inner courtyard and was the vice president of the Tianwan Society. He was still struggling in the outer courtyard, trying hard to accumulate credits. A few days ago, Zhang Ziyuan contacted him and assigned him a task to obstruct Zhang Feng. Chen Hongji naturally had to do his best to complete it and please Zhang Ziyuan. Brother, you need to take on tasks, it's necessary for practice. How can you improve your combat skills without practice? Don't you think so? Chen Hongji earnestly advised. He said that not practicing today would be Zhang Feng's biggest loss. But practicing is easy to get injured. If you get injured, it will delay your cultivation. Cousin, haven't you heard that time is money, and time is more precious than money? If I get injured in practice today, I not only have to pay for my own medical expenses but also won't be able to complete the task and will delay my cultivation. Moreover, in this practice, equipment will wear out, and I just entered the school, I don't have money to repair it. Zhang Feng hesitated, shook his head, and continued to decline. This kid is too greedy. He's taking advantage of me. Chen Hongji took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and couldn't mess things up. He had already agreed to all the conditions. Zhang Feng couldn't refuse anymore. Chen Hongji forced a smile, smiling as if he were a chrysanthemum. Little cousin, you're wrong. When you go online, aren't you spending money to buy time? How about this, you have a match with cousin, and I'll offer 100 credits. Forget about medical expenses, equipment wear and tear, and the credits lost from the task, cousin will cover it all. After much consideration, Zhang Feng sighed and said, since cousin is so sincere, I have one last condition. Another condition. How can you still have the nerve to ask for more? Chen Hongji's face darkened. He silently cursed the greed of wanting more than one deserves. But on the surface, he listened attentively and gently said, tell me, no matter what the condition is, cousin will agree to it. Zhang Feng scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and said, cousin, you are stronger than me, can you let me make one move? Let me make one move? Chen Hongji was slightly stunned and almost laughed. Of course, this is a small matter, completely fine. Who needs someone to allow them to make a move in a martial arts competition? It shows a lack of confidence in one's own strength. From this, it can be seen. Zhang Feng knew the gap in strength, which is why he made this request. Then please transfer my credits, cousin. Zhang Feng raised his wrist, opened the payment code, and smiled shyly. Chen Hongji's mouth twitched. He scanned 500 credits over. But when Zhang Feng saw it, he muttered, it's a bit less, cousin. I'll return your credits, let's not fight today. Less. How dare you complain about it being less? Chen Hongji suppressed his anger and scanned another 500 credits. Cousin is sincere, and younger cousin is deeply moved. Let's spar today to enhance our brotherly bond. Seeing the balance increase to 1,000, Zhang Feng was satisfied and stopped, calmly walking up to the arena. Even if I use just one move, what can you do? My strength is superior to yours, injuring you is just a matter of seconds. Consider these credits as the money I paid for your life. When you're lying in a hospital bed, I'll ask Sister Xian for compensation. A hint of madness flashed through Chen Hongji's mind. Originally, he only intended to use 70% of his strength to lightly injure Zhang Feng. But seeing the greed in the boy's eyes completely enraged him. Chen Hongji decided to use his full strength in the next move, severely injuring Zhang Feng. At least making him lie in a hospital bed for a month or two. This would make up for the countless days and nights he spent striving for 1,000 credits. No problem, let's enhance our relationship today. Chen Hongji also stepped onto the arena, revealing a slightly fierce smile. Cousin, do we need a referee? Zhang Feng looked around curiously at the students in the martial arts arena. Most of them didn't have deep grudges, so they held back their strength, and injuries were rare. Therefore, many people chose not to opt for the paid supervision service of a referee. No need, we are brothers at heart, what could go wrong? Rest assured, cousin, I'll go easy on you later. Chen Hongji waved his hand, quickly refusing the need for a referee. He didn't want a referee to accidentally witness him severely injuring Zhang Feng. That would ruin his plans. I see. Zhang Feng suddenly realized and took out the Storm Pear Blossom Spear. With a flick of his hand, the black cloth fell to the ground, revealing a shiny silver spear with a unique 5-petal spearhead, shimmering with a cold light. Come on, younger cousin, give it your all. Chen Hongji also took out his weapon, 2 sticks of different lengths. Oh, Sister San, why are you here? Zhang Feng was about to make a move when he suddenly looked up in surprise at Chen Hongji's back. Sister Xian is here? Chen Hongji was stunned and subconsciously turned his head. He didn't see Zhang Xian's figure. In an instant, he realized he had been tricked. Chen Hongji was filled with shock and anger, but before he could react, 3 dragon roars echoed, causing his eardrums to ache. Damn it, the Mad 8 trigram staff. Chen Hongji had to exert his blood and desperately use his staff techniques to try to block the attacks. What he didn't know was that Zhang Feng, in order to deliver a fatal blow, used all his trump cards. Dragon Transformation. True Scale Technique. Lightning Speed. He transformed into a humanoid giant beast, his skin covered with blue scales, and a pair of water pillar-like angles formed on his forehead. As the silver spear emerged, water dragons followed, shattering Chen Hongji's staff techniques. The Storm Pear Blossom Spear pierced through the water flow, hitting Chen Hongji's chest directly. Blood splattered instantly, staining his robe red. The following water flow, like an out-of-control truck, blasted Chen Hongji away. Ah! Chen Hongji screamed in agony, flying off the arena and rolling for dozens of meters before finally stopping. The path was filled with blood, extremely tragic. Ah! Cousin, are you okay? Zhang Feng was shocked and rushed forward, showing great concern. You! Chen Hongji, lying in a pool of blood, eyes blazing, pointed at Zhang Feng. The intense pain in his chest made him feel like he was dying. This younger cousin seemed kind but was actually ruthless. I regret trusting him so easily. I didn't go all out at the beginning. Quick, call the teacher, someone got killed over there. That seems to be Chen Hongji from the sophomore year. Who is his opponent? I heard that person calling him cousin. Could it be they are cousins? A large crowd gathered around. Curious gazes, like watching a monkey show. Chen Hongji, who was already seriously injured, was even more furious. Cousin, you said to let me make a move. Why did you collapse before I went all out? Zhang Feng said innocently, shaking his head. You. Chen Hongji became weaker as he got angrier. Finally, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Just in the next moment, a team of medical personnel rushed over. They quickly treated Chen Hongji's wounds and then carried him on a stretcher. As for Zhang Feng, he was stopped by the School Affairs Department. The staff of the School Affairs Department were relatively young, dressed in a blue uniform. My name is Zhao Xin, come with me. A martial artist in his 20s with a cold expression said. Although he was alone, he had a special kind of authority. His strength was at least at the 3rd level. Okay. Zhang Feng smiled confidently, not flustered at all. The two didn't go far. They arrived at a building next to the arena. Entering a room, the interior was simple, with just tables and chairs. Why did you use such force and seriously injure someone? Zhao Xian sat down, frowning and asking. He was in charge of the order at the arena. He was already familiar with handling such matters. You're wrong, my cousin insisted that I go all out. I disagreed, and he was not happy. I didn't expect to overestimate my cousin's strength. Zhang Feng shrugged innocently. Zhao Xian found it unbelievable, but soon the surveillance footage was pulled up. After watching the footage, Zhao Xian's expression softened. Obviously, he knew that Zhang Feng was telling the truth. Especially seeing Zhang Feng trying to leave and Chen Hongji blocking him. He even voluntarily transferred money to Zhang Feng for sparring. Zhao Xian was speechless. Is this sophomore student out of his mind? Isn't this just paying for abuse? Who can he blame but himself? You can go, but next time, don't play tricks on your cousin. Forget it, his injury won't heal for a few months. I don't think he wants to see you during this time. Zhao Xian waved his hand and let Zhang Feng go. At the Holy Capital Martial Arts University, fights and injuries were common. As long as it wasn't intentional murder or private fights, after a general investigation, the person who acted wouldn't be blamed. For example, if Zhang Feng went all out and Chen Hongji couldn't handle it, should Zhang Feng be blamed for being too strong? Or was it Chen Hongji being too arrogant? After all, Zhang Feng was a freshman, while Chen Hongji was a sophomore. This is a martial arts university. There's no rule of an eye for an eye. No matter what means the winner uses. As long as they win. That's the ultimate truth. What goes around comes around. Cousin Chen Hongji is a typical example. Zhang Feng left the building, feeling the sunshine and in a good mood. His previously empty account now had an extra 1,000 credits. He wasn't in a hurry to take on missions, so he instructed Little Dear Spirit to order a series of supplies. Soon, Zhang Feng bought new equipment and supplies. The first item was a second-level combat suit that could withstand a certain degree of deformation, priced at 200 credits. The second item was a special inner armor called the White Lion Heart Armor, which could withstand a full strike from a third-level low-level martial artist, priced at 500 credits. Finally, he spent 300 credits to buy 5 disposable grenades and some healing medicine. The descendants of the Chen family are not as outstanding as the Zhang family. Apart from Chen Hongji and his sister, there are no remarkable individuals. By seriously injuring Chen Hongji today, I should make Zhang Ziyuan feel threatened. I wonder if she will personally come after me. When the enemy comes, the general blocks. When the water comes, the earth covers. Once I get the pass to the underground cave, it will be like a dragon entering the sea, and a tiger running to the mountains. Zhang Feng, who was ready to go, slowly wiped away the blood from the tip of the gun. He became more determined in his own beliefs. Today, he left. The ambition to reach the top was hidden in his chest. When he returns in the future, he will settle scores with a long spear in hand. Inside the medical room, Chen Hongji woke up from a nightmare and let out a piercing scream. The nurse in a white coat immediately came over to comfort him. "Classmate, don't move around. Your injuries are severe and you need 3 months of rest." Upon hearing this, Chen Hongji felt as if struck by lightning, lowered his head, and glanced down. In an instant, he was stunned. He felt as if he were bound like a mummy, unable to move. Waves of excruciating pain surged into his mind, almost suffocating him. Damn Zhang Feng. 3 months of rest is like wasting 1 semester of my time. Chen Hongji was filled with endless anger and a desire for revenge. He clenched the bedsheets tightly with both hands, feeling extremely miserable. Careless. Too careless. Even if he was not a match, he should not have been so severely injured. 1 semester of time is extremely precious for students at the Holy Capital Martial University. Originally, completing Zhang Ziyuan's mission might have given him a chance to enter the inner courtyard. Now, with the mission unfinished and suffering serious injuries, the chance of entering the inner courtyard is slim. Damn it, I shouldn't have let him make a move. He stepped onto the stage, and I directly used all my strength, injuring him severely. If I injure Zhang Feng, the Tianwan Club will be my backer, and I won't be afraid of the school's inspection department. Just as Chen Hongji was regretful and in pain, 2 people entered the ward. Seeing the visitors, Chen Hongji's eyes shot fire. He struggled to sit up, and his voice was hoarse like a demon. "Zhang Feng, how dare you come here? I will definitely kill you." Zhang Yuanzhou trembled in fear and quickly explained, "Cousin Hongji, I am Yuanzhou, look carefully, I am Yuanzhou." "Zhang Yuanzhou? Not Zhang Feng?" Chen Hongji was stunned, his eyes filled with hesitation as he carefully examined him. During the holidays, Zhang Feng was locked in his room. Moreover, the 2 families were not in the same city on regular days, so Chen Hongji had seen Zhang Feng only a few times in total. The key point was that the 2 brothers looked similar. It was normal for him not to distinguish them at first sight. "So it's Yuanzhou." Chen Hongji recognized the person, lay back on the sickbed, and sucked in air due to the pain. The previous incident was too hasty. It involved the wound, and almost worsened the injury. "Cousin, are you okay?" Zhang Yuanzhou approached, curious and worried. He never expected that his cousin who entered the Holy Capital Martial University a year earlier would be seriously injured by his brother. This made Zhang Yuanzhou feel pressure and fear. The confidence he had painstakingly built up collapsed a bit at this moment. "It's nothing, that beast Zhang Feng deceived me with brotherly feelings, and I trusted him, so he succeeded in ambushing me." Thinking about the duel, Chen Hongji was itching with anger, wishing to skin Zhang Feng alive. But he was lying on the bed with serious injuries, powerless. Now, all he could do was hate. He hated Zhang Feng for being so cunning, even deceiving his cousin. How dare he? Is he devoid of humanity? Ambushed? Zhang Feng is despicable, even deceiving his cousin. I must avenge my cousin. Zhang Yuanzhou was greatly surprised and felt fortunate. His brother could even be ruthless to relatives. He completely tarnished his own reputation. Zhang Feng kept offending people, pushing himself into the fire. One day, this fire will burn him to ashes. I understand your good intentions, cousin still has credits, buy some healing medicine to speed up recovery from injuries. Chen Hongji forced a smile upon hearing this. Steward, help me purchase healing medicine. He lowered his head and summoned the intelligent steward. A flat pig head appeared on the surface of the wristband. Sorry, your credit balance is insufficient. You can only purchase 3 portions of 7-star blood activating pills and 1 portion of deer antler ointment. The intelligent steward said in one sentence. Directly hit Chen Hongji's heart down the abyss. His face was ferocious, shouting loudly, "What a joke! Where are my credits?" My credits were cheated by Zhang Feng. Halfway through the conversation, Chen Hongji's face was pale, his lips trembling constantly. He remembered something. He transferred 1,000 credits to Zhang Feng. Damn it! How could I forget about this? How could I have given him the credits? Originally, he wanted to complete the task and gain credit with Zhang Zi, but now it was all in vain. Chen Hongji fell into deep regret and pain. This waste gave all the credits to Zhang Feng and got injured by him? How can there be such a stupid person? Yi Fengshan saw this scene and was completely speechless. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Zhang Feng's cunning. Cousin, don't be discouraged, there is still a way. Zhang Yuanzhou saw his cousin, who grew up together, showing such an expression. His heart was also very uncomfortable. What way? Chen Hongji looked at Zhang Yuanzhou in despair, saying without hope, "I will find my sister, she will definitely not stand by and do nothing." Zhang Yuanzhou raised his head confidently. Chen Hongji, upon hearing this, saw a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Yes, Zhang Zi is an inner courtyard student, and also the vice president of the Tianyuan Society. Her background must be very wealthy, not something an outer courtyard student can imagine. Revealing some resources through the cracks of his fingers. Enough to help him recover. He felt embarrassed to ask Zhang Zi himself, but Zhang Yuanzhou was her own younger brother, so he should give him face. Okay, this time I'll rely on Yuanzhou, thank you when my injury is healed. Chen Hongji was very excited, tears streaming from his eyes. At this moment, he realized, the two brothers of the Zhang family were simply two extremes. The eldest, Zhang Feng, was malicious, cunning, despicable, and shameless. His character was so low that it was a disgrace to the name of the national champion. The second brother, Zhang Yuanzhou, was different, gentle, honest, considerate, and kind to others. Okay, cousin, rest assured, I will contact my sister, you just focus on recovering. Seeing his cousin, a grown man, crying, Zhang Yuanzhou couldn't bear it. After speaking, he left the ward. Standing in the corridor, he clenched his fists and said angrily, "Brother is too despicable, how could he ignore family ties and be so ruthless to cousin? If he is so heartless and unprincipled, will he also harm me? Who is Chen Hongji? He is their uncle's son. The bloodline of the Zhang family and the Chen family is like one." Yi Fengshan, who remained silent throughout, glanced at him and said lightly, "Yes, so you have to train harder, defeat Zhang Feng in the freshman competition, and prove yourself." Zhang Yuanzhou nodded heavily and said, "I will. Oh, I also need to send a message to my sister, informing her that cousin is injured." Zhang Yuanzhou took out his phone and quickly composed a text message. Adding fuel to the fire, with plenty of personal opinions, he described Zhang Feng as an unforgivable villain. When he clicked the send button, Zhang Yuanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. As if in some kind of competition. He had defeated Zhang Feng once. Vice President, she is probably in the underground palace at this time. When she sees this message, it will probably take some time. You have to rely on yourself. Yi Fengshan shook his head, not holding out hope. The competition in the outer courtyard is fierce. The competition in the inner courtyard is even fiercer. Most inner courtyard students are in the underground palace, fighting bloodily for martial resources, battling endlessly. Zhang Zi's talent is unparalleled. Such a genius would not give up her own martial arts practice for others. Otherwise, a few days ago, Zhang Zi personally took action to suppress Zhang Feng. I know, but senior brother, don't worry, my sister asked someone to give me a treasure. With this help in cultivation, brother will undoubtedly win. Zhang Yuanzhou smiled triumphantly, revealing an object in his hand. This object was similar to a shell. The surface is flowing with colorful light, very mysterious. At the same time, there is a misty breath constantly rising, making people feel that their blood and chi are flowing smoothly throughout their body. Ha! This is the rainbow spirit clam. The vice president is really generous, even giving such a treasure to you. Chen Fengshan recognized this object, his face suddenly shocked, and then a glimmer of hope rose again. With the rainbow spirit clam assisting him, Zhang Yuanzhou's cultivation speed is no less than that of a celestial gazer. Within 3 months, he will be able to break through to the second rank, and his foundation is extremely solid. The chance of defeating Zhang Feng has increased even more. Zhang Feng, who left the holy capital Wuda, first took the high-speed rail, then took the bus. It was a bumpy ride all the way. 4 days later, finally arrived at Tengjia village. Zhang Feng got off the bus and looked around. Tengjia village is surrounded by high mountains and many trees, located near the border of the dragon country. Beyond the border, there are a mix of dragons and snakes, with chaotic wilderness everywhere. The wilderness is a true forbidden zone. There are more evil martial artists than ferocious beasts. Killing these people is in vain, as you can't earn evolution points. As for the cult, that's another story. But it's not easy to find the cult in the vast wilderness. Unless you can find the cultists and destroy their stronghold. Zhang Feng has never considered the wilderness as a place to level up. The reason is simple. In some ways, the wilderness is far more dangerous than the deep sea and underground caves. In the wilderness, martial artists need to be more wary of their own kind than ferocious beasts. It's a world where the law of the jungle is practiced, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong without any pretense. Well, let's go in. Zhang Feng withdrew his gaze and walked to the outskirts of Tingjia village. Although Tingjia village is called a village, it is very small, surrounded by a circle of iron walls. Such villages are scattered along the border and can be seen everywhere. There are hardly any households. They mainly serve as outposts, resting places for martial artists, or material transfer points. Stop! What are you here for? There is a guard at the gate. The person is in his 20s, with a circle of green stubble around his mouth. Seeing Zhang Feng approaching, he looked nervous and quickly shouted, "I am a student from the holy capital Wuda, here to hunt down ferocious beasts and capture fugitives." Zhang Feng took out his ID card and handed it to the soldier on duty. Holy capital Wuda. These 4 words are like a bell, shaking the hearts of young people. He looked nervous and curious, checked the ID card several times, and finally returned it to Zhang Feng. "Mr. Zhang, please come in." The inspector from the Martial Bureau and several other students from Wuda are resting in the Blackstone Tower. There are others? It's not a solo mission after all. Zhang Feng's heart moved, his face calm. He took back his ID card and said, "Thank you." Walking into Tingjia village, there is only one road inside. There are a dozen or so buildings on both sides, with no one in sight. At the end of the road stands a primitive stone tower. The stone tower is 3 stories high. The door is wide open. This is the Blackstone Tower. Zhang Feng walked into the tower, and the interior style was also very simple. Apart from a few chairs and tables, there was nothing else. At this time, a middle-aged man came down the stairs. He was wearing a black windbreaker, his figure hidden under the windbreaker. His facial skin was rough. His eyes were particularly sharp. "Very well, everyone is here." The middle-aged man saw Zhang Feng and said calmly. Seeing this person, Zhang Feng speculated and said calmly, "I am Zhang Feng from the holy capital Wuda. May I ask for the senior's name?" The middle-aged man waved his hand, walked to the first seat, and did not sit down, saying, "I am Wang Xuelin, a first-level inspector from the Martial Bureau. I am here to supervise your mission." Indeed, he is from the Martial Bureau. Zhang Feng was calm and not surprised. Clang clang clang. Footsteps sounded. 3 more figures came down, 2 men and a woman. The first young man was strong and resolute, with eyes as sharp as a tiger's. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Bro, you're finally here. Let's start the mission." The boy next to him is very handsome, with shiny black hair and always wearing a confident smile. His eyes carried a mysterious meaning as he said, "With the high-achieving students from the Holy Capital Martial University teaming up, we should be able to pass the assessment." The last girl, with long flowing hair, dressed in a black and white combat suit, also carried a long spear. Upon hearing the words Holy Capital Martial University, she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Feng. "All right, for the next task, the 4 of you will act together. First, introduce yourselves, and then I will announce the details of the mission," said Wang Xuelin, supporting the chair. The 4 were surprised at his words, looking at each other. The tall and strong boy in the team asked, "Aren't you coming with us, Inspector Wang?" Wang Xuelin shook his head and said, "No, I am here to supervise, not to babysit you. I will not accompany you. If you get into trouble, don't expect me to come to your rescue. Unless there are special circumstances, do not contact me." With that, he waved his hand over the table, and 4 miniature cameras appeared out of thin air. During the mission, you must wear the cameras, which will serve as evidence of your task completion. Wang Xuelin's words made the 3 Martial University students feel uneasy. Zhang Feng stepped forward, took the first camera, and hung it on his chest. The handsome boy in the team was furious, his face turning dark as he exclaimed, "How dare you take matters into your own hands?" With a senior watching, he naturally had more confidence. But when Zhang Feng took the camera, it meant he lost the chance to negotiate. Seeing their expressions, Wang Xuelin coldly said, "If you are afraid, you can leave now. If you need a babysitter for such a small task, do you also need a military escort when going down to the underground caves?" The 3 reluctantly took a camera each. Wang Xuelin's expression softened only after seeing them put on the cameras. He raised his wrist, tapped the dial, and said, "I remind you, time is running out, so you better start communicating quickly." The 4 formed a circle. The tall and strong boy was particularly cheerful, saying, "I am Zhang Haoren, a second-tier martial artist, a sophomore at Beishan Martial University, skilled in swordsmanship." The handsome boy next to him scoffed, looking unhappy as he said, "Zhuo Bufan, second tier, a sophomore at Sword Snow Martial University, skilled in swordsmanship." The girl with long flowing hair smiled slightly and said, "Lan Xinyao, second tier, a sophomore at Shanghai Martial University, skilled in marksmanship." After speaking, she glanced at Zhang Feng and his rainstorm pear blossom spear behind him. Although the team was formed temporarily, they all remained cautious, not revealing their talents and strengths. This was common knowledge in the world of martial artists. Sometimes, the danger came not only from fierce beasts but also from humans. Zhang Feng, second-tier martial artist, a freshman at Holy Capital Martial University, proficient in marksmanship, Zhang Feng said expressionlessly, continuing their conversation. "Freshman?" The three were stunned at the same time, completely unexpected. Zhuo Bufan frowned and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? A freshman like you has the ability to obtain a pass for the underground caves. This is ridiculous." Zhang Feng just wanted to quickly kill the fierce beasts. Anyone who obstructed him was an enemy. Even if Zhuo Bufan couldn't revoke his qualification, having a dog barking nearby was annoying. "You don't agree?" Zhang Feng took off the rainstorm pear blossom spear and said coldly, "Ha ha ha, you, a freshman, want to fight me? You're seeking death." Zhuo Bufan laughed, cursing. With a clang, the long sword was unsheathed, pointing towards Zhang Feng. "Enough, you two. The mission hasn't even started, and you're already fighting. Do you still want to get the pass for the underground caves?" Zhang Haoren stepped between the two, his face showing a mix of warmth and anger. Teammates turning against each other, weapons drawn, what a terrible start. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The mouth is bitter. "I lost confidence in this task. Hee, interesting, let's fight." Wang Xuelin saw a good show, finally sat down in a chair, propped his chin with both hands, and had no intention of intervening. Inside the stone building, the atmosphere is tense. Both sides are on the verge of a fight at any moment. Lan Xinyao suddenly exclaimed, attracted everyone's attention. She completely ignored everyone and just stared at Zhang Feng, surprised, and said, "I remember now. You are the national champion, who also broke the college entrance examination record and became the only second-order martial artist in the history of the college entrance examination." Students entering Wuda. After a year of training, their strength skyrocketed and their horizons expanded. In the eyes of college students, the college entrance examination is just a game. But Zhang Feng is the national champion, and he broke the historical record, which is particularly significant. After all, he crushed his peers. A young man with the most outstanding martial arts talent. "Oh, so you are the national champion, my apologies." Zhuo Bufan chuckled, about to sheath his long sword. His movements were leisurely, as if really going to sheath the long sword. Who knew that the next second, Zhuo Bufan suddenly erupted, his long sword in his hand shot out like a spirit snake from its cave, bypassing Zhang Haoren. At the same time, leveraging Zhang Haoren's figure. From the left at a tricky angle, he stabbed towards Zhang Feng. "Do you think you can deceive me?" A sharp light burst from Zhang Feng's eyes. The long spear wrapped in black cloth. Boldly thrusts. Spear tip against sword tip. "Senior, let me see your strength, if you are qualified to team up with me." Zhang Feng laughed. He has always been a person who repays kindness and revenge. Today, Zhuo Bufan provoked him for no reason. Instead of waiting until the task is done, to be hindered by others. It's better to clear the grievances now. How daring! Zhang Haoren was furious, roaring, using his elbow as a shield, he clashed with the two weapons. Zhang Feng seemed to have anticipated it. Faster than Zhang Haoren, he rotated the spear body. The black cloth burst open, covering Zhang Haoren, blocking his line of sight, then fiercely struck the bottom of the spear. The long spear, weighing hundreds of caddies, shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. With a swoosh, it pierced towards Zhuo Bufan's shoulder. Not good. Zhuo Bufan's face changed drastically, quickly sidestepping with his long sword to block. The long sword was only 2 fingers wide, while the spearhead of the violent pear blossom spear was uniquely designed with 5 blades. So when the two met, blood splattered everywhere with sparks flying. Zhuo Bufan was injured. Great opportunity. Zhang Feng abandoned the long spear, his legs burst with electric light, like a swimming dragon around Zhang Haoren. With one hand inward, as he approached Zhuo Bufan, he suddenly flipped and struck his ribs. A surge of blue light surged, like a rolling wave, bringing an unstoppable force. Seeking death, white crane finger. Zhuo Bufan's forehead bulged with blue veins, sensing extreme danger, he used a second-order close combat martial skill. 2 fingers poked out, like a white crane nodding, pecking towards Zhang Feng's eyes. Faced with a fierce blow, Zhang Feng's pupils contracted vertically, a faint golden light shimmered, about to use the golden eye. He was confident that he could severely damage the opponent before the white crane finger landed. Coupled with a wave-turning palm, he believed that Zhuo Bufan would be lying in bed for several months. You two are enough. Monumental hand. Zhang Haoran suddenly burst with blood and qi, clapping his hands at the two. This palm was straightforward, with no concealment, aiming to force the two to stop. Seeing this, Zhang Feng did not force it. He stepped back, while picking up the violent pear blossom spear. His expression was calm, composed, calmly looking at Zhuo Bufan. Senior, your strength is not enough, don't bark like a dog in the future. The situation changed rapidly. The two exchanged a move. On the surface, it seemed evenly matched, but in fact, Zhuo Bufan lost. Damn it! Zhuo Bufan was extremely angry, but didn't want to fight anymore. He retreated with a dark face, glancing at his shoulder again. 2 wounds, 1 finger wide, were bleeding, bringing waves of pain. He took out the medicine, treated the wound, and couldn't help but feel wary in his heart. So strong, is this the national champion? Not inferior to the senior students. What a monster! Zhang Haoran pursed his lips and said with a complicated mood, Zhang, are you satisfied now? This battle. Zhang Haoran also witnessed it. Just how abnormal the national champion is. He stood in front of Zhang Feng. The other party could still fight 2 against 1 and injure Zhuo Bufan. It was truly frightening. In a life-and-death battle, this freshman who had just entered university could probably kill Zhuo Bufan. These senior students in front of Zhang Feng. Indeed, they had no capital to be arrogant. The other party was enough to be on equal footing with them. As long as Senior Zhuo keeps his mouth clean and doesn't target me, I am willing to cooperate with Senior Zhuo and complete the task, Zhang Feng said coldly, holding the storm pear blossom spear. He was not afraid to offend people, because human hearts are unpredictable, and the sea is immeasurable. He didn't want to enter the deep mountains and have to be wary of being stabbed in the back when facing a group of beasts. By giving Zhuo Bufan a lesson now, making him wary, it would be easier for the next task. Zhuo, what about you? Zhang Haoran breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Zhuo Bufan. Zhuo Bufan had already suffered a loss and dared not be stubborn. With an unpleasant expression, he said, I apologize for my behavior just now. I hope Shang can let go of the grudge and complete the task together. Even though they knew there was a rift between them and were wary of each other, Zhang Haoran couldn't do anything about it. Being able to temporarily set aside prejudices, no longer confront each other, was already the best result. Now that you've finished talking, let me explain the details of the task. Wang Xuelin finished watching the show, stretched lazily, and said, the task was finally going to be issued. The 4 of them stepped forward and listened attentively. Wang Xuelin took out a map and spread it on the table. The map detailed the mountainous terrain. At the top of the mountain forest, a line was drawn, marked with 3 words, Wilderness Area. Your task, first, is to clear out the Bayue Fox group in the Luoying Mountain. This group of beasts is not large in scale, with hundreds of first-order ferocious beasts and only a few second-order ones, with no third-order ferocious beasts. Next is to search Luoying Mountain, find the fugitive Zhaogan, and then kill him. Wang Xuelin extended his hand and drew a circle on the map. From an aerial perspective, this mountain peak had narrow wings on both sides, a concave middle, resembling an eagle spreading its wings. The terrain was steep and treacherous, and the Bayue Fox group was entrenched there. Moreover, Luoying Mountain was close to the border, not far from the wilderness area, so it was no wonder Zhaogan would hide there. Zhaogan follows a cult, has a twisted nature, committed 3 serious crimes, and killed 8 innocent lives. Be careful, he has been hiding in Luoying Mountain for some time, and is more familiar with the terrain than you. The total time limit for the task is 10 days. If you do not return to Haishi Tower within 10 days, I will consider it a failure. Wang Xuelin said a lot in one breath. He scanned the 4 young students and smiled again. If you unfortunately die in battle, don't worry, there will naturally be third-order warriors to complete the task and avenge you. If you are afraid, I can still make the decision now and give you a chance to withdraw. Of course, if you give up this assessment, you will have to wait a month before reapplying for a pass. To die. Do you want to withdraw? The 3 of them heard this and their faces changed slightly, looking at each other. Who would curse someone to die before even setting off? A sense of frustration rose in their hearts. However, in this oppressive atmosphere, only Zhang Feng laughed loudly, his spirit soaring. On the path of martial arts, moving forward courageously. Since there is no need to worry about the future, please rest assured, Inspector, I, Zhang Feng, swear not to return to Tingjia village without killing Zhaogan. His words showed absolute determination and courage. It also corresponded to his decisive actions just now. With this kind of mentality, no wonder he can break records, make history, truly admirable. Zhuo Bufan's heart shook, unwilling and jealous. He thought that after a year of entering Wuda, both his mind and strength had made rapid progress. Just a national champion in the college entrance examination. Even if his talent were high, could his strength still be stronger than him after falling behind him for a year? But today he was wrong. Completely wrong. That's right, in the martial arts, I don't believe that the four of us can't defeat Zhao Gan. Zhang Haoran was quite influenced and said enthusiastically. Hope also ignited in his heart. Maybe. Can this team really succeed? Yes, Zhao Gan is just one person, we will definitely defeat him. Lan Xinyao, who had been silent, nodded in agreement. Good. Well said. The information about Zhao Gan is here, you can take a look. Wang Shuelin glanced at Zhang Feng and praised him. He took out another tablet from his hand. With a light tap, a video started playing. Zhao Gan, 43 years old, unmarried, E-level talent, Rainbow Poison Bee, proficient in the first-level martial arts 9 curves acupoint technique. Zhao Gan was originally an employee of the Huqing Debao Moving Company. Before the crime, he was nothing special and was honest and straightforward. 3 months ago, there was a series of murders in Huqing. Due to Zhao Gan's arrangements, the investigation was led astray and went in the wrong direction. Later, after investigation, it was found that Zhao Gan was highly suspected of conducting cult rituals, but Zhao Gan had already escaped to the border, with the last sighting report at Luoying Mountain. Wang Shuelin's tablet played the video, detailing the case of Zhao Gan. In the video, Zhao Gan was wearing a t-shirt, 1.75 meters tall, with slight hollows on both sides of his cheeks and sparse eyebrows. He was just an ordinary and unremarkable person, who wouldn't be recognized even if thrown into a sea of people. No one expected that he would commit numerous bloody crimes. We have reason to suspect that Zhao Gan had contact with the Beast God cult and used cult rituals to enhance his strength. If you find anything special about Zhao Gan, remember to report it afterwards. Visible enemies are not terrible, it's these insidious flies that are even more frightening. When it comes to cults, Wang Shuelin sneered openly, showing his disgust. Zhang Feng's mind was active upon hearing this. In the Dragon Kingdom, the one who knows the most about cults must be the Martial Bureau. Thinking of this, he curiously asked, Supervisor Wang, do we have no way to eradicate cults? Faced with this question, Wang Shuelin couldn't help but sigh, pointing to the wilderness area with a hint of helplessness in his tone. This is a very complex issue. The root cause goes back 100 years, with the sudden appearance of the Earth Cavern, followed by the purple microstar using 2 methods. One is the giant beast, causing physical destruction, and the other is the cult, seducing people's hearts and poisoning them for 100 years. Due to our loss of initiative, and with multiple Earth Caverns hidden in the wilderness area, cults are difficult to eradicate. We can only try to minimize the harm. This explanation was very novel, like a sudden enlightenment, broadening everyone's horizons. It also made these students realize the seriousness and complexity of the cult problem. Ferocious beasts and cults. They are not natural disasters, but man-made disasters. The root of the problem lies with the purple microstar. To solve these two problems, one must delve into the dangerous Earth Caverns, and even go to the purple microstar. Alright, the purple microstar is too far away from you now, so let's complete the task first and get the Earth Cavern pass. After Wang Shuelin finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair to rest. It seemed that he would not secretly protect everyone, let alone provide any assistance. Once they left Tingjia village to carry out the mission, their lives would depend solely on themselves. Yes, we understand. Zhang Haoran put away the map and looked around at his 3 teammates. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, I won't say much. I believe all 3 of you want to get the Earth Cavern pass, so I hope we can work together and complete the task with unity and cooperation. Do you agree? The others nodded without any objection. Seeing this, Zhang Haoran breathed a sigh of relief and said, Alright, let's set off now and head to the Falling Eagle Mountain. The 4 of them left the Black Stone Tower and ventured deep into the jungle. Tingjia village was 270 kilometers away from Falling Eagle Mountain. With the pace of a second-order martial artist, they could reach Falling Eagle Mountain in a day if they pushed themselves. However, that would consume a huge amount of energy and put them at risk. Therefore, Zhang Haoran suggested that they travel 200 kilometers on the first day and reach Falling Eagle Mountain on the second day. This way, they could conserve their energy and be prepared for any sudden dangers. With a map in hand, they avoided the surrounding beasts. Thus, the journey went smoothly without encountering any dangers. Even when they encountered scattered fierce beasts, Zhang Feng was quick to kill them. By dusk, the 4 of them found a place to rest for the night. They leaned against a cliff with niches on the wall where they could set up tents. If they were attacked by fierce beasts, they could use the terrain to their advantage. We can't have no one on night watch. I suggest taking turns, with each person on watch for 2 hours. Lan Xinyao goes first, Zhang Feng second, Zhuo Bufan third, and I'll take the last watch. We're all in the same boat now. If anyone notices any danger, the person on watch must alert everyone loudly, Jiang Haoran, with his rich wilderness survival experience, proposed. This was a mountainous area near the border. Despite having a map, they couldn't guarantee that nothing unexpected would happen, especially in the reduced visibility of the night. No problem. I'll take a look around first and clear out any fierce beasts nearby, Zhang Feng nodded, carrying the storm pear blossom spear as he walked into the forest. Jiang Haoran's expression softened as he said, "Be careful, and if you encounter danger, call for help loudly." Regardless of the previous conflicts, Zhang Feng's performance along the way was evident to everyone, and his attitude was very good. When they encountered fierce beasts, Zhang Feng would rush forward without hesitation. Often, they didn't even have a chance to make a move before Zhang Feng had killed the beasts. It's normal for a genius like Zhang Feng to have some temper, Jiang Haoran thought to himself as he watched Zhang Feng leave. Moreover, in the previous incident, it was Zhuo Bufan who made the first move. If anyone was to blame, it was Zhuo Bufan's fault. It's just that they didn't expect Zhang Feng to be so powerful and even counterattack Zhuo Bufan. However, it was understandable to retaliate when attacked. There was nothing wrong with self-defense. As Zhang Feng patrolled the camp, he hadn't taken a few steps when a mountain cat leaped out from the side. Without changing his expression, he thrust the spear, pinning the mountain cat to the ground. Evolution points +3. Pulling out the storm pear blossom spear, Zhang Feng patrolled around and killed several first-order fierce beasts. He tied the beasts together with a rope and hung them around his waist. Mountain delicacies are everywhere. He leisurely strolled through the forest, picking wild ingredients such as mushrooms and tree sap. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng returned to the camp with a full load of spoils. The campsite had already been cleaned up, with several tents surrounding a campfire. The other three were huddled around the fire, nibbling on food, which consisted of either pre-packaged meals or compressed biscuits. Even in this technologically advanced era, these items were nutritious and filling but not tasty. Zhang Feng, what do you plan to do with these fierce beast carcasses? Jiang Haoran asked, puzzled and suspicious. Cooking, Zhang Feng replied succinctly, taking out utensils and preparing to cook dinner. As long as conditions allowed, he wouldn't skimp on himself. Ah, cooking? Lan Xinyao, who was nibbling on a biscuit, was momentarily stunned. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief. It was unheard of. The national champion could also cook. Iron pots, iron pans, seasonings. Watching Zhang Feng perform magic tricks as he continuously pulled out cooking utensils from his backpack. These kitchen utensils are all designed to be collapsible, taking up very little space. The onlookers were stunned, jaws dropped, almost unable to believe their eyes. This person, the national top scholar Zhang Feng, is really going to cook tonight. Not joking. Tonight we'll have iron pot stewed lamb, spicy rabbit meat, 3 fresh soup, dessert is blueberry mixed with wild honey, and birch juice. Zhang Feng looked at the ingredients in front of him and planned the cooking method in his mind. His techniques were extremely skilled, with quick and precise movements. 1 knife to bleed. 1 knife to remove skin and fur. 1 knife to cut the meat into large pieces and throw them into different pots. Ah, he really knows how to cook. This is the first time I've seen the national top scholar cook. Lan Xinyao covered her mouth, amazed. As far as she knew, the lives of geniuses were often simpler than those of ordinary people, with lower desires. They spent most of their day practicing cultivation, with basic requirements for food. Some ascetic practitioners even had no pursuit for food, with extremely simple meals of protein bars for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which could remain unchanged for a year at most. They restrained their desires day and night to squeeze out more time for cultivation. But today, her worldview is shattered. 3 of you, do you have fire elemental talents? Zhang Feng turned around and asked. He dug a hole in the ground and created smoke channels on both sides, making a smokeless stove. As for firewood, it was even simpler. This was a forest, and a few chops of the rain pear tree would provide enough wood to burn for several days. I'll do it. I'll do it. Lan Xinyao's eyes lit up and she ran forward. She clapped her hands, and flames instantly ignited. Senior sister, keep the fire going, I'll give you a big lamb leg later. Zhang Feng laughed and placed the iron pot on the stove to start cooking. Okay, thank you, junior brother. Lan Xinyao licked her lips, looking like a little greedy cat. She was so cooperative, obviously aiming to get a share. Soon, 2 dishes, 2 desserts, and a soup were ready, with a tantalizing aroma that whetted the appetite. Zhang Feng gave Lan Xinyao a lamb leg, keeping the rest for himself without intending to invite anyone else. Zhuo Bufan's face turned ugly, and he suddenly stood up, saying, "I'm going on patrol." With that, he walked straight into the forest. Zhang Haoran sighed silently, probably guessing Zhuo Bufan's thoughts. It was probably because he felt Zhang Feng was showing off and didn't want to endure it. As night fell, the forest around them was pitch black, occasionally filled with the sounds of insects and beasts. Zhang Feng enjoyed his meal and quickly finished all the food. After cleaning up the kitchen utensils, he took a qi and blood pill and started practicing breathing techniques. He continued until 2 in the morning. Lan Xinyao jumped onto a cliff, standing at the entrance of Zhang Feng's cave, her little face tired as she said, "Zhang Feng, it's your turn to stand guard. I need to sleep quickly, or I'll get wrinkles." Zhang Feng said okay, picked up the rain pear tree spear, and went to the campfire. Guard duty was boring. Staring at the campfire, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, feeling a chill in his heart. He didn't know when, but dark foxes had silently surrounded the camp. These foxes were the size of calves, with eyes that sparkled like purple light bulbs. The most peculiar thing was the moon-shaped mark on their foreheads. Enemy attack! Zhang Feng stood up and roared loudly. The sound was so loud that the campfire dimmed by 3 points. In an instant, 2 figures appeared beside him. These are the moon-worshipping foxes. We're still far from the falling eagle mountain. How did they appear here? Could it be that someone is controlling these moon-worshipping foxes to attack us? Could that person be Zhao Gan? But how can we explain why Zhao Gan, a fugitive hiding in the remote falling eagle mountain, knows our movements? Lan Xinyao shook all over, with countless questions in her heart. Fierce beasts have their own characteristics. Especially for fierce beasts that live in groups, once they reach a certain size, they often will not leave their territory. Because there is food and water sources in the territory, they can reproduce and thrive. Leaving the territory means the group is in danger. But tonight, the Bayue foxes have strayed far from their territory, crossing 50 kilometers accurately to find them. This eerie situation is chilling. There must be someone manipulating behind the scenes. Where did Zhuo Bufan go? Zhang Haoran scanned around, his face dark, and asked. He gripped a black iron-colored large knife. The night wind on his back made him feel cold. "I don't know, I just found the Bayue foxes and shouted loudly to warn. I don't know where Zhuo Bufan went." Zhang Feng untied the storm pear blossom spear, ready for battle. The 2 people beside them, upon hearing this, looked very uneasy. Fierce beasts are attacking. Teammates mysteriously disappeared. Even if a tier 2 warrior is unbearable, he should at least be able to shout before being killed silently, right? Unless he left voluntarily. Could it be that he is a cultist, actually colluding with Zhao Gan in secret? No matter how you look at it, Zhuo Bufan is highly suspicious. Trouble, we are surrounded. It's too difficult to shake off the beast pack in the forest. Now we can only fight to the death. Zhang Haoran took out 2 pills, bit them, and burst with determination. Wailing, with a ghostly howl echoing through the forest. Countless Bayue foxes rushed out of the forest like a tide, attacking the small camp from all directions. Time is running out for the 3 of them. The situation is critical. There is no time to set up tactics. We will defend in a triangle formation and prepare to find an opportunity to break through. The real danger is not the Bayue foxes, but the hidden person among us. Be careful, Zhao Gan and Zhuo Bufan. Zhang Haoran could only remind his teammates as much as possible, then he swung his knife at the Bayue foxes. Yes, Lan Xinyao responded. She also took out her weapon, a red long spear with a bundle of crimson tassels hanging from the tip. Every swing of it was like flames leaping. Trying to consume energy with the beast tide? Creating opportunities for ambush? But for me, it's just a way to gain evolution points. Zhang Feng licked his lips, his eyes filled with strong fighting spirit. As his body entered combat mode, his blood and energy surged, and a series of blue electric arcs appeared on his body. At this moment, several Bayue foxes pounced on him. Zhang Feng gripped the spear tightly, and the storm pear blossom spear pierced through several Bayue foxes in an instant. Evolution points plus 12 evolution points plus 13 evolution points plus 15. The bodies of the Bayue foxes fell to the ground, followed by a series of system prompt sounds. Zhang Feng continued to fight and upgrade his points, always maintaining his peak condition. The strange behavior of these Bayue foxes is likely being driven by Zhao Gan. Therefore, the real enemy is still lurking in the shadows, watching them. But, so what? When I kill all the Bayue foxes, my strength will greatly increase. How will you resist then? Zhang Feng's fighting spirit was boundless, and the storm pear blossom spear crazily harvested the Bayue foxes. Howl! Endless Bayue foxes appeared from all directions, surrounding and attacking the 3 of them. Kill! Zhang Haoran roared, a layer of golden light wrapped around his large knife. Wherever the blade went, the Bayue foxes died. Although he had killed dozens of Bayue foxes in a few minutes, there was no joy in his heart. Instead, he felt like he was falling into an abyss continuously. Damn it, there are too many fierce beasts. If we continue to consume energy, I'm afraid tonight. Zhang Haoren dared not think too much, his eyes scanning around, looking for an escape opportunity. But all he could see was Bayue foxes. Bayue foxes everywhere. On the other side, Lan Xinyo danced with her long spear, flames burning brightly, attracting a large number of Bayue foxes to charge forward one after another, consuming Lan Xinyo's physical strength with his life. At this rate, Lan Xinyo won't be able to hold on much longer. Zhang Haoren felt the situation was not good, filled with anxiety and helplessness. Just at this critical moment, Zhang Feng stepped forward and shouted loudly, "You guys go rest on the cliff first, I will defend down here alone." Both of them were shocked. They never expected that Zhang Feng, such a genius, would be willing to bear the pressure and sacrifice himself for others. Although he is arrogant, his nature is very good. Lan Xian was extremely moved, a complex feeling surging in her heart. One person defends, the other two rest. Undoubtedly the best decision. This way, they can maintain their combat effectiveness and conserve energy. But for the one defending, the pressure is undoubtedly immense. Facing the siege of the moon worship fox alone, it's like walking on a tightrope over a deep abyss. A little carelessness, either death or injury. Alright, don't force yourself if you can't hold on. Zhang Haoren's face flushed, showing a look of shame. As an old student, faced with danger, he was actually not as calm and brave as a freshman, lacking the opponent's composure and courage. Zhang Haoren also made up his mind. Once Zhang Feng couldn't hold on, he would not hesitate to take over. "I'll give you a chance, go." Zhang Feng didn't know what they were thinking, he roared in anger. Immediately, the qi and blood in his body evaporated, quickly turning into infinite power, surging into the gun. Secret technique, Thunder Dragon Fury. In an instant, the Storm Pear Blossom Spear erupted with a blue thunder light. As if a thunder dragon descended to earth, carrying endless power, roaring towards the moon worship fox group. Wherever it went, the moon worship foxes turned into charred corpses, creating a vacuum zone. Go! Zhang Haoren knew the opportunity was hard won, growling lowly. With no moon worship foxes blocking them, the two successfully climbed the cliff. Lan Xinyo stood at a high place, overlooking the battlefield below, the scene deeply imprinted in her mind. Under the moonlight, Zhang Feng stood tall, with an unbeatable will. He faced the moon worship fox group without fear. One man, one gun. It was an insurmountable wall. We can't just stand by, even if it's a little help. We must support Zhang Feng. Lan Xinyo wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, rallying once again. She took out a folded bow from her backpack. In addition to her main gun skills, Lan Xinyo also spent a lot of effort on archery. It was to deal with the current situation where close combat was not possible. That's right, Zhang Feng used a secret technique once, he probably won't last long, I'll take over later. Zhang Haoren agreed with Lan Xinyo's statement. Although he was not skilled in archery, but he had his own way to support Zhang Feng. Reaching out to the edge of the recess, each stone was his hidden weapon. The two prepared long-range support methods, but it was only a matter of seconds. And the moon worship foxes seemed to be scared by the Thunder Dragon Fury. They stood still, not charging again. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, Level 20, Talent, Ancient Green Dragon, S, Qi and Blood, 2503, Spirit, 2003, Martial Skills, Water Dragon Song, Intermediate, Thunder Dragon Fury, Beginner, Thunder Light Swift Steps, Advanced, Wave Turning Palm, Beginner. Techniques, Whale Sea Breathing Method, Second Layer Perfect, True Scale Secret, Beginner, Flying Star Visualization Method, Beginner, Evolution Points, 730. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Feng opened the panel and found over 700 evolution points. The principle remained to first improve the realm, then enhance combat power. Without hesitation, he invested 500 of the newly acquired evolution points. The qi and blood in his body surged again, tempering his tendons and fascia, raising his physical qualities by another level. After leveling up, Zhang Feng didn't stop, investing 200 evolution points into the True Scale Secret. In an instant, the True Scale Secret reached the intermediate level. Unfortunately, it's not a perfect situation, otherwise I could take on the beast pack alone without any problem. With two teammates missing from the front line, the situation seemed dangerous, but everything was under Zhang Feng's control. As for what the two of them were thinking, is it mockery or gratitude? He didn't care. He just wanted to kill the fierce beasts and earn evolution points. A whoa! A special sound echoed in the forest. This sound was exceptionally deep and loud, very different from the previous sounds. A 3-meter-long Bayue fox with a purple moon-shaped mark on its forehead emerged from the woods. It exuded a chilling pressure on everyone. Second Order Fierce Beast, Bayue Fox King. Come, Beast, let's see if you can kill me. Zhang Feng grinned, his skin oozing a large amount of blood and transforming into scales. The appearance of the small-scale true-scale secret technique looked more realistic, covering 50% of his body, coupled with the Second Order battlesuit and the White Lion heart armor. With multiple layers of defense, his defensive power skyrocketed. He could completely withstand the attacks of First Order Fierce Beasts. This is the confidence of facing a group of beasts alone with just one person and one gun. Oh whoa! The Bayue Fox King howled to the sky, like a general blowing the horn of attack, giving the order to attack. Bayue foxes all over the mountains and plains moved. At this moment, they charged towards Zhang Feng, aiming to overwhelm and devour him completely. Facing countless bloodthirsty mouths, the excitement brought by the brink of life and death made every muscle filled with strength. Zhang Feng's fighting spirit was boundless, and his laughter echoed through the mountains and forests. Ha ha ha, come on! Let's fight! Let's fight to the death! Painful! Before he finished speaking, 3 dragon roars followed. The water vapor of heaven and earth gathered, and the water dragon resisted the beast pack with a bang. Secret technique! Another secret technique! Quick, support him! Blue Xinyo on the cliff, seeing this scene, was shocked and shouted. Her movements were skilled, quickly shooting an arrow that hit the eye of a Bayue fox. Even if it was a drop in the bucket, she had to continue. Inspector Wan's intelligence is wrong. The Bayue fox beast pack is not just a few hundred, although 999 is also a few hundred. Zhang Haoren's scalp tingled as he frantically threw stones to kill the Bayue foxes, unable to help but complain in his heart. He was ready. As soon as Zhang Feng showed signs of fatigue, he would step in to take over. Roar! 3 water dragons, carrying terrifying weight, rushed into the Bayue fox beast pack, madly crashing into them. Corpses littered the ground, blood staining the earth. This immense power even made the entire forest tremble. The deaths of a large number of compatriots made the Bayue Fox King's eyes fill with blood. It leaped into the air, a purple lightning burst from its forehead, striking towards Zhang Feng. The brilliant purple thunder struck down. Zhang Feng sneered, his figure flickered, avoiding the lightning strike. Instantly, he erupted with power under his feet, turning into a humanoid lightning bolt and rushing to the Bayue Fox King. The distance between the two was shortened to the extreme in an instant. Your thunder is too weak. Zhang Feng shouted loudly, wielding his gun in midair, stabbing the Bayue Fox King dozens of times, turning it into a ragged sack. After reaching the second level, his control over the Azure Dragon Divine Water had reached a new level. The water blades covered by the Storm Pear Blossom Spear were like a fully powered-up raging electric saw, spinning at a rate of hundreds of revolutions per second. Even a second-order Bayue fox, when hit, would have its skin torn apart and be unable to resist the attack. Evolution points plus 100. The Bayue Fox King crashed to the ground, blood flowing. At the same time, the system emitted a pleasant notification sound. Second-order Fierce Beast, worth 100 evolution points. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, feeling excited and happy. This was the first time he had killed a second-order Fierce Beast. The reward was unexpectedly generous. It was indeed a huge stroke of luck. Zhang Feng, I'll help you. Suddenly, Zhang Haoren shouted loudly, jumped down, and stood on the left. He held a big knife, with a majestic aura, crazily slashing at the Bayue fox. I'm coming too. Lan Xinyao's pretty face blushed, leaped down the cliff, and stood on the right. A long spear danced with flames, killing dozens of fierce beasts. The two stood side by side, a scene of fighting together. However, Zhang Feng's heart was bleeding, unable to be happy at all. There was no need for these two to help. It was like stealing his evolution points, but driving them away directly might backfire, and they wouldn't leave. Seeing this, Zhang Feng looked resentful and said with a heavy heart, Zhao Gan and Zhuo Bufan are still lurking in the dark. What are you two doing coming down? You should watch from above to deter the evil warriors. Only then can I kill the fierce beasts with peace of mind. Zhang Haoren was moved by this, feeling a sense of admiration. What noble character! Willing to sacrifice personal safety for the team's benefit. Lan Xinyao's beautiful eyes were full of worry, unable to help but advise, but you've used your secret technique twice, your energy and blood are depleted, it's very dangerous to continue fighting. Let someone else take over. She was too worried about this junior brother, afraid he would act recklessly and endanger his own life. Even the most outstanding genius could experience energy and blood depletion. Without energy and blood, a warrior is like a car without gasoline, a firearm without bullets. The threat level decreases significantly. The risk of death also reaches its peak. Zhang Feng laughed heartily, his laughter echoing on the battlefield, full of heroism and confidence. He waved his hand decisively and said, I won't deplete my energy and blood. Rats like Zhao Gan and Zhuo Bufan wouldn't dare to face me head-on. This is a bait to lure them out. You two quickly go back to the cliff to watch. When Zhao Gan comes out, we'll join forces to kill him. This was his inner voice. Evolution points were important, but life and death battles were also his pursuit. Even if he died, he would have no complaints. Both of them were deeply moved, immersed in the spirit of heroism, feeling extremely shocked. This sense of who else but me, unafraid of death, was not fake. Lan Xinyao's eyes turned red. Today, she witnessed the people of Jinhai Wuda's motto, chivalry is like the sea, boundless and endless. No, you're pushing yourself too hard alone, let me and Lan Xinyao take turns. Although Jiang Haoran was also very moved, he refused to let Zhang Feng fight alone. They couldn't continue to put Zhang Feng in danger just to lure the rats out. They both rested for a while and were ready to continue the fight. Okay. Seeing that he couldn't persuade the two, Zhang Feng didn't insist. He rushed into the group of beasts, continuing to slaughter wildly and collect evolution points. Evolution points plus 12. Evolution points plus 13. Evolution points plus 12. It's so alike, why do you look so much like him? Is this the prophecy of my god? In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes were fixed on Zhang Feng. He didn't even glance at the other two students. It seemed that there was something on Zhang Feng that deeply attracted him, so much so that he was mesmerized. Under the moonlight, an ordinary face in his 40s twisted as he stared at Zhang Feng, and at his feet, Zhuo Bufan lay on the ground, already lifeless, with a broken sword beside him. 2 second-order Baiwei Fox Kings were gnawing on the corpse. After using 2 secret techniques and still trying to kill the Baiwei Fox, I see you don't have much energy and blood left, it's time to kill you. Seeing Zhang Feng use 2 secret techniques, Zhao Gan could hardly contain his excitement. The plan was successful. By using the Baiwei Fox group, they consumed a large amount of Zhang Feng's energy and blood. The final blow was all that was left. Little darlings, go, kill him. Zhao Gan took out a bottle of medicine and fed it to the 2 Baiwei Fox Kings. The medicine appeared as a murky black color. Vaguely, one could see some green bean-sized bugs floating inside. After drinking the medicine, the Baiwei Fox King's eyes turned a deep red, a sound of bones exploding emanated from their bodies, and their bodies began to undergo drastic changes. In just a few minutes, the Baiwei Fox King's body swelled by 40%, their black fur cracked open, revealing patches of red muscles. Their eyes emitted a crazed light, and they let out a fierce roar towards the sky. Then, with a stomp of their limbs, 2 lightning bolts tore through the dark night, rushing towards Zhang Feng. At the same time, the Baiwei Fox beasts launched a final siege, all rushing towards Zhang Feng. What's that? Zhang Haoran heard the commotion, turned around, and felt a chill run down his spine. The 2 massive Baiwei Fox Kings, as fast as shadows, were impossible to track. Their target was Zhang Feng. Obviously, someone behind the scenes had made a move. Zhang Haoran's eyes widened in anger, without a hint of hesitation. His blood surged. He unleashed his ultimate move, Unparalleled Slash. The dazzling blade light shone brightly. Zhang Haoran exerted all his strength, slashing towards the mutated Baiwei Fox King. The power of this slash was terrifying beyond measure. The air was filled with a deafening roar. The mutated Fox King roared in anger, forcibly twisting its body and swiping a claw towards Zhang Haoran. However, the power of the unparalleled slash far exceeded its imagination. The blade light tore through the beast's claw, hitting its body. Zhang Haoran had not yet shown a hint of joy in his eyes when the other mutated Fox King, as swift as a ghost, pounced and swiped a claw at him. 100 spikes golden armor. Zhang Haoran roared, his body emitting a golden light, forming a layer of densely spiked armor. The next moment, the beast's claw descended. Bang! The fox claw struck Zhang Haoran, shattering the golden armor and sending him flying. Not good. Lan Xinyao's heart tightened. She jumped off the cliff, using the gun barrel as a net to catch Zhang Haoran. She looked down and felt extremely distressed. Zhang Haoran had a deep wound on his abdomen, blood gushing out like a spring. Thank you. Zhang Haoran's face was pale as gold, unable to conceal the pain on his face, but he still managed to prop himself up. He took out some medicine powder from his pocket and sprinkled it on the wound. At this moment, there was no chance to carefully treat the wound. Lan Xinyao's heart tightened, her eyes filled with worry and anxiety. Before she could say anything, the 2 mutated Fox Kings on the opposite side roared in anger, raising a strong stench as they pounced. Zhang Haoran was now seriously injured, losing a significant amount of combat power. The situation had fallen into a life-threatening situation, but Lan Xinyao took a deep breath, her eyes firm, gripping the gun tightly to protect Zhang Haoran behind her. Fire scorching the plains. The red flames collided with the 2 mutated Fox Kings, erupting into a dazzling light. Seeing his teammates in trouble, Zhang Feng rushed to support at the fastest speed. However, numerous Baiyu foxes blocked his path. These fierce beasts forgot their instinctual fear and threw themselves at him recklessly. Seeking death. Water Dragon's Lament. Zhang Feng's eyes widened in anger, once again bursting with blood and unleashing his ultimate move. Evolution points plus 12, evolution points plus 12, evolution points plus 12. In just a minute, Zhang Feng used his ultimate move twice, fought bloodily, killed countless Baiyu foxes, and successfully broke out of the encirclement. 20 meters away, Lan Xinyao fought desperately alone against the mutated Fox Kings. She was covered in scars, her face unwavering. Not far away, Zhang Haoran lay unconscious. The other mutated Fox King was charred all over, seemingly slain by Lan Xinyao at a great cost. Level up! Zhang Feng finally approached his teammates. In one go, he used up all his evolution points, advancing his realm. His blood and spirit attributes skyrocketed, breaking through to level 25. Host, Zhang Feng Realm, level 25 talent, Ancient Green Dragon, S, HP, 7030, plus, Spirit, 6530, plus, Martial Skills, Water Dragon Song, Minor Completion, Thunder Dragon Rage, Entry Level, Thunder Light Swift Step, Major Completion, Wave Overturning Palm, Entry Level. Techniques, Whale Sea Breathing Method, Second Layer Perfect, True Scale Secret, Minor Completion, Flying Star Visualization Method, Entry Level, Evolution Points, 240 Panel Refresh. And at this moment, the mutant Fox King abandoned Lan Xinyao, changed targets, and dashed towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took a deep breath, countless water vapors gathered on his forehead to form horns. Transform into a dragon. He was like a reincarnated green dragon, with horns on his head, covered in true scales, and eyes shining with starlight. Flying stars. A star streaked across the night sky and hit the mutant Fox King's forehead. In an instant, the mutant Fox King's spiritual space suffered a heavy blow. It screamed in pain, unable to control its body, and fell to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Feng unleashed a storm of blue lightning, and the Thunder Dragon roared to engulf the mutant Fox King. Evolution points plus 300 evolution points? So generous! A hint of surprise and joy rose in Zhang Feng's eyes. He took out 500 evolution points and invested them in the True Scale Secret, advancing it to completion. At the same time, a shadow rushed out of the forest. It was Zhao Gan. He seemed to have taken some kind of medicine, his muscles swollen, his expression fierce, emitting a sinister laughter. The one who should not have been born, die at the hands of the great beast god's followers. Zhang Feng in Zhao Gan's eyes had repeatedly used secret techniques, and his HP was close to zero. Moreover, in order to kill the mutant Fox King, Zhang Feng had also used multiple trump cards. Now was his weakest moment. He was doomed. Zhang Feng was doomed. Scared silly, aren't you? Zhao Gan laughed triumphantly, his speed surged, and he was within reach of Zhang Feng. No! Lan Xinyao rushed over in a hurry, shouting anxiously, but it was too late. And at that moment, Zhang Feng smiled, revealing a confidence that had everything under control. Finally making a move. I've been waiting for you. Golden Eyes Flying Star. The stars circulating in the depths of his pupils were tinged with golden light. The two merged, creating an indescribable magical effect. A golden meteor suddenly descended, heading straight for Zhao Gan's forehead. His face twisted in pain, feeling an unparalleled agony, his whole body convulsing in pain. A pair of ghostly hands emitting black mist fiercely grabbed and struck Zhang Feng's chest. Boundless pain surged through his heart. Relying on his powerful physique, Zhang Feng endured the pain. Cultist, die. His eyes widened, bursting out all his HP, roaring in anger. In the blink of an eye, a profound change occurred. The proficiency of Water Dragon Song skyrocketed wildly, the obscure parts became clear as day, and everything fell into place. At this moment, Water Dragon Song reached completion. Roar! Following the deafening dragon roar, 6 water dragons flew out, their mighty power hitting Zhao Gan. Zhao Gan was struck as if by a giant wave, flying out in a sorry state. Zhao Gan took a direct hit from a secret technique, his bones shattered, unable to help but scream in pain. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed coldly, and he thrust out another spear. The storm of blue lightning pierced through endless water splashes. With a clang, it passed through his chest, pinning Zhao Gan to the ground, unable to move. Damn it! Damn it! He used so many secret techniques. Why does he still have HP? Why does he still have strength? Zhao Gan was on the brink of death, his eyes filled with incredulity and a heart full of unwillingness. He had thought victory was in his grasp. Never did he expect Zhang Feng was not at the end of his strength. Where could there be a second-order martial artist who could unleash 4 or 5 secret techniques in a row? Unheard of. Is this even human? This college student was more twisted than the cultists. You truly are the one who should die. Zhao Gan looked at Zhang Feng with hatred, his eyes filled with madness. Too much nonsense. Zhang Feng furrowed his brows, exerted force on his wrist, and the tip of the gun drew a sharp line. One stroke. Zhao Gan's body was also split in half, completely unable to survive. As for the crazy words in Zhao Gan's mouth, he was not interested. Evolution points plus 200, the system prompt sounded. Zhang Feng was finally sure that the cultists would not play dead. He relaxed and looked at Lan Xinya not far away. Senior sister, it seems like we have completed the mission. Zhao Gan, leading the Baiyu Fox Beast group, came to attack them. As a result, they all died here. It seems there is no need to go to the Falling Eagle Mountain. Lan Xinya, holding back her tears, completely broke down and cried. She felt so tired. It was so hard. Senior sister, when you are 90% done, it is not the time to relax, you still need to be careful of Zhuo Bufan. Zhang Feng released the dragon transformation, walked forward and said, "That's right, we can't relax yet. I will go save Jiang Haoren, you report the situation to the inspector." Lan Xinya wiped away her tears and regained her composure. Just now, facing two mutated fox kings and the heavily injured Jiang Haoren fighting desperately for her, they both paid a painful price. They successfully killed one mutated fox king, relieving Zhang Feng's pressure. If we follow the plan and lure out the beast group slowly when we reach Falling Eagle Mountain, maybe there wouldn't have been such a high casualty, but things don't always go as planned. Zhang Feng sighed and took out his phone to contact Wang Xuelin. "Okay, I got it. I'll come to you right away." Wang Xuelin received the message and immediately set off to come to the wilderness. Seeing this, Zhang Feng put down his phone, came to Jiang Haoren's side, and observed his injuries. After treatment, Jiang Haoren's body was wrapped in bandages, looking extremely pitiful. However, the situation had improved a lot, and his breathing was very calm. Seeing this, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Senior sister, I have informed the inspector, he will come soon." Lan Xinya nodded, her face tired, and said, "When the inspector arrives, I will feel relieved." After speaking, she looked at Zhang Feng with concern and asked, "You have been using your secret techniques repeatedly, don't you need to rest?" This battle was full of danger, it was a matter of life and death. Without Zhang Feng's chivalrous heart, one person could not withstand the beast group and buy time for the two of them to rest. Perhaps, they would have already been buried in the belly of the beasts. "I'm fine, no need to rest." Although Zhang Feng felt tired, he was not at his limit. His attributes were supported by the system. As long as there were evolution points, he would not exhaust himself. The only thing consumed was physical strength. Therefore, after this big battle, he was more than capable compared to the two second-tier warriors combined. Even the blow caused by Zhao Gan sacrificing himself did not cause much trouble. "Junior brother, did you have a conflict with Zhuo Bufan before? Did you see something suspicious? Is that why you tested him?" Lan Xinya suddenly asked. A genius who could win the position of national champion could not be a fool. Now it seemed that when they first met, Zhang Feng noticed something wrong with Zhuo Bufan and deliberately tested him. She and Jiang Haoren had thought Zhang Feng was impulsive and unbearable. The more she thought about it now, the more ashamed and admiring she felt. Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised. Lan Xinya was too good at imagining things. He looked at the body split in half and did not answer. "Senior sister, I will check Zhao Gan to see if he was carrying anything." "Okay, be careful." Lan Xinya was so tired that she was about to fall asleep and had no objections. "Okay." Zhang Feng returned to Zhao Gan's body and did not blindly touch it. Carefully using the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, he opened his clothes. After flipping it twice, he only found a cell phone. Zhang Feng picked up the phone and found that the motherboard was damaged, probably affected during the battle. "Let's hand this phone over to the Marshal Bureau for decryption." After some thought, Zhang Feng put away his phone and began to condense water vapor to wash away the bodies on the ground. The stench of the Baiyu Fox's body was strong, likely to attract new ferocious beasts. After washing, Zhang Feng remained vigilant. He asked Lan Xinya to light the wood and throw it around to illuminate the surroundings. Alone, he patrolled into the forest. "Ha! What's this?" Suddenly, Zhang Feng stopped in his tracks. He lifted a long spear and picked up a miniature camera with a flashing red light. Could this be Zhuo Bufan's? Zhang Feng glanced at the camera, impressed by his luck in finding it. If he hadn't washed the bodies, the camera might have remained buried underground. He put the camera in his pocket and continued patrolling. He found no trace of ferocious beasts and returned to the camp feeling relieved. The long night passed slowly. When a hint of dawn appeared in the sky, the buzzing sound of an engine echoed through the mountains. Zhang Feng and Lan Xinya heard the noise and looked up, revealing a look of joy. A helicopter flew in the sky, continuously circling. A figure leaped down, smashing into the ground and kicking up dust. The person was Wang Xuelin. He looked around and saw the biofoxes scattered on the ground, a hint of anger and suspicion in his eyes. Before coming, he had learned the details from Zhang Feng. There were many doubts about this matter. Why did the biofox pack from Li Mountain come to attack the students? How did Zhao Gan know where the students were? Could it be that Zhuo Bufan had really betrayed the country? Wang Xuelin walked up and asked with concern, "Are you all right? How is Zhang Haoran's injury?" Lan Xinyao pointed to Zhang Haoran's abdomen and said worriedly, "Zhang Haoran suffered a serious injury to his abdomen. Although he's fine now, if it drags on, it may damage his foundation." Wang Xuelin squatted down beside Zhang Haoran and carefully examined his injuries. After a look, he frowned and took out a pill, putting it in Zhang Haoran's mouth. "I'll stabilize his condition for now and send him to the Northern Military Region base for treatment. Come with me, and we'll discuss the rest later." Wang Xuelin stood up, gesturing to the helicopter. A sturdy and lightweight ladder descended from the helicopter. "Let's go." Wang Xuelin carried Zhang Haoran on his back, with Lan Xinyao and Zhang Feng following, boarding the helicopter one after another. With a roar, the helicopter pierced through the clouds and flew towards the distance. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Zhang Feng took out 2 items, explained their origins, and handed them to Wang Xuelin. "You have made a great contribution this time. I will discuss with the higher-ups and consider giving you a reward." Wang Xuelin looked at the phone and the miniature camera, his eyes filled with emotion. Hundreds of first-tier ferocious beasts, 3 second-tier ferocious beasts, and the cultist Zhao Gan. This night raid was extremely dangerous. The helicopter flew in the air for half an hour, finally arriving on the outskirts of a city. This was a camp of the Northern Military Region, with numerous buildings and a large number of aircraft and tanks. These were rare hot weapons in the martial era. As soon as the door opened, a team of soldiers took the 3 away to receive treatment. Before leaving, Wang Xuelin glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "You go rest too. I expect results soon, and I will inform you when the time comes." Zhang Feng replied with a nod and followed the soldiers to the hospital to undergo examination and treatment. Among the 3, Zhang Haoran was the most seriously injured, followed by Lan Xinyao, who had paid a considerable price to fight the mutant Fox King. Lastly, Zhang Feng, relying on his multiple layers of protection, did not suffer significant injuries. After a nap to recover his strength, he woke up. Soldiers entered the ward immediately to inform him, "Mr. Zhang, Inspector Xing is looking for you." Zhang Feng's spirits lifted at the news, a speculation forming in his mind. Wang Xuelin probably watched the video and found out the truth. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng immediately got up and followed the soldiers to an office. The interior of the office was very simple and elegant, with no decorations except for Wang Xuelin. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged military officer. "Zhang Feng, this is Major General Su Hua from the Northern Military Region." Wang Xuelin stood up and introduced. Su Hua was tall and imposing, with a shining military rank on his shoulders, exuding a steady and mountain-like aura. A Major General. A big shot for sure. "Hello, Major General." Zhang Feng was surprised, as this was the highest-ranking officer he had ever seen. He must be highly skilled in martial arts as well, so he immediately saluted. Su Hua nodded slightly, his voice deep and powerful. "Zhang Feng, please have a seat. You performed exceptionally well in this mission, so I would like to talk to you about something." Zhang Feng sat down, feeling puzzled. He had never had any dealings with the military region before and didn't know why Su Hua was looking for him. "Don't be nervous, I just want to ask if you are interested in the military region. Would you like to join us?" Su Hua chuckled and said. It turned out to be an olive branch. Zhang Feng was happy but also puzzled. Why was Su Hua inviting him so early? He had just started studying at the Holy Capital Martial Arts University this year. Normally, he would graduate in 4 years before choosing a career path. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng candidly asked, expressing his doubts. The military region is like a great wall protecting the country, and students naturally admire it. I just don't know in what aspect the general values students. Upon hearing this question, Su Hua slapped his head and suddenly realized, I almost forgot. You haven't received the cave pass yet, so you don't know why I invited you today. Zhang Feng nodded, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Could it be that the military region's power could penetrate deep into the caves? If that's the case, joining the military region and obtaining a status might provide security. However, one thing to note was that he was stretched thin on his own and joining the military region would consume his energy. If he joined the military region, he needed a way to find a balance between the university and the military region. Do you know about the cave structure, Zhen? Su Hua recalled Zhang Feng's background and asked a simple question. He was in the northern military region and had no knowledge of Zhang Feng. In fact, he had attended a cave knowledge class. I have some understanding. I know that the caves are divided into 3 levels, shallow, middle, and deep layers. Zhang Feng guessed, hoping to learn more about the secrets of the caves today. He straightened his back and listened carefully to every word. He. Seeing his thirst for knowledge, Su Hua chuckled and began to explain. You have completed the Cave Pass mission and returned to the Holy Capital Martial Arts University, so you will be able to receive the pass. Therefore, what I am about to tell you is not a violation. As you may know, the caves are channels connecting 2 worlds and are filled with a large amount of martial resources. However, due to the movement of the caves, sometimes they form special terrains, which we call danger zones. Different danger zones often have different entry conditions, and this time, in Zhao Gan's communication device, we found a stronghold of the Beast God sect hidden in a danger zone. The abundance of information shocked Zhang Feng. He quickly absorbed and processed it, his eyes suddenly bursting with light. In the eyes of others, the Beast God sect stronghold was a dangerous place full of cultists, where one should not venture too deeply, or else there would be a risk to life. But in Zhang Feng's eyes, the cult stronghold was a perfect grinding spot, with a massive amount of evolution points. Before being overwhelmed by the evolution points, Zhang Feng carefully chose his words and said, if I can contribute to the country, as a student, I am willing to spare no effort. But the military region is full of talents. Why did the general choose me, a freshman? Su Hua showed a hint of smile and praised, it's simple. Yesterday, you faced a beast attack, on the brink of life and death, yet you sacrificed yourself for the greater good, showing fearless spirit. Another reason is simple. This stronghold of the Beast God cult is in a special dangerous place, and those who enter cannot exceed the 2nd rank. Moreover, Zhao Gan died by your hand, so you have the right to know about this. Whether to destroy the stronghold in the underground cave depends on your personal willingness. If you succeed, you can gain great merits and a series of rewards, which will be very beneficial for your future career. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng was momentarily stunned. The truth was not as glorious as it seemed. Not letting Zhang Haoran and Lan Xinyao take action was actually for evolution points. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of others, it turned into a heroic act. But there was nothing to be embarrassed about, as long as the result was good. It is everyone's responsibility to eradicate the cult. General, I am willing to enter the underground cave and destroy the cult stronghold. Zhang Feng raised his head proudly and said with righteous determination. Regardless, killing the cult would benefit him. Knowing the location of the cult stronghold today, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Risks and rewards coexist. The cult stronghold has a huge amount of evolution points. Su Hua looked satisfied, his voice even carried a hint of laughter. Very good, I knew I didn't misjudge you. However, the time for this stronghold to open has not arrived yet. It will probably open in about a month. During this month, train well and improve your strength. Before the dangerous time arrives, I will have someone contact you. But before that, accept this. After speaking, Su Hua took out a medal with a bar and a star on the surface, engraved with 4 words, Northern Military Region. A military rank. It was a junior officer rank. Even the lowest rank of 2nd lieutenant belonged to the officer class. Zhang Feng was somewhat astonished, waving his hands repeatedly, saying, General, I may not deserve this military rank for the contribution I made. After hearing this, Su Hua laughed heartily and said, You are too modest. This military rank was awarded after careful review of your merits. Since I have presented it, you can bear it. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and personally put the military rank on Zhang Feng. Thank you, General. Zhang Feng felt valued and quite moved. This military rank was very important, at least enough to make the Zhang family wary. And in the battle against the Zhang family, it would be an extra card to play. Young man, if you hadn't killed Zhao Gan, we might have missed this stronghold. As long as we remove this stronghold, many tragedies in the future will be reduced. Su Hua patted Zhang Feng's shoulder, feeling emotional. Looking at the Dragon Nation, dozens of Tianjuans appeared every year. But if these geniuses were placed in yesterday's situation and had to make a choice, how many of them could sacrifice themselves like Zhang Feng did? I won't see you off next. If you have any more questions, you can ask Supervisor Wang. We'll meet again in 15 days. Su Hua was a lieutenant general in the military region, with a very high status and busy schedule. It was already very rare for him to take the time today to answer questions about the underground cave and confer the rank to Zhang Feng. Yes. Thank you, General. Zhang Feng saluted gratefully and left the office with Wang Xuelin. The two walked side by side. Wang Xuelin glanced at the military rank on Zhang Feng's chest and sighed. You are a promising young man. If all university students were as brave as you, the world would be much more peaceful. As a supervisor, Wang Xuelin had seen countless students who were just starting out. Some students appeared brave on the surface but were actually afraid of death deep down. Once difficulties and dangers arise, these people are not thinking about facing them, but avoiding them. Inspector Wang, I don't understand one thing. Did Zhuo Bufan attract Zhao Gan? Zhang Feng had a thorn in his heart. He wouldn't feel comfortable without asking clearly. The camera has been destroyed, but through Zhao Gan's phone, we found some clues. Zhuo Bufan is very likely to have secretly joined the Beast God sect. Wang Xuelin pursed his lips, saying with hatred, getting the answer. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the reason is good. Otherwise, he would have to consider one thing: whether the Beast God sect launched this attack. After all, cults are most keen on two things. One is infiltrating cities and causing widespread destruction. The other is stifling geniuses and cutting off the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts heritage. It's not an exaggeration, judging from his performance. Even if he were on the Beast God sect's assassination list, it wouldn't be surprising. Perhaps the Beast God sect is already plotting in secret to assassinate him. Sister Lan Shui, how is your injury? Before leaving, Zhang Feng came to the ward to greet Lan Xinyao. My injury is not a big problem. Are you leaving now? Lan Xinyao lay on the hospital bed, pale, and smiled weakly. No rush. I want to ask Sister Shui about something. Jinhai Wuda has a fourth-order spear technique called Dragon Roar Spear Technique. Have you heard of it? Zhang Feng asked politely, seeking help. Lan Xinyao tilted her head, thought carefully for a while, and finally showed a bitter smile. I am only a second-order martial artist. I have not heard of this spear technique, but when I return to Jinhai Wuda, I can inquire for you. Zhang Feng thanked her repeatedly. He knew that he was forcing Lan Xinyao a bit. It was also a trial. If Lan Xinyao couldn't find out the origin of the Dragon Roar Spear technique, when he became a fourth-order martial artist in the future, he could also ask Instructor Aluwa. The two chatted for a while, then exchanged contact information. Zhang Feng didn't stay any longer, so as not to disturb Lan Xinyao's rest. He left the ward, took a military vehicle, and arrived at the high-speed rail station in the neighboring city. First mission, although there were some surprises, it was successfully completed. Zhang Feng sat on the high-speed train, looking at the scenery outside the window, thinking to himself. He knows very little about the underground cave. For safety's sake, it's best to go down to the underground cave first, to personally experience the dangers of the underground cave. So that a month later, going deep into the cult stronghold, not knowing anything, could lead to problems. So this time back, I have to raise my level to the peak of the second order within a limited time, and practice my martial skills and techniques to perfection. Zhang Feng closed his eyes, reviewing the gains of this mission and preparing for future planning. First, complete the mission and receive a series of rewards. Secondly, obtain a large number of evolution points to raise the level to level 25. Finally, in terms of martial skills and techniques, both the True Scale Secret and the Water Dragon Song have reached perfection. Since the dangerous area where the cult stronghold is located restricts martial artists above the second order from entering, the first thing to do is to push the level to level 29. Secondly, all second order martial skills must be practiced to perfection. Although the dangerous area restricts second order martial artists, I can accumulate evolution points and break through to the third order at any time. Zhang Feng thought of this and smiled slightly. I wonder, the cultists in the stronghold, what will their expressions be when they see a third-order martial artist? Several days later, Zhang Feng returned to the holy capital Wuda. He took off his military rank and placed it solemnly. In just a few days, there have been some strange changes in mentality. Before leaving, he was still a new university student. Although he was the top scorer in the country, he was still far behind the senior students in the foreign academy. Now, not only has his realm improved, but he has also obtained a military rank and a pass to the underground cave. Little dear spirit, I have completed the mission. Where should I go to get the pass to the underground cave? Zhang Feng returned to the villa and asked. Only the little dear spirit, about the height of a calf, jumped out, clapping excitedly. Congratulations, master, you have obtained a pass to the underground cave. You need to go to the cave management office to collect it. After saying that, a navigation arrow appeared on the bracelet, pointing to a certain place in the holy capital Wuda. Zhang Feng followed the arrow and strolled through the campus, arriving at the college area. Several figures saw him, all were stunned, and then they all ran over. Zhang Feng, you finally showed up. Are you afraid of me, Wang Xiaohu? A student with dyed yellow hair arrogantly said. Zhang Feng glanced at Wang Xiaohu and continued walking, not interested in dealing with him. Time was very tight. In a month, he had to go underground to explore the dangerous territory of the cult. There was simply no time to pay attention to these peers. How dare you ignore me? Stop right there, I challenge you. Wang Xiaohu gritted his teeth, shouting angrily. Hearing the word challenge, a cold light flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes, thinking to himself, is this another one of Zhang Ziyuan's subordinates? Like Chen Hongji, trying to stop me from cultivating? If it was Zhang Ziyuan's doing, he would not show mercy, he must strike hard at Wang Xiaohu. Who sent you? Zhang Feng turned and asked. Wang Xiaohu raised his head, pointed to himself with his thumb, and arrogantly said, no one can command me, Wang Xiaohu. I want to challenge you because I am the second in the National College entrance examination this year. Zhang Feng lost interest at his words, didn't bother to look at him, and continued on to the cave management office. Since Wang Xiaohu was not being controlled by anyone and was not Zhang Ziyuan's subordinate, what reason did he have to accept the challenge? Fighting with Wang Xiaohu was a thankless task, and it would waste time. Brother Hu, he's so arrogant, he doesn't even care about us. Yeah, Brother Hu, if you defeat Zhang Feng, you will be the first freshman, but he's avoiding the fight, what should we do? Brother Hu, why not use some resources as a bet and challenge Zhang Feng? The group kept giving advice to Wang Xiaohu. Wang Xiaohu nodded repeatedly and agreed. During this time, he had been diligently practicing and finally completed the muscle training, stepping into the second stage warrior. He believed he was not much worse than Zhang Feng. As long as there was a battle today, he could definitely defeat the national champion and make him a loser. Therefore, sacrificing some small resources was completely acceptable. Otherwise, the longer he stayed in school, the more variables there would be, and the chances of winning would become unclear. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaohu stepped forward, blocked Zhang Feng, and confidently said, Zhang Feng, I am willing to offer a Bio-U muscle forging pill as a bet to fight you. Do you dare to accept? When it came to the Bio-U muscle forging pill, a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Although the Bio-U muscle forging pill was only second tier, it had extraordinary effects. After taking the pill, warriors could undergo a deeper level of muscle training, cleansing deeper impurities. Therefore, the price of the Bio-U muscle forging pill was very expensive. It was only given to him by the clan leader after he broke through to the second stage. When he heard the name of the Bio-U muscle forging pill, Zhang Feng paused, reminiscing. If exchanged at the holy capital Wuda, the price of the Bio-U muscle forging pill would be 100 credits. Now, with the Bio-U muscle forging pill as a bet, there would be rewards for winning. This changed things. It was no longer a waste of time. Zhang Feng became a little interested and said, okay, inform those students who want to challenge me to come to the martial arts arena in an hour, no delays. After saying that, he turned and left, continuing towards the cave management office. Wang Xiaohu snorted and said, let me inform them? Do you take me for your little brother? Forget it, I'll inform them, let more people see it, and later I'll show the scene of me defeating you. The cave management office was completely different from the other buildings on campus. The outer walls were made of hard black stone, giving a solemn and oppressive feeling, unlike the first and second year students of the three major colleges. The students coming and going here have a more mature look and a confident demeanor. Obviously, they are all juniors or seniors. Next to the main entrance is a scanner, which you have to pass through to enter. Zhang Feng walked up, a scanning light swept him from head to toe. After confirming no errors, the barrier blocking the passage opened. Zhang Feng walked into the building and saw the scenery inside. It was a spacious hall with many maps hanging on the walls, but without any markings. In the center of the hall, there was a row of counters with several staff members sitting behind them. They were wearing formal uniforms with a badge on their chests. The badge featured a deep cave with a white sword above it. Hey, fellow student, you look familiar. I'm Junior Shinchen. Do you want to team up to explore the dungeon? Suddenly, a burly man approached, inviting Zhang Feng. Shinchen was well built, with a small scar on his right eye, but his smile was very sincere. There was another male student behind him, also curiously looking at Zhang Feng. Team up? Zhang Feng was a bit intrigued and stopped in his tracks. He had never been to a dungeon before and knew nothing about the underground situation. If he could team up with a senior, it would be more efficient and he could learn from their experience. The question was, could he trust them? Sorry, I have some business to attend to first. Let's talk later, okay? His thoughts raced for a moment, and after half a second, Zhang Feng, having made up his mind, declined the offer. He walked up to a counter and casually said to a staff member, hello, I'm here to get a dungeon pass. Upon hearing this, the male student behind Shinchen burst into laughter. Old Chen, you have a good eye. In a sea of people, you managed to find a clueless one. Shinchen blushed and then widened his eyes, angrily saying, it's because this kid looks so confident, he fooled me. Who knew he hasn't even been to a dungeon? Didn't you notice, Ji Meng? And you dare laugh at me? The staff member took the identity card and began verifying the information. Suddenly, he stood up in surprise, his gaze shifting between the identity card and Zhang Feng, seemingly confirming if the information matched, and finally asked in disbelief, "You're a freshman who just started this year? And you passed the dungeon pass assessment task?" Zhang Feng pointed to the identity card and said, "Yes." The staff member seemed to have something to say but seemed choked up, so he sat back down and entered the information. "Ha? A freshman? He's a freshman?" Xin Chen and Ji Meng looked at each other in astonishment. They were both experienced juniors and knew well the difficulty of obtaining a dungeon pass. It was not easy at all. Even talented students usually had a 60% failure rate in their second year. Even the gifted ones, known as Tianjuans, had to spend a semester cultivating to the second level, mastering several second-level martial arts before attempting to get the dungeon pass. If they were unlucky and faced a difficult task, there was a high chance of failure. Wow, today is truly eye-opening. It's only been a short time since the start of the school year, and a freshman has already obtained a dungeon pass. It's really extraordinary. Old Chen, your judgment was right. Ji Meng looked at Zhang Feng a few more times and sighed. How about that? You laughed at me earlier, now you're proven wrong. Xin Chen smirked triumphantly. The two of them stayed to wait for Zhang Feng to finish getting his pass. Hello, hand over the smart bracelet. The staff member asked Zhang Feng for the bracelet. Zhang Feng took off the bracelet and handed it over. The staff member placed the bracelet in a small machine. With a slight buzzing sound, the bracelet seemed to undergo some kind of modification. After a few minutes, the staff returned the wristband and identity card to Zhang Feng, instructing, "The permissions for the identity card and wristband have been updated. You can check the information about the underground cave at any time on the wristband. Please keep them safe." Zhang Feng thanked them and took back the two items. As he turned around, he saw two enthusiastic smiles. "Bro, can we continue chatting?" Ji Meng smiled and asked. "I still need to go to the martial arts arena. If you two seniors don't mind, can we chat while walking?" Zhang Feng, curious about the underground cave, suggested. The two looked at each other and said in unison, "No problem." The three walked out of the underground cave management office. Zhang Feng had a question that had been weighing on his mind for a long time, so he asked first, "Seniors, you are experienced in exploring the underground cave. I would like to ask, is the inner courtyard also in the underground cave?" Ji Meng, lively in nature, immediately replied, "Of course, our holy capital martial arts university is powerful. We occupy several resource points in the underground cave. The places in the inner courtyard are truly sacred places for cultivation, where one day is worth 1,000 miles. Indeed, Zhang Feng thought to himself, the underground cave is rich in resources, so major countries and forces are fighting and competing for resources in the underground cave. Hey, kid, you just got your pass as a celestial patron. As long as you get in the top 10 in this year's freshman competition, you can enter the inner courtyard and enjoy the benefits." Ji Meng couldn't help but express a hint of envy as he spoke. Comparing oneself to others can really be frustrating. Both he and Xin Chen are A-level talented martial artists. After a year of systematic practice in the outer courtyard and another year of fighting in the underground cave, they have achieved their current status, with a 70% chance of entering the inner courtyard in the future. But what about Zhang Feng? 2 months later, in the freshman competition, with his strength, achieving a top 10 ranking would be a breeze. Zhang Feng felt that these two individuals had no ill intentions, so he was happy to chat with them. Enjoy the benefits? Seniors, the cruelty of the underground cave should be 1,000 times more intense than on the surface, right? Xin Chen touched the scar on his face and said solemnly, "That's right. Because Blue Star does not produce martial resources, the battles in the underground cave are extremely bloody and brutal, with numerous martial artists, evil martial artists, and solo fighters from major forces falling every day." He seemed to have witnessed countless bloody events. Whenever he thought about it, even his mood turned gloomy. The three arrived at the entrance of the martial arts arena. Zhang Feng clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, seniors, for your answers. Once I have checked the information about the underground cave, if I ever need to team up to explore the underground cave, I will definitely look for you two seniors." Since the underground cave is extremely dangerous, teaming up with fellow students from the same school is a reasonable choice. Although they hadn't reached that stage yet, it didn't hurt to build a good relationship with Zhang Feng and the two. The three exchanged contact information by tapping their wristbands, and then Ji Meng waved his hand generously, saying, "Oh, it's no big deal, bro. You go compete, and we'll just watch you crush the weaklings." Zhang Feng smiled faintly, said nothing, and walked into the martial arts arena. The arena was bustling with activity today, with the sound of people everywhere. Most of the students who came to watch were freshmen from the first year who had just entered the Holy Capital Martial Arts University after passing the college entrance examination, including Tianjue holders like Xiemi and Bai Lingzhu. In the center of the crowd was Wang Xiuhu, who ranked second in this year's college entrance examination. He frowned as he looked at the entrance, feeling a bit annoyed and restless. Why hasn't Zhang Feng arrived yet? Could it be that the national champion is afraid? Is his archenemy, Wang Xiuhu, so unbearable? A girl with long purple hair and bright eyes sneered, Xiuhu, could it be that Zhang Feng is scared and doesn't dare to come? Wang Xiuhu's mood worsened upon hearing this. He waved his hand and said, as the national champion, he should be leading the younger generation as a genius. I didn't expect Zhang Feng to be all talk and no action. On one side of the martial arts arena, 3 figures were gazing at the arena. Zhang Yuanzhou pushed the wheelchair and said to Chen Hongji on the wheelchair, "Cousin, today is really a good day, we can see Zhang Feng's defeat. After a period of recuperation, Chen Hongji's injuries have improved a lot, at least he can go out in a wheelchair. Today I heard that Zhang Feng is going to the arena to compete with the freshmen." He quickly called Zhang Yuanzhou to come and watch the show together. Even if he couldn't beat Zhang Feng on the spot, it was good to enjoy the show. This little beast Zhang Feng is cunning and will definitely not fight fair. Remind the freshmen not to follow in my footsteps. Chen Hongji hated Zhang Feng. In order to deal with this little cousin, he even used himself as an example. Yi Fengshan beside him pursed his lips and remained silent. He was also curious how much Zhang Feng's strength had improved after some time. Zhang Feng is here. Look, Zhang Feng is here. Suddenly someone shouted, causing a sensation in the whole arena. The entire arena boiled. Countless eyes fell on the arena gate and saw a figure. Zhang Feng, wearing a black robe and carrying a violent rain pear blossom spear, came slowly. Despite the attention of thousands of people, he remained calm and composed, with no ripples in his deep heart. Wang Xiuhu showed a happy expression, ran a few steps, jumped onto the stage, and shouted, "Zhang Feng, you finally came. I thought you were afraid of me and wouldn't come." Facing Wang Xiuhu's threat, Zhang Feng seemed to ignore it, scanned around arrogantly, and shouted, "Anyone who wants to challenge me today, step forward. I'll give you all a chance. Come at me together." His words shocked the audience. It was unexpected that Zhang Feng was so arrogant, ignoring the formidable opponent Wang Xiuhu and challenging all opponents instead. Damn, is Zhang Feng going to take on the Tianjue disciples alone? Is he crazy? Zhang Feng is too arrogant. We are all students of the Holy Capital Martial Arts University. How many people can he win against? He is the national champion, maybe he has some trump card to rely on, that's why he's doing this. Hearing the noisy discussions below the stage, Wang Xiuhu, who considered himself the protagonist, was so angry that his face twisted. He thought to himself, no one in his eyes. He's too arrogant. Zhang Feng, you are too arrogant. Do you think you can beat me? The crowd stirred, and many people stood up, all of them Tianjue disciples. Bai Lingzhu's eyes burned with fighting spirit as she said loudly, "I don't want to take advantage of you. If you defeat Wang Xiuhu, I am willing to gamble with you, and the prize will still be the Jade Lotus Muscle Forging Pill." Upon hearing this, the other Tianjue disciples stopped in their tracks. It wouldn't sound good to take advantage of Zhang Feng's victory. Zhang Feng didn't change his mind, shook his head, and calmly said, "No need, as I said, you all come at me together." He had a full understanding of his own strength. These freshmen who had just broken through to the second stage and started muscle forging were not even comparable to the second stage Fox King, let alone him. Enough! I want to see now, what makes you so arrogant? Wang Xiuhu roared, his emotions completely out of control. He seemed like an enraged beast, disregarding the rules, and leaped off the stage. With a swish, Wang Xiuhu unfolded his weapon, a green fan depicting a myriad of forest seas, very unique. He. Zhang Feng chuckled lightly, took off the violent rain pear blossom spear from his back, and struck at Wang Xiuhu's chest with a cloud riding spear technique. Mountain breaking style. Wang Xiuhu shouted, closing the fan as if using a short stick to strike the long spear. With a bang, at the moment of collision, the terrifying force spread wildly. Wang Xiuhu's mouth tingled from the impact, his face changed drastically, and he thought to himself, such formidable strength, truly worthy of the national champion, but is this all he's got? Wang Xiuhu knew that to defeat a long weapon warrior, he had to get close. In order to create an opportunity to get close, he didn't hesitate to use his trump card at this moment. Demon Vine Illusion. Spiritual power surged from Wang Xiuhu's brow. In the void, an ancient plant seemed to appear. This plant looked ugly, with many vines reaching towards Zhang Feng. Spiritual attack? Zhang Feng sensed the spiritual fluctuations and was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Wang Xiuhu to also be a spiritual warrior. It was no wonder that the Holy Capital Martial Arts Academy was full of talents. The second place in the college entrance examination was not just for show. However, compliments aside, Zhang Feng would not show mercy either, calmly visualizing the flying star in his mind. Instantly, his pupils shimmered with starlight, a star streaked through the void, smashing towards the Demon Vine Ancient Tree. The two collided. The Demon Vine Ancient Tree and the flying star disappeared one after the other. Wang Xiaohu's body trembled for a moment, his face pale, obviously suffering from the backlash of spiritual mysticism. A terrified thought arose in his mind. Zhang Feng can also launch spiritual attacks. Spiritual attacks were indeed unexpected and unprepared for, a good tactic to attack unexpectedly. However, the greater the gain, the greater the risk. Among them, spiritual backlash was a major trouble. What, you dare to challenge me with just this? Zhang Feng stepped forward, his rainstorm pear blossom spear stabbing hundreds of times, creating countless illusions. Damn! Why does he look so calm as if nothing happened? Wang Xiaohu forced his blood and swung the strange soldier fan in his hand. But suffering from the backlash of the spiritual attack, his brow throbbed with pain, and his strength was far from enough. After blocking only a few dozen times, he exposed a flaw and was sent flying by Zhang Feng's spear. Xiaohu! The purple-haired girl was shocked and ran towards Wang Xiaohu. Seeing Wang Xiaohu's ribs cut open, his clothes stained red with blood, she was on the verge of tears, taking out various elixirs to treat him. Tangy, I'm fine, give the bioforging pill to Zhang Feng. Wang Xiaohu's face was pale, but his tone was very firm. Xiaohu! Tangy felt uncomfortable and resistant. The bioforging pill was a treasure bestowed by the Wang family. It could help Wang Xiaohu save a lot of hard work. Giving it to Zhang Feng now was too cheap for him. I, Wang Xiaohu, am not as skilled as others. I'm willing to admit defeat. Do you want me to lose both the battle and the person? Wang Xiaohu's eyes flared with anger, speaking fiercely. The result of this martial arts competition was already clear. He had completely lost. Not giving the bioforging pill would mean losing both the battle and the person. Wang Xiaohu was a person who cared about his reputation, and this was more unbearable than being killed. I understand. Tang Yi's heart trembled. She knew she couldn't change Wang Xiaohu's decision. She took a deep breath and walked slowly towards Zhang Feng, obediently handing over the bioforging pill. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. At the same time, Wang Xiaohu, from behind, shouted at the top of his lungs. This guy's surname is Gray, is his talent a wolf? Forget it. Zhang Feng chuckled, calmly accepting the elixir and putting it away. This was the agreed upon reward. Since he had defeated Wang Xiaohu, he naturally had to accept it. If Wang Xiaohu could defeat him, Zhang Feng would also give something of equal value. No way, Wang Xiaohu couldn't even get past 2 moves, he was completely crushed. Oh my, Zhang Feng really won? What realm is he in now? His strength is so formidable. I think, it's been half a month since the college entrance examination. Wang Xiaohu may not be much stronger than the other Tianjue participants. The crowd around them was in an uproar, with exclamations and cries of surprise. Zhang Yuanzhou, who witnessed the whole process, had a hint of gloom in his eyes and cursed inwardly, damn, my brother has become stronger again. He clearly has no one to help him, how did he cultivate so rapidly? Originally, he thought that with the various treasures given by his third sister, his cultivation speed was not inferior to the Tianjue participants and he would surpass Zhang Feng. However, the outcome of today's battle once again put pressure on Zhang Yuanzhou. Zhang Feng stepped onto the stage, his gaze sharp as a sword, sweeping over the faces in the audience. A sharp and fierce aura burst out from his body, as if soaring into the sky, shaking people's hearts. His voice was strong and powerful, shouting, I said, all of you attack together. The dozen or so Tianjuans below the stage, upon hearing this, couldn't help but show a hint of unease. Although Zhang Feng easily defeated Wang Xiaohu, it was enough to make people wary. Therefore, most of them hesitated, not daring to fight. Good. I'll come and spar with you, the national champion. Just then, a clear female voice broke the silence. Beilinzu stepped forward with her long and slender legs, her figure light as a swallow, landing on the stage. There was a fighting spirit in her eyes. She had long wanted to spar with Zhang Feng. Now that she had the opportunity, she decisively stepped onto the stage, wanting to prove her own growth. Be careful, I'm making a move. Beilinzu drew her sword, erupted with all her energy and blood, and used the most powerful martial arts secret technique. The bright sword light flashed, like snow falling on the frozen ground, sweeping towards Zhang Feng. The sword shadows covered the sky, the sharp sword energy seemed to cut through the skin, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhang Feng's eyes flashed, gripping the spear tightly with both hands, thrusting out thousands of spear shadows. He did not use any secret techniques. It was just the first level of cloud-riding spear technique. The clash of sword and spear, the terrifying force clashed madly, creating sparks in the sky. Every strike made the students below the stage jump in fear. They secretly assessed whether they could withstand Zhang Feng's spear technique. After dozens of hard-fought moves, beads of sweat appeared on Beilinzu's forehead, and the pressure in her heart gradually increased. Because Zhang Feng's spear technique was exquisite and powerful. He was as solid as a mountain, without any flaws. She knew that if she continued to fight head-on, she had no chance of winning, and would definitely lose. So the next move would determine the outcome. Ice Flower Kill. Beilinzu shouted, erupting with all her energy and blood. Instantly, a cold air spread along the sword, forming crystal-clear white ice flakes. These ice flakes piled up layer by layer, like a blooming ice flower. But this ice flower had no beauty, only a sense of deathly threat. With a bang, the sword and spear clashed once again. The ice flowers burst forth, countless ice flakes flying like hidden weapons, covering Zhang Feng. The white ice flakes collided, and a large mist rose on the stage in an instant, obscuring everyone's vision, making it impossible to see clearly. So strong, Beilinzu was indeed a provincial champion. Her secret technique has reached a high level of proficiency. This ice flower kill move is powerful and covers a large area. I really don't know how Zhang Feng will resist this move. Zhang Feng is the national champion, he can't be defeated like this, right? Seeing Beilinzu unleash her secret technique with such great power, the people below the stage couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, a kind of invisible force erupted, shattering the white mist, shaking people's hearts. The mist dispersed. Zhang Feng's long spear supported the ground, a water dragon the size of a barrel, entwined to protect his body. The dense ice flakes fell on the surface of the water dragon, but did not harm Zhang Feng in the slightest. Zhang Feng's control over the secret technique has reached such a terrifying level. This water dragon is condensed and not dispersed, protecting the body without moving, almost like the spirit of a fourth-level martial artist. Such a terrifying insight. Is this our national champion of this generation? The students staring at the stage were instantly speechless, shocked. Their eyes widened, unable to believe what they were seeing. Secret techniques are the manifestation of a martial artist's manipulation of energy and blood. In other words, they are fixed things. For example, a move like Unrivaled Slash, which is a downward chopping move, cannot be changed to Unrivaled Thrust. But Zhang Feng, at the second-level martial artist realm, had achieved it. The difference was as great as a chasm, astonishing people's minds. His talent surpasses mine. Beilinzu's mouth felt bitter, but she quickly accepted reality. She threw out a small box and said honestly, I admit defeat. Finished. Beilinzu stepped down from the stage, not continuing to watch, and directly left the arena. Since she knew the gap, she had to work harder in her cultivation to catch up with Zhang Feng. Second pill. Zhang Feng accepted the elixir and dispelled the water dragon's zone. He looked at the students below, with surprised faces, and said lightly, who dares to fight? A challenge was issued. The whole arena fell silent. No one dared to challenge his sharpness. Even the S-level talented celestial guardians were feeling nervous. Damn! Brother is too arrogant. Why isn't anyone going up to teach him a lesson? Zhang Yuanzhou was itching with anger, but he didn't dare to step onto the stage. After all, Zhang Feng was heartless and ruthless, with no family in his eyes, even injuring his cousin Chen Hongji severely. If he went up to compete now, the result would probably be the same as his cousin's, and he would likely have to lie in bed for several months. Time passed by, but no one responded. Everyone looked in awe at the arrogant figure on the stage. No one dared to step into the thunder pool. A hint of disappointment appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. He moved his mouth slightly and slowly uttered a word. Boring. Finished. Zhang Feng didn't waste any more time, withdrew his gaze, and left the arena. Once he left, intense discussions erupted in the arena. A title also gradually spread after today's competition, Little Green Dragon, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng is amazing, his combat power is comparable to ours. Ji Meng, who had been watching the whole time, exclaimed. A freshman who just entered the school can obtain the cave pass, his strength is already on par with the seniors. Xin Chen touched his cheek, feeling a bit bitter in his mouth. In the holy capital Wuda University, where geniuses gathered and talents emerged, there were too many geniuses. He and Ji Meng had only obtained the cave pass last year, much slower than Zhang Feng. What brother has already obtained the cave pass? Zhang Yuanzhou, who happened to pass by and overheard their conversation, suddenly changed his expression. He clenched his fists, looking fierce. Cousin, stop it. It hurts. Suddenly, Chen Hongji shouted, startling Zhang Yuanzhou. He looked down and felt embarrassed. He had forgotten his anger just now. Unconsciously, he had been squeezing his cousin's shoulders, swelling them up like bread. When Zhang Feng enters the cave, he will definitely be able to quickly improve his strength. Tell your cousin about it. Chen Hongji grunted in pain. He was also shocked and fearful. He regretted trying to climb up Zhang Zi's thigh. He had thought Zhang Zi was already a one-in-a-million genius, but he didn't expect there to be even stronger opponents. His younger brother Zhang Feng was even more terrifying. His freshman life had just begun, and he had already obtained the cave pass. What kind of monster was he? Chen Hongji, on the other hand, still hadn't obtained the cave pass to this day. Yes, that's right. Please ask Senior Yi to go to the cave and tell sister about this. An anxious Zhang Yuanzhou, as if finding his backbone, immediately said to Yi Fengshan. Under normal circumstances, his sister in the cave would not receive text messages on her phone, unless Yi Fengshan went down to the cave to deliver the message. I got it. Yi Fengshan pondered for a moment and agreed. He had already boarded the thief ship and had no freedom. Moreover, Zhang Feng's growth rate was truly terrifying. Poor grades, please give me gifts. Back at the villa, Zhang Feng slumped into the sofa and said, Xiaolu Ling, I have obtained the cave pass, can I access the relevant information now? Xiaolu Ling jumped out, cheeks flushed with excitement, clapping her hands and said, Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the cave pass. I can now access the cave information for you. Finished. Xiaolu Ling waved her hands, and a map of the entire Dragon Kingdom unfolded out of thin air. The caves, represented by scattered light points, were distributed sporadically throughout the country, seemingly without any pattern. Master, due to the unpredictable nature of the dungeon's activities, the danger level of the dungeon is difficult to predict. Please be careful, think twice before acting, and then decide which dungeon to explore. Little Dear Spirit reminded with some concern. The dungeon has 3 levels, shallow, medium, and deep, with each level being more dangerous than the previous one. However, this does not mean that a warrior in a shallow dungeon can rest easy, because no one knows what will happen during the next dungeon activity. Even if a person is in a shallow level, suddenly falling to the medium level is not surprising. I understand. Zhang Feng nodded, pointing to a light spot above the holy capital, and said, Open Dungeon 1, I want to check the relevant information. The screen flashed, and a large amount of text and images appeared. At the moment of seeing the picture, Zhang Feng was stunned, his pupils contracted in disbelief. Since he was young and heard about dungeons, he had imagined countless scenes of dungeons. The first impression was dark and damp, with a cave where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and a dark river flowing. Never did he expect that the interior of the dungeon would be so exaggerated. The interior of Dungeon 1 was an endless super grassland covered with green grass. Did Little Dear Spirit put the wrong photo? Is this really a dungeon? Where does the light source come from underground? Zhang Feng asked in amazement. It was inconceivable. Why would there be light in the dungeon? Master, after testing, the light in your dungeon is indeed sunlight. As for how it refracts into the interior of the dungeon, it is unknown. This is one of the mysteries of the dungeon. Little Dear Spirit jumped out and released more photos. The sky in the dungeon had no sun, only a bright white light shining. It seemed as if someone had installed a never-ending incandescent lamp. I see, it's truly unique and wonderful. Zhang Feng exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Compared to the earth-shattering event of connecting 2 worlds, the fact that dungeons emit light and grow grass seems relatively normal and not surprising. Master, besides grasslands, dungeons also have many geographical features that have appeared on other planets, but there are also many unique geographical environments. For example, the Gravity-Blessed Land, Water Spirit-Blessed Land, and Goldstone-Blessed Land of Dungeon 1, these blessed lands are very helpful for cultivation. Of course, apart from Dungeon 1, there are many blessed lands within our country that are helpful for cultivation, each with its own unique characteristics suitable for warriors with special needs. Little Dear Spirit jumped out and released more photos and videos, starting to educate Zhang Feng. Little Dear Spirit, these dangerous places are helpful for human cultivation, that's why they are called blessed lands, right? Zhang Feng asked curiously, with doubts in his heart. Yes, Master, this is because most dangerous places are harmful and risky. After countless warriors explored, various methods were finally summarized to avoid risks, so that dangerous places could be used by humans. If one does not know how to avoid risks, entering a dangerous place is like walking into a death trap, even a life-threatening situation. The dangerous places that can be utilized are renamed blessed lands to distinguish between the two. This is what we, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, do. No matter how dangerous a place is, we will try our best to overcome difficulties and turn dangerous places into beneficial resources for ourselves. Little Dear Spirit said very seriously. It opened the introduction to the Gravity-Blessed Land of Dungeon 1. Upon entering the gravity-blessed land, every 12 hours, the skin must be applied with a medicine called 3 fragrance ointment. Otherwise, the warrior will explode and die. Is this a blessed land? It might as well be called hell. Zhang Feng twitched his mouth, feeling that the path of martial arts cultivation was truly not easy. As he glanced over each photo, he understood a key point. Besides competing for martial resources in the dungeons, the major forces of the Blue Star also fought for these blessed lands that were helpful for cultivation. The battles within the dungeons were probably far bloodier than he had imagined. Because the underground cave is active, there are too many uncontrollable factors. For example, one day you're eating, and suddenly a bunch of evil warriors come out. This is also very possible. So, Xiaolu Ling, what are the different types of tasks in the underground cave? After Zhang Feng roughly understood the environment of the underground cave, he pondered on ways to become stronger. This opens up the underground cave tasks for the master. Xiaolu Ling finished speaking and opened the interface. Suddenly, a large number of tasks appeared in front of Zhang Feng. 1. Garrison task, garrison the day and moon frontline of the No. 1 underground cave for 3 months, requiring a third-order warrior, with a basic reward of 2,000 credits. 2. Beast hunting task, join the beast hunting team, clear a certain range of ferocious beasts, requiring a third-order warrior, with a basic reward of 3,000 credits. 3. Development task, participate in the development team, search for blessed lands and martial resources, requiring a 4th-order warrior from the inner courtyard, with a basic reward of 5,000 credits, achieve S-level contribution, and an additional opportunity to use the blessed land once. Zhang Feng carefully observed the tasks and found them to be very different from the outer courtyard tasks. However, the rewards for the underground cave tasks are very generous. In addition to providing credits, the development task will also give students a chance to use the blessed land once. However, this task has a strict condition that the recipient must be a student from the inner courtyard. So, although students from the outer courtyard can enter the underground cave, the core benefits are still lacking compared to the inner courtyard students. The underground cave is very dangerous. For the first time entering the underground cave, it is best to focus on improving knowledge and familiarizing oneself with the environment, rather than expecting a lot of gains. After looking for a while, Zhang Feng made a decision to take on a simple beast hunting task. Accumulate evolution points, enhance strength, and gain experience. He also needed to save some time for the cult stronghold a month later. Master, there is someone visiting outside the door. Suddenly, Xiaolu Ling jumped out and opened the monitoring screen. Seeing the white-robed girl in the picture, Zhang Feng shuddered, recalling a pair of eyes. Zhang Feng, you have disappointed me too much. I didn't expect you to be like this. Perhaps it was a mistake to send you back to the Zhang family in the first place. That condescending, disdainful look. He has not forgotten to this day. Zhang Ziyuan. What is she here for? Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled, and he muttered a few words between his teeth. Taking several deep breaths, he suppressed the raging anger within him. Although somewhat unexpected, he did not choose to avoid the situation, because there were some questions that needed to be clarified, and Zhang Ziyuan had conveniently come to him. Xiaolu Ling, inform the school affairs department, tell them that Zhang Ziyuan is here to attack me. Before opening the door, Zhang Feng first instructed Xiaolu Ling to be on guard. If Zhang Ziyuan did not make a move, then all would be well. But what if she insisted on violating the school rules? Opening the door, Zhang Feng saw her. Zhang Ziyuan, dressed in white with a golden character on her chest. He did not go out, nor did he welcome Zhang Ziyuan into the room. After a year, the two siblings stood 5 meters apart, locking eyes. Zhang Ziyuan, what are you here for? Zhang Ziyuan let out a light laugh and said, Zhang Feng, I am your sister. You shouldn't speak to me in that tone. You should be humble and respectful to me. Zhang Ziyuan's eyes never changed, always filled with confidence and arrogance. It seemed that nothing could shake her core. Even hearing that Zhang Feng had obtained a pass to the underground cave did not surprise her. This time leaving the underground cave was just to see Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng sneered and sternly said, ridiculous. I have severed ties with the Zhang family, and you were there at the time. As the vice president of the Tianwan Society, do you have such a poor memory that you have forgotten what happened a year ago? Moreover, weren't Ji Fengshan and Chen Hongji sent by you? Using any means to suppress geniuses, are you, as the vice president of the Tianwan Society, worthy of being called a sister? A role model for students? These words were powerful and resounding. The one who is clearly wrong is Zhang Zi. But she was not moved at all, still wearing a confident expression, saying, cut off the relationship? Jade needs to be polished to become a gem. You are unruly, arrogant, and think highly of yourself. I am your sister, sending someone to train you, Is there a problem? In my eyes, you are just a young eagle, thinking you have exceptional talent and can break free from constraints? One day, you will bow your head and apologize to me. Moreover, you are from the Zhang family. Even if you commit suicide now, you will still be a ghost of our Zhang family. I, your sister, will personally bury you in the Zhang family's grave. Zhang Zi spoke confidently, not thinking she had any problems. If she is seen as a weak woman, that would be a big mistake. Because in this world, talent is king, and strength is paramount. Who holds greater power? Whose realm is higher? Whose reasoning is supreme? Then who is Zhang Zi? A fourth-order warrior who devours the aura of darkness and strengthens the internal organs. The vice president of the Tianwan society, above all others. With a bright future ahead, reaching the realm of a grandmaster in the future will be effortless. And who is Zhang Feng? Just a new student who has just entered the Holy Capital Martial Arts Academy. There is a world of difference in strength and status. Haha, do you think this is still the era of loyalty between ruler and subject, father and son? Zhang Feng laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Zi remained indifferent to his laughter. After laughing for a while, Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said, "Alright, since you were so confident, tell me the truth about the beast tide when I was 5 years old. Why did Zhang Xuanba want to kill me?" This was the first time he showed anger towards the Zhang family and revealed a glimpse of his inner pain. It's a pity his strength was insufficient, otherwise, things wouldn't have come to this today. Just suppress Zhang Zi directly, that would do. Beast tide? Have you gone mad? How dare you say Dad wanted to kill you? Zhang Zi frowned, her mind blurred, unable to recall any memories. She was only 1 year older than Zhang Feng. When the beast tide occurred, Zhang Feng was 5 years old, and she was only 6. A 6-year-old child facing life and death disasters, besides crying, what else could they do? Naturally, she didn't know what happened during the beast tide. Why was Zhang Feng left behind in the ruins and not taken away? Although she had asked her parents when she was young, they always said it was an accident. With time passing, she reluctantly accepted the reality. And 8 years after the beast tide, they also brought Zhang Feng back. Zhang Zi, I know your talent is called Starry Chessboard, thinking you are the master of the game, able to control everything. But let me tell you, in reality, you don't know anything. You don't understand anything. You don't care about anything. You are just a poor creature deceived and kept in the dark by your parents. Zhang Feng laughed wildly, venting the anger he had accumulated over the years. The injustice of the Zhang family for many years. The foolish arrogance of Sister Zhang Zi. All spoken out today. Your parents gave birth to you and raised you, that is their grace. Not knowing how to repay that grace is one thing, but daring to speak arrogantly, no matter how eloquent you are, you still need to apologize. Today, let me, your sister, educate you. Zhang Zi's eyes narrowed, speaking softly. Suddenly, her aura became vast and profound, while her brow moved, a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Go! Zhang Zi flicked her finger, and a black chess piece flew towards Zhang Feng through the air. Zhang Zi, how dare you go against the school rules and attack me? Seeing her make a move, Zhang Feng was furious but also laughed. However, he was prepared and took a step back, hiding inside the house and closing the door directly. Do you think you can hide from me in this dilapidated house? Today, I will show you what is the greatest thing in this world. A hint of fierceness flashed in Zhang Zi's eyes, without hesitation. Just as the black chess piece was about to break through the door, a sword light suddenly descended from the sky, striking the black chess piece. The two collided and shattered, but the force was controlled very well and did not spread to the surroundings. Everything remained calm as before. Seeing this sword light, Zhang Zian suppressed her anger because she knew someone was obstructing them. Zhang Zian, has your Heavenly Eye Society gone mad? How dare you lay hands on a newcomer? A man carrying a sword approached from afar. Before seeing him, his voice was heard. His voice was loud, shaking the heavens and the earth. It's him. Zhang Zian's eyes flashed with a hint of fear, knowing that she would return empty-handed today. The strong can bend and stretch. She bowed and said, "Student greets Master Yujian." Yujian was young, looking about 30 years old, wearing a blue robe and sporting ancient-style long hair tied in a ponytail. He was said to be a modern man but looked more like an ancient swordsman. You also know I'm your teacher? If I hadn't come today, would you have killed the students inside? Yujian was very angry and shouted. The long sword behind him seemed to sense its owner's anger, emitting a resounding sword cry that, upon closer inspection, was composed of countless kill characters. The killing intent boiled, impacting the soul as if it were tangible. Zhang Zian's face turned pale, quickly saying, reporting to the teacher, "He is my younger brother. I came today to see him and just wanted to test his strength." She had just said that Zhang Feng was eloquent. Now, she changed her words, trying to conceal the truth. Yujian nodded, and the trembling of the long sword behind him stopped. He did not easily believe one-sided words, looking towards the gate and shouting, "People inside, come out, it's safe now." Zhang Feng was crouching by the window and saw everything. At this moment, with the backing of the school affairs department, how could Zhang Ziyan's wish come true? He opened the door, loudly exposing Zhang Ziyan's lie. "Teacher, don't be deceived by Zhang Ziyan. I have cut ties with the Zhang family, and she is not my sister. Her attack on me is a personal grudge." Zhang Feng knew one thing. The key was not the house blocking the attack but the school rules preventing Zhang Ziyan from acting. So, Zhang Ziyan must not be allowed to get away with it. "Since you, Zhang Ziyan, have joined the Heavenly Eye Society and think you are strong enough to defy the school rules, I will have the school affairs department step in, tear off the mask, and see what you can do. Why should students from the inner court lay hands on a student from the outer court, bullying the weak? Don't you feel ashamed? The Holy Capital University nurtures you, entrusting you with certain powers as members of the Heavenly Eye Society, not to oppress newcomers. If everyone were like you, wouldn't our Holy Capital University have to close its doors? And today, you even tried to deceive me, making one mistake after another." Yu Jin fell into a rage, and the long sword behind him emitted a cry, the endless killing intent shaking the world. Although everyone has their own difficulties, he least wanted to meddle in others' affairs. But when Zhang Ziyan acted, she violated the school rules. The key was that this was the Heavenly Eye Society's second attack on newcomers, simply outrageous. "Keep scolding, I love to hear it." Seeing the arrogant Zhang Ziyan being put in her place, Zhang Feng secretly rejoiced. "Want to bully the weak? In this Holy Capital University, there will always be someone stronger than you, Zhang Ziyan. As the saying goes, misfortune and fortune are intertwined." Zhang Ziyan enjoyed the benefits of the Heavenly Eye Society, but as long as she remained a member, she would be more restricted than ordinary students. From today, you, Zhang Ziyan, are sentenced to guard the water poison frontline of the third ground cave for 2 months. During this period, you are not allowed to return to school, nor can you seek revenge on Zhang Feng privately, and you must compensate Zhang Feng with 2,000 credits. I will inform the president afterwards of your actions today. If I find out that you are plotting against Zhang Feng by any despicable means, I, Yu Jin, swear in the name of the Holy Capital University's motto and reputation, that I will personally execute you." Yu Jin's face was cold. He glanced at Zhang Zi and made a fair judgment. Upon hearing the president's words, Zhang Zi, who had always remained calm and composed, showed signs of agitation for the first time. She lowered her head, making her face unreadable, only the suppressed voice could be heard. "Yes, I will go to the school affairs department to admit my mistake." After speaking, Zhang Zi turned and left without retorting or saying anything harsh. It seems that the president of Tianwan Society is indeed extraordinary. Even Zhang Zi feels afraid. Of course, how could someone in this position be ordinary? Zhang Feng watched third sister leave. There was not much joy in his heart. He knew that the first confrontation with the Zhang family had begun. "Classmate, I have punished Zhang Zi. If you don't want to be threatened again in the future, then rise up and pursue." Yu Jin did not stay long. He warned and then left the villa area. What happened to Zhang Feng? Even the teachers in the school affairs department are alarmed? I don't know, it seems like an old student from the inner courtyard came to trouble Zhang Feng. Damn, little green dragon is really something, he's actually clashed with Tianwan Society. Many curious students around the villa. They kept looking at Zhang Feng, wanting to know the details. After all, the momentum of Yu Jin's anger was so great that even the sky could tremble. How could they not know? Ignoring the other students, Zhang Feng closed the door, entered the meditation room, sat cross-legged, and began to review. This confrontation with Zhang Zi had temporarily come to an end, and he had gained 2 more months of development time. From the beginning, he had no intention of reconciling with the Zhang family, let alone submitting to Zhang Zi. However, confronting Zhang Zi recklessly was not the best strategy. It was correct to use the rules to benefit oneself and avoid harm. So, let's improve our strength immediately, don't waste these 2 months. Zhang Feng looked through it and finally chose a demon hunting task. Zhang Feng is really arrogant. He even dared to lecture me. After paying a fine of 2,000 credits at the school affairs department, Zhang Zi remained calm, but there was a hint of gloom in her eyes. She had thought that by personally visiting, she could overpower Zhang Feng, but it turned out to be a reversal. She didn't expect this kid to be smart, knowing to involve the academic affairs department. And the timely arrival of Yu Jin was probably due to early notification. But you have made me vigilant, so the next time I act, it will be a fatal blow, leaving you with no room to maneuver. 2,000 credits were just a drop in the bucket for Zhang Zi, not enough to hurt her. The problem was the words Zhang Feng had said. What was the situation during the Beast Tide 14 years ago? Could it be that she had misunderstood Zhang Feng? No, even if there is a misunderstanding, he is not qualified to fight me. When I find out the reason, I will make you kneel down and beg for my forgiveness. Thinking of this, Zhang Zi took out her phone and called Zhang Xuanba. Zi, are you not practicing today? Why are you suddenly calling Dad? The phone was quickly answered, and Zhang Xuanba's voice came through, pretending to be cheerful and a bit flattering. Dad, why didn't you bring Zhang Feng during the beast tide when we were young? Zhang Zi asked straightforwardly. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Xuanba was stunned, obviously a bit at a loss, never expecting his beloved daughter to ask such a question. After a while, Zhang Xuanba muttered, "It was an accident, we couldn't find him when the beast tide came." Such an explanation did not satisfy Zhang Zi, and she continued to ask, "Why couldn't you find him? What happened exactly, and where was Zhang Feng at that time?" This question immediately made Zhang Xuanba angry and embarrassed, shouting, "We couldn't find him, that's it, why do you need a reason? That rebellious son was running around everywhere when the beast tide came. I'll take you to escape. How do we find him? If I find him, his whole family will be buried with him. So it's his own fault. That's his fate. Who told him not to behave and listen obediently? How can you blame me?" Hearing such words, Zhang Ziyuan knew there was no need to ask further and silently hung up the phone. This matter was indeed the fault of her father, but Zhang Feng had held onto it for so many years like a smelly stone in a pit, which was excessive. Do the two sisters know about this? Do they know the truth? Zhang Ziyuan rubbed her temples, thinking to herself. Since they parted ways a year ago, the two sisters had not been in contact for a year, so she didn't know how they were doing. However, judging by the nature of her sisters, if they knew about this matter, their way of handling it would probably be similar to hers. Forget it, the truth is not important. Even if your parents abandon you, you shouldn't harbor resentment. Without parents, you are nothing, you wouldn't have come into this world. This debt of gratitude is enough to repay with your life. Since you are so ignorant of the rules, let me teach you what the rules are. Zhang Ziyuan was not a hesitant ordinary person. She quickly analyzed the situation, cut off unnecessary thoughts, and determined the core of her actions. She continued to suppress Zhang Feng until he admitted his mistake. After driving away Zhang Ziyuan, Zhang Feng took 2 bio-forging marrow pills to try to cultivate more qi and blood. The bio-forging marrow pill was indeed a treasure for forging muscles and veins, with targeted effects far superior to ordinary qi and blood pills. Just 2 pills allowed Zhang Feng to increase his qi and blood points by 300, breaking through to level 26. It's truly a pill worth 100 credits, the effect is really good. I won't rush to do tasks, I'll first fill up my qi and blood. Zhang Feng sighed, spending 2,000 credits to purchase 20 bio-forging marrow pills. Although the price was high, he didn't hesitate or feel sorry. These credits came from the compensation from Zhang Ziyuan, using the enemy's resources to strengthen himself. Not only did he not feel sorry, he felt great. Eat. Zhang Feng resolutely cultivated, with an efficiency of 5 pills a day. In just 4 days he raised his qi and blood to 11,000 points, reaching level 29. 4 days later, Zhang Feng felt satisfied and laughed heartily. Great! My strength has increased again, next is to prepare for breaking through the 3rd rank. He glanced at the time and sent a message, then immediately got up and headed to the dungeon. He was full of interest in this long-known place. Following the guidance of Little Deer Spirit, he arrived at the core area of the holy capital Martial University. Most of the martial artists coming and going here were wearing white robes, or some external martial artists exuding a fierce aura. Although these people were not students of the holy capital Martial University, they were also powerful martial artists. The entrance to the dungeon is just ahead. Zhang Feng looked around. He saw 2 familiar figures walking towards him. They were Xin Chen and Jima, who agreed with Zhang Feng and were ready to hunt down the beasts in the dungeon together. Junior brother, you're amazing. Talented and with an extraordinary background, I didn't expect your sister to be the vice president of the Heavenly Favor Society. Jimeng approached with a surprised and astonished look, examining Zhang Feng from head to toe. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't tell that this year's national champion had such a strong and extraordinary sister. These senior students in their 3rd year had witnessed the legend of Zhang Ziyuan. Old Ji, stop talking. The 2 siblings are fighting, there must be some hidden secrets unknown to outsiders. Don't ask too many questions. Xin Shen waved his hand to stop Jimeng from asking further. He looked at Zhang Feng and said seriously, brother, let me make it clear up front. If you go down to the dungeon with us, I hope we can trust each other to avoid problems. Although this is not a difficult task, the situation under the cave is very complicated, so we don't know what will happen. To avoid problems, it's best for us to establish some ground rules before starting the task. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Senior, rest assured, I won't mess around. Everything is aimed at completing the task." Seeing him say this, Shinshen breathed a sigh of relief, then extended his right hand and said, "Let's wish for a smooth mission. I'm actually looking forward to your performance. After all, not many freshmen can obtain a cave pass." Zhang Feng smiled faintly, didn't say much, and reached out to shake hands with Shinshen. Ji Meng's eyes lit up and he placed his hand on top of theirs. The three of them thus performed a strange handshake ritual. "You crazy monkey, really?" Shinshen shook his head, jokingly scolding Ji Meng. The relationship between the three of them changed invisibly due to this handshake, bringing them closer. They both saw Zhang Feng defeat two celestial guardians. They also heard that after Zhang Feng clashed with Zhang Zi, he was able to retreat unscathed. They immediately knew that he was a warrior with both strength and intelligence, which is why they agreed to go to the cave with him. The two of them were already peak second-tier warriors, but unfortunately lacked a bit in talent, otherwise they would have broken through to the third tier long ago. And with the success of today's mission, there is a high probability that they can break through to the third tier and earn credits. Alright, let's go to the cave. Zhang Jr., feel free to ask if you have any questions. Shinshen led the way towards a magnificent building ahead. Senior, does the first cave only have one entrance? If the cave is active, will new entrances open up leading to the first cave? Zhang Feng curiously asked as they walked along the road. This question was related to whether the first cave was dangerous. Junior, you are right. The cave indeed has many passages, all leading to the same place. So besides our school, there are several entrances to the first cave in the country, but very few people know about them. Because most entrances are blocked to prevent misuse by malicious individuals, it would be very dangerous if these entrances were not blocked. But you don't need to worry too much, as the battles in the shallow caves are not as bloody as imagined. The more intense battles occur in the middle and deep caves, but that doesn't concern us, Shinshen patiently explained. The three of them arrived at the building and entered the interior after scanning their wristbands. The building was very eerie, with a giant cave with a diameter of 50 meters, resembling a devouring mouth. Many warriors who entered the cave disappeared in an instant. Alright, Junior, let's go in. Make sure to stay close to the person in front of you and don't get distracted, Shinshen instructed, leading the way to the entrance of the cave. Let's go, buddy, it's your first time entering the cave, so be careful of your own energy and blood agitation later. Ji Meng grinned and followed Shinshen's footsteps. This is the Blue Star martial arts realm below, the most brutal place for fighting in battles. Zhang Feng took a deep breath, filled with excitement, and followed behind Ji Meng into the cave. Large lighting lamps were installed on both sides of the cave. Underfoot was a winding, spiraling downward path, as if leading to the depths of a mountain. But in less than 5 minutes, Shinshen at the front shouted, "We're here." Then Zhang Feng felt a strange sensation in his body. It was as if he had entered another world, with a slight change in gravity causing his energy and blood to boil slightly. He had been vigilant about this, and quickly activated the whale sea breathing technique to control his agitated energy and blood. Well done, truly a genius, instantly controlling your own agitation. Two people in front were secretly observing, and when they saw the scene, they couldn't help but show a look of shock in their eyes. They hadn't forgotten how embarrassed they were when they first entered the dungeon. Especially Ji Meng, who even made a big fool of himself at that time. This led to him being teased by his peers for a while. This is Dungeon No. 1, just like the photo, it's really a grassland. Zhang Feng breathed in the fresh air, felt the texture of the soil under his feet, and felt it was very unreal. Let's go, let's get the mission documents. Shinshen greeted and led the way ahead, obviously very familiar with this place. Not far away stood a huge city. The appearance was very simple, just ordinary tall buildings, but it was extremely shocking. Junior brother, welcome to the new world, the birthplace of martial arts. Ji Meng opened his mouth wide, smiling brightly and warmly. The New World City is far more prosperous than the holy capital. This prosperity does not refer to technology and architecture, but to the prosperity of martial arts. Because here, everywhere you look, there are martial artists. Or rather, only martial artists have the qualifications to enter this New World City. This city, it is born for martial arts. Martial arts are indeed prosperous here. Zhang Feng looked around and felt quite emotional. The first feeling of entering the New World City was very novel. The shops on both sides were showing off their skills to attract customers. Some prominently displayed a large number of fierce beast corpses, with a strong smell of blood. The blacksmith shop demonstrated on the street, clashing two weapons to show the superiority of their weapons. The alchemy shop had beautiful and outstanding female martial artists promoting elixirs. Anything related to martial arts can be found here. Zhang Feng took a quick look and found many well-known domestic and foreign enterprises. These large enterprises all have shops here. However, he didn't look too closely and just followed Shin-chan and the others to a building. The martial artists coming in and out of here were fierce and emitted a strong aura, with even blood stains on their weapons, and even some blood that hadn't been wiped clean. The situation in the dungeon is more dangerous than I imagined. Even on the border, I haven't seen so many blood-stained martial artists. Zhang Feng observed others calmly in his heart. After the three entered the building, Shin-chan nudged Ji Meng with his elbow, his eyes hinting, as if saying, "Old Ji, it's up to you." The two of them had clear division of labor, and matters involving dealing with people were often handed over to Ji Meng, the social cow. "Alright, watch me perform." Ji Meng combed his hair stylishly, walked to the counter with a smile on his face, and said to a middle-aged lady with glasses, "Teacher Wang, we're here to collect the mission documents." Teacher Wang raised her glasses, glanced at the three of them, and said, "Scan your wristbands." There was a machine on the counter that looked like a card reader. The three of them approached one by one and scanned their wristbands on the machine. With a beep, their information was read. Teacher Wang glanced at the computer, her previously indifferent expression instantly turning surprised. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, and glanced at Zhang Feng. Obviously, she knew he was a freshman. "Well done, our Holy Capital Martial Arts University has produced another talented martial artist. Classmate, I wish you a successful journey in martial arts." Teacher Wang smiled, charming and sweet, making people feel warm. Zhang Feng didn't expect to be praised as soon as he arrived in the dungeon, and he thanked her. "Thank you for your praise, I will work hard." Shin-chan and Ji Meng beside him looked at each other, both with envy on their faces. They had been rolling around in the dungeon for a while. During this time, they had completed several tasks, but they had never seen Teacher Wang smile at them. "Alright, let's go, don't disturb Teacher Wang's work." Ji Meng pursed his lips, feeling a pang of bitterness, and quickly said. The three left the mission hall. Each opened their wristbands to check the mission documents. Kill 50 golden bison, basic reward 500 credits. The task information is simple and clear. Attached below is a map, marking the area where the golden bison are located. "Junior, this is the second time Ji Meng and I have hunted golden bison. We have experience, so we decided to buy 2 pounds of fierce sunfruit. Fierce sunfruit is a fruit that golden bison love to eat. Once it appears, it will definitely attract them. As for the cost of the fierce sunfruit, Ji Meng and I will cover it. I wanted to tell you in advance to avoid any misunderstandings." As a senior and elder brother, Shin-chan felt it was necessary to give some benefits to Zhang Feng. Whether it's for now or the future, building a good relationship with a genius has no downsides. "No, elder brother, let's share this cost together. I wouldn't feel right if I benefited alone." Zhang Feng shook his head resolutely. "Junior, are you sure?" Ji Meng, who was beside them, was moved and asked again. "Yes, since we are teaming up today, let's split this cost evenly," Zhang Feng said calmly. "Since the junior brother is willing, let's three share the cost of this fierce sunfruit." Shin-chan nodded and smiled slightly. After speaking, Shin-chan led the way to a wealth-attracting business. Although the name was common, the shop inside was lively. Many warriors were browsing goods or bargaining. It was more like a market than a business, noisy and bustling with people arguing. Shin-chan went to a counter confidently and knocked on the table, saying, "Shaolin, give me 2 pounds of fierce sunfruit." "Dear guest, please wait a moment, I will prepare it for you right away." Shaolin had a simple and honest face. When he saw a customer, he immediately went to get the goods. The heavy goods in his hands seemed as light as straw, giving the impression that he was also a warrior. It was quite unexpected. Even a shop assistant here was a warrior. But in the New World City, it was quite common. "Alright, here are the 2 pounds of fierce sunfruit you requested. Will you be paying by card?" Shaolin brought a metal box and placed it in front of Shin-chan, showing a very enthusiastic attitude. Shin-chan didn't rush to make the payment. He opened the box and carefully inspected the quality of each fierce sunfruit. After studying for 3 minutes and confirming that each fruit was flawless, he nodded in satisfaction. "Well, these fierce sunfruits are in excellent condition, without any defects. I'll pay by card." After saying that, Shin-chan handed over an identity card. "Of course, our wealth-attracting business values its reputation the most. For many years, we have been honest and will not deceive any customer." Shaolin took the identity card with a smile on his face. As the card swiped through the machine, the transaction was completed. "Alright, let's set off." Shin-chan picked up the box contentedly. The three of them left the business and arrived at another city gate in the New World. The buildings on both sides of the road here were surprisingly stables, housing horses with proud postures. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these horses were covered in black scales, with purple hooves. Have these beasts been tamed? Zhang Feng was somewhat incredulous. It was well known that beasts were cruel and bloodthirsty, lacking any humanity. Countless people had tried to tame beasts to use them for their own purposes and to solve a major human disaster, but all attempts had failed. They are not tamed. These purple-hoofed horses are genetically modified creatures. They are not very strong, but they have good endurance. Xin Shen, seeing Zhang Feng's surprise, chuckled and explained. The group approached a stall with a sign hanging above it, indicating it was the Amino's horse shop. Zhang Feng carefully observed the horses and noticed that they were all robust and energetic, with a deep purple color on all four hooves. In ancient times, these would have been considered top-quality horses, coveted even by emperors. Xin Shen went forward to communicate with the staff at the horse shop, preparing to rent the purple-hoofed horses. Ji Meng saw Zhang Feng's curiosity and explained on the side. These purple-hoof horses are the main means of transportation in the shallow underground caves. If you use a car, there are problems with endurance. The food for purple-hoof horses is abundant in the first cave, and vibrations easily attract the attention of ferocious beasts. In situations where there is no way out, the horses can also be used as food. Zhang Feng nodded and asked, "Senior, how much does it cost to rent a purple-hoof horse?" At this time, Xin Shen led 6 purple-hoof horses over and happened to hear the question, explaining, "The cost of a purple-hoof horse is 100,000 per day. This cost is not expensive, and selling some golden wild buffalo will earn it back. The 3 of us will ride 3 horses and rotate with 3 more. We can even use the loot to bring back the purple-hoof horses. And we are students of the Holy Capital Martial Arts University, so we don't need a deposit. If we fail to bring back the purple-hoof horses, we will have to compensate with 200 credits, 100,000 per day. 6 purple-hoof horses are 60,000 in one day. It's like burning money." Zhang Feng marveled. The higher the level of martial arts, the lower the monetary value. High-level martial artists tend to barter, exchanging for resources that benefit them. Ji Meng shook his head and added a sentence. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. The 3 turned to see a group of warriors in red combat suits arguing. "Your horses are the problem. They get scared to death when they see ferocious beasts." "That's right, clearly your horses have a problem. How can you blame us?" "Senior brothers are right. Do you think our Hurricane Martial Arts Hall is easy to mess with?" These warriors had a flame emblem on their chests, with crossed swords on the edges of the emblem. They were arguing with Amino's staff, seemingly saying that the purple-hoof horses died, and it wasn't their fault. Surprisingly, their skin was brown, their hair slightly curly, not from the Dragon Kingdom. Could these people be from the Martial Arts Alliance? Zhang Feng recognized the origin of the emblem and asked. "That's right, they are members of the Martial Arts Alliance." New World City is one of the 5 major cities in the Dragon Kingdom underground caves, with several entrances worldwide, so foreign martial artists are common in the underground world. Xin Shen glanced and explained. In the Blue Star, there are 5 major superpowers, with various sizes of martial arts schools remaining outside. These martial arts schools are spread all over the world, wherever there are martial artists. The 10 most powerful martial arts schools are organized into the Martial Arts Alliance, recruiting martial artists from all over the world. Although the overall strength of the Martial Arts Alliance is not to be underestimated, internally it is divided and unable to resist superpowers. In addition to the Martial Arts Alliance and the underground caves, there are many evil martial artists, foreign martial artists, and various small and large forces, a mix of dragons and snakes, extremely complex situations. But there are abundant martial arts resources here, so even though people die every day, countless martial artists flock here. Xin Shan sighed. In the real martial arts world, there is no righteousness or morality. Especially since the Blue Star does not produce martial arts resources, the underground fights are bloody and brutal, following the law of the jungle of the survival of the fittest. Even though one can hunt ferocious beasts on land, to make blood chi pills, one must come down to the underground caves to collect herbs. Let's talk as we walk, don't get involved in the commotion. Xin Shen glanced at the increasingly excited foreign warriors and said. The group led the purple hoof horses away. "So, Senior, have you been to the middle-level underground caves or seen the people of the Purple Waystar?" Zhang Feng looked around but did not see the legendary people of the Purple Waystar, filled with curiosity. Most of the shallow underground caves are occupied by low-level martial artists, the middle-level caves are for mid-level martial artists, and the deep caves are naturally for high-level martial artists. I have never been to the middle layer of the cave, but I heard that there is a barrier between the caves, and one needs to pay a certain price to enter the middle layer. Moreover, it is also difficult to come back after entering the middle layer of the cave, and the deeper you go into the cave, the greater the resistance. On the contrary, the people of the purple ghost star want to enter our world through the cave, and it is the same. We in the middle and shallow layers of the cave basically have no chance to see the people of the purple ghost star. And I heard from the seniors before that the people of the purple ghost star are unpredictable, only appearing in some elusive rumors, and most warriors have not seen them. Ji Mang is a sociable person. Once the relationship is established, he can't stop talking. When he heard Zhang Feng's question, he spoke a lot in one breath. Originally, Zhang Feng thought that the situation on the blue star was very critical, but now it seems not so serious. So, why haven't the people of the purple ghost star launched a massive attack on the blue star? After thinking for a while, he gave up on random thoughts. There is too little information known. It's meaningless to research further. Let's go, let's try to find the golden bison herd within 3 days. The group stopped chatting and rode their purple hoof horses out of the New World City, heading straight for the wilderness. Every so often, there was a 10-meter-high lighthouse. These lighthouses are landmarks. Otherwise, in this vast green grassland, it is easy to lose direction and unknowingly fall into danger. Shinshen occasionally stopped, slowed down, and observed if anyone was following behind. After several tests, they confirmed that there were no issues, and the three of them continued on their journey with peace of mind. The three of them ran wildly for 3 days and 2 nights, and a large river appeared before them. The river meandered like a snake, flowing endlessly. They didn't know where it led to, nor where its source was. Junior, you must remember that when different geographical features appear in the cave, it often signifies a threat. Moreover, within the cave, the reliability of the map is not high. No one knows if the terrain has changed after you've slept for a while. There are often cases where warriors wake up to find themselves surrounded by ferocious beasts. Ji Meng shook his head, lamenting the unlucky one's fate. We are getting close to the golden bison herd. We need to be more careful from here on. After Shinshen said this, he looked around the surroundings. After observing for a while, he felt it was safe, dismounted, checked the grassland, and occasionally picked up some soil, sniffing it lightly under his nose. Zhang Feng found it strange to watch. Junior, our senior Ji is very talented in tracking and hunting. You are absolutely right to team up with us. Otherwise, in this cave, you wouldn't know where to find the animal groups. Shinshan sat on his horse, chuckling. That's all I'm good at. Don't flatter me. Later, when hunting the golden bison, I will rely on you, Junior. Ji Meng held some soil in his hand, seeming to have discovered something. Shinshan looked at the calm river not far away, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. It was too dangerous for a river to appear out of nowhere and go unnoticed. No one knew what dangerous beasts lurked within this river. Therefore, they must not blindly cross it. Otherwise, being careless while crossing the river could easily lead to being devoured by the fish. I have found the trace of the golden bison. Let's go. We will probably see them soon. If you encounter any dangerous situation, do not hesitate to run immediately. Face is not as important as life. Shinshen solemnly warned, mounted his horse again, and led the way ahead. As he said, half an hour later, a large herd of bison appeared before them. These bison were shining with golden light all over, standing at a height of 3 meters, with explosive muscles, looking very formidable. Found them. The three of them stopped their purple hoof horses and observed the bison herd from a distance. We will dig a few traps in place, lure the herd of wild buffalo over, cut and separate the herd of wild buffalo, and then slowly kill them. Shinshen, a seasoned junior student, quickly decided on tactics based on the terrain. He had already prepared to take out a dozen landmines from his backpack. These landmines did not cause much damage, not enough to kill the second-tier golden wild buffalo, but enough to cause panic among the golden wild buffalo herd and disrupt their formation. Lao Ji, place the purple hoof horses properly, don't scare them away later, each one is worth 200 credits. Ji Meng, who had cooperated with Shinshen many times, smiled and said, leave it to me. He was also experienced, leading 6 purple-skinned horses a few hundred meters away and securing them. After setting up the landmines, Shinshen looked at his 2 teammates and said, after attracting the herd of golden wild buffalo later, I will be the main attacker, and you two will be the assistants. If the situation is not good, retreat. After killing 10 golden wild buffalo, we will rotate the main attacker. Any questions? No problem, the two said in unison, without any objections. Shinshen nodded, took out a few fiery fruits, and threw them towards the herd of golden wild buffalo. The fruits arched through the air and landed in the midst of the buffalo herd, causing a commotion. The golden wild buffalo lowered their heads and began to gnaw wildly. Very good, they took the bait. Shinshen was pleased, and he threw a few more fiery fruits, this time closer, luring the buffalo towards them. This process repeated several times, and the buffalo were now approaching the three of them at 500 meters. A large group of countless golden wild buffalo, staring straight at them, their eyes bursting with crimson light. Their massive bodies and imposing presence brought immense pressure. It was clearly dangerous to be surrounded by the buffalo herd without separating them. Be careful, the herd of buffalo is about to enter the minefield. Shinshen knew he had to make sacrifices to achieve his goal. He threw all the fiery fruits from the box. Countless fiery fruits fell into the minefield like a shower of flowers. The strong scent of the fruits filled the air. The golden wild buffalo couldn't resist the attraction of the fiery fruits. Even with warriors in front of them, they wanted to feast on them. Boom! When the golden wild buffalo stepped into the mine trap, the earth trembled, and countless flashes of fire exploded, disorienting the buffalo. The herd of golden wild buffalo was thrown into chaos, with many of them fleeing. Although the buffalo in the minefield were disoriented and injured, they were not seriously harmed, let alone killed by the explosions. As the level of the beasts increased, their bodies became stronger, as hard as diamonds, making it impossible for mere landmines to kill them. This was why it was necessary to develop martial arts vigorously, as conventional weapons had little effect on beasts, especially those with special physiques. "Let's go!" Shinshen shouted, taking out his own weapon, which turned out to be two double-edged swords. The swords were a palm wide and half a person tall, with flame patterns engraved on the blades. "Flame slash!" he roared, his blood bursting forth, turning into flames covering the blades, fiercely striking the golden wild buffalo. With one slash, the golden wild buffalo's skin split open, muscles and bones bursting, showing the tremendous power, very powerful. Shinshen consumed blood madly, using his swordsmanship without hesitation, continuously killing the golden wild buffalo. Lao Chen is mighty. Every strike is fiery. Every strike is critical. Ji Meng shouted playfully, following suit and taking out his weapon. His weapon was a long sword, with a powerful thrust, stabbing the golden wild buffalo. With a loud bang, a wound the size of a bowl exploded, deep enough to see the bone. "Let's get started then." Zheng Feng's feet flickered with electricity, and the rainstorm pear blossom spear turned into countless spear shadows. The three of them killed more than 20 golden wild buffalo in a row. Later, they discovered a herd of wild buffalo in the distance and turned around to charge at them. These golden buffalo clearly had a leader. Realizing they had fallen into a human trap, they became angry and turned to attack. "Let's go, these buffalo can't run as fast as the purple hoof horses. If we use the purple hoof horses to pull a distance, the lagging buffalo will appear." Shinshen, with great experience, shouted and ran back to the purple hoof horses with two others. The three mounted their horses and ran without looking back. The golden buffalo, seeing the enemy flee, became even angrier and charged furiously. Ji Meng sat provocatively on horseback, holding a large bow, and drew the bow to full moon. Swish! An arrow with a small whirlwind shot out, breaking the air and hitting a buffalo. At the moment of contact, countless wind blades exploded, tearing the buffalo's body apart, blood flowing. The injured golden buffalo became even angrier, continued to chase frantically, but the bleeding only weakened it, causing it to collapse shortly after. Soon, the leader of the golden buffalo realized something, raised its head to the sky and howled, trying to stop the pursuit. Most of the buffalo stopped in their tracks and turned to flee. Zhang Feng seized this opportunity, immediately turned the purple hoof horses and charged at the golden buffalo. "Kill!" he shouted, consuming a lot of energy and blood, summoning 6 water dragons to charge at the buffalo herd. Like an ancient general, wherever his spear went, no one could stop him. Not a single golden buffalo could withstand a blow from him. "So strong!" Shinshen and Ji Meng exclaimed, taking this opportunity to harvest the lives of the fallen buffalo one by one. With the three working together, they killed more than half of the chasing buffalo, scaring the golden buffalo into howling. The buffalo herd turned and fled, no longer daring to trouble the three. "Junior brother, you are truly gifted. I see the power of your secret technique, it must have reached perfection." Shinshen's eyes were sharp, his tone both surprised and admiring. "This secret technique suits my talent very well, so I mastered it quickly," Zheng Feng modestly replied. But this was also true, from the small to the large, the water dragon's song was comprehended purely through insight, without consuming evolution points. After all, an S-level talent was never just for show. It's just that he had too many things to do before and didn't have time to slowly comprehend it. Tisk, I'm touched and heartbroken for this year's freshmen. Being in the same year as a genius like you, they are destined to be overshadowed. Ji Meng shook his head, feeling emotional. It's terrifying to think about it. A student who had just entered the Holy Capital Martial Arts Academy, not even a month in, had a combat power that could rival the seniors. A few days ago, Zhang Feng even defeated 2 Celestial Guardians in the arena without any pressure. Now it seems that in those 2 battles, he probably didn't even use his full strength. It's unimaginable. Among this year's freshmen, who can stop him? Or is there anyone who can compete with him? Perhaps only the previous Celestial Guardians, those seniors who entered the inner courtyard, have a chance to compete with this genius. Junior brother, you are too modest. Although we have all mastered the perfected secret technique and our strength seems similar to yours, you are 2 years younger than us. Shin sighed beside him. What is the saying? The rising tide pushes the former wave onto the beach. That's reality. When they first entered the Holy Capital Martial Arts Academy, they were just ignorant kids. After 2 years of cultivation, they understood the terrifying gap in talent. 2 seniors, stop flattering me. If you keep going, and I mess up in the freshman competition, it will be on your heads. Don't blame me then, Zhang Feng chuckled and joked. The 3 smiled at each other, and after this cooperation and conversation, their relationship grew closer. Enough talk, let's harvest the spoils of war. We took the horns of the wild buffalo. This is the most valuable part of the golden buffalo and also the designated item for the mission. As long as we gather 50 pairs, we can successfully complete the mission. Shin Chen concluded this topic and personally demonstrated. His technique was very skillful, teaching Zhang Feng how to remove the horns intact without harming them. Zhang Feng changed to a small knife and followed suit in removing the buffalo horns. The 3 of them quickly finished, collecting a total of 53 pairs of buffalo horns, packaging them together and tying them to the sides of the purple-hoofed horses. Goo! Suddenly, a roar echoed from the river. The water surface churned, as if something was about to emerge from the water. Not good, something has been lured out by the smell of blood, let's leave quickly. Shin Chen was startled and quickly signaled the other 2 to mount their horses and leave. They quickly moved away from the river at the fastest speed. No one knew what ferocious beast lay beneath the turbulent river surface. If they encountered a particularly powerful beast, it would be dangerous. The 3 of them rode on the purple-hoofed horses and ran several hundred meters in one breath. Then they heard a bang. A huge creature leaped out of the river, splashing countless water droplets onto the grass. As a light drizzle fell, the 3 of them could see the appearance of this ferocious beast. It turned out to be an incredibly huge toad-like beast, comparable in size to a 10-meter-long super trailer, with a rough back covered in poisonous sores. It's actually a 4th-order beast, the river-swallowing toad. Fortunately, this thing is lazy by nature and won't attack us actively. Shin Chen glanced at the river-swallowing toad with lingering fear and a hint of relief. Most beasts have a cruel and bloodthirsty nature, with a kill-or-be-killed mentality. When encountering more ferocious beasts, they would actively attack humans. However, in this world of wonders, there are also a few beasts with lazy and unexpectedly harmless natures. Although the river-swallowing toad wouldn't actively attack humans, it was still dangerous to approach it. Goo! The river-swallowing toad opened its mouth wide, its long tongue curling up the body of the golden buffalo, enjoying its meal. Although the golden buffalo was already huge, it was still insignificant compared to this massive creature. The scene resembled a giant having a meal, with its food being only the size of a finger. It's a pity about these beast meats, they would have been quite valuable if sold to merchants. Ji-Mang clicked his tongue, feeling a bit sorry at the sight. Forget it, losing some money is fine. After all, it's a 4th-order beast, and we don't need to provoke it. Let's just complete the mission and go back. Shin Chen was honest and steady, not wanting to invite trouble. The river-swallowing toad was massive in size, and its weight was terrifying. If it turned hostile and jumped into the air, it could easily turn the 3 of them into minced meat. A 4th-order beast, how many evolution points would it be worth? Before leaving, Zhang Feng deeply looked at the river-swallowing toad. If there was a good opportunity, he would hunt and kill the 4th-order beast. After all, it was an astronomical number of evolution points. But unfortunately, today was not the day. Dusk, the 3 of them found a place, dug a hole, and used it as a campsite for camping. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, 29 levels, Talent, Ancient Green Dragon, S, Health, 11,000, plus, Spirit, 6,530, plus, Martial Skills, Water Dragon's Song, Mastered, Thunder Dragon's Fury, Beginner, Lightning Speed, Mastered, Wave Palm, Beginner. Techniques, Whale Sea Breathing Technique, 2nd Layer Mastered, True Scale Secret, Mastered, Star Flying Visualization Technique, Beginner, Evolution Points, 3,400. After eating, Zhang Feng finally had time to take stock. Opening the panel, he saw that he had accumulated over 3,000 evolution points. I will comprehend martial skills and techniques on my own, no need to waste evolution points. Next, I will push all the 2nd-tier techniques to the mastered level to enhance my combat power. Once my combat power reaches its peak, I can start improving the Whale Sea Breathing Technique. After resolving the matter of the cult's underground lair, I will break through to the 3rd stage. During this time, I have been practicing the flying star visualization method to elevate my mental attributes, ideally catching up to my vitality and blood values. Close the panel. Zhang Feng had already planned out his strategy. This time descending into the underground lair, he also successfully gained more experience and completed the mission satisfactorily. With still more than half the time left until the appointment in January, it was enough for him to perfect his various martial skills. 2 hours later, Ji Meng jumped down and said, "It's your turn, junior brother." Zhang Feng nodded, holding his long spear as he walked out of the pit. He looked up at the sky, pondering to himself, "This underground lair is truly mysterious. I wonder why it also experiences day and night changes. It feels like some kind of force is causing it, forcibly creating a set of rules similar to those of the Blue Star." Just as the day was breaking, the three of them set off again, but this time the purple hoof horse carrying the bullhorn was slightly slower than before. Just as it reached noon, suddenly, a very high howl erupted in the distance. They had just heard the sound. Several arrows shot towards them. Someone is attacking. The same thought crossed the minds of the three of them simultaneously. Someone is attacking. Run, don't be sitting ducks. Run! Shinshen roared loudly, immediately urging the purple hoof horse to gallop in pain. His expression was a mix of shock and anger, with sweat beads the size of beans forming on his forehead. Looking around, they did not see the enemy's figure, only a large number of arrows coming from behind. Zhang Feng and Ji Meng also frantically drove the purple hoof horse, while wielding their weapons to knock down the incoming arrows one by one. "Old Ji, have you found the enemy?" Shinshen swung his dual blades frantically, creating a dense net of blades, anxiously asking. Ji Meng squinted his eyes like an eagle surveying the world. Suddenly, he shuddered, sharp light bursting from his eyes as he shouted loudly. "Found him, 36 degrees northwest, 700 meters away. That damn bastard only knows how to play dirty tricks. We'll cover you, take him out. We can't afford to be worn down by him anymore." Shinshen was already overwhelmed by the relentless attacks, roaring to the sky. To break free, they had to take out the enemy's archers, or they would be at a disadvantage if it dragged on. After all, they didn't know if there were any other ambushes along the way. If they fell into a trap, the situation would become even more dangerous. The herd of golden bison from yesterday would be their fate today. "Alright, watch me, I'll definitely give this bastard a headshot." Ji Meng bent his bow with both hands, his chi and blood flowing rapidly within him, swirling around the arrows. To kill this enemy, he went all out, using his true skills. Bang! Headshot! Ji Meng released his hands, adding sound effects for himself. Whether he was nervous or not, he remained calm even in this situation of being attacked. The arrow flew through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound that made their hearts race. A figure in the distance jumped up, trying to dodge the arrow, but the arrow was faster than his reaction. In an instant, with a bang, the wind blade swept through the grass, lifting up a large patch of soil. Ah! The figure screamed in pain, falling to the ground, their fate unknown. "Well done, old G." Shinshen turned to look, feeling uplifted, taking out the long-range attacker. Now it was up to the opponent's next move. Hee, a piece of cake. Ji Meng chuckled, his smile still on his face. But the next second, the fire flickered, followed by a bang. A landmine exploded, hitting the purple hoof horse. The method they used to deal with the golden bison was now being used against them. It seemed like they were about to be in a dire situation. Zhang Feng waved his long spear, summoning 6 water dragons that clashed with the flames. At the same time, the water dragons lifted the purple hoof horse and continued moving forward to avoid falling into the minefield. "Great! Junior Zhang, your move was brilliant. Like the blood and energy of a 4th-level warrior have spirit." Ji Meng looked at the water dragon under his feet, unable to conceal his shock. After speaking, he turned to Shinshen and asked, "Old Shin, what should we do? Should we abandon the bullhorn and give up on this mission?" Shinshen's face tightened, his lips, constantly scanning the surroundings, trying to find the attackers. The grassland was vast, endless, with no other figures in sight. Although it seemed there were no cover on flat ground and it was hard to hide, in reality, it was not the case. As long as a pit was dug out and camouflaged, it could form a good disguise. "No rush, they haven't attacked again, let's see the situation." Shinshen was reluctant to abandon the wild bullhorn and didn't want to let his efforts go to waste. If one is scared off by someone, they would have to give up their achievements. Then they should never enter the underground cave again. Before he could finish his sentence, attack! Suddenly, 8 people emerged from the ground, stabbing Zhang Feng and others with spears in their hands. They covered their heads and faces, draped in a layer of grass blanket, disguising themselves seamlessly. These people were too good at hiding, waiting until the purple-hoofed horse was in front of them before launching an attack. They didn't give Zhang Feng and the others any reaction time. Good timing. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. In the midst of life and death, he directly thrust his spear against spear. The next second, the spear tips collided, and at the same time, the purple-hoofed horse was stabbed, emitting a painful howl. But Zhang Feng also stabilized himself with a spear. He gripped the spear handle with both hands, kicked with both legs, like a pole-vaulting athlete, flying half of his body into the air. At the same time, his blood and energy erupted, displaying the secret technique of water dragon song. 6 water dragons appeared out of thin air, crazily colliding and attacking the enemies. The attackers did not expect Zhang Feng to react so quickly and counterattack so fiercely. Caught off guard, they were directly knocked back by the water dragons. Only one person held a large hammer to break through the water dragons, glaring at Zhang Feng. Evil warriors, they are the villains wanted on a bounty. Today we can only fight to the death. Xin Chen recognized the opponent's origin, gritting his teeth. The underground cave was a dangerous area, many times more dangerous than the wilderness. Warriors not only had to hunt down ferocious beasts but also guard against attacks from other warriors. Sometimes the underground cave would undergo changes in terrain, leading to repeated attacks. At this moment, there was no time to think about the golden bull horn. The enemies had already reached them, and they could only fight to the death. The masked men did not speak, rushing up in unison, surrounding the 3 of them separately. 3 against Zhang Feng, 2 against Xin Chen, 2 against Ji Meng, and 1 person as a roaming support. Transform into a dragon. Zhang Feng's eyes were cold. He shouted lowly, decisively entering a state. A large amount of water vapor gathered on his forehead, forming 2 water column-like dragon horns. At the same time, streams of blood and energy surged out of his pores, condensing into dragon scales on the surface of his skin. The enemy's attacks followed suit. The 3 of them cooperated seamlessly, timing their attacks very well, launching attacks from top, middle, and bottom simultaneously, blocking all escape routes for Zhang Feng. The martial arts world is indeed full of dangers, but also incredibly exciting. Even martial artists with poor talent can have ingenious ideas and kill stronger opponents with weaker attacks. In the midst of danger, Zhang Feng smiled at this moment, his heart unusually calm. Even through this incident, he engaged in self-reflection. What fear is there in death? Can becoming a 9th-level martial saint ensure eternal existence and look down on longevity? No. In life, what matters is not the length but how many exciting moments there are. Even if these exciting moments hide countless dangers, one must learn to enjoy them, learn to have no regrets even in death. At this moment, fortune reached his heart. Zhang Feng swept his spear, 2 streams of blood and energy in his body exerted force together. 6 water dragons intertwined with thunderous light burst out, colliding with the 3 people in front of him. The fusion of the 2 great secrets increased their power once again. The masked trio immediately came into contact with the secret technique. In an instant, their eyes were filled with horror. The terrifying power combined with endless thunder directly tore apart their body-refining techniques. The trio let out a miserable scream, flying backward, their robes stained red with blood. This move is really strong, but it also consumes a lot. Zhang Feng's face turned pale, quickly replenishing his energy and blood. He had been contemplating for a long time. He had been trying to combine the Water Dragon's song and Thunder Dragon's fury, but had failed repeatedly. Unexpectedly, he achieved it today by chance. Perhaps this is also why so many warriors actively seek battles. There is great terror and pressure between life and death, but as long as one can endure it, it will be a great harvest. This move is called overturning the river and sea. One move severely injured 3 evil warriors. A name appeared in Zhang Feng's mind, strengthening his determination to obtain the Dragon Roar Spear technique. If he could obtain this 4th-tier martial skill, he could greatly enhance his own strength. Perhaps he could also draw parallels and further perfect overturning the river and sea. Damn, he's just one person, yet he can rival 3 second-tier warriors. The evil warrior wielding dual hammers was shocked, but he immediately realized something. Zhang Feng's use of this secret technique must consume a considerable amount of energy, making it the best time to kill him. Third brother, you deal with this brat. The big man roared and charged forward, his dual hammers like a mountain, smashing towards Zhang Feng. Is he really that powerful? Or is he just pretending? I don't even know who this third brother he mentioned is. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, wielding his storm pear blossom spear against the large hammer. The clash of weapons produced a loud bang. At the same time, Zhang Feng felt a chilling killing intent rushing towards his back. Before he could react, a powerful force struck his back, sending countless scales flying. He really has help. The blow caused intense pain in Zhang Feng's internal organs. A metallic taste of blood surged in his throat. He endured the pain, erupting his energy and blood once again, sweeping around with his spear. Overturning the river and sea. 6 water dragons entwined with lightning rushed out, directly devouring the person behind him, who let out a scream before falling silent. No! Third brother. The giant hammer-wielding man was furious, realizing it was his misjudgment that led to third brother's death. Who would have thought that this young student had such a strong energy and blood, capable of consecutively unleashing 2 powerful secret techniques? He was truly a monster. I'll make you pay. The giant also unleashed a secret technique, his dual hammers enveloped in a hazy light, striking down at Zhang Feng. He vowed to kill Zhang Feng as quickly as possible to avenge third brother. Golden Pupil Shooting Star. Zhang Feng suddenly raised his head, his pupils emitting a yellow light. A large amount of mental energy was consumed, transforming into a star that flew straight into the giant's forehead. The giant was stunned, frozen in place, motionless. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Feng's legs burst with lightning, using the lightning step technique, his spear carrying an unmatched momentum, fiercely piercing through the giant's chest. Ah! Mental attack. You can actually use a mental attack. The terrifying pain assaulted the giant's brain. His eyes cleared, then filled with pain and a hint of regret. If only he had known, he wouldn't have attacked. He had thought that the university student would be easy to bully, but he didn't expect him to be so formidable. Water blade burst. Zhang Feng's face remained expressionless as he once again activated his energy and blood. The water blades covering his spear exploded, directly destroying the giant's internal organs. He fell straight back, his eyes lifeless as he stared at the vast sky. The leader is dead. The remaining evil warriors, seeing the giant fall, began to stir. With the leader dead, their morale instantly wavered. They were caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Daring to surround and attack a student from the holy capital Martial University, you are truly seeking death. Do you think you can win? Wishful thinking. Xin Shen had several wounds on his body, the pain making his eyes bloodshot as he roared in anger. Swinging his dual blades, he created a dense net of blades, causing the 2 in front of him to feel miserable. That's right. That's right. You guys, Ji Danya, are geniuses from the holy capital Martial University, all of you should die. Ji Meng laughed heartily, his laughter filled with a sense of pride. However, his injuries were even more severe than Xin Shen's. He was now at his last gasp, and his tough talk was just to boost his morale. Help Ji Meng first. Zhang Feng scanned the battlefield and quickly analyzed the situation of his 2 teammates. Kill. Zhang Feng stomped his feet, causing the ground to crack and soil to fly. In the blink of an eye, he sprinted behind a warrior wielding a knife. Without hesitation, the spear of the violent rain and pear blossoms, carrying immense power, stabbed towards the man's back. Damn! He has used 2 secret techniques in a row and still has the strength to deal with me? The man, also experienced in battle, rotated his blade, crouched down, trying to block the spear. His idea was good, but he underestimated Zhang Feng's combat experience. With a deft twist of his wrist, Zhang Feng abruptly changed the spear from a stab to a slash, ruthlessly smashing the unguarded back of the evil warrior. Junior brother, well done. Today, we will eliminate the evil for the people and kill all these evil warriors. Ji Meng laughed heartily and shot 3 rapid arrows. The remaining evil warrior who was besieging Ji Meng was frightened by Zhang Feng. When he regained his senses, he deflected 2 arrows but was hit in the abdomen by the remaining one. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng pierced his chest with a spear. Let's go! There are 2 more wanted criminals. I will assist you in killing them. Ji Meng's spirits were lifted. He took 2 pills and resumed shooting arrows. 2 arrows swirling with wind shot towards the 2 evil warriors surrounding Xin Shen. Oh no! The 2 men felt their impending doom. One of them, in a moment of desperation, shouted, I surrender. Don't kill me. Xin Shen's eyes flashed. He stopped his attack and pointed at the other man, commanding, you surrender, then attack him. Evil warriors had no bottom line. For their own benefit, they would stop at nothing. Upon hearing Xin Shen's words, the surrendering evil warrior, in order to survive, decisively turned on his companion with a sword. Betrayal now offered a chance to live. Hesitation meant death. Tao Lu, you fool. The companion, in agony, after a few moves, died at the hands of Tao Lu. To show his sincerity, Tao Lu paid a heavy price to reluctantly kill his companion. He breathed a sigh of relief, showing a sense of relief in his eyes. How about taking me back to the New World City and handing me over to the Martial Bureau? The answer to him was double swords. Xin Shen immediately attacked, hitting Tao Lu's shoulder. You students dare to deceive me. Tao Lu, shocked and angry, fought back. Unexpectedly, the hunter became the hunted today. Ah! Ji Meng found an opening and shot an arrow through Tao Lu's head. With this, the sudden attack seemed to have come to an end. Junior brother, do you think I was shameless in deceiving him? Xin Shen sat down, pointing at Tao Lu's body, and asked. No, those who kill will be killed. Since they wanted to kill us, they died today. They can only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. Zhang Feng shook his head and said calmly. After that, he used his spear to tear off the mask of the evil warrior, revealing a strange face. That's right, even if we don't kill him, we can't take him back to the New World City. After all, it's a 2-day journey from the New World City, and if he does something behind our backs during this journey, it will be very detrimental to us. So, we can't afford to be merciful, it's better to kill him to prevent future troubles. Xin Shen's words were completely unlike his usual silent self, filled with a resolute killing intent. He didn't regret deceiving Tao Lu, nor did he regret his change of heart. The world of martial arts is cruel like this. Junior brother, luckily you are here. Otherwise, old Chen and I would probably have died in this remote place. When we return to the New World City, no matter what old brother says, I will treat you to a few days at the restaurant to repay you for saving our lives. Please don't refuse. Ji Meng tended to his wounds, grimacing in pain, yet still in a joking mood. Zhang Feng smiled wryly, nodded in agreement, and said, You two rest and treat your injuries. I will check if there is anything that proves their identities. The two agreed eagerly, making the most of their time to recover. After this battle, the lightest injured was Zhang Feng, and the one who killed the most enemies was also Zhang Feng. This freshman has truly unfathomable strength. And the two seniors felt ashamed in comparison. What method did this person use to sneak attack me without anyone noticing? Zhang Feng returned to the original location of the battle and searched the body of old 3 for anything useful. He lifted the mask. It was another unfamiliar face. After a quick glance, he confirmed that he didn't recognize this old 3 and continued to search for useful items. Soon, he found it. In the innermost layer of old 3's clothes, there was a thumb-sized iron piece hidden. This iron piece is kept so carefully close to the body. What exactly is it? And what is its purpose? Zhang Feng frowned, tested it for poison, then picked it up with a piece of cloth as a barrier. Old 3 had average strength but had a unique method to sneak attack Zhang Feng without being noticed. This made him very curious and eager to understand what method old 3 used. Unable to figure it out himself, he took the iron piece to ask the two senior students. The two seniors also shook their heads repeatedly, indicating they didn't recognize it. Seeing this, Zhang Feng kept the iron piece and planned to study it slowly later. After stopping the bleeding, Xin Shen took out his phone and took pictures of the evil warriors. These people are probably all repeat offenders. If we take the pictures back, we can also exchange them for a reward, which can be considered compensation. In this world, aside from cultists, warriors with evil intentions are also called evil warriors. After finishing up, the 3 of them cleaned up the scene, collected useful items, and set fire to the bodies. All grudges and sins were destroyed in an instant. 2 seniors, all the purple hoof horses are dead. We should consider how to return to the New World City next. Zhang Feng looked around, feeling uneasy in the vast grassland. This group of ruthless people acted decisively and ruthlessly, killing 6 purple hoof horses in one go to prevent them from escaping. With no more purple hoof horses, the 3 of them had to consider abandoning the golden bull horns and returning to New World City on foot. On foot, the journey would be arduous and risky. Don't worry, this group of evil warriors must have transportation. Otherwise, walking would exhaust them. Let me, Lao Ji, look around. Ji Meng patted his chest confidently. Seeing the excellent performance of his junior, he became anxious and went to the ambush site of the evildoers to figure out where they might have hidden their means of transportation. 10 minutes later, Ji Meng exclaimed and grabbed a layer of grass, lifting it up. Ha, I found it. Under the grass, there was a pit with 4 motorcycles and some supplies inside. Zhang Feng walked over and was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Ji Meng to find it. This student from the Holy Capital Martial Arts University indeed had some skills. Alright, let's ride the motorcycles back. Xin Shen's pale face also showed a hint of joy. With motorcycles, their safety and convenience were greatly improved. The 3 of them brought out the motorcycles and continued on their way. Although they stopped and started along the way, it was smooth sailing, except for an unexpected event that happened to Zhang Feng. While on night watch, he killed a second-tier ferocious beast and heard 2 notification sounds in his mind. Evolution points plus 100. Obtained talent enhancement stone. Zhang Feng was extremely surprised and then felt ecstatic. He finally got it. The talent enhancement stone he had been waiting for. The first time was mental, the second time was elemental. Following this order, the third enhancement should be physical. Zhang Feng's mind was active, looking forward to the changes brought by the third enhancement. This was the third talent enhancement stone, and as long as he used this talent enhancement stone, his talent can go further, with a great chance to obtain an SS level talent, becoming a saint above the Celestials. Although there are signs when using talent enhancement stones, the benefits outweigh the risks. Zhang Feng had already decided to use the talent enhancement stone tonight. Better safe than sorry. If he was unlucky and encountered a group of evil martial artists, the situation would be dire. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng lowered his head and said to Ji Meng, "Senior, I have some insights. Can I take over your night watch in advance?" Ji Meng opened his eyes in surprise. Without much hesitation, he immediately got up and climbed into the pit. It's not easy for a warrior to gain insights. Seize the opportunity to gain insights. At the same time, Shinshen also woke up, looked at Zhang Feng, and said gently, "Junior, feel free to gain insights. With me and old Ji watching, nothing will happen." Zhang Feng thanked them and entered the pit to meditate. After this journey of life and death, the three of them had established a certain level of trust. Use talent enhancement stone. Zhang Feng seized the time and silently said, "Ding, talent enhancement successful, enhancement direction dragon devouring." 3 talent enhancement stones have been used, and the talent evolution task can be initiated. Talent evolution task, devour a spirit seed. 3 prompt sounds rang out in succession, but Zhang Feng fell silent in his heart. Is this it? What is the dragon devouring ability, and what is a spirit seed? Unexpectedly, this time the talent enhancement was tied to an evolution task. It was just the spirit seed. Zhang Feng had never heard of it before and had no thoughts. Now it seems that the third enhancement probably involves absorbing the spirit seed to enhance oneself. Now it seems there is only one way to go. Whether to activate dragon devouring or talent evolution, he had to find the spirit seed. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng opened his eyes and, since he didn't know, decided to seek help from others. "Senior Shin, do you know what a spirit seed is?" Shinshen was somewhat surprised that Zhang Feng's first question was about the spirit seed. Ji Meng, on the side, seemed to remember something and said in shock, "Could it be that your recent insights are related to the spirit seed?" Shinshen waved his hand to stop him from further questioning and said seriously, "The spirit seed is crucial for talent evolution, and its value is extremely precious. If you have any information, do not tell anyone, not even me and Ji Meng." After saying that, he smiled bitterly and muttered, "In the face of huge benefits, human nature is too fragile." Although Shinshen's words were cryptic, they were also a word of caution. However, there was a hint of sadness in the atmosphere. Zhang Feng laughed and patted his pocket, making a hollow sound. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I have just entered the Holy Capital Martial Arts University, and this is my first time going underground. I have no idea where to find a spirit seed, I've only heard of it." This was the truth. If it weren't for the system reminder, he wouldn't even know the name spirit seed. Shinshen was also well-intentioned. Something that could evolve talents in this world was too precious, enough to drive any warrior crazy. Once a spirit seed appeared, it would surely cause a bloody storm. I heard from the teachers in the inner court that the spirit seed is a rare item nurtured by heaven and earth, hard to come by. The timing of its appearance and the conditions for its nurturing are very strict. And one of the characteristics of the spirit seed is that it is difficult to be taken away by others. Once a warrior discovers it, they must immediately start absorbing it, otherwise, they will miss a great opportunity. But, Shinshin pointed to his head, implying something profound. What is talent? No one knows. Trying to evolve an unknown object is a difficult task. And there are also attributes among spiritual species. Even if a spiritual species seems to match your talent, there may be another hidden attribute behind it. The result is opportunity, turning into a deadly weapon. Zhang Feng frowned, feeling conflicted inside, but also feeling reasonable. The higher the talent characteristics, the rarer they are. If talent evolution is easy, then the status of the Heavenly Eye Association would not be so high. Since the third evolution involves spiritual species, and the system evolution task also specifies the spiritual species, perhaps. Zhang Feng lowered his head, pondering to himself. There is a kind of speculation taking root and sprouting in his mind. Lao Shin is right, junior brother, if you encounter a spiritual species, it is a great opportunity, but also a great risk. You must weigh it carefully before deciding whether to absorb it. In this world, there is never a shortage of warriors who encounter spiritual species and end up in life and death. But there are also lucky ones who successfully evolve their talents, such as the current president of our Holy Capital Martial Arts University. Ji Meng, who was on the side, also chimed in when he heard this topic. The Heavenly Eye Association is a very mysterious organization, with a threshold for entry. Otherwise, one can only become a low-value peripheral member like Yi Fengshan. And the identity of the president of the Heavenly Eye Association is even more mysterious, unknown to students from the outer courtyard. Two seniors, have you met this president? Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and asked. He needed to plan ahead. After all, he would have to have a showdown with Zhang Zi in the future. No one knows what the attitude of the president of the Heavenly Eye Association is, and whether he can remain impartial. Compared to him, it is obvious that the other party is more inclined towards the vice president, Zhang Zi. This president is very mysterious. I've been at the Holy Capital Martial Arts University for 3 years and have never seen him in person. I heard from others that this president's strength is unfathomable. He went down to the middle-level underground cave a long time ago, seemingly in seclusion. The affairs of the Heavenly Eye Association are all handled by the vice president. There are no major issues on ordinary days, and this president will not appear. Ji Meng was talkative by nature and talked a lot. But for Zhang Feng, these words were not good news. Regardless of the president's attitude, if he dares to intervene in the Zhang family's affairs, I will definitely retaliate. Zhang Feng's thoughts turned, and he made up his mind. Once he was sure, he switched shifts with Ji Meng and continued to stand guard. 2 days later, the three returned to the New World City, handed in their tasks, and received a reward. Zhang Feng received 150 credits, plus 7 million Dragon Kingdom coins. The amount of money was not important. The key was that the plan was completed, and they had experienced the underground world. After finishing everything, Ji Meng fulfilled his promise and took the two to a restaurant. When he opened the menu and saw the prices, he gasped. In order not to lose face, he gritted his teeth and boldly ordered more than a dozen dishes, causing a big dent in his wallet. It's not easy. I've known Lao Ji for 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen him so generous. Don't be fooled by his usual talkativeness, he's actually a penny pincher. Shinshan laughed and made a joke. Then he raised his glass and said seriously, Lao Zhang, thanks for stepping up for this mission. I won't say much else, but if you need us in the future, just give the order. Ji Meng also raised his glass, patting his chest and saying boldly, that's right, as long as it's not rebellion, we'll follow you through thick and thin, no matter what. Zhang Feng felt a surge of sincerity and nodded, saying, Zhang Feng remembers. Let's go, 2 seniors. The three smiled at each other, raised their glasses, and drank together. After eating and drinking their fill, Ji Meng picked up a toothpick, picking his teeth casually, and asked, Brother, the mission is done. What are your plans? I and Lao Chen have already saved enough tiger demon pills, ready to return to school, try to strengthen our bones, break through the 3rd stage, strive to make it into the top 10 in this year's competition, and secure a position in the inner courtyard. Zhang Feng was not surprised. The goal of the outer courtyard students is to enter the inner courtyard. Shinshan and Ji Meng are already 3rd-year students. Among the same batch of celestial guardians, most of them made it into the inner courtyard in the first 2 years of the competition. Without the strength to dominate a generation of celestial guardians, they have a chance to compete for a spot in the inner courtyard. Returning to the surface, taking on some simple beast hunting tasks, continuing to hone our martial skills. The plan is complete. It is time for Zhang Feng to leave the underground cave. Moreover, this golden bison task took almost 10 days round trip. Doing tasks alone in the cave without help from companions is risky and difficult to manage time. If the deadline is missed, it will be seen as untrustworthy and will miss out on a significant amount of evolution points, which is not conducive to his development. Therefore, returning to the cave to hunt beasts near the northern military district can be said to be the best choice. TSK, Lao Zhang, you truly deserve to be a celestial guardian. Your dedication to cultivation is truly admirable. I'm afraid that once you enter the inner courtyard, those senior students won't be able to sit still. Ji Meng shook his head, feeling quite emotional. He was already looking forward to it. What kind of storm will Zhang Feng stir up when he enters the inner courtyard? Lao Zhang, your combat power is already outstanding among 2nd stage martial artists. In this year's freshman competition, you will definitely make it into the top 10 and secure a ticket to enter the inner courtyard. Leaving the cave now to refine your martial arts details is indeed a good choice. Brother, let me give you some sincere advice, do not miss the freshman competition. The earlier you enter the inner courtyard, the greater the help for your growth. Shinshan, on the side, sincerely advised. After dinner and a casual chat, the three of them left the cave and returned to the Holy Capital Martial Arts University. The mission was over, and it was time to part ways. Junior brother, goodbye. Senior, goodbye. Without any reluctance, they waved their hands gracefully, bid farewell to each other, and continued on their respective martial arts paths. Zhang Feng returned to the villa, sent all his weapons and combat suits for maintenance. After a night's rest, the next day, he said to the lively and lovely little deer spirit, take a picture of my back and check for injuries. The lively and lovely little deer spirit jumped out, opened a photo with both hands, and said, Master, your injuries have healed, there are no visible external injuries. Zhang Feng glanced at the photo, his smooth back showing no wounds at all, it didn't seem like he had been ambushed. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I have the true scale secret technique, combat suit, white lion chestplate, and the dragon transformation state to strengthen my body. It's just a dream for a second stage martial artist to break through my defense with bare hands. Thinking of the evil martial artist in the cave, countless questions arose in Zhang Feng's mind as he picked up that mysterious iron piece. After looking at it for a while, he still didn't find anything special about it. Could it be that he cultivated some kind of unique martial technique, which allowed him to attack me silently? Perhaps the truth has nothing to do with this iron piece? After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng, who was unwilling to give up, decided to give it one last try. Little dear spirit, search for this iron piece and see if there are any related clues on the internet. The little dear spirit jumped over, holding her chin in her hands, and stared at the iron piece intently. Data streams appeared in her eyes, as if she was consuming a lot of computing power to find the truth about the mysterious iron piece. After a while, the little dear spirit threw out a picture, panting, and said, Master, all the information about this iron piece is here, but the credibility is very low. Please discern it yourself. Zhang Feng was delighted. The artificial intelligence was indeed powerful, being able to find some clues. He quickly previewed the information, but his brows furrowed more and more as he read. The situation was too bizarre. There was no information at all. It was all a jumble of irrelevant information. It seems to be just an ordinary piece of iron, not worth paying attention to. Zhang Feng looked around and closed the page. He had already decided to throw the iron piece into a corner to gather dust. Not worth wasting time and energy on research. Xiaolu Ling, search for information about spiritual species. Zhang Feng put the iron piece away and continued to inquire. Compared to the clueless iron piece, spiritual species were of utmost importance, as they were related to the crucial matter of talent evolution. Gene Hai Trading Company, offering a high price to purchase spiritual species. Interested parties please contact this company. International number 888. Martial Arts Alliance offering a high price to purchase spiritual species, additionally granting the seller the position of deputy head of a country, enjoying all benefits for free. Wogui Tao Shandao offering a high price to purchase spiritual species, sellers can enjoy the position of deputy head teacher, freely watch martial arts techniques, enjoy free elixirs, and have 100 heavenly maidens to serve. Various rewards related to spiritual species were countless. On this planet, as long as a force had a reputation, they were vigorously acquiring spiritual species. The passion of Blue Star warriors for spiritual species was as intense as fire. The mysterious iron piece may have some secrets, but compared to spiritual species, it was completely insignificant. One was heaven, the other was earth. Since humans discovered the underground caves, some lucky individuals have found spiritual species and successfully obtained them, gaining the opportunity for talent evolution. However, this opportunity, when encountered by the wrong person, becomes a deadly weapon. For example, a water element martial artist who devours a fire element spiritual species will result in a clash of water and fire, leading to a tragic end. Therefore, when encountering spiritual species in the underground caves, martial artists must choose carefully. Do not blindly merge with spiritual species. Zhang Feng opened a video about spiritual species and found it similar to what two senior students had said. He furrowed his brows as he felt something was amiss. Spiritual species are so rare. Even if I am lucky enough to encounter one, if the attributes are not suitable, wouldn't it be a waste to watch the opportunity disappear? How can I complete the evolution task? After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng showed a hint of self-mockery. Spiritual species were still out of reach. Worrying about attribute issues now was simply overthinking and adding unnecessary troubles. I won't think about spiritual species for now. During this time, I will take on some tasks, continuously hunt and kill ferocious beasts, accumulate evolution points, and hone my martial skills. Zhang Feng opened the school tasks, searched through them, and selected a few. The tasks had two advantages. One was rewards, and the other was detailed information. He didn't have to search all over the mountains for ferocious beasts, to avoid accidentally entering the territory of a high-level ferocious beast. Let's set off then. A gleam of determination flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes as he accepted the task, packed his belongings, and set out once again. Northern Forest of the Dragon Kingdom. A group of warriors was cautiously advancing. They were all warriors from the same city, with average talents, so they chose to stick together, cooperating to hunt and kill ferocious beasts. And today, they were going to hunt down a group of long-standing troublemakers in the forest, the Red-Eyed Monkey Group. Suddenly, the leading warrior's pupils contracted, raising his hand. The others behind him were puzzled but also stopped in their tracks, looking towards the distance. In the distance, a young man held a long spear, his eyes seemingly flashing with golden light, exuding a heavy aura like a mountain. Several people recognized the origin of this attire: Holy Capital Martial University. The young man glanced at them and then turned to leave. There was no confrontation or conversation between the two sides, just a passing encounter. The students of Holy Capital Martial University are truly arrogant, a young man in the team said resentfully. His eyes were filled with jealousy that he couldn't hide. Shaoli, let's go, there's no need to offend a genius. The leader shook his head, speaking with a bitter taste in his mouth. The group composed themselves and continued forward for several kilometers, arriving at the area where the red-eyed monkey group lived. As soon as they arrived, everyone was dumbfounded. The forest looked like it had been bombed, with trees shattered and the ground full of large craters. Red-eyed monkeys fell to the ground, already lifeless. Brother Wang, what's going on? The herd has been wiped out. Could it be that a mid-level warrior passed by? Shaoli swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling as he spoke. Brother Wang did not speak. He came to the nearest corpse and carefully examined it. He lowered his head, looked at several bodies in succession, and finally fell silent. Brother Wang, have you found any clues? Several people caught up, asking in shock and fear. The injuries of these red-eyed monkeys, small at one end and large at the other, with a cavity in the middle, are clearly from a weapon like a long spear. Brother Wang, experienced and knowledgeable, took a few glances. He had already analyzed it. The weapon used by that mysterious warrior. A long spear. Could it be him? Shaoli exclaimed, a picture appearing in his mind. A tall young man, a long spear in hand, killing all the red-eyed monkeys in the forest. Brother Wang glanced at him and instructed, it's probably him. In the future, you should keep your mouth shut, don't speak nonsense in front of strong people, and don't offend others for no reason. Shaoli nodded repeatedly, still feeling frightened. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. The group looked up and saw a helicopter. The helicopter hovered in the air and dropped a ladder. The military helicopter. What are they doing here? Brother Wang's eyes were suspicious, and he had many speculations in his mind. Soon, a figure like a startled swan stepped on the ladder twice and entered the helicopter. The helicopter seemed to be specifically for picking him up. Once the person was picked up, it left. Although they were far away and couldn't see the person's face clearly, he had one distinctive feature, holding a long weapon. Brother Wang and the others looked at each other, seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. Lieutenant Zhang, welcome, I am Captain Tang Yuan of the second team. On the helicopter, a young officer reached out his hand in a friendly manner. Captain Tang, hello, thank you for coming to pick me up. Zhang Feng also reached out his hand. The two hands shook briefly and then let go. Tang Yuan looked surprised and uncertain, saying, truly a hero emerging among the young. Lieutenant Zhang's foundation is solid. I'm afraid he ranks at the forefront even among second-level warriors. Zhang Feng smiled faintly, not saying anything. Seeing his tired expression and lack of interest in conversation, Tang Yuan did not disturb him. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, Level 29, Talent, Ancient Green Dragon, S, Health, 11,000, plus, Spirit, 9,800, plus, Martial Skills, Water Dragon's Song, Perfected, Thunder Dragon's Wrath, Perfected, Lightning Speed, Perfected, Wave Palm, Perfected. Techniques, Whale Sea Breathing Method, Second Layer Perfected, True Scale Secret, Perfected, Flying Star Visualization Method, Perfected, Evolution Points, 36,000. Zhang Feng opened the panel and felt very satisfied. A sense of full harvest in his heart. Nearly 20 days of hard cultivation life, apart from hunting beasts, was spent in training. He completely ignored everything else. As a result, he had perfected all his martial skills and techniques, and also increased his spiritual attributes by 3,000 points. 36,000 evolution points, enough for me to advance to the third level in one go. And there is also security. After this matter is over, I will be a third-level warrior, or even more. Zhang Feng pondered to himself, feeling a surge of ambition and looking forward to the future. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed, and Tang Yuan led Zhang Feng to an office. Su Hua sat at the head of the office, with 9 young warriors by his side. These 9 warriors should also be the ones selected to enter the dangerous area and destroy the cult stronghold. Lieutenant Zhang, you're here, please sit down. Su Hua gestured with his right hand, letting him sit in the front row. Yes, General. Zhang Feng saluted, walked to the front row, and sat down calmly. The 9 martial artists present had different expressions in their eyes, some curiously sizing up Zhang Feng, some with hidden disdain in their eyes. Some remembered something, their faces shocked, constantly muttering in their mouths. National champion. He is the national champion. Su Hua scanned the entire room, exuding a majestic aura, and said in a deep voice, very well, since everyone is here, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a holographic image appeared in front of everyone. It was a map of a dangerous terrain, resembling ravines, deep and bottomless. This is the base of the Beast God sect hidden in a dangerous place. According to reliable intelligence, we have named this dangerous place Blood Poison Peril. Su Hua pointed to the map and explained. The spirits of the people were lifted upon hearing this, feeling a sense of surprise and fear. Why was this dangerous place given such a eerie name? According to research, the Blood Poison Peril contains a special mineral crystal that can sense the chi and blood value within a martial artist's body. Once a martial artist's chi and blood value exceeds 15,000, it will release a special toxin that harms the martial artist's limbs and bones. And the number of people entering cannot be too many, otherwise it will also trigger the blood poison. Block the entrance. Unfortunately, we cannot alert the enemy, cannot send researchers to the dangerous place for on-site investigation, otherwise with some time, we could definitely research a more secure method. It must be stated that the Blood Poison Peril is extremely dangerous, especially with cultists inside, and once you enter, there will be no help from the outside world. I will give you time to consider. You can also choose to withdraw from the mission now, but those who withdraw cannot leave the northern military region until the mission is over. Su Hua was open and disclosed all the intelligence without any coercion. For such a life-threatening mission, coercion was meaningless and could backfire. Whether the 9 martial artists present chose to join or withdraw on the spot, he had no complaints. The meeting room fell silent, engulfed in silence. They looked at the map in front of them, feeling a sense of life and death crisis, hesitating in their hearts. General, I have a question. How many cultists are there in the base? Just then, Zhang Feng stood up and asked loudly. The people present were surprised, all looking at Zhang Feng. They never expected the national champion to ask such a question. What did he want to do? Did he want to kill all the cultists? What a joke! According to intelligence, we estimate there are about 50 cultists in the base, with no more than 10 of them at the second-tier combat power. The rest are all first-tier combat power. Although the cultists' realm does not exceed the third tier, the cultists responsible for this base are likely to have third-tier combat power through some method. In addition, having lived in the blood poison peril for many years, they may have developed a method to evade the blood poison. Su Hua's expression was particularly serious, his tone stern. Every word he said carried great weight, making people's hearts pound with fear. General, I will participate in this mission. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately decided to participate. So many cultists, all potential evolution points. After all, the strongest cultists are only second-tier martial artists. Among the same realm, he has never feared anyone. Even if the cultists have the ability to advance to third-tier combat power, he is not afraid. Very well. I am pleased that you are willing to participate. Prepare a set of third-tier equipment for him, and get a copy of the Bloodthirsty Manual. Su Hua was overjoyed and immediately rewarded him. Whether he was genuinely happy or trying to win people over, benefits were of utmost importance. Moreover, under great rewards, there will be brave men. Soon, someone brought 3 items. They were a long spear named Thunderwave, a combat suit, and a small booklet. This long spear is called Thunderwave. Originally, I planned to reward you with it later, but since you volunteered first today, I am giving it to you in advance. Su Hua stood up, took the long spear, and said with emotion. After speaking, he handed the long spear to Zhang Feng. Tier 3 weapon. The eyes of the martial artists were hot, and their hearts were full of regret. Why didn't they stand up before Zhang Feng? Thank you, sir. Zhang Feng was delighted, not expecting such a good thing. As his realm improved, the Storm Pear Blossom Spear was starting to lag behind. It was almost time to change weapons. Without hesitation, he picked up the long spear and felt the weight and balance of this new weapon. This Thunder Wave is specially selected for you by me, weighing 1200 caddies. Can you handle it? Su Hua squinted his eyes and said with a smile. He had long wanted to win over Zhang Feng. So after their last parting, he immediately instructed his subordinates to collect suitable Tier 3 long spears for Zhang Feng. Reporting, sir, no problem, it's just right. Zhang Feng held the Thunder Wave, unable to conceal his joy. The Thunder Wave was 3.5 meters long, made of a blue special alloy, with electric currents flowing on the surface, as if containing the power of thunder to destroy the world. The design of the spear tip was extremely unique, spiral-shaped like a drill bit. It looked strange. But imagine, what would happen if a water element martial artist used this long spear to pierce a person's body? The water blade would burst along the spiral trajectory, enough to shred all the fragile internal organs of any living being. The scene was truly terrifying, but Zhang Feng loved it. And this bloodthirsty secret manual, you can take a look at it. It's a secret technique from the military that can temporarily increase your blood and energy, but it has certain side effects, so use it carefully in the future. Zhang Feng nodded, picked up the manual and flipped through it. Do you want to spend 1,000 evolution points to increase the proficiency of the bloodthirsty secret technique? After flipping through it, he also received a system prompt in his mind. The entry level for Tier 3 secrets was only 100 evolution points. By this logic, this bloodthirsty secret technique was at least a Tier 4 technique. Learn. Must learn. Zhang Feng had money in his pocket now and didn't hesitate to spend the 1,000 evolution points to learn it decisively. Hee, you don't need to rush, there is still some time before the plan starts, you can slowly master the bloodthirsty secret technique during this time. Su Hua chuckled, thinking that Zhang Feng was still young and impatient. Unexpectedly, after Zhang Feng finished reading the manual, he handed it back to the soldier calmly and said, "General, I have already mastered it." Su Hua's smile froze, his eyes full of astonishment as he scrutinized him. The other martial artists present, though silent, all wore expressions of disbelief. What a joke! Even if he was a top scholar in the country, how could he master it in such a short time? Seeing Zhang Feng so confident, not looking like he was lying, Su Hua's expression became very serious, and he asked earnestly, "Really?" Zhang Feng nodded, extended his hand, and activated the bloodthirsty secret technique. He didn't use all his power, just a hint of it. Immediately, a touch of bright red appeared on the surface of his skin. This touch of red seemed to be breathing, constantly changing between light and dark. It was the characteristic of the bloodthirsty secret technique. He had truly mastered it. A hint of shock flashed in Su Hua's eyes, but fortunately, he had been in a high position for a long time, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold it together. What? He mastered the technique so quickly. Are you kidding me? This guy is really a monster. So terrifying. So terrifying. The elite warriors selected for this mission were all outstanding. No one would think that this was a carefully orchestrated drama. This was a major general from the northern military region. Why would he play such a trick with them? There was no need. Very well, my dragon country has produced another heroic young man. I am very pleased. Su Hua patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder, no longer doubting. At the same time, he became more determined in his heart. One day, he must bring this genius into the military. Such a talented hero was perfect for shining in the military. Others don't need to worry, as long as you participate in the mission, whether it's before or after, the military district will also have benefits for you. You won't be left out. Su Hua scanned the entire room, his stern gaze passing over every face. After a few seconds, still no one withdrew. Seeing this, he was very satisfied and continued, "Very good, then we will board a special plane and depart for the entrance to the underground cave." The military district style has always been swift and decisive. With Su Hua leading the way, everyone immediately headed to the airport. There was a huge aircraft parked at the airport, waiting for departure. Entering the aircraft, each seat was labeled with a name, along with a package. Everyone found their seats and sat down. Seeing this, Su Hua nodded and ordered his subordinates to take off. Roar! The massive aircraft, powered by its engines, quickly ascended into the air. The package contains military experts who have customized items for you to enhance your abilities. Don't worry, before sending you in, the military will first bomb the dangerous area to create an advantage for you. And I promise, after completing the mission, each person can receive 500 merits and a promotion in military rank. Remember, your mission this time is to destroy the cult stronghold, nothing else matters. When the plane successfully took off, Su Hua revealed his plan. Upon hearing this, everyone felt much more at ease. Although in this era, martial arts reign supreme and firearms have been forced to take a back seat, the firepower from the bombing is still not something low-level martial artists can withstand. The preparations are quite thorough. Zhang Feng opened the package and checked the supplies. A tactical watch. 7 bottles of healing medicine, covering all internal and external injuries. In addition, there were 3 small bombs. Holding them in his hand, he felt a sense of nervousness. At first glance, these small bombs definitely packed a punch. 3 hours later, the plane landed. The cabin door opened. In sight were squads of soldiers armed to the teeth. And in the most heavily guarded area, there was a cave entrance. With such a grand display, aren't we afraid of exposing ourselves and alerting the cult? Zhang Feng scanned the room and thought to himself, "You don't need to worry, the blood poisonous danger has its advantages and disadvantages. Every 3 months, there will be a vacuum period. The vacuum period lasts for 24 hours, during which you can freely enter and exit, otherwise it will be in a closed state. Even if we reveal our hand, the cult stronghold will be clueless. The goal is to completely wipe out these beasts within these 3 days." Su Hua led the team towards the entrance of the cave, explaining at the same time, "The military district is using misinformation. Before the beast god cult reacts, the stronghold will be taken down with the greatest force. As the group arrived at the cave entrance, they saw a large number of soldiers moving artillery shells. The sheer quantity of shells, endless and staggering, was enough to leave one speechless. With so many shells being dropped, the cultists in the danger zone, even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, will be blown to bits. Zhang Feng marveled, putting on the tactical watch. This was his first time participating in a military district operation, so everything seemed novel to him. Let's go, into the cave. Su Hua gestured, leading the group into the cave. Unlike the first cave, this unknown cave had a very short passage. 1 minute later, they were met with a desolate and vast world. In this vast land, there was nothing but scars crisscrossing the earth. No, there were also countless artillery vehicles and mortars covering the mountains and plains. The eyes were filled with shells. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel doubtful. With such terrifying firepower bombardment, was it still necessary to send martial artists into the danger zone? What you see before you is the blood poisonous danger. Half an hour later, Su Hua led the group to an entrance crack, observing from 100 meters away. In the distance, the entrance was filled with a layer of red poisonous mist, making people feel uncomfortable. As time passed, the visible red poisonous mist gradually faded. The vacuum period has arrived. Su Hua's eyes flashed with cold light, roaring, regardless of anything, let's start with a big blast. Fire! Fire! With Su Hua's roar, countless cannons fired simultaneously. The sky was covered with cannonballs, crazily tilting towards the blood poison hazard. The continuous booming explosions made the sky and earth tremble, making it difficult for people to stand steady. Watching the fireworks rising in front of them, a sense of awe rose in everyone's hearts. When in poverty, tactics are intertwined. When wealthy, firepower covers. Low-level martial artists facing cannon attacks, especially saturation attacks, had no way to resist. If on a plane, there would be no chance of survival unless relying on geographical advantages, otherwise, death was certain. After the military district's bombardment, the defensive strength of the cult stronghold is estimated to have lost 90%. No wonder they only sent the most elite second-tier martial artists in. There was no need to send out a large force, otherwise, it would trigger the blood poison. Zhang Feng admired the cannon bombardment while having insights. The cult of the beast god relied on hazardous terrain to establish their stronghold, which could be defended, but the downside was the lack of communication, making it impossible to come and go freely. In such a situation, they could only passively endure the bombardment of artillery fire. However, for the Dragon Kingdom, this was completely advantageous behavior. 7 hours later, the artillery fire finally stopped. Looking at the pockmarked hazard, Zhang Feng really doubted whether it was necessary to go in. After such a bombardment, I'm afraid most of the cult martial artists are already dead. The first team will proceed for reconnaissance, the second team will depart. Su Hua waved his hand, and 2 teams of soldiers immediately set off. They placed a series of machines, such as robotic dogs and drones. Human-machine coordinated operations, taking the lead to explore the hazard and collect data for the martial artists. Everyone, open your watches, there will be relevant information inside. Su Hua glanced at the entrance of the crevice and said. Zhang Feng and others clicked on their watches, and a screen appeared instantly. Data lines were piecing together to form a map. Occasionally, a red dot flashed by. That red dot presumably represented the cultists. An hour later, Su Hua estimated that it was almost done and said in a deep voice, "Alright, you can set off now. Remember, the mission is to destroy the cult stronghold. Make sure to eradicate them completely, leaving no survivors. Remember, you only have 16 hours, you must leave the hazard before the deadline, otherwise, if you stay inside, you can only wait for the vacuum period 3 months later. I will be waiting here for your triumphant return, looking forward to hearing good news from you." The 10 people preparing to enter the hazard tightened their expressions, feeling a sudden surge of pressure. Without saying a word, they all rushed towards the crevice, entering the blood poison hazard. Upon entering this place, there was a creepy feeling, as if the blood in the body was starting to reverse, causing a sharp pain in the meridians and blood vessels. So that's why it's called blood poison, no wonder it's named appropriately. Zhang Feng was slightly surprised and swallowed a pill. This was one of the military's prepared pills, also developed to suppress the blood poison. After guarding the cave in the northern military region for a period of time, besides preparing for firepower coverage, they also made many preparations. This pill was one of the results. This is the power of the military district, gathering the wisdom of the whole country, completely incomparable to a cult. After taking the pill, Zhang Feng felt the blood no longer reversing and confidently walked deeper into the hazard. "Let's begin then," he muttered, and bursts of lightning erupted from his feet. His speed instantly soared, his figure turned into a flash of lightning, and he directly rushed into the depths of the hazard, running wildly all the way. 30 minutes later, Zhang Feng finally saw the first building, but it had already collapsed and turned into ruins, with huge craters scattered around the ground. This should be the outpost of the cult, he glanced and understood, then no longer paid attention. He crossed the ruins, continued deeper into the dangerous area, and then heard screams and shouts. Instantly refreshed, his spirit surged again, rushing forward at the fastest speed. 2 minutes later, several figures suddenly appeared in front of him, attacking a drone. Found them. Zhang Feng's eyes turned cold, gripping the Thunderwave gun tightly, a blue water flow spreading to the tip of the gun, forming a spiral water blade. Ah! A scream, the cultists turned to look, feeling horrified and sweating. Zhang Feng, who was just far away, had already killed one of their companions with a shot. Evolution points plus 50 heard the system prompt. It was indeed cultists. Zhang Feng completely let go of his heart, acting without mercy, shooting to kill. These first-order cultists were no match for him at all, and were quickly killed. After dealing with the enemies, he looked at his watch. During this time, the drone had scanned many areas. Although the map was not perfect, it was constantly updating information and filling in details. The nearest red dot to Zhang Feng was about 5 kilometers away. There were still quite a few, at least 20 cultists. This is the combination of technology and martial arts, like the special forces of the previous life, but the physical fitness of warriors is much stronger than that of any king of soldiers. In this confrontation, the cultists are the ones being crushed, completely powerless to fight back. And this is not even the full force of the northern military region. Zhang Feng noted the map, refocused his attention on the present. Since the location was displayed, he no longer wasted time and directly rushed to the next gathering place of cultists, deep in the blood-poisoned dangerous area. Inside a deep red building, several figures were anxiously communicating. Lord Steward, why haven't you appeared yet? Yes, the Dragon Kingdom warriors have already come in. Damn, are we just going to sit and wait for death? Just as they were arguing, a figure emerged from the darkness, dressed in a green robe with a certain kind of animal pattern on it. This kind of animal pattern was not majestic, but instead exuded a strange aura. Lord Steward. Seeing the green-robed person, several people respectfully greeted. Don't worry, our plan will definitely proceed smoothly. History will definitely progress according to the will of the Beast God, because the prophecy of the Beast God is absolute. He will definitely lead us out of the darkness, descend upon the world, rule the world. The green-robed steward spoke with a devout tone, his eyes burning with a fanatical flame. But Lord Steward, under the Dragon Kingdom's artillery attack, 90% of our facilities have been destroyed. A believer said anxiously. This wavering also indicated their faith. Compared to the steward, they were not devout enough. The green-robed steward was well aware of this point. He shook his head and said firmly, when you witness the greatness of the Beast God, you will surely lament your own insignificance and foolishness. After saying that, he said no more. From within the green robe, he extended a withered and pale hand, pointing to a large door. Let's go, to fulfill our mission. The members of the Beast God cult pushed open the door and walked deeper inside. Countless glass jars stood here. It was more like a hellish laboratory than an actual laboratory, filled with a terrifying atmosphere. In the greenish liquid, strange creatures were soaking, like a combination of humans and fierce beasts. For example, a human head with a tiger body, and 2 crab claws. Various terrifying creatures were everywhere. Someone noticed that someone had arrived. The biological eyelids in the jar opened, staring fiercely at the intruder. The green-robed steward arrived at the center. A special altar was set up here. The sacrificial offering depicted a pentagram. 8 animal statues were respectively enshrined in the 8 directions. These 8 statues were of a dog, tiger, eagle, ox, snake, sheep, pig, and horse. The statues looked normal on the surface, but the eye sockets were embedded with strange eyeballs. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these were human eyes. I never expected that hiding in the blood-poisonous hazard, I would still be discovered by the Dragon Kingdom. Where did they find the breakthrough? I have always adhered to the rule of not provoking the Dragon Kingdom. The green-robed steward ascended the altar, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes, his inner turmoil far from the calm exterior. In the center of the altar was a mysterious liquid. It was called a liquid, but it flowed inward in a circular motion without external force, like a biting-tail snake, yet also like an endless river. And once near this mysterious river, it felt as if gravity multiplied, causing great discomfort all over the body, especially a faint but intense pain emanating from the internal organs. This was the spirit seed, a miraculous object born from the nurturing of heaven and earth, possessing the great effect of evolving talents. Mortals are ignorant and naive, like frogs in a well, thinking that the spirit seed is only used for talent evolution. They do not know the greatness of the methods of the beast god, which have far surpassed this world. The green-robed steward was already a mid-level member of the beast god sect, responsible for divisional affairs, knowing more secrets than ordinary believers. The spirit seed was crucial to the beast god's resurrection plan, making it vital to the beast god sect. The beast god once had a prophecy. He would be resurrected, descend to the mortal realm, and lead the believers in establishing a divine kingdom on earth. But it required the believers to collect 9 different spirit seeds to construct a body for him. Gold was bone, wood was skin, water was blood, fire was veins, earth was flesh, light was soul, darkness was spirit, space was the left eye, and time was the right eye. Only with such a powerful body could it withstand 1,000th of the beast god's power. However, the spirit seeds were already difficult to find, and gathering all 9 spirit seeds was an extremely challenging task. To merge the 9 spirit seeds into a body was not just a difficult problem, but required a miracle. But even in the face of such difficulty, the green-robed steward did not give up on the mission. He withdrew his gaze, tossed out a few skulls, and ordered, Spider Demon, Soulless, Dead Bones, the 3 of you control the Beastmen, kill all invading Dragon Kingdom warriors. Make sure the people of the Dragon Kingdom have no way back. The 3 caught the skulls, exchanged a glance, and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Obviously, they also knew the power of the Beastmen. With a command, the liquid in the jar quickly drained. Then came the sound of countless glass shattering. Strange-looking beastmen emerged from the glass jars. They roared to the sky, and under the control of the skull's power, they rushed out of the room. These beastmen are all special creations. Although their vitality is not high, their bodies have been modified to be stronger than peak second-tier warriors, enough to last until the end of the 24-hour vacuum period. And this time, the Dragon Kingdom warriors are probably testing us. They cannot destroy our base. As long as they succeed in their research within 3 months, the blood poison will be at my disposal. Before the next vacuum period, as long as I control the blood poison, I can rely on the geographical advantage to stand invincible. Even if there is a mishap and the people of the Dragon Kingdom attack here, I have a countermeasure in place to give them a huge surprise. After sending out the beastmen, the green-robed steward's mindset stabilized, quickly analyzing the situation. Looking at the water-based spirit seed before him, an absolute determination rose in his heart. Master the heavy water spirit seed. Obtain the key to unraveling the blood poison. By then, turn defeat into victory, turn the blood poisonous hazard into an impregnable fortress, leaving the Dragon Kingdom helpless. Evolution points plus 200. Zhang Feng pulled out his long spear, and the cultist in front of him instantly fell. A notification sound appeared. He did not hesitate, continued on his way, hunting down the next target. Where is this? Suddenly, Zhang Feng stopped in his tracks, looked to the side, and instantly felt his heart sink to freezing point. The temperature around him was sucked away, leaving only a bone-chilling cold, devoid of any warmth. Before him was an extremely gruesome scene. Countless skeletons piled up like mountains, stretching endlessly, with no end in sight. The hollow eye sockets of the skulls seemed to be staring at him, silently expressing sorrow. Damn beasts, I must exterminate you all. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He must not let any cultists go, he must completely eradicate the stronghold of the beast god cult, completely uprooting it. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar came from a distance. Zhang Feng heard the commotion and immediately used his lightning speed to rush to the source of the sound. Passing through a pile of ruins, a strange creature appeared before him. It had the body of a tiger but with 2 huge crab claws. It looked bizarre no matter how you looked at it. Is this a chimera? Zhang Feng recalled a monster from his past life. Legend has it that there is a monster with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a tail of a python, known as a chimera, meaning a composite beast. However, the chimera is a concept. Whether in the past or in this world, it should not exist. It is a monster that is unacceptable in terms of biology, morality, physiology. There is no need to think. The appearance of this monster in this dangerous place is definitely related to the beast god cult. The most likely explanation. The beast god cult is the mastermind. Kill. Zhang Feng's thoughts raced in his mind as he rushed towards the beastly creature with giant claws. He made a ghostly and unpredictable stab from a blind spot, directly piercing into the creature's ribs. Immediately, the water blade erupted, crazily spinning like a meat grinder, bursting the creature's internal organs. However, the creature's resilience was beyond ordinary imagination. Roar! It roared in anger, leaned to one side, and fiercely smashed its giant claw towards Zhang Feng. Faced with the incoming giant claw, Zhang Feng clenched his palm, emitting a blue light, and slapped forward. This slap was like a surging tide, endless and with boundless power. With a bang, the wave-overturning palm pierced through the giant claw, its momentum unabated, smashing into the creature's chest and pushing it in. This time, the creature could not withstand the attack. Its body flew back several meters, completely losing its breath. Evolution points plus 500. Hearing the prompt sound, Zhang Feng's expression shook, feeling incredulous. This was the most evolution points he had gained since activating the system. It is likely that this monster creature had consumed a lot of cultist divine blood or similar items, otherwise it would not be worth as high as 500 evolution points. 500. This thing is really valuable. It was right for me to participate in this operation. Not only can I earn evolution points, but also eliminate harm for the people. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. Ha! Is it them? Zhang Feng, who was rushing forward, looked up and saw several people not far away engaged in a fierce battle, erupting with intense momentum. There were a total of 7 warriors, all participating in this mission. Their opponents were 10 beastly creatures. The 10 beastly creatures had different appearances. Although they were a bit ugly, their combat power was not to be underestimated. Each of the creatures was incredibly strong, impervious to weapons, and pushed the warriors back step by step. Many warriors were injured and found themselves at a disadvantage. One warrior noticed Zhang Feng's figure, his spirits lifted, sensing a chance for survival, and quickly shouted, "Everyone, put in more effort, a comrade has arrived." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Feng, who had burst into speed again, rushed into the midst of the beastly creatures. What is he doing? Is he seeking death? The onlookers saw Zhang Feng acting recklessly and felt a sense of despair. Did this national top scholar not know how powerful the beastly creatures were? Otherwise, rushing in like this was simply no different from seeking death. Zhang Feng remained expressionless, without holding back, directly unleashing his strongest secret technique. River overturning. A shot pierced through, the water dragon entwined with thunder roared and charged towards the orcs. The terrifying power was unmatched, causing the orcs to be severely injured with their skin torn and flesh split. Roar! One of the orcs screamed in agony as its body was shattered by the water dragon, completely unable to survive. Zhang Feng resolved the crisis with just one move. What move is this, so powerful? Truly deserving of being the top scholar in the country, truly amazing. Just now when he charged into the midst of the orcs, I thought he was doomed, but he ended up surrounding all the orcs by himself. Stop sighing, seize the opportunity and kill these monsters. The warriors were shocked and amazed, and after sighing, they all exerted their strength and continued to fight. With 5 fewer orcs and the remaining orcs injured, the balance of the battlefield immediately shifted in favor of the Dragon Kingdom warriors. After a few moves of fighting, all the orcs were dead. Phew, these monsters are really tough. We almost bit the dust, luckily we had him on this mission. A female warrior patted her chest, feeling like she had a narrow escape, sneakily glancing at Zhang Feng not far away. Clearly having experienced a battle. This warrior, who was younger than them, showed no signs of fatigue. Could it be that the overwhelming water dragon's secret technique just now actually consumed very little energy and blood? The blood poison hazard is very peculiar. There are several forks at the entrance, but as you go deeper, the paths converge into a straight line. Plus, there are orcs blocking the way. Therefore, Dragon Kingdom warriors entering the hazard will inevitably gather together. There are still 2 people missing. Are they dead, lost, or retreated? After the great battle, everyone rested in place, each one weighing whether to continue the mission. The appearance of the orcs dealt a heavy blow to their confidence. That terrifying power, every punch made their bones ache and their bodies tremble. Their tough skin and flesh didn't even bleed when hit. If it weren't for the combined effort of several people, it would probably be difficult to kill each other one-on-one. Zhang Feng had no intention of resting, silently replenishing his energy and blood, then walked towards the depths of the hazard. Zhang Feng, where are you going? A warrior named Lu Jin, with deep features, shouted loudly. The people resting heard this and all their eyes focused on Zhang Feng. They deeply experienced. This top scholar's strength was already on a different level from theirs. To exaggerate a bit, his every move might even affect the outcome of this mission. Zhang Feng stopped in his tracks, turned around to look at him, and calmly said, "Continue the mission." After saying that, he didn't give others a chance to persuade him and continued forward. Even if he was the only one on this mission, Zhang Feng would persevere and complete it. What should we do? He doesn't even rest. Why is he in such a hurry to leave? The female warrior covered her mouth, feeling at a loss. He's too arrogant. Even if his individual combat strength is strong, his energy and blood are limited. What's the rush? Lu Jin gritted his teeth, frustrated and cursing. But, in a way, Zhang Feng, the strongest combatant, willing to scout ahead, was also a good thing for them. A few minutes ago, when Zhang Feng killed the tiger pincer orc, At the same time, the spider demon, who was in charge of the beast god sect's stronghold, suddenly felt a violent throbbing in his forehead, his expression pained. He opened his eyes, couldn't help but gasp, and vomited a large amount of blood. The nearby lost souls and dead bones, seeing this, were shocked and quickly asked, "Spider demon, what happened? Were your orcs killed by someone?" The followers of the beast god sect are divided into blood servants, believers, great believers, junior deacons, green robe deacons, bishops, and divine envoys. And the three of them are all junior deacons of the beast god sect, holding a certain amount of power. And they had been living in this stronghold for several years, serving the green robe deacon together, and were also his confidants. Therefore, the green robe deacon was at ease, entrusting them with control over the orcs. Damn it, the fourth tiger pincer orc is dead. The spider demon held his head, his face fierce, foaming at the mouth and shouting, "What? What is going on?" The skeleton was shocked and felt incredulous. They all knew the strength of the orcs. This was a biological weapon tailored by the beast god sect based on the blood poison danger, investing a huge amount of resources. The orcs possessed invincible weapons, coupled with their strong bodies, forming a major defense line for the blood poison sect. Not to mention second-tier warriors, even weaker third-tier warriors were no match for the orcs. Their method of controlling the orcs was simple, injecting spiritual power into the skull, but this method had a drawback. When the orcs died, they would suffer backlash. But they never expected that as soon as they released the orcs, they were injured, which was unimaginable. Moreover, the orcs were ranked according to their strength, and the fourth Tiger Claw orc was already their fourth strongest card. Yet, it died so easily. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has cracked the blood poison danger, sent out a large number of warriors? Otherwise, how could they quickly kill the orcs in a short time? The soul wrinkled his brow, pondering with closed eyes. If the Dragon Kingdom had discovered the underground cave early, they would have been alert. They wouldn't have been completely clueless and then bombed into ruins by the Dragon Kingdom's thunderous means. The three of them were puzzled. Suddenly, the skeleton's face changed, showing a look of pain, unable to help but scream. Ah! Another orc died. The remaining two's faces changed, realizing the problem was serious. But before they could react, "Ah! It hurts so much. Damn, another orc died." The two of them screamed, veins popping on their foreheads, their expressions extremely painful. The skeleton endured the intense pain of his brain exploding, took out a pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. After taking the pill, the pain eased. The skeleton immediately searched the spider demon's body, found his companion's pill, and fed it to them. After taking the pill, the three of them felt relieved, suppressing most of the pain, but still suffering greatly. "There's a problem. The Dragon Kingdom warriors have a big problem. Quickly gather all the orcs. Cooperate with the believers to defend the main hall together. We must hold on until the end of the vacuum period. We must not let the Dragon Kingdom destroy the plan of the steward." The soul was still fearful, his eyes filled with horror, his lips trembling as he spoke. In a short time, the orcs died one after another, already losing 11 orcs. If this continued, not to mention holding on until the end of the vacuum period, in 2 hours, their colleagues might be reunited in hell. The three of them were afraid, immediately taking action, issuing orders to reinforce the defense of the main hall. "We're here, ahead is the end of the danger zone, also the place with the most red dots." Zhang Feng stopped, looking towards a palace not far away. The exterior of the palace was severely damaged, but the main structure remained intact. It was visible to the naked eye. Many cultists were on guard, along with ugly-looking orcs. It was very likely that this was the stronghold headquarters of the Beast God sect. Fortunately, the blood poison danger had a special environment. The cultists couldn't dig through the mountain walls or excavate tunnels. Otherwise, if they hid underground, the difficulty of tracking them would be greatly increased. Then let's make it quick, complete this mission, and I can start breaking through to the third tier. Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with determination, gripping the Thunderwave spear, his blood and energy surging, electric arcs bursting from his legs. His speed increased dramatically. A flash of lightning cut through the air. Zhang Feng, fearless, charged straight into the midst of the cultists. Roar! The sharp-eyed orcs were the first to spot Zhang Feng, letting out a deafening roar. Then the cultists looked up one after another, their pupils trembling in fear, witnessing the most incredible scene of their lives. A black-robed youth leaped into the air, surrounded by 9 thunderous water dragons swirling around him, like a dragon king descending. The thunderous gun pierced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, and a shot pierced the orc's head. Instantly, the orc's head exploded like a watermelon. As blood splattered, the 9 dragons' water dragon roared, carrying boundless thunder, fiercely crashing into the crowd of cultists. With their massive and powerful dragon bodies, they rampaged, mercilessly sweeping away all life in their path. Wherever they went, whether cultists or orcs, all died upon contact. In an instant, a vacuum area was cleared on the battlefield. A second-tier warrior, why is his strength so strong? Has Longwa cracked the blood poison danger zone? His combat power is too terrifying. Monster. This is a monster. This guy is the real monster. The cultists looked at Zhang Feng standing in the center, unable to help but feel fear. Even the fearless orcs showed signs of retreat. Just one move directly killed 30% of their combat power. Some doubted, some were shocked, some were fearful, but they all instinctively took the same action. At this moment, they unconsciously took a step back. No one wanted to approach Zhang Feng and become the next soul under his gun. You don't believe in the beast god, offering everything to the beast god, so what are you afraid of now? Kill. No retreat allowed. Kill him. He's just one person. A scarred devout believer stood up, inciting the cultists. Before the cultists could regroup for another attack, Zhang Feng stomped on the ground, bursting with speed, accompanied by thunderous roars, and killed the scarred devout believer. The rotating water blade of the thunderous gun, with a sharp whistling sound, like a scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper, pierced towards the scarred devout believer's forehead. Oh no! A look of fear flashed in the scarred devout believer's eyes as he realized death was imminent. He raised his long knife, burst with blood and chi, and displayed his secret technique. But it was too late. The gun clashed with the knife, like an egg hitting a rock. With a bang, the long knife exploded into countless pieces. In the scarred devout believer's expression of despair, the thunderous gun pierced through his forehead. Evolution points plus 200. Another one resolved. Zhang Feng's heart was cold. Without a hint of emotion, he turned and continued to burst with blood and chi, once again activating the overturning rivers and seas technique. The nine-headed thunderous water dragon roared, once again charging into the crowd of cultists, rampaging and harvesting lives. Here they come again. The cultists fell into despair, screaming in resistance, but it was undoubtedly futile. Several minutes later, the entire broken hall fell silent. Limbs and arms scattered all over the ground, mixed together, unable to distinguish their original owners. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, 29 levels, Talent, Ancient Green Dragon, S, Blood and Chi, 11,000, Spirit, 9,820, plus, Martial Skills, Water Dragon's Song, Perfected, Thunder Dragon's Fury, Perfected, Thunder Light Swift Steps, Perfected, Wave Overturning Palm, Perfected. Techniques, Blood Burst Technique, Initiate, Whale Sea Breathing Technique, Second Layer Perfected, True Scale Secret, Perfected, Flying Star Visualization Technique, Perfected, Evolution Points, 52,000 after a fierce battle. The harvest was immense. Evolution points soared to 52,000. Zhang Feng remained spotless, stepping into the depths of the hall. Soon, 3 bodies appeared in front of him, along with a pile of white powder on the ground. The 3 bodies had the same death pose, with wide eyes, sunken foreheads, and blood flowing from their 7 orifices. This kind of death is a bit like the exhaustion of spiritual power, resulting in sudden death. Zhang Feng recalled a saying. Humans have essence, energy, and spirit. When the spirit dies, the remaining 2 will also die rapidly, leading to the withering of life. However, Zhang Feng was not careless. 1 person, 1 shot, 1 knife, to ensure that it was not Lao Lu playing dead. There was no system prompt. These 3 people were probably truly dead. As for why they died here, Zhang Feng was not interested and would not delve into it. Passing 3 bodies, he continued forward and arrived at a stone door. The stone door was tightly closed, with no gaps, blocking everything. Since this cult stronghold has 3-tier combat power, he is probably behind this door. Zhang Feng assessed the stone door, his mind active. Look at the map. This is the deepest dangerous place. In other places, there are only a few scattered red dots. These 3-tier combat powers are hiding, probably holding some bad intentions, wanting to play tricks on me. Zhang Feng sneered, probably guessing the conspiracy of the beast god cult. He took out 3 small bombs, pulled out the fuse, threw them all at the stone door. Boom! 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 With 3 earth-shattering explosions, the earth shook, and a thick fog rolled up. The power is really great. Zhang Feng marveled, flicked his fingers. A column of water gushed out, suppressing the smoke. The scene behind the stone door was also exposed to his eyes. Only a figure, in a miserable state, sat slumped on the ground. He was dressed in tattered green robes, his eyes full of hatred and pain. I will kill you. Beast transformation technique. The green-robed steward grimaced, roaring in anger. This sentence seemed to trigger something. The 8 statues on the altar trembled together, their eyes bursting with light as if coming to life. Boom! A loud explosion. Zhang Feng, who was at the gate, turned into lightning and dashed to the altar in the blink of an eye. The 8 water dragons roared, each bursting 1 statue. The remaining water dragon, closely followed by the Thunderwave Spear, stabbed at the green-robed steward. A big move as soon as they met. It was impossible to sit back and watch the cult use its methods. Your intuition is correct, you interrupted my beast transformation technique, but it's useless. Seeing the spear rapidly approaching, a hint of disdain flashed in the green-robed steward's eyes. In an instant, his body changed, with huge spikes growing on his skin, muscles bulging, his body like a small mountain. The spear tip hit his skin, splattering a series of fireworks, but it couldn't break through his defense. Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed, controlling the water dragon to continue charging. Celestial Protector? The green-robed steward suddenly understood. So young, with such astonishing combat power, the young man in front of him must be a celestial protector. He felt ecstatic, showing a strange smile, shouting to the sky, "I am the Green Demon, today I will show you what true third-tier combat power is. And by killing you, the beast god will surely be pleased." After speaking, the Green Demon's fan-like hand fiercely struck, hitting the head of the water dragon. With a loud bang, the water dragon exploded, even forming a visible shockwave. The water dragon was actually shattered by brute force. This was the first time Zhang Feng encountered this after mastering the water dragon song. It can be seen that the Green Demon's power is so great that it has crushed second-tier warriors, possessing a true third-tier combat power. Just as Su Hua speculated, the Beast God cult has some way to allow the leader guarding this place to obtain a method comparable to third-tier combat power. But all of this was expected, so what's there to be surprised about? Faced with this situation, he did not panic at all. Kill! Dragon Transformation Blood Rage! Zhang Feng roared like thunder, with horns on his head, clad in true scales, unleashing the potential deep within his body. A more ferocious momentum than before erupted from him, spear in hand, killing the green demon, once again using the overturning rivers and seas. The spear tip cut through the air, and the 9 thunderous water dragons charged with the spear, carrying unparalleled power, bombarding the green demon. "It's useless! It's useless!" The green demon laughed heartily, using martial skills at the same time, each fist revealing a tiger head, smashing forward. The tiger fists tore through the water dragon's body, directly colliding with the spear of the Thunderwave Spear, emitting a harsh friction sound. Boom! Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and spat out a sound. Instantly the water blade at the tip of the spear spun like a chainsaw, madly rotating with a bang. The water blade was ferocious and violent, catching the green demon off guard, cutting off his arm, bursting out a large piece of flesh and blood. His power! The green devil was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhang Feng's power to be so amazing. Then he became furious, clenched his hands tightly, and smashed down like swinging a hammer. Zhang Feng held the Thunderwave gun horizontally, blocking the attack like Mount Tai pressing down. A terrifying power erupted, shattering countless scales, and the gun body trembled wildly. Golden Eye Shooting Star! Zhang Feng raised his head, his eyes emitting a golden light. In an instant, a star flew out and hit the Green Devil's forehead. "Your mental attacks, to me." The Green Devil's expression was painful, but his sanity was not destroyed by the mental attack. But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Feng's eyes burst with light again, another shooting star. Ah! This time the Green Devil couldn't hold on, clutching his head and screaming in pain. But it wasn't over yet. Zhang Feng used shooting stars to attack while also boosting his mental attributes. The shooting stars seemed to be free, crazily smashing into the Green Devil's mental world. 5 shooting stars in a row. The Green Devil was completely dumbfounded. Mentally dumbfounded. He stood still without moving a muscle. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing the intense pain in his mind. Although mental attributes could be restored, the continuous consumption and usage were also uncomfortable. Die! Zhang Feng roared and unleashed the overturning rivers and seas technique again. The 9 dragons merged into one, turning into a dazzling thunder light that pierced through the Green Devil's chest. This time the Green Devil was wide open, with no protection, and took the full force head-on. The power of extreme compression exploded instantly, blasting the Green Devil into several pieces. Even in death, he did not come to his senses. Evolution points plus 1,000, the prompt sounded. Zhang Feng took out a healing potion with relief and drank it. This battle against a third-tier opponent was truly extremely dangerous. Fortunately, he had sufficient trump cards and managed to reverse slay the Green Devil. With the Green Devil's death, along with most of the cultists, he had killed them all. Thus, the mission to destroy the cult stronghold was perfectly completed. Even if there were a few scattered cultists left, they were insignificant. After all, the danger was so great that they had nowhere to hide and couldn't escape for long. Sooner or later they would meet their end. It's said to be destruction, but I actually wiped out an entire stronghold, or rather, a small branch of the cult. Zhang Feng muttered as he walked towards the center of the altar. During the explosion earlier, the Green Devil seemed to be protecting something and did not leave the altar. Based on the battle, he was not bound, not unwilling to leave, but for some reason, he was unable to leave. Suddenly, Zhang Feng shuddered all over and took a few deep breaths. A strange liquid was in the center of the altar a few steps away. It looked like an endless flowing river, but in a basin-sized area. How could there be a river? If it were a spring, it should be bubbling with water, not giving a sense of being connected end to end. Could this be a spirit seed? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked forward. The closer he got to the spirit seed, the more pressure he felt. However, the pressure was not great enough to stop Zhang Feng's steps. This spirit seed seems to have been affected by the battle and is not far from dispersing. Zhang Feng arrived in front of the spirit seed and carefully examined it, noticing a problem. At that moment, a heavy voice sounded in his ears. There is a chance of failure in merging with the spirit seed. Once failed, it means death. Zhang Feng took a deep breath, his eyes becoming firm. It seemed to be a water-type spirit seed, which was just right for his ancient Azure dragon. Missing out today, he didn't know when he would encounter another spirit seed. Spirit seeds are too rare. I'll take a gamble today like Wuhanhai. And with the third system enhancement, granting a dragon-devouring ability, it might have a miraculous effect. Without further hesitation, Zhang Feng reached out for the spirit seed. The moment he touched the spirit seed, an uncontrollable desire surged in his heart. It seemed to be saying, "Devour, devour, devour." The river surged, flowing against the current, flowing into Zhang Feng's palm. The spirit seed entered the body. An extremely domineering force, raging wildly. The ancient Azure dragon in the spiritual world suddenly opened its eyes. "Gentlemen, please be kind and give me some gifts." In the dim hall, when the spirit seed flowed into his body, Zhang Feng instantly felt a terror. This terror referred to weight. The density of the spirit seed seemed to expand hundreds of times in an instant. The originally slow-flowing water also became turbulent and surging with the change in volume. Where the spirit seed passed, the meridians and bones emitted unbearable cries, and a large amount of blood seeped out, wetting the ground. The power of the spirit seed is destroying my bones. I haven't started bone forging yet, and my bone strength is not enough. Continuing like this will kill me. Zhang Feng's mouth was full of blood, breathing rapidly, feeling as if he was struggling even more than in the battle with the green demon. He felt the strangeness in his body but was helpless, with no way to respond. He knew nothing about the spirit seed. So this time, merging with the spirit seed was completely a gamble. Roar! In the midst of extreme pain, a dragon roar erupted within Zhang Feng's body. Dragon devour! The unruly spirit seed suddenly stiffened. A large amount of mental power uncontrollably invaded the spirit seed, continuously cutting, slicing, and peeling it. Indeed, the third strengthening is helpful for devouring the spirit seed. Zhang Feng's heart shook, knowing he had made the right bet, gritting his teeth and continuously supplementing the mental power deficiency. Even with a splitting headache and unbearable pain, he persisted desperately. As the strength of the spirit seed continued to weaken, the scattered power merged into Zhang Feng's body. But the bone crisis was not resolved. It became even more dangerous. The originally gathered heavy water dispersed and merged into his limbs and bones, causing a tremendous pain that almost made Zhang Feng pass out from the pain. All things in nature counteract and complement each other. As the saying goes, where there are poisonous snakes, there must be antidotes within 7 steps. Since the spirit seed was born in a dangerous place of blood poison, there may be a chance. In an instant, Zhang Feng made a decision to break through the third stage. Devouring the spirit seed was already a life-threatening danger, and breaking through the third stage in the dangerous place of blood poison directly raised the risk to 10 deaths without survival. It's just death. System, upgrade the third level of the whale sea body refining technique to perfection. Start the breakthrough for me. Zhang Feng's eyes were bloodshot, choosing to gamble again. This time, the bet was his life. Consuming 7,600 evolution points, proficiency in the whale sea breathing technique upgraded to perfection. Consuming 10,000 evolution points, start the breakthrough. The system issued 2 prompts in succession. Even more terrifying pain continuously assaulted his brain. At this moment of unbearable pain, Zhang Feng smiled because he remembered lying in a sickbed in his previous life, where even breathing was a luxury, and the heartless treatment from his family in this life. He remembered everything. He couldn't help but clench his fists, his willpower surging madly in his heart. For the sake of martial arts, he had no regrets even if he died 100 deaths. Throughout the process, Zhang Feng was like a piece of ore, enduring countless beatings, pounding out numerous impurities. As time passed, a unique power seeped into his limbs and bones, filling them. Injuries were healed, his skin radiated a new glow, white and flawless like jade, without a single pore visible. There were external changes, but the internal changes were even more earth-shattering. The blood was incredibly pure, the bones as hard as steel, and a significant improvement could be clearly felt. In the spiritual space, beneath the vast ancient Azure dragon, a vortex appeared. The vortex continued to cycle endlessly, never-ending. The successful fusion of the heavy water spirit seed. Successful breakthrough to the third stage. The talent evolution mission is completed. Do you want to start evolution? And the system prompt followed closely. Zhang Feng was extremely excited. Enduring countless pains, he finally saw the rainbow after the rain and achieved success. Host, Zhang Feng Realm, Level 30 Talent, Ancient Azure Dragon, S, plus, HP, 21,000 Spirit, 19,820, plus, Martial Skills, Water Dragon Song, Perfected, Thunder Dragon's Wrath, Perfected, Lightning Speed Step, Perfected, Wave Overturning Palm, Perfected. Techniques, Blood Burst Technique, Initiate, Whalesea Breathing Technique, Third Layer Perfected, True Scale Secret, Perfected, Flying Star Visualization Technique, Perfected, Evolution Points, 36,000. Opening the panel to take a look. Zhang Feng revealed a relieved smile, quickly took out a pill and swallowed it, feeling fortunate in his heart. He had truly taken a trip to the gates of hell today. No, he even kicked the gates of hell twice. And he didn't die. And the blood poison didn't erupt either. It seems my guess was correct. After merging with the heavy water spirit seed, it won't trigger the blood poison. The evolution of talent is too conspicuous, can't explain it to others. I'll wait to leave this dangerous place and find an opportunity to evolve. Zhang Feng took several deep breaths in a row, suppressing the impulse in his heart. Slowly, he found a strange feeling in his heart as well. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, he could control the power of heavy water. He extended a finger. A large amount of HP was consumed, condensing into a drop of water. Drip! The water drop fell to the ground, and the altar made a muffled sound, creating a shallow pit. If one's eyes were covered, they would probably think a heavy object had fallen, not a drop of water. A drop of water weighs 1,000 catties. This is the heavy water spirit seed. This weight is too terrifying. Bright light burst from Zhang Feng's pupils, a feeling of joy rising in his heart. The more powerful the heavy water, the more worthwhile his suffering. It's worth noting that the water dragon song crushes enemies with its weight. Now that he successfully devoured the spirit seed, the power of his water element martial skills has increased countless times. Even if the green demon were to come back to life, he would be killed within 3 moves. If heavy water can be continuously compressed, one day, a drop of water will suppress an entire world. Zhang Feng's mind was active, immediately thinking about how to use the characteristics of the spirit seed to make himself stronger. However, just merging with the heavy water spirit seed, there is probably still a long way to go before reaching this step. Drip, drip, drip. At this moment, footsteps could be heard at the entrance. Zhang Feng turned around and saw the warriors who participated in the mission. Hiss, you're not dead. Everyone was shocked. Why was Zhang Feng still alive? The cult stronghold has a third-tier combat power. Did the third-tier combat power hide and choose to wait until the vacuum period ended? No. That third-tier combat power is probably already dead. Le Jin's face turned pale as he pointed to a huge limb. It was a 2-meter-long thigh. Judging from the limb, the owner's size must have been huge. He single-handedly dealt with all the cultists, including the third-tier combat power. The facts were unbelievable, but they were right in front of them. The people had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, a radiance called righteous indignation appeared on Zhang Feng's body, making people feel respectful. Because in this world, warriors only admire the strong. The mission is completed, we can leave now. Zhang Feng stood up and said calmly. As for the matter of the spirit seed, it was not appropriate to disclose, nor was it necessary. This was the reward for the brave, and he deserved it. The crowd's gaze was complex as they looked at Zhang Feng, watching his figure. Just as everyone was immersed in admiration, suddenly the earth shook. The underground cavern was active. The heavens and earth trembled. A terrifying force erupted from underground, like an unprecedented super-earthquake. Caught off guard, everyone stumbled and struggled to stand, being thrown off balance. What's more dangerous was that buildings were crumbling, debris flying, hitting people and causing bloodshed. Ah, help me. Run. Little White. Chaos. Everything was in chaos. In such a completely chaotic situation, everyone was struggling to save themselves, let alone to help others. Now all we can do is run for our lives. Quick, the underground is active. If you don't want to die, run. Holding a sword and stabilizing his body on the ground, Le Jin was sweating profusely and roared. He felt despair. He never expected to encounter underground activity while on a mission. His luck was just too bad. The underground is active. Zhang Feng, who had just left the main hall, was shocked. He never expected to encounter so many things in just one day. First, he successfully absorbed the spirit seed, and then came the underground tremors. Run! Get out of the danger zone quickly, or there will be no place to bury the dead. Zhang Feng was also anxious, as underground activity was different from a regular earthquake. This was a terrifying disaster, as if the heavens and earth were being destroyed and recreated. No one knew if they would be alive the next second. At this moment, self-preservation was the priority, and there was no time to think about others. Boom! Along with the earth-shattering roar, the whole world seemed to be melting rapidly like a glacier. In the blink of an eye, the earth became fragmented. Pieces of debris made it difficult to find a foothold. The changes were too fast. Nowhere to escape. To make matters worse, blood mist gushed out from the ground. The blood mist appeared from all directions, carrying a foul smell, filling every inch of space. Blood poison. Zhang Feng recognized this substance with a shock. This was a situation where nothing seemed to work. A real crisis. The ground churned, and there was no place to stand. Zhang Feng had no way to escape and fell into an endless abyss. No! I must survive. Before his consciousness dissipated, he exerted all his strength to activate the true scale technique. This was the last thing he could do. As for life and death, it was up to fate. Outside the underground, watching the danger zone disappear before their eyes, Su Hua's weathered face was filled with helplessness and anger. Several soldiers held onto him tightly, preventing their commander from sacrificing himself. It was over. The blood-poisoned danger zone had disappeared. The continuous and endless cracks in the ground turned into flatland in just a few breaths, as if a giant had smoothed out the entire crevice with a single stroke. There was nothing left. Everything was gone. Everything had disappeared. Watching this scene before them, no one could accept reality, but apart from feeling powerless, there was nothing they could do. This was the horror of the underground. Everything happened without warning, leaving no time for reaction. When one realized it, death had already arrived. Let me go. Su Hua closed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. The guards released him, silent. Even the soldiers who fought on the front lines felt a sense of suffocation and could not speak. Warriors were supposed to die on the battlefield, in combat, not in a disaster. But fate was merciless. Accidents often made no sense. Commander, there is no chance of survival in the underground activity. The 10 warriors who participated in the mission have all sacrificed themselves. Tang Yuan stepped forward, his face filled with sorrow. As a seasoned veteran, Su Hua understood this truth and did not forget his responsibility. Inform the military department to posthumously recognize these 10 young people as martyrs. Tell the whole country, tell their families, that they sacrificed themselves for the nation. His eyes were red, filled with regret and pain at this moment, only able to offer some insignificant compensation. What? Brother is dead. Zhang Yuanzhou, who was practicing, was stunned. Then he was overwhelmed with joy. He couldn't believe it. Tightly holding Yi Fengshan's hands, he asked loudly, "Is what you said true? Is my brother really dead?" Yi Fengshan withdrew his hand in disgust, clicked his tongue, and said, "The military district people came and said that Zhang Feng entered the danger zone to carry out a mission, but now his fate is unknown." Zhang Yuanzhou laughed out loud at the news, tears streaming down his face, cursing repeatedly, "What a good death! What a good death! Letting you show off your abilities by participating in dangerous missions, it's really a good death." He had been at the Holy Capital Martial University for a month, learning a lot of knowledge, and had a third-level martial artist by his side whom he could consult at any time. Although theoretically, the activities in the underground cave might transfer materials to some place. But this kind of transfer often comes with unpredictable dangers, so the death rate is as high as 99.9%. The underground cave has a history of hundreds of years, with countless martial artists entering it. Up to now, there has never been a case where someone who experienced the activities in the underground cave could return safely. So basically, it can be determined that brother Zhang Feng is dead. No! He must be dead. Yes, he is definitely dead. No matter how high his talent is, it's useless. Being the top in new combat power is useless. What's the use of being a little green dragon? If luck is bad, they all have to die. Zhang Yuanzhou clenched his fists and let out a huge cheer to the sky. He couldn't stop laughing, tears streaming down his face, unable to close his mouth, breathing rapidly, basking in the brilliant sunlight. The gloom that had been hanging over his head finally disappeared, finally gone, finally no longer existed. At this moment, Zhang Yuanzhou was overwhelmed with joy. If you didn't know, you would think that this guy died as an enemy, not a relative. Seeing him so happy, Yi Fengshan was also speechless. He had originally wanted to say a few words of comfort, but now it seemed unnecessary. Although he was on the same boat as the Zhang family, it was hard to say anything, but he didn't want to see Zhang Yuanzhou go crazy. Alright, stop laughing, come with me, the military department wants to see you. The two arrived at the vice principal's office. A tall military officer was talking to the vice principal. The vice principal had long white beard, a kind face, and a scholarly air. However, at this moment, his face was filled with sorrow. When he saw Yi Fengshan and Zhang Yuanzhou, he sighed and said, Zhang Yuanzhou, you are Zhang Feng's younger brother. You must be very sad to hear about your brother's sacrifice. Zhang Yuanzhou's face tightened, quickly lowered his head, and suppressed the laughter surging in his heart. Don't laugh, challenge. If he laughed out loud, it would be over. In order to hold back his laughter, he even grabbed his legs with both hands, leaving bloody marks. Even his body was trembling uncontrollably in an effort to stifle his laughter. The two who didn't understand were deeply moved. What deep brotherly love! This is it. Ah. The vice principal took a look and asked again, by the way, there is one more thing. The military department wants to posthumously award Zhang Feng as a martyr. Do you want to preside over the memorial service? Zhang Yuanzhou was stunned. Let him preside over his brother's funeral? Without thinking, he immediately refused in his heart. What a joke! He wished his brother's death was as light as a feather, unknown and uncared for. Of course, he couldn't say what he really felt, so he just lowered his head and said, please let my parents preside over it. In Haichine, several instructors from the training camp hurried to the Lord's mansion. Wu Hanhai's eyes were red, his face filled with sorrow as he said, Boss, Zhang Feng is dead. Ling Xiang, who was handling documents, couldn't help but tremble in his hand holding the pen. A wave-like line was drawn on the paper, revealing his restless heart. Dead? Zhang Feng is dead? How did he die? Who killed him? Ling Xiang leaned back in his chair and asked a series of questions. After speaking, he closed his eyes heavily, as if unwilling to face this news. In his mind, a young man holding a long spear, accompanied by a water dragon, appeared. He was the most talented genius he had ever seen. 3 days to pass through the training camp. National champion. Zhang Feng was destined to become a strong figure in the future, yet he died silently. The military district reported that it was due to activities in the underground cave. Heaven is envious of talents. Heaven is envious of talents. Why is God so cruel? He. Sigh. Wu Hanhai's chest heaved as he cursed the unfairness of heaven, finally letting out a sigh full of helplessness. Zhang Feng died in the activities in the underground cave, died in an unpredictable natural disaster. They didn't even have a target for revenge, filled with a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Helpless. This is a microcosm of this cruel era. Zhang Feng's death is just one of many helplessness. Ling Xiang opened his eyes, exhaled, and said, I know, Xiaochen, go inform Zhang Feng's parents to hold a funeral to mourn Zhang Feng. People die like a lamp extinguished. They can't do anything now, only comfort those who are still alive. I don't believe this kid, he just died like that. There is still a chance to survive in the underground activities, I bet he must still be alive. Wu Hanhai was emotional, clenching his fists, and roaring loudly. Everyone looked at Wu Hanhai, falling into silence. Ao Luo patted his old friend's shoulder, saying nothing. This cold-faced instructor. Now he is also very uncomfortable. I also bet, Zhang Feng is still alive. Yu Shi, who had been silent, suddenly said. Even Ling Xiang, who didn't want to blame the two now, heard such woeful words. Soon, Ling Xiang's phone rang. After he answered, he was stunned, instantly furious. What a joke, as parents, after their son had an accident, they won't even hold a funeral. The three instructors heard this, feeling incredulous, then filled with anger. They all knew that the Zhang brothers had conflicts. Unexpectedly, the problem was entirely with the parents. The parents were so heartless and ungrateful, no wonder Zhang Feng wanted to cut ties with them. Boss, I will go find Zhang Feng's parents. I want to see what kind of parents they are, actually so cold-blooded and heartless. Wu Hanhai was indignant, wishing to flash to the Zhang family to see the faces of these parents. Ling Xiang pondered for a moment, stood up, and said, You come with me to the Zhang family. The other instructors returned to the training camp. The new training camp has already started. They cannot all be absent because of this matter. After all, family matters are difficult to resolve by force. The problems of the Zhang family cannot be corrected by force alone. Yes, Lord of the City. Ao Luo and Yu Ji bid farewell and returned to the training camp, while Ling Xiang and Wu Hanhai took a car to the Zhang family villa. When they arrived at the gate, they saw the driver Xiaochen. Xiaochen had a bitter smile on his face, shaking his head and saying, Lord of the City, this couple is very firm. They refuse to hold a funeral no matter what. Ling Xiang's eyes turned cold, feeling angry. Knock on the door. Wu Hanhai, who was anxious, rushed to the front gate, banging on the door loudly. "Who is it? Knocking on the door so forcefully, trying to break my door?" A scream came from inside the house, from Chen Aimei. Soon the door opened, revealing a heavily made-up face. Seeing the imposing Wu Hanhai, Chen Aimei felt fearful, and her voice slowed down as she asked, "Who are you?" Wu Hanhai, with a stern face, got straight to the point and asked, "Are you Zhang Feng's mother? I ask you, why are you not holding a funeral?" The originally weak Chen Aimei, upon hearing this, seemed to have found a backbone, raised her head, and said, "That little beast has cut ties with us, since there is no relationship. Why hold a funeral for him when he's dead?" Wu Hanhai was stunned, greatly shocked. He never expected Chen Aimei to be so arrogant in the face of her son's death. "Isn't Zhang Feng your own flesh and blood? Even animals are not as heartless as you." At this moment, Zhang Xuanba also arrived at the gate, and upon hearing this question, he burst into laughter. "Haha, we raised him with great effort, only to raise a white-eyed wolf. You don't blame Zhang Feng, but instead blame us as parents for being heartless? Do parents have to endlessly spoil their son?" Wu Hanhai's forehead bulged with veins. He couldn't take it anymore. He raised his fist, intending to punch first and talk later. "Old Wu," a voice behind him, directly made Wu Hanhai calm down. He glanced at this couple, snorted coldly, and walked to the side. "Are you the Lord of Lingchang?" Zhang Xuanba saw Ling Xiang, his eyes lit up instantly, and his tone became very respectful. "Arrogant and humble. A typical snob." Ling Xiang shook his head in his heart and sighed. If Zhang Feng was not born into such a family, would his fate have been better? "I already know that you do not want to hold a funeral, so the Lord's mansion will arrange it. A funeral will be held at the holy capital Wudao in 7 days. Are you willing to preside over the memorial service?" Ling Xiang proposed a compromise. With his power and status, it was already a big concession. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xuanba shook his head like a drum, repeatedly saying he would not go. "All right, I understand." Ling Xiang's face darkened, he didn't say much more, and turned to leave. If the other party is unwilling, there is no point in forcing it. Perhaps even the spirit of Zhang Feng in heaven would not want to see his parents. The root cause of the discord between the Zhang brothers lies in the favoritism of their parents. The parents are biased and favor the youngest son, resulting in one mistake after another. Ling Xiang sat in the car, speaking with disgust. "Elder brother, in fact, before Zhang Feng's report, he once asked me to investigate something." Wu Hanhai whispered. "Something that happened a month ago." It was before the report. Zhang Feng had asked him to investigate something. It had been too long, and with his methods, he couldn't find any clues. It would be better to tell Ling Xiang now and use the power of the Lord's mansion to get to the bottom of it. "What? There is still this matter. I support you in investigating vigorously. If the situation is true, then I will vent my anger for Zhang Feng. Hang Zhang's parents on the pillar of shame, let the world remember." Ling Xiang was stunned, then nodded heavily, agreeing to the matter. There is a water poison defense line in the third cave. The defense line is like a winding dragon, spanning between the swamp lakes. The environment here is harsh, extremely dangerous, and home to a large number of aquatic beasts. Most of these beasts are highly poisonous and very difficult to deal with. Once these highly poisonous beasts break out of the cave, the consequences would be unimaginable. In order to protect national security, the Dragon Kingdom has invested a lot of manpower and resources in building defense facilities in the third cave, constructing a defense line that extends for hundreds of kilometers. Zhang Zi, who was on duty in a certain area, suddenly felt her wristband vibrate and received a message. She looked at her hand and a hint of mocking smile appeared on her lips. "Fool! This is a fool, blinded by a little achievement, like a frog in a well, thinking he is invincible in the world. Clearly a celestial, but unable to judge the situation, overestimating his abilities in challenging me, truly seeking a dead end. The world never lacks geniuses, but geniuses who fall halfway have no value." Zhang Zi had no sympathy. There are too many geniuses in the martial world who fall due to pride and complacency. Not worthy of pity. She quickly sent a reply message with a flick of her finger. Urgent mission, unable to attend the funeral. 7 days later. In the southeast corner of the holy capital Wudao, there is a place planted with cypress trees. This is the cemetery area belonging to the holy capital Wudao, called Changbai Garden. Tombstones of the Wudao students stand quietly, telling of past glory. How many youthful memories, how much passion, how much love and hatred, all buried in the earth, returned to the earth. A simple and solemn small funeral quietly began. Zhang Feng's black and white photo hung high in the room, and because there was no body, it was a cenotaph. Inside the coffin were a set of clothes and a red medal. These were all the things Zhang Feng brought into this world for 19 years. There were very few people attending the funeral, only a dozen freshmen, apart from Ji Mang and Shin Chen. And none of Zhang Feng's relatives came. The person presiding and speaking was Xiao Lu Ling. Little dear spirit was dressed in white mourning clothes, her eyes swollen from crying. Her voice choked up as she said, "Thank you all for attending Zhang Feng's funeral. He sacrificed himself in the mission to destroy the cult for the peace of Longwa. Please stand up and offer flowers in turn. This is the path of a warrior. A dangerous and thorny path. When they choose to become warriors, it means they have to face danger and unknown challenges. It's like walking on a tightrope above an abyss. No one knows when they will fall. Even the national champion, the top new combatant Zhang Feng, cannot escape the same fate. Clearly, his talent and strength were unmatched. Clearly, his future was full of endless possibilities. But death came so suddenly, so mercilessly. There was no reason at all. Zhang Feng, rest in peace." Xiao Xiaoxiao was the first to offer flowers. With a sorrowful expression, she placed a white lily. "Zhang Ge, we haven't repaid your life-saving grace, how could you, sigh?" Luo Zhang clenched his fists, feeling exceptionally heavy-hearted, as if a stifling anger was building up inside him. Freshmen from Jiangnan province came forward to offer flowers. Some of them, like Xiao Xiaoxiao and Luo Zhang, were saved by Zhang Feng in the Jiangnan examination hall and later became comrades in arms. They came from the same hometown and were sentimental young people. They knew they would never see Zhang Feng again. This was a final farewell. So, these people were the most heartbroken. "I haven't defeated you yet, and you're gone. What a joke." Wang Xiuhu stepped forward, looking at Zhang Feng's photo, unwilling to believe it. Although they didn't have a deep bond, they even had a fight. But that didn't stop him from seeing Zhang Feng as a rival he had to surpass. In the end, this opponent silently died in the underground cave, and his body couldn't even be found. "You have no regrets on this path, which is better than countless others." Bai Lingzhu put down the white lily, looked at Zhang Feng's photo, and sighed softly. She couldn't help but think of a month ago. Zhang Feng refused the Tianwan Society at the enrollment office, and she had once stopped him to ask questions, only to receive a reply. "The path I'm taking has nothing to do with you." What a resolute belief. Bai Lingzhu felt sorry for the envy of heaven's talent but not sad. To die after hearing the Tao is enough. A seeker of the Tao died on the path of seeking it. It's not pitiful, just regrettable. Students continued to offer flowers. Finally, it was the juniors Ji Mang and Shin Chen. Ji Mang stared at the photo blankly, usually talkative, but today he couldn't say anything. Just a while ago, they were in the underground cave with Zhang Feng, who was fine. And then he suddenly died. Who could believe it? Who could accept it? "Old Ji, let's go have a drink." Shin Chen put his arm around Ji Mang's shoulder. The two supported each other and left Changbai Garden. After everyone had offered flowers, a warrior in black approached. Surprisingly, it was Meng Qiu. Her eyes were dark as she reached out to close the coffin. Little dear spirit broke down emotionally, throwing herself on the coffin, crying bitterly. "Master, Master, goodbye. Little dear spirit will miss you. I will burn electronic incense for you every Qingming festival." Once the coffin was closed, heaven and man were forever separated. The crowd gradually left Changbai Garden. The freshmen were low-spirited and silent. Only Luo Zhang was emotional and couldn't help but say, "Although what I'm saying now may not be respectful to Zhang Ge, I need to get it off my chest. I've been holding back my words, feeling so stifled. Why didn't anyone from the Zhang family come? Are they cold-blooded animals? His parents didn't come. His sister didn't come. His brother didn't come. The ones who killed Zhang Ge were not the underground cave, but this group of cold-blooded animals. If it weren't for the family spoiling Zhang Yuanzhou and treating Zhang Ge harshly since childhood, he wouldn't have had to take risks in the underground cave. Maybe if I hadn't gone this time, I wouldn't have encountered the cave event. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't imagine it at all. In this world, there is a family like the Zhang family, cold-blooded and heartless. No, they can't be considered family. They are just strangers with blood ties. Why is Zhang Feng so aloof, doesn't like to talk? Sigh, can't blame him, he grew up in that kind of environment. It's really tough. So difficult. So hard. Xiao Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes, her tone bitter. The Zhang family, who are unkind and favor their youngest son, are like hell. Compared to that, her parents are loving, always there for her, it's like heaven. If Zhang Feng had a family like that, maybe. But there's no maybe anymore. I must work harder in the future, practice martial arts diligently, kill more cultists, to comfort brother Zhang's spirit in heaven. Luo Zhang clenched his fists, silently swearing in his heart. I'm dead. In the darkness, Zhang Feng opened his eyes, feeling disoriented, then sensed intense pain all over his body. Looks like I'm not dead. he realized, feeling grateful despite the intense pain. He's still alive. There's hope for everything. Where am I? Did I get transferred to some desolate place? Zhang Feng was full of doubt, looking around in the darkness, unable to see anything. In this unknown environment, he focused on his physical condition. He closed his eyes to examine his injuries and severe blood loss. I need to restore my blood. Luckily, I have a system, otherwise I would be in dire straits. Zhang Feng replenished his blood points, and his physical condition improved significantly. Trying to find healing medicine from his pack, he discovered it had been torn open at some point, with everything inside missing. Probably during the cave event, the pack was accidentally torn by a rock. To make matters worse, the Thunderwave gun and bracelet had also disappeared. Zhang Feng sighed, realizing he had to rely on self-healing to recover from his internal injuries. He pointed forward, shooting out several arcs of blue electricity. The arcs continued to output, growing brighter, illuminating the surroundings for several meters. Where am I? Zhang Feng saw the outline of his location. It was a space filled with sharp rocks, water dripping down the rocks. The air was damp and musty, with the sound of rushing water in the distance. He gradually realized he might be in an underground cave. This is troublesome. How do I find the exit in this underground cave? And there's another problem, is this still a shallow cave? Zhang Feng's expression darkened. Although lucky not to have died in the cave event, his situation was extremely dire. It's no wonder people consider cave events as natural disasters with no survivors. The caves are incredibly mysterious, with countries striving to explore them fully but with little success. Even today, the full extent of the caves remains unknown. So when the cave event transports people to unknown places, it truly feels like neither heaven nor earth is on their side. If the cave event couldn't kill me, what else do I have to fear? There's always hope as long as I keep going. Zhang Feng's eyes were determined, his heart filled with the will to survive. Understanding his situation, he first used 30,000 evolution points to raise his level to 33. Then he activated the whale sea breathing technique, using his blood and energy to alleviate his injuries. 3 hours later, Zhang Feng opened his eyes, his pale face showing a hint of color, his condition much improved. Trying to stand up, he felt a dull pain in his internal organs. It seemed as long as he avoided big movements, it wouldn't affect him. My talent is water control. In this cave, I can replenish my water anytime, but how do I get food? Zhang Feng beckoned, gathering a large amount of water vapor, forming a small stream that flowed into his mouth. Through heavy water pressure, a large amount of impurities and bacteria are being expelled. The cleanliness is comparable to distilled pure water. Even an ordinary person in a desperate situation, only drinking water without eating, can last for 30 days at the limit, while a third-stage martial artist, with a strong physique, could probably last for 100 days. But not eating for a long time will make one very weak, so the longer I go without food, the closer I am to death. There may be organisms in the underground river. This is my only chance of survival. I must find the underground river. Zhang Feng felt a sense of tension rising in his heart, understanding that he must find food as soon as possible. Time is running out. Every second is extremely precious. He followed the sound of rushing water, carefully searching for the location of the underground river. In the cave, time was indistinguishable, only the lonely sound of his heartbeat. The 10,000th heartbeat, the 100,000th heartbeat, the millionth heartbeat. Zhang Feng listened to his own heartbeat, counting silently while exploring. When the millionth heartbeat sounded, it meant 11 days had passed. And Zhang Feng still had nothing. He had not found food, he had not found an exit. Could it be that I will be trapped and die here? Zhang Feng stopped, pursed his lips, furrowed his brow. According to his stamina, he had walked at least thousands of kilometers in these 11 days, leaving marks along the way to avoid going in circles. But apart from the incessant sound of rushing water, which had become louder, there was no other change. Rest for a while, then continue. Zhang Feng extinguished the despair in his heart, sat down to rest for a while, and regain his strength. 5 hours later, he opened his eyes and continued to trek, searching for the underground river. Time passed. There was nothing in the darkness. When the millionth heartbeat sounded again, Zhang Feng stopped, resting once more. Only drinking water without eating, the body consumed a large amount of fat to replenish the energy needed for activity. Compared to 20 days ago, at this moment, his face was 2 points thinner, but his spirit was undiminished. However, he had not been without gains. After more than 20 days of walking, the sound of the underground river had become very strong. The thunderous sound of the rushing water seemed to be pressing in from all sides. The underground river is not far away, this time I must find it in one go. When Zhang Feng opened his eyes again, he thought firmly in his heart. He immediately set off to continue searching for the underground river. This was his only chance of survival. He absolutely could not give up. Several days later, Zhang Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring blankly at a green patch on the rock wall. This was not a reflection of light. It was a patch of green moss. Something to eat? Zhang Feng was excited, couldn't wait, and tore off a piece of moss. He washed it with heavy water first, then roasted it with blue thunder, and chewed and swallowed it slowly. Each bite was bitter. But after starving for dozens of days, his stomach finally received some replenishment. Moss is a part of the ecosystem. If moss is found, then there must be organisms nearby. Zhang Feng continued walking while eating. As expected, the moss clinging to the rock wall became more and more abundant. At the same time, the sound of the river had become earth-shattering. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out. A figure leaped out from the darkness and pounced towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, bursting with an unprecedented brilliance. This was the sound of nature. With a palm strike, accompanied by a deep blue light, he struck forward. Bang! The terrifying power of the breaking wave palm pierced through the body of the attacking creature. Evolution points plus 150. The unknown creature fell to the ground, entering the range of the blue thunder, allowing Zhang Feng to see its full appearance. This creature had a flat body, resembling a crocodile, but without eyes. It seemed that this creature had lived in darkness for a long time, causing its eyes to degenerate. What kind of creature is this? Blind crocodile? Forget it, whatever it is, I'll eat it first. Zhang Feng licked his lips, and began to process the blind crocodile. Fortunately, he had the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder. Even without fire, he could roast it with electricity, cooking it at high temperatures. 20 minutes later, Zhang Feng ate and drank his fill, patting his belly with a satisfied smile. Having found a food source and restored my strength, the next step is talent evolution. Eating the food, Zhang Feng continued forward and arrived at a spacious area. Beneath his feet was a sloping downward slope, at the bottom of which flowed a roaring underground river. It was the underground river that Zhang Feng had been searching for diligently for dozens of days. Where does this underground river come from? Where does it lead to? Can I find an exit downstream? Zhang Feng was full of questions and cast a Thunder Dragon God Thunder with a flick of his finger to explore the scale of the underground river. This Thunder Dragon God Thunder strike was full force, transforming into an arrow flying towards the downstream of the river, illuminating things along the way. Blind crocodiles sensed the light and surfaced from the river. The Thunder Dragon flew farther and farther until it disappeared from Zhang Feng's eyes, without seeing the end. Following suit, Zhang Feng cast another Thunder Dragon God Thunder upstream. The result was the same, no end in sight. What about above? Zhang Feng once again flicked his finger and cast a lightning upwards. The lightning pierced the air, bringing hope along with his heart. It was a cliff. Climbing up might lead to an escape. Now that I'm not lacking food, once my condition is restored, I will try to climb the cliff. Zhang Feng raised his finger, pointed to the sky, and firmly held his intention in his heart. He must escape. Compared to the beginning, the situation had improved significantly. At least he didn't have to worry about starving to death. Zhang Feng cast several thunder dragons to attract the blind crocodiles to climb up. He easily killed a few blind crocodiles and ate them after roasting. Although the commotion of talent evolution is significant, the process is quick. I will be cautious and not encounter major problems. Feeding his belly, Zhang Feng finally had the leisure to consider talent evolution. As for why he evolved his talent right after waking up, it was because the situation was unclear. Moreover, talent evolution, aside from enhancing some combat power, could not change the current situation. If he evolved his talent right after waking up, and if he was unlucky enough to attract powerful creatures, it would be tantamount to suicide. Apart from the blind crocodiles, there were no other dangerous beasts found in the underground river. With just the blind crocodiles, he was capable of dealing with them. There's no time to lose, let's start the evolution directly. Zhang Feng sat cross-legged, silently chanting the word evolution. In an instant, his consciousness sank into the spiritual world, where a huge thunder dragon resided. The ancient thunder dragon roared to the sky, its voice ancient and awe-inspiring, shaking the entire spiritual world. Suddenly, a thunder pillar descended, engulfing the ancient thunder dragon. The lightning flashed dazzlingly, seemingly endless and without stopping. The ancient thunder dragon endured the baptism of lightning, its scales cracking and falling off, with numerous wounds all over its body. It was a transformation comparable to death. As time passed, the ancient thunder dragon adapted to the lightning, undergoing astonishing changes in its body. Its size crazily expanded, new scales resembling lightning patterns grew, its horns curved like lightning, emitting a powerful aura. Roar! The lightning disappeared. The ancient thunder dragon completed its evolution, roaring to the sky, seemingly declaring its existence to the world. Host, Zhang Feng, Realm, Level 33, Talent, Ancient Thunder Dragon, SS, Health, 51,000, plus, Spirit, 49,820, plus, Martial Skills, Water Dragon Song, Perfected, Thunder Dragon Rage, Perfected, Lightning Step, Perfected, Wave Palm, Perfected. Techniques, Bloodthirsty Art, Initiate, Whalesea Breathing Technique, Third Layer Perfected, True Scale Secret, Perfected, Starflying Visualization Technique, Perfected, Evolution Points, 5,900 at the moment of completing Talent Evolution. Zhang Feng opened the panel and saw a change in the Talent section. SS Level Talent, Eternal Thunder Dragon King. His heart surged with excitement as the Talent Evolution was successful. His own comprehension had made a qualitative leap, leading to a broader future. Moreover, I feel that this evolution is far greater than the first evolution. Zhang Feng reached out his hand, and his blood and energy surged. Instantly a burst of green thunder shot out. With a bang, the green thunder struck the ground, creating a basketball-sized pit. It only consumed a little blood and energy. The power of the green dragon divine thunder had increased several times. Since the elemental system has been enhanced, what about the other two systems? Let's try the physical system first. Zhang Feng's heart moved, entering the dragon transformation state. In the blink of an eye, his skin was covered with small blue-green scales, with countless tiny electric arcs jumping between the scales, looking very cool. He was stunned. Clearly, he did not activate the true scale secret technique. Why did scales grow on his skin? No, these are not scales constructed by blood and energy, these are real dragon scales. Zhang Feng's breath stopped, feeling greatly shocked. He did not expect that the second talent evolution would bring him so many surprises. And the new dragon transformation felt much more powerful than before. If the Zhang Feng who had swallowed the heavy water spirit seed could defeat the green demon in 3 moves, then the Zhang Feng after the second talent evolution, activating the dragon transformation, could kill the green demon in just 1 move. The increase in power was so great that it elevated his combat strength to an extremely abnormal level. Even the senior students in the inner courtyard would have the confidence to challenge him. This evolution has brought tremendous help to my future battles and cultivation. The next goal is the third evolution, SSS level talent. Zhang Feng's eyes were fiery as he looked at the blind crocodile on the edge of the dark river. He flicked several lightning bolts over. The dazzling light illuminated the underground world and attracted a large number of blind crocodiles rushing towards Zhang Feng. Next, I have to climb the cliff. I need to prepare enough food. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes, activated the dragon transformation state, and actively plunged into the group of blind crocodiles. He was like a fish in water. His hands wrapped in lightning, each swing carried the power of thunder, smashing the heads of the blind crocodiles, causing blood to flow. He didn't even need martial skills. With just his physical strength, Zhang Feng crushed the tough-skinned blind crocodiles. Compared to him, the blind crocodiles were as fragile as foam. It was as if he was the true beast. Evolution points plus 100 evolution points plus 150 evolution points plus 200. Zhang Feng slaughtered wildly. One blind crocodile after another died under his fists, covering the entire riverbank. And the constantly repeating notification sound was the best reward for him. Roar! The blind crocodiles kept dying. Eventually, they angered a king. Out of the dark river, a huge figure rushed out. Its size was 10 times that of an ordinary blind crocodile, with a layer of spiky scales covering its body. Like a truck, it charged straight at Zhang Feng. Good, bring it on. Zhang Feng's fighting spirit was high as he pounded his fists. Thunder shattered the darkness. His fist hit the crocodile king. Under the clash of strength, Zhang Feng's legs rooted firmly like an old tree, unmoved. The larger crocodile king was actually lifted off the ground by the impact. Die! Zhang Feng roared, his fists turning into thunderbolts, bombarding the crocodile king. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of punches were thrown, killing this crocodile king alive. In the underground cave. After killing a large number of blind crocodiles, Zhang Feng quickly skinned and boned them, roasted a large batch of jerky. Most of the crocodile skins were used as bags to store the jerky. A small part of the crocodile skin and bones were assembled into a foldable hammock. The 2 sides of the cliff stretched endlessly, and no one knew how high it was. Therefore, he had to consider how to rest on the cliff. And this real leather hammock was his solution. 2 days later, Zhang Feng opened his eyes, picked up a bag next to him, and carried it on his back. After this period of rest, his internal injuries had healed, his spirits were high, and his physical strength was at its peak. He looked at the endless cliff, took a deep breath, and silently cheered himself on. No one knew. What is at the end of this cliff? Perhaps it's an exit. Perhaps it's another dead end. But he knew one thing. Staying here, there was never a chance of escape. So he had to climb up, even if there was no way out. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the end of the cliff looked like. Let's go! Zhang Feng struck a running pose, his legs emitting arcs of electricity. With a sudden push, the ground cracked open, forming a spiderweb-like pattern. Using this thrust, his speed skyrocketed, charging up the nearly 90-degree cliff. On the smooth cliff without footholds, Zhang Feng rushed out hundreds of meters, feeling exhausted and unable to continue. Seeing this, he didn't force it. A layer of heavy water covered his fingers and toes, forming a spiral drill. In the blink of an eye, the drill broke through the cliff, allowing him to stabilize his body, clinging to the cliff surface like a gecko. In his past life, a rock climbing expert could climb a 900-meter cliff barehanded, and I am a martial artist. Even though I haven't learned rock climbing, my physical fitness is much stronger than an ordinary person. Zhang Feng, besides roasting meat these days, also conducted dozens of experiments. Through these experiments, he developed a feasible method. But the problem was never rock climbing. It was how high this cliff really was. Could he find the exit before running out of food? Swish! Zhang Feng didn't hesitate to use his blood and qi, bursting with energy once again. He used the Thunder Light Swift Step technique, turning into a lightning bolt and sprinting upwards. Whenever his momentum waned, he rested for a short while before continuing to charge up. This cycle repeated until he ran out of energy and had to stop. As for his blood and qi, he had a system to replenish them at any time, so it wasn't a problem. When tired, he drilled 2 holes, hung up a hammock, and sealed the holes with heavy water to prevent the hammock from falling off while he slept. The underground cave is truly amazing. Zhang Feng ate jerky, looked up at the sky, and saw the cliff extending endlessly upwards. Looking down, he could no longer see the surging underground river. According to his own estimation, he had climbed 30 kilometers in a day. Every time he charged upwards, he gave it his all. It's a pity I can't fly, otherwise, I would be much faster. Zhang Feng felt a bit regretful but didn't blame anyone. After eating his fill, he closed his eyes and rested against the cold cliff. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Zhang Feng climbed the cliff every day. The estimated distance he had climbed was around 300 kilometers. Yet, the cliff still stretched endlessly, seemingly without an end. This made him feel a sense of powerlessness. He who advances 100 steps is half 90. I absolutely cannot give up. Zhang Feng closed his eyes, firm in his resolve. He believed that as long as he persisted, he would reach his goal. The 5th day. The 10th day. The 20th day. One day, Zhang Feng casually looked up and saw a shape of despair. It was a horizontally stretching rock wall in mid-air, like a tyrant blocking the exit. Wait, there's light. Zhang Feng noticed rays of light shining through the cracks in the rock wall, and his heart trembled. There was light. It wasn't time to give up yet. This horizontal cliff isn't long. I can climb to the light spot in half a day. Zhang Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and reached the top of the cliff. Reaching out, his body was completely suspended, and any carelessness would result in a fatal fall. However, Zhang Feng's gaze was firm, fixed on the glowing spot. As time passed, he gradually approached the light, and as he reached into the crack, he smelled a fragrant scent. The air has the smell of grass. I found the exit. My efforts were not in vain. A strong sense of excitement surged in Zhang Feng's heart. He began to widen the crack, his hands acting like drills, quickly opening up more space. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng popped out of the crack like a groundhog. Looking at the space blooming with white light, a hint of smile involuntarily appeared on his face. My path is not lonely. I, Tianfeng Emperor, have been waiting for many years, and finally, I have waited for the Azure Dragon Emperor. Suddenly, a female voice was heard. Zhang Feng's expression froze, and he looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a woman in a silver-white moon robe, sitting cross-legged on a piece of bluestone. This woman was extremely beautiful, with deep eyes, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, revealing a natural nobility and mystery. Someone. But why does she take me as the Azure Dragon Emperor? Is this person mentally ill? Zhang Feng never expected that after coming out of the underground cave, he would encounter such a strange woman. Even more strange was that the woman seemed mentally unstable. What era is this, still talking about Tianfeng Emperor? Is she playing cosplay? It's better to believe that I am Qin Shi Huang. Pay up. Azure Dragon Emperor, have you forgotten our great cause? The opportunity to counterattack the immortal realm is right in front of us. Tianfeng Emperor's eyes turned cold, and with a low drink, a burst of momentum erupted. The momentum seemed tangible, instantly making Zhang Feng feel powerless to resist. Although this woman is mentally ill, her strength is absolutely not weak. I have to find a way to go along with her words, and not provoke her. Getting beaten up by a mentally ill person is pointless. There's no place for reason. That's frustrating. Friend, don't be nervous. I, the Emperor, just came from. Zhang Feng looked at the hole at his feet. Inspiration struck. His mind quickly fabricated a set of excuses. Just came out of the boundless abyss, suffered some injuries, please forgive me, friend. Zhang Feng said earnestly. He didn't know why, but he felt quite embarrassed. Fortunately, he was facing a mentally ill woman. The boundless abyss. Legend has it that even immortals would perish there. The Emperor can walk out unscathed, truly extraordinary in martial arts, not something we ordinary emperors can compare to. The woman looked shocked, her eyes filled with admiration. There was no doubt. She was truly mentally ill. The more she talks, the more I can understand this crazy woman's logic. Zhang Feng had an idea. After falling ill in his previous life, he spent several years in the hospital and met many patients. These patients were all talented and spoke well. Tianfeng friend, why are you waiting for me here? Zhang Feng asked tentatively with his hands behind his back. This scene was far more dangerous than climbing a steep cliff. After all, you couldn't predict the next move of a mentally ill person. Got the flu, had a fever of 39.5 last night. With the change of seasons from spring to summer, everyone be careful to prevent diseases, wishing everyone good health. Azure Dragon Emperor, have you forgotten? 1,000,000 years ago, you and your friend made a plan to seek the opportunity to counterattack the immortal realm and the virtual realm. Today's meeting is a part of your plan from 1,000,000 years ago. The woman glanced strangely at Zhang Feng and said, Virtual realm. What is this thing? And who can plan for 1,000,000 years later? Me? Impossible. 1,000,000 years ago. Probably still primitive humans. Nonsense. But if you can't answer, wouldn't that be a flaw, a loophole? Zhang Feng quickly came up with an idea, coughed, and said, I have been walking in the boundless abyss for too long, my memory is damaged, please forgive me, Tianfeng friend. The woman nodded, finding it very reasonable. After all, even immortals find it difficult to escape the boundless abyss. Today's meeting with the Azure Dragon Emperor is already a rare opportunity, but it's still necessary to test it out. Seeing the woman throw out a booklet, she said calmly, This is the Invincible Azure Dragon secret art, which you, the Azure Dragon Emperor, agreed to return to you when you meet. Zhang Feng received the booklet, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Could it be that this crazy woman wants him to cultivate this useless Invincible Azure Dragon secret art? Please, Azure Dragon Emperor, quickly master the first level of the Invincible Azure Dragon secret art. Indeed. Tianfeng spoke again. This time her voice was a bit colder. If you cannot master the Invincible Azure Dragon technique, then you are naturally not the Azure Dragon Emperor. Zhang Feng was shocked. Crazy. Really crazy. What would happen if he was not the Azure Dragon Emperor? What would be the outcome? No need to ask. Definitely not a good outcome. He could only pray. Hopefully, the level of the Invincible Azure Dragon technique is not too high. After flipping through the booklet, a system prompt sounded. Do you want to spend 10,000 evolution points to increase the proficiency of the Invincible Azure Dragon technique? A similar technique, the True Scale technique, has been discovered, which can reduce 1,750 evolution points. Upon hearing the prompt, a sense of dizziness appeared in Zhang Feng's heart. The first level of the technique required 10,000 evolution points just to get started. It's probably a 5th grade technique. Fortunately, I saved a lot of evolution points while killing blind crocodiles in the underground cave, enough to pay for it. And just as I had imagined before, similar techniques can save evolution points. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and invested the evolution points. In an instant, a massive amount of memories flooded his brain. Zhang Feng seemed to transform into a giant dragon, soaring through the sky, commanding all races. With every move, wind and thunder accompanied him, the heavens and earth followed, exuding supreme majesty. This aura, yes, you are indeed the Azure Dragon Emperor. Tianfeng revealed an expectant smile. Her eyes were deep and noble, as if she could see through space and observe Zhang Feng's mental changes. This is a top-tier body refining technique. The True Scale technique and the Invincible Azure Dragon technique are like night and day. There's no comparison. Zhang Feng opened his eyes, looking somewhat surprised at his hands. A large amount of blood and energy surged out of his acupoints, forming layers of green scales. The layers of green scales stacked on top of each other, appearing indestructible, exuding a destructive thunderous aura. The Invincible Azure Dragon technique is not just a body refining technique, it also comes with matching martial skills, with an offensive move called Azure Dragon Finger and a defensive move called Endless Dragon Scale Armor. As soon as he grasped the essence of this technique, Zhang Feng understood. The higher the proficiency of the Invincible Azure Dragon technique, the greater the enhancement to the body, and it can unlock matching martial skills. It truly lives up to its majestic name. It is indeed an invincible divine technique. Congratulations, Azure Dragon Emperor. By further cultivating this divine technique, you will have some reliance when going to the virtual realm. Tianfeng clapped her hands lightly, showing some genuine joy, not pretending. Zhang Feng felt complicated about this crazy woman. However, the life-threatening situation had not been resolved yet. He dared to be bolder and continued to ask, "Friend Tianfeng, may I ask where the virtual realm is located?" The Azure Dragon Emperor Tianfeng pointed to the sky above her head and calmly said, "In ancient times, there was a person who mastered great supernatural powers. With one stroke, he drew a well, with two strokes, he drew all living beings. That is the origin of the virtual realm. The virtual realm is a constructed illusory world, like a moon in the water, a flower in the mirror, where the people inside are all illusions. Take the name Blue Star. However, it is said that within the virtual realm lies the inheritance of this great supernatural person, which is no less than that of an immortal. Today, our meeting is in line with the plan of the Emperor Tianfeng a million years ago. We are going to the virtual realm to find a solution. Blue Star. It turns out to be the virtual realm. Completely a false fantasy world. Truly a delusional mind. I see. The illness is not light." Zhang Feng was stunned, but upon second thought, he found some room for maneuver and quickly asked, "So, friend Tianfeng, how much do you know about the virtual realm?" Tianfeng remained calm, as if telling someone else's story, and said lightly, "After awakening my true spirit and regaining my memories, I tried to enter the virtual realm several times, but was tormented by illusions and dared not stay long." Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This is a good thing. Mentally ill people often have their own logic. As long as there are no logical problems, the disease will not flare up. Since Tianfeng doesn't know much about Blue Star, he can take advantage of this. Zhang Feng had an idea in his mind and said, "I won't hide it from you. I have already established myself in the virtual realm. I can offer advice to you, my friend, and find a place to settle down." At the moment, he couldn't shake off Tianfeng. Utilizing her power to return to the Blue Star is the best strategy. Indeed, you are the Azure Dragon Emperor. To be reborn in the virtual realm, achieving what ordinary people cannot, it seems that if we emperors want to counterattack the immortal realm, we must rely on your guidance. Tianfeng was overjoyed, her eyes filled with admiration. This admiration was about to overflow. Zhang Feng felt embarrassed and couldn't look directly at her. Deceiving a fool. Truly feeling guilty. He coughed, his face unchanged, and continued, "So, Tianfeng, do you have a way for us to leave this realm?" Tianfeng nodded and said, "This matter is not difficult. A million years ago, the Azure Dragon Emperor, you once gave me a treasure called the boundary-breaking bead. I am using this treasure to move freely back and forth. A million years ago, I was truly divine." Zhang Feng silently mocked himself. Of course, he was just playing along with Tianfeng, not taking it seriously at all. The so-called boundary-breaking bead. Probably not real. Just a figment of Tianfeng's imagination. "Before we depart, can you promise me, my friend, that you will follow my instructions in the virtual realm and not reveal any secrets from our past lives, to avoid the failure of our plan to counterattack the immortal realm?" Zhang Feng instantly got into character, looking serious. As he spoke, he also felt nervous. He didn't know if a mentally ill person could keep a promise. If there was any stimulation from the outside world, would she have an episode? Would she go on a killing spree on the spot? All of this was unknown. Of course, in the virtual realm, all actions will be led by the Azure Dragon Emperor. I will never contradict the Emperor's words. I will never go against them. Everything is for the counterattack on the immortal realm. Tianfeng's attitude was very serious as she nodded. From the looks of it, she seemed to have really been fooled. Since that's the case, shall we depart? Zhang Feng didn't want to delay any longer, to prevent Tianfeng from having an episode. No problem. Tianfeng's palm turned over, revealing a black bead. This black bead was dull and unremarkable, nothing like a boundary-breaking bead. How did I end up taking the words of a lunatic seriously? Zhang Feng chuckled to himself. But the next moment, he couldn't laugh. Tianfeng threw the bead upwards, and the boundary-breaking bead burst into a brilliant light, shattering the space like glass, revealing a black hole. Ah, there really is a boundary-breaking bead. Zhang Feng's mouth hung open in astonishment as he looked at the abyss. He was somewhat incredulous, rubbing his eyes. Looking again, there was indeed a deep, bottomless hole. Zhang Feng was stunned. Is this lunatic really ill, or not? Zhang Feng swallowed nervously, trying to maintain a calm expression. The shattering of space was not unfamiliar to someone who spent years surfing the internet. At least he had heard of it. This was something only a 7th rank Grandmaster could achieve. And this mysterious woman's actions were comparable to that of a 7th rank Grandmaster. What about her own strength? Even if it was lower, she was probably a mid to high rank warrior. I can't handle this hot potato, I can only leave it to the teachers at the Holy Capital Martial Arts Academy to deal with. Zhang Feng was fully aware of his own abilities. As for Tianfeng's strength, he knew nothing at all. For now, he could only play it by ear. If he could fool Tianfeng into going to the Holy Capital Martial Arts Academy, that would be best. Once at the academy, his life would be secure. And the Holy Capital Martial Arts Academy was full of talented individuals. There was no way they couldn't handle a mentally ill person. Locking her up in a mental hospital and preventing her from causing harm again would be the best course of action. The spatial channel has been formed, Azure Dragon friend, let's go. After Tianfeng finished speaking, she flew into the air with a whoosh. As she was about to enter, she noticed that Zhang Feng was still standing in place. She looked at him in confusion, as if asking why he wasn't following. I can't fly. Zhang Feng was a bit speechless. Another thing was confirmed. Tianfeng's realm was much higher than his. Definitely a high-level warrior. Friend Xinglong's cultivation in this world has weakened a bit. It seems that walking in the boundless dark abyss for too long has caused serious injuries to the true spirit. Tianfeng's thoughts turned, thinking of a reasonable reason, nodding repeatedly. A plan that had been in the works for 1,000,000 years. Even though they had made countless preparations before their reincarnation. With such a long interval. Naturally, there would be a slight flaw. Not a big problem. With Xinglong Emperor's talent and intelligence. To return to the peak after recultivation, it only required some time. Friend Xinglong, I have offended you, Tianfeng said softly, then reached out and grabbed. In an instant, a brilliance flashed. A big hand grabbed Zhang Feng and took him into a spatial channel. Now I'm really out of luck. Zhang Feng felt desolate in his heart. He felt he was too unlucky. Encountering activities in the underground cave, falling into the underground cave, finally escaping from danger. But before he could even breathe fresh air, he encountered a powerful and crazy woman. What was unexpected was that entering the spatial channel, in just the blink of an eye, they landed on the ground. But it seemed like they didn't choose the right place to land. They arrived at a camp. Warriors around them stood up, their faces shocked and panicked, looking at the two foreign visitors. Who are they? Are they here to steal our Insha Chi? No matter who they are, let the woman stay, kill the man. Go quickly report to the leader of the East Branch. There are foreign warriors invading. These warriors were dressed in short, narrow clothes, speaking a strange language. They looked very ridiculous. They didn't look like Dragon Country warriors at all. These seemed to be warriors from the Ghost Country? Zhang Feng frowned, recognizing the origin of these warriors. 100 years ago, when the giant beasts descended, some countries were destroyed, and the survivors reorganized their countries. The so-called Ghost Country was one of the countries among the overseas islands to the east of Dragon Country. These island countries were in a very bad situation, with ferocious beasts landing on their shores at any time, so their national strength was very weak. I am General Higashitu of the Ghost Country. Who are you? What are you doing in my Ghost Country camp? A warrior descended from the sky, with a domineering aura, looking down on the two. He was wearing an ancient suit of armor, with two swords hanging from his right waist, one long and one short. Looking at Tianfeng's beautiful and celestial appearance, this General Higashitu was immediately filled with greed and wanted to possess her. Nonsense. Tianfeng's expression was as cold as frost, waving his hand lightly forward. There was no trace of smoke or fire. Suddenly, a fire phoenix spread its wings and flew towards General Higashitu. Its huge body burned with unquenchable flames, like a hellish scene, covering the entire camp. Heaven and earth at my disposal, she is actually a grandmaster. General Higashitu was shocked and wanted to beg for mercy. But the fire phoenix did not give him a chance to speak. The attack came instantly. You underestimate us Ghost Country warriors. Wei Ming is Shinryu. General Higashitu roared, drawing his long sword and facing the huge fire phoenix. The so-called Shinryu was to erupt all the blood and energy in one move, a life-threatening strike. This kind of move required high control of blood and energy, as well as a high level of swordsmanship. Boom! General Higashitu's swordsmanship was fast and accurate, carrying a resolute aura, with a sense of being reborn in the face of death. The fire phoenix met this sword head-on, tearing a huge scar on its surface. But the power of a grandmaster far exceeded his imagination. With a sweep of flames, the fire phoenix's injuries instantly healed, hitting General Higashitu. The terrifying high temperature instantly engulfed General Higashitu. Countless waves of heat filled the sky and earth, making it impossible to breathe. General Higashita's eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear, but his body was burning rapidly, quickly turning into charred bones. No! After letting out a piercing scream, General Higashita died. At the same time, the Fire Phoenix also devoured all the other Ghost Country warriors, turning them into wisps of blue smoke. The entire camp fell into silence. The ground was melted by flames, forming a layer of flowing magma. Roar! The Fire Phoenix circled in the sky, raised its neck and howled, as if declaring its victory. So strong! This woman is so strong. I'm afraid she could crush me with just one finger. Zhang Feng's mouth was dry, feeling the crisis. The strength of the crazy woman was unexpectedly powerful, far beyond imagination. General Dongtiao's momentum was not weak at all, but he couldn't even withstand a single move. Now it seems that following her act is the right thing to do. Otherwise, I would have died hundreds of times already. Friend Xinglong, your cultivation in this world is too low. Before entering the virtual realm, I will collect the Yin Sha Qi of the 9th grade for you, to prepare for the breakthrough to the 4th rank in the future, Tianfeng said simply. She explained the reason for slaughtering the camp. She pointed her hand, and the ground cracked open, releasing the Yin Sha Qi trapped deep underground. The Yin Sha Qi gushed out like a fountain. Fuse! Tianfeng's palm turned, and she shouted lowly. The Yin Sha Qi was compressed continuously, condensing into smooth, shining round pills with 9 small stars on the surface. She actually has a way to enhance the grade of Yin Sha Qi? Zhang Feng trembled all over, somewhat incredulous, watching the scene before him. The grade of Yin Sha Qi is crucial for refining the internal organs. The higher the grade of Yin Sha Qi, the higher its value. The battles surrounding Yin Sha Qi never stopped in this underground cave. But he never expected that a lunatic would have such means. There is no doubt that Tianfeng is not a simple lunatic. Cultivating martial arts is extremely difficult, and turning people into lunatics is not incomprehensible, Zhang Feng thought for a moment, finding it reasonable. Therefore, he looked at Tianfeng with a hint of pity in his eyes. Ordinary people can be driven crazy by life. The difficulties faced by a martial artist are 1,000 times more than those of ordinary people. The stronger one's strength, the more likely mental issues are to arise, which seems reasonable. Fortunately, he successfully deceived Tianfeng. He had no immediate worries about his life. However, just as Zhang Feng was secretly rejoicing, Tianfeng suddenly turned around, her calm eyes seeming to see through his heart. Friend, what are you thinking? Zhang Feng was startled and quickly made up an excuse. Nothing, just thinking about the virtual realm. Hearing this, Tianfeng's eyes flashed with a strange light, and she slowly said, since you are so eager, then take these 9-grade Yin Sha pearls, and we will go to the virtual realm afterwards. Tianfeng threw a bottle, made a gesture, and a suction force appeared out of thin air. The 9-grade Yin Sha pearls in the air fell into the bottle like birds returning to their nest. With a swoosh, the jade bottle fell into Zhang Feng's arms. He was somewhat incredulous. The Invincible Azure Dragon technique, coupled with the 9th grade Yin Sha Qi. Truly a windfall of 2 great treasures. If there is a way to treat Tianfeng's mental illness, then I will definitely help her. Zhang Feng's mood was very complicated. He didn't know whether to be grateful or resentful towards Tianfeng. Overall, she did not harm him. On the contrary, she gave him many benefits. Zhang Feng was clear about his grievances, even if it was the kindness of a lunatic, he had to repay it. Let's go. Tianfeng once again threw the boundary-breaking bead. The space shattered silently, forming a passage. This time, Tianfeng flew into the sky, taking Zhang Feng with her in advance. The two traversed the spatial passage and arrived in a quiet room. The room was simply furnished, with just a table and a large bed. Other than that, there was nothing. Tianfeng's eyes swept over the room, taking in every detail. She confirmed that no one had entered the room while she was away. Zhang Feng also observed the layout of the room in secret. Suddenly, he saw a book on the table, and his pupils contracted involuntarily. The 99 Rules of Conduct for the Holy Capital Martial Arts Teacher? What is this? Could it be that this is the Holy Capital Wuda, and Tianfeng is the teacher of the Holy Capital Wuda? Zhang Feng felt a huge shock. Never expected. Still considering how to deceive Tianfeng to the Holy Capital Wuda. Let the teacher of the Holy Capital Wuda take action and lock her up in a mental hospital. As a result, this woman herself is the teacher of the Holy Capital Wuda. It's really not a funny joke. Could it be that her illness is hidden so well that it hasn't been discovered within the Holy Capital Wuda? Zhang Feng was full of doubts and really wanted to find the principal of the Holy Capital Wuda. Ask him. Leaving this bomb in the school. Is the principal not afraid? Principal, your martial arts skills are superb and you are not afraid, but the students are afraid. Zhang Feng silently complained. But now that he has discovered Tianfeng's teacher's identity, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least he can be sure his life is safe. The other party won't just kill him at will. Of course, mental illness is also unpredictable. It's best to find someone who knows the situation and understand a bit. Just then, Tianfeng turned around and said seriously, "Friend, everything in the virtual world is illusory. All kinds of inner demons are extremely powerful. When we are here, we must be careful. If you don't mind, let's agree on a code name. How about calling each other?" Zhang Feng decisively agreed and said, "In the virtual world, I am named Zhang Feng. You can just call me by my name, friend." Tianfeng's expression changed, as if remembering something, and said with emotion, "Friend in the virtual world is so relaxed, as if not affected at all. It seems that what was said before is not false. Unlike me, who has entered and exited the virtual world many times, it is also difficult to withstand the illusions of this world." What inner demons? What illusions? Could it be that they are taking floaters seriously? There are too many loopholes. I still don't know your code name. Zhang Feng was already too lazy to complain, just wanting to end the topic quickly. Dream Moon. As soon as Tianfeng's voice fell, "Sister, you're back. It's time to take your medicine." The door opened. A person dressed in a black robe walked in. This person was covered in a black robe, with a veil covering the face, only revealing a pair of eyes. But when this person entered the room, after seeing Zhang Feng, she froze instantly. Her pupils trembled frantically, as if seeing a ghost. She couldn't believe it and said, "Sister, when did you learn how to summon spirits?" Dream Moon had no expression, no explanation. All taken as the voice of inner demons, using great effort to block out everything else. Teacher Dream Autumn, long time no see. Zhang Feng was not embarrassed, but rather greeted with joy. Someone who seemed to know the situation. And coincidentally, he also knew this person. This was the best. It could help resolve the urgent matter. Clarify the situation with Dream Moon. Dream Autumn approached, carefully scrutinizing Zhang Feng several times. Finally, she confirmed that he was alive. Suddenly her eyes became emotional, unable to help but ask, "Zhang Feng, we all thought you had sacrificed. How did you escape from the activities in the underground cave? Did sister help you?" Underground activities, falling into an endless abyss, climbing steep cliffs for dozens of days, only to escape alive. The experiences during this period were like walking on thin ice, full of threats of death. Any slight slackness, he might not have made it back. But Zhang Feng didn't want to talk about these, just smiled lightly. "Yes, Senior Dream Moon saved me." Dream Moon glanced at him, nodding slightly. The Azure Dragon Emperor is actually not affected by the demonic voices of the heavens. He moves freely, his expression natural, truly suitable for living in the virtual world. This is a crucial key to the success of the plan. You are truly lucky to be able to escape from such a dangerous situation. Dream Autumn's eyes were complex, looking at Zhang Feng several times. This was no longer something luck could explain. It was heaven's blessing. Others may not know, but she knew her sister Dream Moon too well. Due to practicing forbidden techniques, Dream Moon's emotions changed drastically. Her temper became strange. Suspected of having mental issues. When encountering people, she would still mutter some strange things. For example, all fake, you can't fool me. Ha ha, the day of my great achievement is the day of breakthrough. The Emperor gathers, counterattacks the immortal realm, it's just around the corner. The high-level officials of Shengjing Wuda are all headache. Manhwa, such a capricious person, doesn't even know what she wants to do. Actually saved Zhang Feng? It's too difficult to explain with luck. Only heaven blesses. Of course, there is another possibility. Unless Zhang Feng is also a patient. But that's impossible. Munchio breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Anyway, it's best that you can come back. I will tell others about this news."